Well, folks, it's a very good morning and welcome to Zwartkops Raceway for the Sunday edition of the Top of the Hill Challenge. Joining me today with a pit walker, Carl Lawrence. Carl, welcome here. You unfortunately weren't with us yesterday, an action-packed day yesterday, but it's certainly going to be a busy one today.
Yeah, look, unfortunately I had a bit of action of my own I had to take care of in terms of the karting space, but we did get to watch a little bit of the live stream. It was amazing to see those classic cars go up the hill and on their runs. It does look a little bit tricky than I thought it was going to be. I mean, obviously I've driven the circuit, but as a circuit, not as a hill climb, so I didn't expect it to be as tricky as it was, but a couple of the runs I saw, it does look a little bit edgy out of turn 2 and up that hill.
Most definitely. We did a bit of a track drive on Friday when we arrived here, and it is certainly a tricky going the reverse direction around the circuit. That never ending corner just catches you the camber it's off camber, and it is a real challenge. But some good performances yesterday. But today is the day where it all comes down, and I just want to say a massive thank you to Tanya and Peter Dutoy and the whole team here at Zwartkops Raceway for having us here, putting this event together. And the unsung heroes in the background, the marshals and that, they had a busy day yesterday. But everything ran like clockwork, and hopefully we are in for another bumper edition today.
No, I mean, it being a time trial based sort of competition, it's all about that run and about that time, and it's about the timing of it. And it's a difficult event to get running in terms of how many people you need to get out and get it done in a timely manner. And I think they've done a great job, and they always do here at Zwartkops Raceway. I've been lucky enough to invite a couple of international drivers out to Southern Africa recently, and every comment from them is the same, is that every single one of the circuits they've been to, Zwartkops in particular, has made them feel at home every time they come here, and I think that's something that we can pat ourselves on the back for.
Yeah, no, brilliant stuff. And we've got Greg Maloney and Leon Oudendal in the commentary box. We're going to cross up to them quickly, say good morning, because I start to feel the cold, the shiver. It's certainly a lot warmer up in the commentary box.
I think it is, boys. Just to let you know, head up on the weather app. We're sitting at about 7 degrees Celsius at the moment, real feel. So it is a bit chillier than it was yesterday morning for sure. But I think the action is going to be a lot hotter than what we saw yesterday, because we've got all the main hill climb cars, road cars and single-seaters. And there's a big battle expected amongst each of those categories. The time to beat, of course, is a 48.5, which was set last year by Robert Volk. So those are the kind of times we're going to be looking to see. And of course we're also looking to sort of see the cars start to roll to the main gate, because our COC just walked into our door to say, by the way, we're on track commentary as well as on the live stream. So just to let you know, the track is open for the first session of practice. So practice 1 is now open. Leon, from your side, looking forward to today?
Yeah, good morning everybody and all our viewers on our social media platforms, also people at the track. We're going live at the track. Good morning, Brennan and Carl in the pits. Yes, Greg, looking forward. The weather actually is quite good. There's no wind blowing. It is a bit chilly out, so track will be cold. But yeah, we're looking forward to this day. Yesterday was epic, Greg, but today it's going to be awesome. And I can't wait to see the cars go out there and challenge that time of Robert Volk. I think the best time was a 58.4 last year, if I'm not correct.
Okay, I think we'll check and see, because we had a 56.1 yesterday from Schofield, and he of course is not in the Hill Climb F1 car, so we'll double check that time, but I think we were closer to the sort of 40s in terms of Rob's time. But you boys are down there, how are we feeling? 48.53, so I was right. Yeah, 48.53.
Just having a look at some of these cars that have rolled in here, it is just next level stuff. We mentioned yesterday during the live commentary how the concept of time attacks and hill climbs has gripped the nation, and very, very exciting and absolute pleasure to be here.
Yeah, you say it's gripped the nation. I think it's also gripped the world of motorsport. We see a lot of really big hill climbs coming up all over the world. I mean, you were saying to me earlier, some of the cars here imported from other countries to come in and and compete in this event. And I think it's actually more testament to the amount of work and engineering going into these cars as well. I mean, that's what the big draw is, to see what they've done to these cars to get them through this run as fast as possible. And I think that's what I'm excited to see. Just to touch on what Greg said, yes, Greg, the app is probably right at 7 degrees. We're the ones standing outside freezing. You're the one sitting inside staying warm, mate.
Do I look like I'm worried? Go and enjoy the pit walk, and we'll see you
moving down
time.
the pit lane here, and I see the first cars going out onto the track. I think the guys are a little bit apprehensive to go out on track. Conditions still very cold, so the first of the cars, the normal road cars, going out. But we'll see the big bangers certainly coming out in probably the second of the practice sessions. We've got 4 practice sessions before we go into the qualifying sessions. Also 4 qualifying sessions. So just having a look at the Shelbys, and they have Lindenberg Racing once again just putting together a next level show.
Yeah, have a look here. We just count them quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Shelbys out here to come and represent the Ford brand and go for it. And I think I'm looking forward to see how these road cars head up there. I mean, it's going to be a lot of effort for these drivers to get this amount of power down on a road tyre as well. So it's going to be interesting to see them on the power, especially out of that turn 2.
Yeah, Lindenberg Racing certainly looking after their customers as well. These are virtually all customer cars, so it's going to be interesting to see how these guys perform.
Yeah, no, definitely. I want to see, especially with the cold temperatures. I think the road tyres will be a little bit better this morning, or semi-slick. But I think with the slicks, with these colder temperatures, the guys are going to be waiting for it just to warm up a bit and get more track temperature before they can push as hard. But the road cars, I think they won't have the same issue, and they can definitely go out there flat out first run.
Well, talking about the first run, the first cars have headed out onto the track. So let's go back up to Greg in the commentary box.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Carl. We'll be catching up with you guys a little bit later on today as we start things out with the road car class initially. Class A going out to kick us off with Matt Merton celebrating 75 years of Volkswagen Motorsport. And, of course, Volkswagen in the country with that incredible machine of his. There's 2 Golf GTIs that are coming out with Matt Merton behind the wheel of one. The other one is Rory Atkinson. Of course, your current Polo Cup champion. They're celebrating 30 years, of course, of Polo Cup this year. So Matty Merton and Rory Atkinson will be flying the flag high for the Volkswagen brand. But first car onto the circuit is the Rose Foundation Ford Focus ST of Gino Norse. He'll be making his way down into turn 1. Cold conditions. We spoke about it yesterday morning as well. We'll be chatting about it initially through the first couple of practice sessions here until we get a bit of heat into the tarmac there, Leon, is the fact that we are out there on completely cold tires, cold track. These cars are not allowed to use tire warmers at all. They are on standard road going tires as well, otherwise they can't qualify for the road class. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of times they get in initially, and will we see a couple of guys that sort of maybe loop it out and not quite get it right on their first attempt to go up the hill at top of the hill 2026.
Now, Greg, as we saw yesterday morning, the track is obviously track surface very cold. I even saw Gino knows that turn 2, the rear end wanted to step out. But the guys will use this first run just to get a feel for conditions. They know the track is cold in the morning and slippery. We heard now, especially turn 2. Turn 2 was one of the corners. Turn 4 then, and at the top. So then Matt Merton goes in the Golf GTI. So this first run,
there's Gino out of shape. There we go. I might have given him the commentator's curse there, G. Sorry about that one, big guy. But fortunately, he catches it and gets back and going. So it shouldn't be an issue to bring out a safety car or any warnings. Maybe a little change of surface because he did pull a little bit of rubble onto the circuit. Matt Merton also a little bit hot into turn 2 there at Castrol.
Deep on the brakes, yeah. Yeah, Greg, the guys, although, when you go, the adrenaline is rushing and you want to go. But just get a feel for conditions. It is a bit chilly. I mean, you need to get it. Remember, these guys, they're on standard road tyres. And we need to get heat into the tyres. And
they're the only class that are not allowed to run tyre warmers. So the road class are the only class that are not allowed to run tyre warmers. If the modifieds are out there or the single-seaters are out there, they can put tyre warmers on if they choose to. It's up to them. Here's Rory Atkinson, second of the GTIs, and getting that Golf GTI onto the circuit for its first run. Roars will be used to sort of going out in conditions where it's pretty cool because he comes from a front-wheel drive background and, of course, being the current Polo Cup champion from Astron Energy Polo Cup, and now stepping up into the Super Cup Championship with South African touring cars. You can see even Roars there. Look at that understeer. Off the track on the first attempt into turn 2. Welcome to the party, Rory Atkinson. You've got to try and stay on the black stuff, bud.
Yeah, so 2 of the 3 cars so far have been caught out by the cold conditions. But Greg, that's also why there is a practice run. You need to go out and test it. The guys already on a. Just quickly, are they on standard road tires, or is it still a semi-slick?
It's a standard road tire. It's got to be exactly like they run on the road. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to sort of get it into full race spec. We go a little bit further back in the pack, and of course now we pick up on Ishmael Davids. He makes his way out there onto the first attempt of his run. And if I'm not mistaken, Ishmael Davids, I'm trying to pick up exactly where he is. He's on car 43, so he'll be a bit further back in the pack. He might be a late entry, in fact, because I don't have him on my entry list initially.
Yeah, Greg, I don't see him on the program. Sorry, you will just find out there. But
and he's also B4, so he's a modified car that's already going out there. So it looks like they've given A and B sort of carte blanche to go out any time they want to. Or maybe they're just making it a carte blanche for the entire practice session. So if you've got a car and you want to go out, you can go out at any time during that practice session. I think during qualifying, they'll run as per the stock standard list of road cars first, production car second, modified production car second, and then single seaters third.
Yeah, Greg, also you'll find that a few of the guys will actually hold back in this practice one. They'll just wait for conditions to warm up a little bit. But it's not a bad idea to go out there, go get, if you can call it that, the worst of the conditions. The track is cold, just go get a feel for it. And I mean, it's only going to get better. So you go do your first run, or your practice run, and remember, later when you get into the next practice sessions, it's going to get better for you. So I don't think it's a bad idea to go out. Just bear in mind that the track is cold.
And it looks like they sent 4 cars out in that first batch. Remember, they'll send the cars out in batches because they're allowed to run up to 10 cars in a session. That's just because you need time for the cars to get back into pit lane and have an opportunity to sort of get into the look and feel of the next batch of cars, which should be waiting and ready to go by the time they get into the pit lane again. So first 4 cars out there. We saw a spin from Gino in the Ford Focus, and we saw a little off-track excursion for Rory Atkinson. Everybody else, in terms of Matt Merton and Ishmael Davids, getting through their first run without any issues. Maybe just feeling things out. As you said, a lot of these cars will be feeling it out for the first time when they get onto the track and see exactly what their car's capabilities are in these cool conditions. Big welcome to all the people on the sidelines as well. Thanks to have you guys here back so early. I'm sure you're looking forward to a fantastic day's racing with us, and we look forward to entertaining with you as well, because it's going to be great entertainment provided by the Top of the Hill Challenge 2026. Road cars, production cars, and our single seaters. And don't forget, for those people that are here at the circuit or that are coming through to the circuit and might be watching us on their smart devices as they are on their way here, keep those smart devices on throughout the day. You can pick up on the live timing via Speed Hive. You can watch the live timing, of course, on our coverage here for Top of the Hill Challenge 2026. And also take into account that we've got some off-track entertainment down in the pit lane. You can get up close and personal with your drivers and cars, most importantly. But we do have excess promotions in the house. They'll be at the skid pan, giving you an opportunity to get into a drift car. We'll have them on track as well to entertain us during the breaks that we do have today between practice and qualifying, and between the qualifying and our class finals. And then also don't forget that the kart circuit is open at the bottom end of the track, and you're more than welcome to go and join those guys and have a little bit of a spin around in one of the karts down at the GR Racing Academy track. GR Racing Academy, of course, is right at the top of the circuit. You can see them heading up there right now. The Master Drive Porsche is on its way, and looks like it's going to be one to watch out for there, because Eugene Herbert is at the wheel of that little Porsche Boxster. Behind him, that is the Hyundai by the looks of things, I think. Yes, indeed. Zwartkops Racing's Hyundai coming out there. But also, I don't see him on my entry list at all. So there must be a couple of late entries that came in here, because we don't have that car on our list. I don't know if you got it on yours. It did come onto the main program as well. Just have a look at that main program there. Maybe that car's in there. But that's the Zwartkops Racing machine of Johan Nel. And it's a Hyundai, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Greg, we've got it here, number 19, Johan Nel. 19, he's in B10. That's a 2020 Hyundai 130.
That's why. He's a B-class car. That's right. Yeah, I've got him here. It's the i30N. Yeah, there he is. For Castrol and Hyundai, South Africa. So Johan Nel is there. I'm still looking at just the road car class, and I'm trying to pick up on the road car class, because there's a couple of road cars that are out there as well, including, by the looks of things, coming out there for the first time is that Willie de Beer. I think it might be the 11 car. Yes, it is. There goes the Boxster from Master Drive. That car was used yesterday, of course, for some passenger rides around the circuit as well. And Eugene Herbert now going to put it into full flight and see what he can do in that Master Drive Boxer.
Yeah, Billy De Beers out there, number 11, Greg. Now you can see the guys as they go up now to the starting block. They're trying to get a bit of heat into those tires. You know, just trying as much as they can because you don't have a big opportunity to get heat in the tires. But like I said, just use this first run. Look at conditions, especially track conditions. It's going to change through the day. It's going to get better later. But just have a feel for it. Keep it on the track for now. And just do, not an installation run, but your first run just to get a banker in the bank.
So actually, I think this might be the second of those boxes that they've got down at Eugene's pit, because this is the MUA car that he's in at the moment. The MUA Porsche that is part of the Master Drive team. They've got another boxer, which of course they're going to be using for their passenger rides. Here comes that i30N. And Johan Nel going to try and get that Hyundai up as quickly as possible into at least some front running for his class. Nel, of course, is in B10. He'll be up against Jared Rousseau, who will be piloting a Golf 6R. So Golf 6 versus i30N should be quite an interesting battle between those two little hot hatches in the B10 category.
That turn 2 we know is tricky. But Greg, great to see the normal road cars today. The different road cars are going up against each other. So the people out there, they can relate in the cars that they're driving, standard road cars. So that's nice. But we've got everything. Then we've got the big boys later, the modified production cars, with some of the cars specifically built for the top of the hill, and also the single-seaters. But the guys are going out all for their first run now. I think that's Josef Kotze, is it?
No, I think that might be Eugene van den Berg.
Oh, okay.
Eugene van den Berg, there, I think, on his way. And let's have a look and see if we pick up on the number on the side of the car. Just have a look in there. Yeah, number 9, Van den Berg. It's a Porsche GTS. Remember that i30N is, yes, it is a stock standard road car, and it is road legal. But I think he's running semi-slicks, which is why he goes into the modified class. So it's the choice of tyres that he's got there, because he's in B10, remember. So it's not the road class that i30N will be in. He's in the modified class. This is a road class car for sure. That's why Eugene's out there in that GTS, and he'll be fighting against Brandon Dean, who's bringing a 296 GTB Ferrari to the fore. And he's not on track at the moment, but he will be, I'm sure, in a few moments' time. Certainly waiting to go. This is Kotze. You won't miss him in the pink Lotus. He was in the battle yesterday in his white Porsche, the IROC Porsche, and actually ended up, I think, on top of the list in terms of his class yesterday. So looking to do the same here today as he gets onto track for the first run. And if I'm not mistaken, in the Lotus, Josef will be the first of the single-seaters that we see. He's in C4. He'll be up against another Lotus 7 of Clive Wilmot for in his Birkin 7. So it's a Birkin S3 and a Birkin 7, the Racket.co.za cars versus that Top Products and Wasp Racing Lotus that we see on track at the moment.
Yeah, Greg, like you said, this first practice run, they're not necessarily going out in class order. They're going out randomly. But so far we've got Eugene van den Berg there with the fastest time of a 107.3. But Greg, as you said, yeah, so for the people out there, the road car class is maybe stock standard. Standard yes. Tires, road car. Yep. As soon as the guys put slicks or anything else, then they're going to the modified production car.
If you do any modification to the car, it becomes a modified car. That's the difference between what we see now. About to make his way onto the circuit for the first time is our reigning champion in the road car class. That's Willy de Beer. He's about to make his way out for the first time as well. Thank you so much. Oh, we got an updated list. Thank you very much, Zelda. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we've obviously had 1 or 2 late entries, and we've had, just to tell the people, unfortunately, our reigning champion from last year, Richard Roos, had to withdraw, Greg.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he had some issues with parts not arriving from Japan on time. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes in the very near future. But unfortunately, we don't have our reigning modified production car champion here in Richard Roos. But we do definitely have this man, Willy de Beer, who's our current road car champion. He was the winner in 2025. And he's looking pretty tasty right from the word go as well in that Porsche. It's a, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 911 Turbo S that he runs. So a good run there from Willy de Beer. Goes straight to the top on a 102.7 to start his proceedings and start his attempt at retaining the number 1 plate for the road car class.
Yeah, we know Willy, as we know, Willy was very fast last year. So he's here and already setting a good benchmark down there, 102.7. So yeah, Greg, it's a nice fresh start here. It's a chilly start. Good to see also a lot of people out of Zwartkops already. It's going to be busy today. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to everything, and we're going to build it up. But we're into practice 1 year, and the guys are just feeling the circuit out. The advantage some of the guys will have, Greg, some of the guys that ran yesterday, they really got a good feel for the track and the layout. I mean, it's a different challenge if you're not used to it.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think they could also be looking at guys that are in different cars yesterday. I chatted to Aldo Scribanti as I walked in this morning, and he was saying, you know, when he climbed out of the Escort and then climbed into the Audi late yesterday afternoon, he said it was incredible to sort of try and get his head around the fact that he's now in a car that works at least 100 times quicker than the Ford Escort he's in. There goes his brother Silvio, and Jared Rousseau right behind him. Here comes Clive Wilmot by the looks of things, and then right behind that is the first of the Super Snakes. And in fact, it looks like all 5 of those Super Snakes are about to make their way onto the circuit now for Shelby, South Africa. And great to see, as Brendan mentioned earlier on, a nice input there from Lindenberg Racing, giving an opportunity to their clients at Shelby, South Africa, to go and pilot their cars around this incredible circuit.
Yeah, Greg, well done to Lindenberg Racing for always bringing a lot of cars out. And getting back there to Aldo and Silvio. Yeah, Greg, it must be quite a different feel, getting out of the Ford, the XR8, and then getting into the Audi again. It's a different beast altogether. I mean, driving style, everything, the power. So, you know, it's a big challenge and difference in cars that you have to change your driving.
The big thing with the Super Snakes, of course, is that they are going to be completely stock standard road cars that have been modified slightly, but not modified enough to put them into the production car and modified car class, because they are stock standard road cars, and just the way that they've sort of had the mods done to the cars just changes them up from a stock standard Mustang into a Shelby. And that Shelby South Africa team that have been all around the country at various other time attack events and hill climbs certainly always bodes well to see such a big field of Super Snakes out there. So all of them are the current either 2024, 2017 or 2016 versions of the Super Snake. Here's Silvio for his first run, and Pac-Man has always looked like it could be a danger here. The nickname on that car, of course, being the yellow Audi that it is Pac-Man. And the modifications that they've done to that machine are pretty spectacular, as per usual when it comes to anything that comes out of either of the 2 Scribanti stables, either Franco Scribanti Racing, which we'll see later on with the Sheriff, or Scuderia Scribanti, which both Silvio and Aldo come out of. So this little S3 now pushing it to the limit. Let's see what Silvio can get out of that machine of his.
Now, Greg, we know the guys that done a lot of preparation, and Scribante, the whole team, they were looking forward to coming up here to Zwartkops for the Top of the Hill Challenge. So we'll watch their progress today. They were looking forward, and they're definitely contenders here for the title.
As he comes across, he's a very good contender, I'd have to say. And let's see what he opens up his account with. 54-7. That's incredible. 54-7. Welcome to Top of the Hill Challenge, Silvio Scribanti.
Yeah, Greg, it's just unreal that although the Top of the Hill Challenge, it's only 2,000 meters or 2 kilometers long, but to see these guys go under 60 seconds, it's unreal. It's sometimes you can't contemplate how fast it really is. It's amazing. You know?
Yeah, and if you think about it, I mean, you go the right way around. You know how difficult it is to get under 60 seconds the right way around. So going the wrong way around, you've already got everything not working according to plan in terms of the camber of the corners, the entrance to the corner, the apex of the corner, the exit of the corner, where you brake, where you accelerate from. It changes completely 180 degrees. And it makes it a bit more difficult for the guys that have driven the other way around, because they know that the sub-minute bracket here at Zwartkops is sort of the holy grail. That's what everybody wants to try and achieve. But here at Hill Climb, the sub-minute, well, it's actually the sub-50 second is the holy grail that you're looking for. You want to get as close to that 50-second run as you can, because that will be putting you into contention for at least a top 10 finish at the end of the day, and a class final victory as well.
Yeah, and if we think back to yesterday, Greg, as we got to the class finals and the top 10 shootout, the guys just started going faster and faster. So every run, almost everybody went faster. So you really, it's like James Temple said yesterday, you build it up slowly, you know. Don't think your first run is going to be your best run of the day. Just start, then build it up, build up. There's actually, 4 practice sessions. There's a lot of sessions, Greg, for the guys to get into it. Then you've got 4 qualifying sessions as well, of which, technically...
You don't have to use all 4 qualifying. That's the cool thing.
You can go out and do 1 qualifying run. But, remember, that's where it gets interesting later, you know, for the top 3 in every class final. The guys, some of them, they're on the bubble there, and they need to go all qualifying. So it really gets interesting for me once we get to qualifying. But there's a Shelby on track.
Anton Pommersheim at the wheel of that one.
Yeah.
as he makes his way up to the top. Ruan van der Walt was of course, the Lotus 7 that we saw a little earlier up there, running there for the RJ Pack Solutions and Adlam Automotive team. So Mackie Adlam actually doing the preparation on that little Lotus 7 as we see Pommersheim to the top of the hill. You'll see both Pommersheim and the rest of the Super Snake Brigade. So Dion Smith, Josh O'Callaghan, Paul Malachi, and Fernando Verges, of course, will all be there trying to sort of just judge what conditions are like. Peter would have said to them, listen, don't go out there and try and go, balls to the wall. It's not going to work. You've got to go through there, have a look and see, feel what the track conditions are like, see where you can get a little bit of acceleration, learn the circuit, because a lot of them would never have driven the circuit before in terms of top of the hill and the way it runs on the opposite direction at Zwartkops.
Yeah, Greg, and I mean, for most of the guys, even the guys who have done the top of the hill challenge, you don't get so many runs. We know the rest of us that's been around the normal way around Zwartkops, you've done hundreds and thousands of laps. But now to go the top of the hill challenge, and that's part of the challenge, and that's so awesome. But there's going to be a little bit of a inter-team battle there. So we'll have a look-see on that. But, this first round, Peter would have said, guys, take it easy, get a feel for it, don't overdrive it. Don't go past your talent. Just get a feel for the car, and we'll build it up. Get some feedback, and they'll talk and help each other. But
and you are spot on in terms of what you just said there. The Shelby guys, the Shelby team, they would love to get at least one or two of their cars, and I know that probably Anton, Josh, and Paul will be pushing to try and get one of those 5 cars into the top 10 shootout at the end of the day for top of the hills road car class. But it's exactly what you just said. It's certainly an in-house Shelby fight to be the fastest Shelby on the circuit when these guys are out there and playing in these big Super Snakes.
Yeah, it's who's going to get the bragging rights there at the end of the day. But looking good, guys. We just saw, like we said, we can't actually talk enough about the track conditions. I mean, it's if the air temperature is so cold, the track will be very cold, and the difficult part of the top of the hill challenge is just to get some temperature into the tire, some heat build up, And when it's so cold in the morning, it's difficult. It takes a longer time to get some heat into the tires. But you get used to it, Greg, and you do.
It gets better and better, for sure.
Yeah.
Paul Malachi, of course, has been a top contender for the Super Snake team for a long, long time, and of course bringing along his 2017 version of the Super Snake. The youngest car out there will be Fernando Verges, of course, who's coming up still and still has to put in a time. He's the last Super Snake off the line. Here he comes, just squirreling off that line ever so slightly as well as he heads down into turn 1, which is usually turn 3. And we chatted about the fact that Brendan mentioned it too. It's that never-ending long left-hander into turn 1. And when I chatted to Aldo this morning, as I said to you, and he was talking about the fact that in the Escort he could go through there almost flat. He said in the Audi, it's kind of like a feed through slowly but surely. You don't want to push it way and beyond because it'll probably loop out. And around that corner at top speed, you don't want to be losing a car. That is for sure.
Yeah, Greg, turns from the start line then to turn 1, it's almost tempting. You think it's just flat. So in some of the lesser powered cars, yes, it's flat. But when these guys, we can just see there a little bit of a moment there. It's Vogus, I think, at the moment there on the track. But so far, just to quickly get back to the Shelbys here, number 15, Joshua Callaghan, he's put a 1:11.6. So let's say that's a benchmark for the Shelby so far. I'll keep my eye on that little inter-team battle.
This car going across the line now, of course, is the last of those Super Snakes there in the hands of Fernando Verges.
Yes.
But I think this car is definitely not a Nissan GTR 35 because that's what he's got entered in. So it looks like Akil Singh had to do a little change of machinery, and he's now gone into the Audi TT for his runs in the modified B10 class.
Yeah, I actually saw on the social media pages before the event, I actually saw a little preview there of Akil Singh, and it was going to be obviously maybe something happened to the GTR, but yeah, it's definitely there in like you said, Greg, in the Audi TT. So we'll just have a look. But number 22, so yeah, we're just keeping an eye on one or two changes there.
Here's one that's completely different to everything else that we got out there. Of course, our only electric vehicle of the weekend on its way down towards turn 1. And Nikolai Nikolaisen in the Alfa Romeo Junior Electrica. The Efficiency Motorsport and Code Pure team from Alfa Romeo will be running the only electric version of our road car class. So he's basically got that one sewn up just if he finishes up for the day. But awesome to see that we do have entries coming out of the electric production cars, because there is a whole bunch of them. And I know that there's a whole bunch that sort of could be playing around. Even down at Lindenberg Racing, they've got that Shangan truck. And I believe that's one of the only electric versions of a bakkie that has an extended range. So you can get a little bit of extra distance out of those cars on the charges that you have to do on the batteries that they run.
Yeah, Greg, as we see there, number 17, I think it's Vogus. He's just completing his run. Take it a little bit easy. But yeah, getting back to the electric car, Greg, it'll be funny for the spectators out there. When he goes past, you can hardly hear anything.
Exactly.
But can I tell you the beautiful thing of electric car? The acceleration of electric car. I don't know if you've ever been in that.
I have, yes.
When you put your foot down, I mean, the maximum power is there. It's amazing, the
no
pull
lag.
away, the launch.
Yeah. There's no lag in an electric vehicle.
The launch in an electric vehicle,
yeah.
it's something awesome to feel.
100%, and that's the one beauty about it. The only thing is, of course, it's a slightly heavier vehicle with all the batteries that it carries, which is affects the top end. But needless to say, if we look at where it ended up there, the number 18 car, first run out there for him, and he ends up in 12th place on a 1:11.451. So not a bad effort there. He'd qualify for 111 GD Sports and Saloons.
Yeah, that's awesome, Greg. And the guys, they've got their first run, most of them going for their first run now. And we'll keep our eye on the times, and we'll see later how they progress through the day. But yeah, awesome stuff. And everybody that's out here with us on our social Facebook pages or the social media pages, as the cars line up, there's Alfa Romeo now. And yeah, the great thing about today, Greg, we've got a lot of entries today. It's a busy day. A lot of guys out there.
And there's just over 45, I think, in total, with the few cars that had to pull out and a couple of guys that unfortunately didn't make it out in time. So a 45-ish car field is a good field to have. They'll be going out in sort of batches of 10. There is a very interesting car that's making its way onto the circuit. I can't wait to see what that thing can do. We'll get into it when we see it on track. But Volkswagen Motorsport have built a hill climb monster to come and participate here. It was supposed to, of course, debut earlier on in the year down in Neisner, but it didn't make it there. But Volkswagen, what a way to debut it at the home of the Volkswagen Driving Academy with their top driver, Jonathan Mokgotsi, at the wheel. He's just come back from international experience of note at the Nürburgring, and now looking to put that international experience into good practice as he climbs into the brand new Volkswagen Golf R 1,000 horsepower hill climb monster. So stand by for the very first run here of the day for Jonathan Mokgotsi in that car. But a couple of extra cars that need to get through here as well before we get into that machine, including Craig Zank. Craig Zank coming through there in the efficiency staffing solutions, and Zank Racing Mitsubishi Evo 9. Just ahead of him is one of the top Alfa Romeos as well. We'll be looking forward to seeing what that Alfa can do on circuit as he comes in there and tries to put in a couple of hot laps right from the word go. Expecting to see those Alfa Romeos get into some big battles, I think, for the supremacy in terms of the Alfisti, and the fans of the Alfa Romeo brand will be happy to see there's a whole bunch of them here this weekend, including the number 21 car there coming through for its very first run.
Yeah, Greg, Andre Steenkamp there at number 21, and he's in the B10 class. So yeah, there's going to be a good battle in B10 between the Hyundai Golf Alpha and then it'll be the Audi.
This Alfa Giulia has been a very good car in hill climbs before, running modified the Quadra Fogiglio, I think is what it's called. But Efficiency Motorsport, of course, running that car as well as it heads up through the main straightaway and into turn 4. As it goes into turn 4, it'll probably be the next car waiting on standby to rock it off the line. And we'll look to see pick up exactly that. I think it might be Craig Zank in that Mitsubishi Evo, who will be the next car down into turn 1. It is indeed. So Zank coming off success yesterday with his partner, Devin Robertson, getting the second fastest time of the day yesterday and winning the sort of modified saloon car class, you would have to say, in terms of the classic car Saturday championship that wrapped up yesterday with a 56.141 coming out of Ian Schofield. And, Zank already out of shape.
Yeah. Just that turn 2, we know it's going to catch. It's basically just if your rear tires is not hot enough, yep. Greg. You know, it's not a big moment, but just a little one. But it is a learning curve. But we saw now it's catching out one or two people. I was going to say Craig will be Craig will be Craig Zank. He will be nicely. He will be hyped up after yesterday, seeing his car doing so well. So he'll be ready for this. But as we saw in turn 2, just the conditions. But also maybe with the colder conditions now and the track temperature, Greg, just maybe look at those rear tire temperatures, pressures. Maybe slightly colder.
Drop the pressures
it
down
bit,
slightly so you get a bit more traction.
Just
100%.
to help you around, for now. You have to, from that point of view, tire temperatures, obviously, tire pressures, very important. But you have to look at conditions through the day, how it changes, and you have to change your setup there a little bit.
Well, Zank will know all about that now. He'll have to probably do a couple of those modifications that you've just spoken about. Let's see now what this Alfa Romeo Giulia can do from Anthony Casey. He'll be looking to try and get it up as high as possible right from the word go. Just open up the account and see if he can be the fastest Alfa out there. Wouldn't be a bad plan to sort of start the day, because there'll be a little bit of a Alfisti battle, I'm sure, amongst all of those efficiency Alfa Romeo Giulias and Giuliettas, and all the cars that are running underneath that Efficiency Staffing Solutions team for the weekend. As he heads up to the top of the hill, we'll catch an eye to see who's going to head down behind him. And it looks like it's the final one out there, which in my assumption is going to be, yes, the SUV. It's the SUV version, number 34 of Johannes. So Johannes Janssen van Rensburg from Stellantis SA out there in the Alfa Romeo Stelvio Quadrifoglio. So nice run to see all the saloon cars, as well as their incredible little SUV from the Stellantis group.
Yeah, Greg, that car sounds quite awesome. And Greg, nice to see you. We've got quite a few Alphas out here. Here at the top of the hill challenge, the Zwartkops. Good to see that the Alpha brought their cars and they also in it. So that car sounds nice. You can see those Alphas, every time they hard on the brakes, obviously you've got ABS. It's when the hazard lights are flashing as they use up the ABS. Sort of a standard feature on those cars.
Yeah, we got 3 in the modified production car class, and we've got 1 in the road car class. That's the Electrica. This is Mark de Toy, if I'm not mistaken, 32. Yeah, for GT1 for Trans Africa Racing.
Yeah, we heard Jonathan won't be here today, but Mark de Toy is flying the flag there for Trans Africa Racing, and looking forward to a good day there. Mark de Toy is in B7. He's going to be up against Lee Thompson later, but in the 2001 Ford GT1. So that's an awesome car on the track, Rick.
That certainly is. It's a magnificent car. Also, I mean, we saw when we spoke about, you were talking about Craig Zank there, we spoke about Devin Robertson in that Zank R32 yesterday, getting the second fastest time of the day. And Brendan picked up on it down in pit lane, and the magnificent wrap job that was done there by Tony Griffio. Take an eye out and keep an eye out on, of course, the efficiency machine there that is in the Mitsubishi Evo. And then a little bit later on, keep an eye out on, of course, Devin Robertson will be back out again for a second time. So he's back-to-back for the day, similar to a couple of other drivers. Looking forward to seeing what he can do in his Lotus. And all of them, of course, with that Black Sheep wrap on. So nice job there, and looking to try and get that company at the top of the field as well. This is a very quick car as well. Nice to see for the first time out there. Pushing it to the limit. I think possibilities of a change-up for the number 26 higher up as Charlie Fowles joins the party in the Works Subaru.
Yeah, great. Good to see there, Charles Fowles. Good to see Subaru out here, and he's already pushing that car out of the corners. Just trying to see where's some grip, but that's also an awesome-looking car there.
He's going to have an advantage, eh? All-wheel drive is going to help in these conditions. That is for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Greg, I know it's early to talk about it, but I'm really looking forward to that B5 battle today.
Welcome to the party, Volkswagen Motorsport.
Wow, it's actually right on cue.
This is over 1,000 horsepower available to this machine. I don't think it's at the 1,000 horsepower right now. Jonathan Wachotsi getting his first run and look at what conditions are like this morning in the Volkswagen Golf R 2.5 litre, 5-cylinder, 1,000 horsepower machine. It's completely carbon body, 4-wheel drive, runs a Motec system, and AP racing brakes on that car as well, and 18-inch wheels to give it a bit of traction from the Dunlop tires. So unbelievable car that Michael Ahlers has built here for Machotsi to celebrate the 75th anniversary of Volkswagen in South Africa. And Machotsi instantaneously to the top, not quite to the right to the top, but a 60.880 is not a bad opening account for a car that's never turned a wheel around here in anger.
Now, Greg, it's a good start for that car, and yes, it's awesome to see that car. And that's a great thing about the top of the hill challenge and these type of hill climbs, and in the modified production car class. some people, some of the guys, they build a car specifically for a climb, and kudos there to VW Motors.
Right, so we're going to head down in pit lane and pick up on Carl as he's standing by. Looks like he's sitting right alongside Mr. Devin Robertson himself. And let's go down to Carl and see what Dev's plans are for the first run.
All right, I've managed to bump into Devin Robertson while he sits here on the starting grid. Devo, you're here in the Lotus, the Craig Zank supported car. How are you feeling about this morning's run?
Well, Carl, we've just put the motor and that back in on Thursday night, so it's the first run. Just going to be make sure it gets all its gears, runs right, check a log, go from there, dude.
So a bit of a temp run, checking the temps, checking the gauges while you're out there. I mean, it's a typical big boss Devin Robertson style engine in the night before, and but still, you're feeling comfortable with it, and you think it's something you've got in the bag with a car like this?
Well, we can't call it in the bag, but we're going to go and give it a best. If it can finish the weekend, it's a step forward in the progress, eh?
Well, I mean, you're often telling me how you don't like doing these things and being spoken to right before you go out, but you're doing a great job of it. But tell me, with preparation for this and with the temperatures the way they are on the tyres, the slick tyres, is that something you take into consideration?
Yeah, we have to, obviously. I mean, the first session is just feel it out, make sure everything's decent, and then we can go from there.
All right, so a bit of work and development you're thinking after this run and get it right?
Yeah, then we can actually start turning it up and going from there.
Well, fantastic. That was Devin Robertson out there in his Lotus. Let's see how he goes out on his first practice run. It'll be a run and run for him. And then hopefully we see him out there at Anger later on once he's got all the tweaks set it out. Back to you, Greg, in the box.
Thank you, Carl. Yeah, great to see that Efficiency Sports Marketing and Zank Racing, Big Boss Auto Lotus, looking like it could be a potential front runner in terms of overall, but he'll be up against his teammate Craig Zank. He's up against Lee Thompson as well, and Ishmael Davids in that BMW that we saw a little bit earlier on. So there are a whole bunch of cars that are in that B4 category that could be potentially a threat there. We did hear that, of course, he only got the engine in overnight, so it'll be sort of an installation lap here, I'd have to say, probably from Devon. But having already put in a 58-second lap yesterday to get into second place overall for the top of the hill shootout for the Classic Car Challenge, he is definitely fired up and certainly knows exactly what track conditions are like, and will have a slight advantage over a couple of cars like Clive Wilmot's Lotus 7 as he rolls in there after his first run in the Racket.co.za Birkin 7.
Yeah, great. Clive Wilmot just completing his run there, and I was just going to say, nice to see some Lotuses here in the mix as well, in the single-seater class. And yeah, Devin, like you heard it from Devin, sometimes we don't realize how much work the guys do put in behind the scenes and the night before, and engine changes and so forth. And then Devin's going to just take it easy on this first run. He's just going to go out, get a feel for it. That's the way to do it. And then you build yourself up. Yeah,
well,
some
to
of
be
the
honest
big
with
boys,
you, this is actually practice 2, even though we haven't got all the cars on track for their first runs. They already run into the first 40 minutes completed, so we're into practice 2 right now, and there's a couple of cars going out here for their very first practice run anyway, so they missed the opportunity to get out in time to be on track for that first practice. But it could possibly also been because of how cold the conditions were. Maybe they were hanging back and just going to say, no, let's wait until practice 2 gets underway, because there'll be a lot more temperature and maybe a bit more rubber put down. Certainly a cleaner track to play on. There's the two Scribanti boys, the cousins, who will be fighting hard. Aldo Scribanti, of course, in the Audi TT. Just mentioning a few things about that Audi TT as it rolls down there. Aldo was telling me that this is phase 2 of that car. The first phase, they still hadn't done any of the modifications. It's now got an anti-roll bar on the front and back. It's got a Lamborghini floor front and back on that car as well. And they've done a few modifications, of course, to the cockpit, so that he's got ease of use of all the buttons that he needs to do to tweak things while he's on the drive. So he can literally tweak a whole bunch of the car's abilities while he's on the fly. And then, of course, also with the 5-cylinder engine it runs, they had to modify the nose of the TT because they couldn't quite get the big engine into it. So you'll see like a little bit of a hump at the front, which they had to modify to try and get the best aerodynamics out of that car that they could. Devin Robertson about to kick us off for the second practice session of the day, and he rolls out in that Zank Racing Big Boss Auto and Efficiency machine, and looks like he's going to just roll through slowly but surely. Have a look and see, make sure that everything's working well. Good number on that car, Devin Robertson, probably the best number in the world there, but nothing wrong with the 27 out there for the first run. And as you heard from Devin himself, just an installation lap here. Make sure everything's working perfectly.
Yeah, Greg, and like you were saying earlier, in practice too, some of the guys would have intentionally waited a little bit just for the track to heat up. But we're going to see a lot of the so-called big boys here out here on this session. Guys need to get a lap in now. They need to get a feel for it. Devin, like we're saying, was sort of an installation lap. That car's looking good. We're going to look forward to see what time he can put down later. And it's amazing from all those modifications you just spoke about, Aldo's car. Sometimes we don't realize all the work and the fine details the guys do put in just to try and get that extra bit of time here. So there we go.
Stand by for a hot run from Aldo Scrimanti. His first run yesterday afternoon, he said everything felt great. He's now going to try and see exactly what conditions are like. And as you say, Devin Robertson finishes up his run. But Aldo was heading into turn 1, just cruising through relatively easily. He now comes up into turn 2, Castro Corner. No worries at all here for Einstein as he comes out there. Of course, his previous version of the Audi, the S4 that he ran, used to be nicknamed Frankenstein. This one, of course, is Einstein. It's kind of the love child of his team and what they had in that S4. So they found something pretty special now with this little TT. And Aldo certainly would be looking to take on at least his cousin here, Franco, in the Sheriff, and anybody else in that modified B5 class.
Yeah, and good to see the Sheriff out on the track and back. And these cars just look awesome, Greg. They sound awesome. Want to see what the time Aldo's going to put down there.
Top 53.4.
53.4, yeah, that's a good start. It's a good start. So that B5, these guys are all in B5, Greg. That B5 battle the whole day. It's one we're going to keep our eye on.
It's the one that you're going to have to keep your eye on. It's probably the most exciting of the modified category cars that we've got there. So B5 battle is the two Scribanti boys, Franco and Aldo. Their cousin, Aldo and Silvio, and their cousin Franco. And then, of course, Jonathan Mahotsi will be there as well. Unfortunately, as you heard earlier on in the show, Richard Roots not able to make it out in that BB Motorsport Nissan GT R35 of his due to some parts not getting here on time. But he'll probably be watching from the sidelines with anticipation and looking to see how things go and whether anybody can break his lap record run, from last year to take the crown away from him. This is the Ferrari I mentioned earlier on there of Brandon Dean. Nice to see that machine out on track for the final. It's a 296 GTB. And arguably one of the youngest cars in the field, because I think it's the only 2025 model that's racing today. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, great to see Ferrari out on the track as well. Always loved, I'm a big Ferrari fan. I love the Ferraris and the sound of a Ferrari. And it's just awesome to see that car. And Sir Brandon's enjoying it there in that car. Like you say, 2025 model. It's a very new car.
I lie, it's not the only one. There's two Alphas that are 2025s as well. So it's all Italians that are in the 2025 range. A man to watch out for that's always a dark horse, of course, is... I'm just trying to pick up where he is there. The Subaru of Anton Krunier. There he is. On track in the AF Hydraulics Works Subaru. Also a very, very talented man when it comes to time attack and hill climb events. He's been at the front end of a whole bunch that ran down at Daisy's Raceway for a long time. They used to have an annual time attack event down there, and he was certainly one of the top contenders there, along with Willie de Beer. But has now become a seasoned campaigner when it comes to hill climb events as well. So looking forward to seeing what he can do there in his Subaru Works Impreza.
Now, Greg, and I'm sure the spectators out there, they're enjoying to see these cars out on the track here. I mean, these hill challenge cars, they look different with their front wings and their rear wings, and they're really modified and built to gain every second you can. But it's awesome for the people.
Second run for Pac-Man. So we've already seen one run here. He's into the second practice session, not holding back here at all. Silvio Scrimanti, he wants to get the majority of his runs in to see that everything is working perfectly on Pac-Man. We saw him go out yesterday morning, of course, for the very first time and debut a brand new machine to the classic car Saturday field, and that was the sister car to the original Ford Sierra XR8 of Willie Hepburn. But it looks like Pac-Man didn't quite get off the line like Silvio wanted there, so some kind of an issue. He'll roll around and probably go and pocket back in pit lane and see if Michael Stephen and the team can get under the hood and see what went wrong on that run number 2.
Yeah, it's not a run in anger there, Greg. He just pulled off gently. So maybe just saw something on the telemetry or something inside. So he's just going to take it back and for the team to look at. But yeah, that's one of the keenly contested battles today. And it's a pity our reigning champion in that class, Regardt Roots, is not here. But the rest of the guys, they're out here and they're battling for that title in the B5 modified production car class. And we'll keep an eye on that. But everybody else out here, we're in practice too. The guys are getting their runs in. So it's still quite early in the morning. Track is still cool, but eating up slowly but surely. The good thing, Greg, I mean, I was out there early, although it's quite chilly, but there's not a big wind blowing. That's a good thing for everybody concerned.
Yeah, track temperatures basically are starting to get a little higher than what they were. There you can see the U-turn for the Semser machine, and that Audi going straight back into the pit box. Let Michael Steven and the team get hold of it and make sure that whatever's gone wrong can be sorted out. It ran perfectly yesterday afternoon. Here's a purpose-built South African motorsport car, the Noble 400. Always fantastic to have a Noble in the field, and it's the only one out there of Butter Krauser, but of course Butter is also a long standing stalwart of hill climb and time attack events, and always brings the Noble 400 along for a bit of fun, and puts himself into the B4 category to go and fight it out with Craig Zank, Devin Robertson, Lee Thompson and Ishmael Davids.
Yeah, good to see that car out on the track, and still early morning. Some of the guys are getting in for their first runs, but we are in practice too. But like we said, we've got 4 practice sessions. And just to quickly get back to Franco, see Franco did a 54.3 there, Greg. So I'll do with a 53.4 at the top and then a 54.3. So already close.
Yeah, it's kind of where they're going to be around. Hello, welcome to the party. Here comes our first single-seater run from our reigning Top of the Hill Challenge champion, Robert Volk. Remember his fastest lap last time out, or fastest run last time out, was a 48.53. So he certainly knows what to do in this Investchem Chemical Logistics F1 Gould Hill Climb Special. This is a purpose-built hill climb Formula 1 car. There are only 2 in the country. One is in the hands, of course, of Robert Volk and belongs to Ian Schofield, our champion from yesterday. The other one, of course, is Andre Besaidenotes, and unfortunately he wasn't able to make it here this weekend for Top of the Hill, but we send his regards, and I know he sent his regards to all the drivers saying please enjoy yourselves, be safe. He's hoping to be here next year and give us 2 F1 cars on the track at the same time, which will be absolutely amazing. The man from Luendo, of course, and of course one of the partners in the track here, always a great man to have at the wheel of his F1 Gould.
Yeah, Greg, 54.5 there for Robert Volk's first run. We know that car can go a lot quicker, but that's
installation
just for him.
lap.
Yeah,
installation lap,
for
what's sure.
Awesome is to watch that car out on the track. It's amazing how fast that Gold is around the corners. I mean, a Formula 1 car. That's the amazing thing about Formula 1 cars. But out on the track now, it's the King Price car. Christopher Tate, yes. Yep. Tate, we've seen Tate lately. He's just entering all the events here. From the Inland Championship to the Nationals too, he just gets a lot of track time. A little bit loose there, the rear end, as you can see. Cold conditions there, cold tires.
Running a slightly modified front end to that car as well. There's a splitter on that wing. It's not the normal splitter he'd run when he ran the King Price car in the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. So slightly different. There's Schofield, first time out for him as well. And of course he was chatting to us yesterday afternoon saying that, you know, he loves his March 77B that he won in yesterday, but he says this is probably his favorite car to run, the Duratec Formula Ford. And with that Formula 1600 Ford, absolutely amazing because it's got all the electronics built in as well. So it does have some driver assistance available to Ian Schofield for him to use.
Now, Greg, yesterday we saw, I mean, he was in a battle. It was quite tense at the end for the victory, and it was pressure and it was tense. But and he told us yesterday today he's going to enjoy it a lot more. You know, he's going to be a little bit more relaxed. But like you said, he's enjoying this car out on the track.
Now as he comes through, he'll just get his installation lap done now for this little single-seater. Another single-seater on track just behind him will be Simpiwe Matlatlo. She's in her MSA4 machine. So this, of course, is one of the cars that runs as our national championship single-seater class now. Simpiwe was in battle yesterday as well in a 1981 Formula Ford Reynard. And this time out in a brand new 2026 MSA4 machine. So actually this is the youngest car on track, if I'm not mistaken. Simpiwe Matlatlo will be there in a 2025, but of course she races it in 2026. They were born, the MSA class was born in 2025.
Yeah, Greg, I mean, it's quite a difference for her as well. We heard her yesterday also say she's enjoying the challenge, but she's in a much faster single-seater today, and good to see her first run as well. Here we go, number 31.
Lee Thompson.
Yeah, good to see Lee Thompson here at the Top of the Hill Challenge. Lee Thompson there, number 31. He's in B7, that's a 1995 Opel Astra. And watch out, Lee is also one to watch out.
Ex-Westbank Modified Saloon. So we've actually had 2 ex-Westbank Modified Saloon cars here this weekend. Yesterday we saw Silvio Scribanti in the sister car to the Animal. And now we've got the Peter Goff Opel Astra on track. There were 2 or 3 versions of this car. Peter Goff had one. Harry May and Larry Wolford had one. And Johan Fourie had one. So there were a couple of options that ran in that particular version of the Opel Astra. And then, of course, Michael Briggs had a slightly different version of the Opel Astra that he ran in the modified saloon cars as well in it today. So nice to see a bit of history and heritage coming into the modified class today as well, with Lee Thompson piloting this Opel Astra.
Yeah, Greg, like you said, a little bit of history and heritage. Lee Thompson, his first run of 106.4 there. He's in B7, 1995 Opel Astra.
He's got 2 cars to race today as well, if I'm not mistaken. He's also in B5. Not only in B5, he's in B4 as well. He's got a Lotus Exige he's going to be piloting as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he tries to get in between the 2 cars and get enough runs in to get them qualified.
Yeah, Lee's going to be a busy man today. We saw 1 or 2 guys yesterday also ran 2 cars or so, the likes of Ishmael Baloy and so forth. But Lee will be busy, and it's good to see Lee, local man, we know he's very quick around Zwartkops. And good to see we've got a nice crowd out already. So far we've had 3 cars under that 60-second banner, Aldous Crabante, Franco and Robert Volk. And we well into practice 2 here. And most of the guys at least want to get a run under the belt. And top of the pops at this stage, Aldous Crabante in a B5 car, Franco is there, Robert Volk. Yeah, I'm going to keep a keen eye on that Robert Volk on that single-seater, that Formula 1 car. And we'll see those times tumble also as the track temperatures go up. So, but good to see we've got a big crowd out already here, early morning. And, where else do you want to be than at Zwartkops Raceway, in Pretoria, South Africa, for our international viewers. Okay.
Welcome to Top of the Hill Challenge, JM Gerber, another top contender in the single-seaters. If you hear that car go past you and it sounds very similar to a 1290 Super Duke, it's because that's exactly what it is. It's a Formula M that JM Gerber is running, and with that, I think it's a Swift body that he runs. It's magnificent to see him out there, and in fact, it's a Van Diemen, I beg your pardon, that he runs, but it runs a powerhouse driven by a KTM 1290 Super Duke. It used to be, of course, the adventure bike, but he changed it up to the Duke engine now, and has got some serious potential behind the wheels of those cars. And of course, one of the longest standing, in fact the longest standing single-seater championship in South Africa, over 70 years Formula M's been around, and JM Gerber, of course, one of the top contenders in that class, so certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do. And then again, right behind him comes Ishmael Davids for his second run of the day in the BMW E46 M3.
Yeah, nice to see BMW out here as well. Yeah, Greg, like yesterday we spoke about the chassis and the engines and the transmissions that the guys mix and match, and that Formula M is also example. But just listen to the sound of that KTM. It's awesome as he goes through turn 1 now. It's his first run, and also no lifting there. And then coming up to turn 2, don't brake too late, it can easily catch you out there on the brakes. Then turn 2, it's off camber now. Then you try and get the power down, go to the left hand side for turn 3 now. As you turn in, slightly uphill, don't use too much of the road on the left hand side. There's a bit of a bump, but that was a good line. Coming up then to turn 4, hard on the brakes. As you turn in, try and get to the apex. On the exit, use as much of the road as you can, and then you power it up the hill to the SS. And then at the top you turn left, and another left, turn 7, and takes you to the flag, and that's your 2 kilometers top of the hill challenge.
Ishmael Davids back on track, and yes, just to correct myself, the Astras were driven, of course, by Larry Wolford, Harry Mayer, Peter Goff, and Johan Fourie. Michael Briggs, of course, drove the Opel Calibra, not the Astra, but Sparky Bright, who sent me that correction, Michael Briggs did drive that Astra here at Passion for Speed. So he has driven an Astra, just not during the Westbank days.
Now, Greg, but good to know some of our viewers that's listening down there. We know Sparky, he's there down in the Eastern Cape, and the guys are obviously listening on the live stream. And it's good to know the guys.
Great that they're listening. Yeah, I'm glad that they are. And thanks, Sparky, for joining us, buddy.
And they've got good knowledge, and they can help us out here and there with some good information. But it's awesome to see. And I mean, there's every car that you see on the track today.
The one thing you got to take into account, though, Leon, is there's 44 cars entered, 41 that are on track, each with a different derivative, different engine, different type of car, different driver. Some with 2 drivers, some with 3 cars, some with 2 cars. There's about 700 sponsors, plus all the event sponsors, plus all the other categories that these drivers drive in, plus all the other international experience that these drivers have had, plus the fact that they've driven in alternative versions of hill climbs around the country and time attack events. And you and I have to try and remember all that information and put it out on a microphone at the same time and not make a mistake. So please, let's get that right. Okay, Leon?
No, we do our best. But I'm just saying, Oh, there's a bit of a sideways. He
nice
caught
one.
it well there.
Vilaka Racing, Johan Nel out of shape there in the Hyundai.
So he's still finding conditions a bit tricky there. Yeah, he got it a bit. He actually held it very well. Nicely done to keep it on the black stuff, but he would have lost a bit of time.
Well, the time's already dropping because our first fastest lap came out of Silvio Scrivanti in run 1 of a 54.709. And then we had a couple of boys and girls who were in the sort of 1 minute or just over 1 minute bracket in the form of Willie de Beer, Jonathan Mahotsi, Jared Rousseau, and Charlie Fowles. But now we can already see into the 53s, 54s for a whole bunch of people. So the time's already coming down into some decent lap times around here. And if I go quickly, I'm just going to go and have a quick squiz as it goes to, of course, an advert. Every time you go to your weather app, it'll go to the advert. When you want to find out what the weather's doing, it gives you an advert.
Yeah,
but we're sitting at 14 degrees Celsius right now. So the ambient temperature's picked up, which means track temperature's also picking up.
Yeah, no, slowly but surely, Greg. We saw yesterday, around about 2 p.m., the track conditions were ideal. Remember, we had a little bit of change of surface there after one of the intervals. But remember, 12 o'clock midday, usually it's when it's hottest. But the track temperatures will go up, and you'll see later around about between 12 and 2 o'clock, it'll be ideal. But I just wanted to say, Johan Nel there in that Hyundai, although he had a bit of a moment, he also went fast. He went to 105.8 as opposed to 107 earlier. So yeah, it's getting better for the guys, especially the guys now on their second run. They will now push it a little bit harder as we see the Shelbys going up to the line. It is time now. You can push it a bit harder. Just see, there will be a little bit more grip. And every run, for some of the guys, 4 practice sessions is good because they need it.
Yeah.
And every session that you do, your confidence will grow. Not everybody.
And every time the confidence grows, of course, you're going to push that little bit extra, You may go a little bit too far, but the cool thing with going a little bit too far, as you can hear from certain MotoGP drivers and Formula 1 drivers, is that they like to push it beyond that limit so that they can know exactly how far they can push it. So even if you do make a mistake, that's why you've got the practice sessions. That's why you've got 4 qualifying sessions to qualify your cars to be on track and hopefully be in contention by the time we get into the class finals later this afternoon and then into the all-important top 10 shootout. I see Mornay from Moto Timing was standing on the gallery up top here. If he is still there and can hear us, if you wouldn't mind popping in here, we just want to have a quick chat to him as well about how things are going to run later on and what we can do from our side to have the right times in front of us. But we've got them at the moment as we get into the battle once again for the Super Snakes.
Yeah, Shelby's out there again. Let's see, it's number 13, Bomber Shine. And the guys will now go and improve their times. And to get back to your point, Greg, yes, as a racing driver, at some point you will push the limit and just go slightly over the limit, but you know where the limit is. As long as you don't do it in the wrong, let's say, the wrong place of the track, it's gonna cost you a lot of tears. But you will try and push the limit as the day goes on. As we see the Shelby there coming up now to turn number 4, you turn in. It's also a tricky corner when it's quite cold. Use all of the track if you can. Now you go up the hill, and the next Shelby on its way there. We'll have a look, see, is it number, just catch up on the number there. Yeah, number 14, Dion Smith. So I'm going to keep my eye on the times here that the Shelbys are doing. Like we said, that little bit of inter-team battle over the line. Pomashane there on a 108. Yeah, that's already a big improvement. I think they were at 111s
Well, I've just spoken to Mornay from Motor Timing, and he's actually going to bring us the sheets of each session, so we've got it easier to reference, because to try and find it on the phone and go back and forth between the timing monitor and here, when you got it on a piece of paper in front of you, it's going to be so much easier. So we'll be able to see exactly where the improvements are coming from, particularly our Super Snakes that are out on track. And remember that if you are here at the track, or you're coming to Zwartkops today, and you're on your way and you're watching us on the live stream, or if you're thinking about coming through, one of the attractions, of course, at the circuit today, other than the fact that we've got the XS Promotions team on the skid pan doing some drift demonstrations, and they'll be doing some on-track entertainment for us a bit later on, is at Lindenberg Racing, they've actually got a setup with a simulator. And in that, you can actually get onto the simulator and drive Zwartkops. So you'll get an opportunity to actually see exactly what these cars are doing. Unfortunately, they haven't set it up to go top of the hill style. It's driving Zwartkops the normal way around, but they are running a competition there, and that's really cool to see some off-track entertainment provided, not only by Zwartkops themselves, because there's always entertainment provided at Zwartkops, but nice to see that the sponsors are bringing some off-track entertainment for the crowds as well.
Yes, Greg, always lots to do with Zwartkops for young and old, entertainment. Shelby's are out there. That was Joshua Callaghan, and I think it's Paul Malachi. He's on the track now. And yeah, it's good just once we get those sheets to have the reference times. I was going by my memory from the first session, but once we've got those times from each session, it's nice to take a reference to the previous session, and we can see how the guys do progress. And that turn number 2 was tricky about that turn. As you see number 16 Malachi go through there, you want to carry speed. It tightens up on you on the exit. You want to keep it tight because you can run out of room very quickly on the outside there.
Especially with a big beast like this. This is not a skinny car. It's a chunky car. It's my kind of car, actually. Get it a bit sideways and you got a bit of weight behind you, it can get out of shape quickly, as you know. Just a heads up as well, they have changed the program slightly in terms of the entertainment provided in between practices and the qualifying, and we're actually going to be cancelling practice 3 and going into an additional qualifying. So just to make up a bit of time and give the competitors some more qualifying time available, that's going to change up. And then there's going to be no drift cars during the entertainment on track. It's only going to be the Master Drive cars. The drift cars are only going to be down on the skid pan. So if you want to get into a drift car, you've got to take a little drive in the Mini Moke and get down to the skid pan and go and have a chat to Hudson and to Jim McFarlane and the team down there from XS Promotions if you want to get a little spin around the skid pan in those awesome drift cars. So P4 is going to be cancelled. We're going to have 3 practice sessions and then into qualifying. So we're going to make up a little bit of time there and give the guys extra time to get into the qualifying side of things. So looking good.
Now, Greg, also as per the rules, each competitor per session you only have one run.
One run. Yeah.
So if it's a practice session, let's say
unless you're hindered. So if there's a red flag or they have to stop the session for whatever reason, the car that gets stopped behind you has the opportunity to slot into the next batch and still get the run in. So you still have a chance. So if you miss, for instance, you're the last car of practice 2 and you get hindered, you go automatically into practice 3 as the first car. It still counts as your practice 2 run, but you can do a second run in practice 3 as well. That's how it works. Thank you. I got that one. Thanks, JL. I think JL was coming to tell us exactly that. And thanks, Tanya, for the information. There we go. So it's just the Master Drive cars who will be on circuit doing passenger rides, and the drift cars will be down at the skid pan. And then, as I said, if you want to get and actually drive the circuit yourself, get down to the kart track at the bottom end of the circuit at the GR Academy with Leroy Poulter's team. Or if you want to do a simulator of the circuit, Peter Lindenberg at Shed 3. That's where you want to head to.
Yeah, so Greg, at the moment, we're still in practice 2 here. Yeah, so a lot of cars today on track, and it's all action, it's all building up. The guys, they will then use these practice sessions to build up to qualifying. Qualifying then will be very important because qualifying, that's where you need to get a good banker in. And it's up to you then to decide. Like we said, you don't have to do all the sessions if you're satisfied. But we'll see. Actually, most of the guys will do most of the qualifying
I think
sessions.
now that they've changed the format, that might be the change up in terms of how they plan their day now, because they would have been planning around having 4 practice sessions and 4 qualifying sessions. Now they've got 3 practice sessions and 4 qualifying sessions, so they might just change their minds up ever so slightly. But I think it's because conditions are a little bit better than what they were yesterday in terms of heat on the track, ambient temperature getting to slightly higher than what it was yesterday at this time. So, and of course we've got a whole bunch more cars to get through here. So it's important that we try and get all the cars through the practice sessions if we can.
Yeah, and I see also they did extend the practice session to 60 minutes each.
That's why. Because remember, as I said to you, the first session, the 40 minutes wasn't enough to get the first batch of cars through. All of the first batch of cars didn't go through.
That'll be the qualifying sessions, Greg, sorry.
Yeah.
The information is, the qualifying sessions, 1 to 4, will be 60 minutes each.
That's why they've dropped practice 3. So they've got that extra time to give
Yes.
the guys more time in qualifying than in practice.
Basically,
So the practice sessions will still remain 40 minutes each, but the qualifying times will now move to an hour each, which gives us enough time to get through the 42 cars that are on track.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff, and it's action, and it's building up already. You know, I can feel a little bit of tension. We only practice, and you can almost feel the tension up here. I hope everybody out there is enjoying it. But there's another Lotus that's just completing a run, and there's number 22 in the Audi.
Now that Audi, of course, is supposed to be an R35, but Akhil Singh changing his mind and going to the Audi TT. Must have been some kind of issue on his car, but nice to see that he at least had a spare car to bring to the party. He'll be fighting it out, of course, in that A2 class, which is quite a hectic class to be in, I can tell you. But
I was just going to say, Greg, he's using all the track and a bit more. He went a little bit wide there. He used the curb and a little bit more, and there's the Alpha going out. So good to see these guys. You can see these guys now pushing a little bit harder. There's Akhil just going to complete his run in number 20. A little bit gentle there around the turn number 7 because he ran wide earlier on. He's pushing it to try and get a good time in. And then on the track right now, we've got number 18. That's Nikolai Peter Nikolaisen. Somebody's... Yeah, Nikolai Nikolaisen in the Alpha.
That's the Stelvio, that's the SUV. So Motor Timing has just brought us 2024 and 2025's results. So we've got reference for that for later in terms of the top times that were pulled out. But there is your first practice session, and there we can now reference against the second practice session. So those are the times that were put in against what the times that are on the screen right now. So we'll see the improvements being made for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, good reference point there, Greg. And like we say, practice. So now that the guys only have 3 practice sessions or so, I think they'll make use of it. And you can just, like I say today, on Sunday, day number 2, top of the hill, you can just feel it building up. It's I can feel it.
It's electric.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Electrica on track at the moment. So our only electric vehicle there out of the Alfa Romeo stable. It's the Alfa Romeo Junior Electrica of Nikolai Nikolaisen for Efficiency Motorsport and the Code Pure team there. See the crowd already up on the gallery at Volkswagen as well. I'm sure enjoying all the action. Hope you guys have had some fun. I see there's an Alfa Romeo supporter up on that Volkswagen gallery as well. Hey? So just changing up the brand there ever so slightly. Clive Wilmot standing by. Gino Norse just behind him. And of course, take into account that Gino Norse will be looking to try and get that Rose Foundation STI, or ST Focus, I should say, a little higher up than what it is at the moment. Matt Merton and Rory Atkinson making their way out in the Golf GTIs. Behind them comes the MUA Porsche Boxster. Good to see that. And remember that MUA are actually going to be here next weekend on the 2nd of August for Cars in the Park, because they're the big sponsor, of course, of the Cobra Club. So they're going to be having a big VIP facility here for the Cobra Club, MUA. And, of course, that's another big event that we need to take into account coming up in the very near future. If you've got nothing to do next Sunday and you want to see every form of motor car you can in the world, they basically bring every one of the car clubs here to Zwartkops and have them on display. And you can walk the entire length of the circuit, and all you're going to see is examples of beautiful motor cars. So certainly something that you might want to keep in your diaries for next Sunday. Cars in the Park.
Yeah, that's also a good event, Greg. Just as a quick reference, Nikolai Nikolaisen, he did on that last run a 108, and his first practice session did a 111.4. So a big improvement. From
well, if we look at Franco Scribanti's time last year, was a 53.888, and Franco currently sitting on a 54. So he's there and thereabouts. He's kind of in the range of where he needs to be at the front end. Clive Wilmot's on track at the moment now in that Lotus 7, looking for a chance to get himself a little higher up in what would be one of the single-seater classes here this weekend. and he'll be trying to push that car of his as far up as he can and keep him in the hunt at the front of the single-seater class. He will be in C4 up against Josef Kotza.
Yeah, that's Clive Holmert, like you said, guys. Greg, Clive Holmert, C4, number 40 there. It's a 1997 Birkin 7. And yeah, good to see these Lotuses out on the track. Quite nimble around the corners as he goes up the hill. There's the Ford ST on its way.
Also just getting a little information there from, I love it when the Alphisti send us the information. Thank you for that big time, Angelo. But that Electrica car is actually the brand new Junior Electrica Veloce, which of course is a full electric vehicle. It's not a hybrid, so it's a full electric vehicle that they are piloting there, that number 18 Alpha. So if we look at what it's doing at the moment, that's pretty impressive to see how well it's running, and getting an opportunity there, of course, to get into the mix right from the word go with Nikolai Nikolaisen, and putting in 111s around the track on its first time, and into the top 20 overall for its first run at top of the hill is a pretty decent effort.
Yeah, and on his second run, Greg did a 108.7 and 50.
So it goes even quicker.
So, yeah. As Matt Merton's on his way there in the GTI for his second run. I mean, these guys were out earlier, earlier run, practice one, when it was very cold. They'll be happier to feel that the track temperature has gone up a bit and there is a little bit more grip available. And they'll also, obviously, will hope to improve their times a lot.
Yeah, the fight there, of course, is going to just be for honours, I think, between Ford and Volkswagen, because there's only 3 cars in their class. So the A1 class basically is for the stock standard sort of super hatch style cars. At the other hill climb, they had a whole bunch of Suzuki Swifts that were involved in that one. So it's a pity that they didn't bring those along, because they would have been quite awesome to have and have a bit of a play around here. But there are a couple of other manufacturers that have already shown interest, of course, in top of the hill. And chatting as well to a couple of the guys yesterday and on Friday. I think there's a lot of manufacturer interest, considering the fact that Volkswagen have now built that incredible factory supported and full factory hill climb monster. So if Volkswagen are doing it, I think we're going to probably be seeing something coming very soon, potentially from Gazoo Racing, to come and find a hill climb car that they can get someone to pilot around here, because every aspect of motorsport that Gazoo Racing goes into, of course, they become front runners, and of course they're based here at Zwartkops, so it would be the ideal transition to do. I know that BMW have got a couple of road cars that they throw into the mix every now and again with other hill climb and other time attack events that they participate in. Mercedes-Benz, of course, is based here too. It's interesting to see that Clint didn't bring the AMG C63. It's known as the Red Pig. I thought it might be here and be part and parcel of top of the hill as well, but maybe they've got other duties to fulfill over the weekend.
Now, Greg, as you saw there just in that previous run, Rory was pushing those standards. He's going to complete his run now, but he's pushing those standard road tires to the limit. Remember, he's used to a car with more grip, with either slicks or semi-slicks. And at the moment now, number 12 on the track, going for his run, car sounding good as well. That is Eugene Herbert. They're in the 2015 Porsche, also in the road car class. Yeah, so it's awesome. In a way, it's awesome to drive just a standard road car around the track with standard road tires. You'll be amazed how much grip there is available. Like we know, the race cars, they have either semi-slicks or slicks. As I think it's Mark Latoy on his way for his next run. Let's have a look-see.
It is, yeah. GT1.
That car sounds awesome. Through turn number 1, keep that inside line as Eugene Herbert's going to complete his run. And the guys are all improving their times.
I'm getting some information as well from Carl down in pit lane. Carl Lawrence, our pit lane presenter, saying that Silvio sort of had a little bit of a sensor issue and it forced the car into limp mode, but looks like Michael Stephen has found the problem. But Carl, maybe what you want to do is get hold of them and give us a chat. Get them on camera and let's get that interview out to the public so that they can see and hear from the drivers or from the team principals themselves exactly what's going on, and get those interviews up to us. We can run the interviews in between the sessions that are happening, and we can see what the guys are chatting about while we're watching the action unfold on track at the same time.
As Michael Toy comes around to complete his lap. Yes, guys, behind the scenes, the guys are working very hard there. Michael Stephen and the team. And, if you have any issues, you'd rather have it now in practice than later. But you don't need those little issues to hamper you, because it could cost you dearly. when we get to later to the finals and then even in qualifying. As we see number 21 out on the track, another Alpha.
Andre Steenkamp in that Alpha Giulia Quadrifoglia, also out of Efficiency Staffing Solutions and the Sports and Marketing Division. 1:10.7 on his first run, looking for a slightly quicker time now in the Alpha. That Giulia is a magnificent looking little car, that is for sure. And it looks like it's Alphas 1, 2, 3 here of the 4 cars involved, because remember we've already seen that Electrica go through.
Yeah, the Alphas all lining up behind each other, going out and on all the time improving track conditions. And the guys, they will now setting times down that's more relevant. You know, the times they're going to set in this practice session, Greg.
First one would have been, as I said, an installation run for those cars. They would have taken it relatively gingerly, not going to push the car too much and too hard. But now that they know what conditions are like, and of course they're probably already realizing that the track conditions are much better than they were for practice 1. And having one practice session removed, but the qualifying sessions all extended by 20 minutes each, is certainly going to help them out.
Yeah, definitely, we're looking forward to those qualifying sessions. But the guys now, we're still in practice 2. So after this, what you basically use these practice sessions for is you want to get used to the track, the conditions, and then you start tweaking the cars a little bit. I mean, remember on these road cars, there's not a lot they can do because they can only play around a little bit with the tire pressures. As you can see there, they turn 2 coming down. Well, from turn 1, Greg, the start line and turn 1, which is basically flat for a lot of these cars. But up to turn 2, you need to choose your brake marker wisely, and you can get caught out very easily. Don't brake too late, especially in these standard road cars.
You'll also see with the standard road cars, they're probably going to see those indicators going on. But going down into pit lane, looks like Brendan might have that information that we're looking for from Silvio Scribanti and from Michael Stephen regarding the limp mode that car went into on its previous run.
Right, thanks very much, Greg. Yeah, chatting to Silvio. Silvio, we saw that in that previous run, the car just looked like it went into limp mode, a bit of a sensor issue, I believe.
Yeah, 100%, Brendan. Yeah, we had a sensor issue there. I did a pre-launch, and anyway, I think maybe it damaged the sensor, and yeah, we put a new sensor in. It seems perfect again, so let the fun and games begin.
No, absolutely, and your time in the first run was brilliant, so it looks like you guys have brought your A game here today.
No, 100%, and to be honest with you, I had no gear selection at the top on that exact lap, so there's a lot more to come still, and we're on old tyres.
Oh, that's brilliant. Throwing down the gauntlet, there's some quick cars here.
New lap record this weekend, Brendan. New lap record. I'm not saying from me, but from one of the Scribantis.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks very much. Greg, we're going to go back up to you in the studio.
Thanks, Bren. Yeah, I think Silvio certainly feels like he's got what it takes here. 53.4 out of Aldo, 54.3 out of Franco. And in the next batch of cars, we're going to see Pac-Man back on track after that little sensor issue's been sorted out. So great to see that our pit lane boys are going to be bringing us information as and when we see some issues on cars. We'll try and get that information to you guys via the PA, because you can probably hear the commentary the entire time. So just keep your ear to the microphones and that are going, or the speakers that are going all around the track, so that if we do pick up anything that we may need to get information on, you guys can bring it to us. So we've got 3 cars basically in the sort of 53.5 to 54 second bracket right now. And we're about to see another one that could potentially get right up there, I can tell you, with Silvio Scribanti. He already got into the 54s on the first run, and as you heard from him, had a bit of gear selection issues even with that 54 run. So could have even been down in the 53s already from Silvio in the RS3 Semza-sponsored Scuderia Scribanti Audi.
Young Greg, Silvio, very positive talk there from him, but good to hear. He's very positive within the team. You know, he said not necessarily from himself, but they're looking for a new lap record there. And just quickly, I saw Mogotzi's previous run there.
Let's have a look at the new practice program and the qualifying program, looking at how things go there. 40-minute sessions, we've got 2 of them in the bag, and we're looking now to go into practice 3, if I'm not mistaken. So Practice 3 will be in about 5 minutes' time. I think we've got one more batch of cars to go out before we get into practice 3. So still on practice 2 for now, but practice 3 will start just after that. Then we've got a couple of demonstration and passenger rides, a little circuit break to clean up before we get into qualifying 1. As you can see, each of the qualifyings now have turned to 60-minute sessions as opposed to the original 40-minute sessions. Then we'll do some more demonstrations and passenger rides and clean the circuit, and then we're into class finals for road and supercar, modified production cars, single-seaters and sports cars, and then the top 10 shootouts, taking us to approximately 5:30 this afternoon at Top of the Hill Challenge 2026 on the 26th of the 7th, 2026. It's quite a cool day.
Yeah, and it's a full program and a full day. So everybody's enjoying it, all our viewers. And the guys, we're in practice 2, Greg. Practice 2 of 3 now. And the guys are all improving their times. So let's see number 4. That is Aldo. Looking forward to his run as well. So far, okay, Aldo's been top of the pops. He's sitting right at the top. So let's see. I wonder if he's going to be able to improve here.
So if he's going top of the pops right now, this must be practice 3. Because practice 2 saw Aldo at the top on that 54.418. So maybe we need to just refresh there, because I think we're about to start practice number 3. Even though on our timing monitor still says practice 2. I think they're about to refresh that as well. So Aldo will be the first car onto circuit, because he's already had his first run in practice number 2. But it is practice.
Remember,
it is practice, so he can go out again if he wants to. No, it's not qualifying yet.
Unless, remember, their first run, all those ran into practice 2. Remember the
but his first run was hindered. It was hindered by Silvio's car. So that's probably why he's getting a second run here.
I think we are still in practice 2. He just obviously, remember, we didn't see him out earlier. So his first run we saw, maybe it was his practice 1 run. But nevertheless, he's standing by.
That's a phenomenal launch on that car. Everything hooked up there perfectly. As I said, he now runs a full Lamborghini under tray system. The floor of the car is a Lamborghini floor on the front and back. They just modified it slightly and cut it shorter to fit the TT body. He's got whole bunch of modifications done to the front end and rear end of those cars with the anti-roll bars on the front and back. As you can see, the nose cone has changed slightly there for a slightly better aerodynamic version of that TT, because you can see that little nose hump at the front to cover the 5-cylinder engine so that it gets the drive that it needs. And as he heads to the top of the hill, we see the Porsche making its way onto the track there. And a second run now for that Porsche of Eugene van der Berg.
Yeah, Greg, as Aldo comes to complete the run, I was going to say that launch is very important. Let's just see that.
Does he go quicker?
53.4. Or is it the same? Let's just have a look, see.
53.998 was his last run. Last run So 53.4 is his best run. 53.998 was his last run. So he didn't go quicker, but he stays in the 53s.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that launch is very important. That launch can give you that few tenths that you need. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's important for these guys.
Zank in the Evo now. Makes his way down towards turn 1. Hopefully he can get turn 2 right. His first attempt at turn 2 ended up with him going sideways and ending up in the kitty litter just. But he'll like to try and get through there a little bit smoother this time here in run 2.
Yeah, he'll look then to improve his time. As at number 9, Eugene van der Berg completes his run. Is then coming through turn 2 now.
That's how we do it, Craigie.
It's just that corner going the other way around, Greg. Really, that turn number 2. The first time you get there, it's so difficult actually, because remember, it tightens up.
Yep.
Tightens up. You want to run out of room. You just need to keep turning that steering wheel to the left.
Certainly a much better run here from the number 28. And Zank now trying to get himself up at least into probably the top 20s where he'd like to be.
Next up looks like the Subaru.
Cronier. No, it's not. Beg your pardon. Charlie Fowles. Just saw the rear of the car. It was all black, so I thought it was Cronier, but it's actually Charles Fowles' works impressor.
Yeah, so then the B3 class, we've got the 2 Subarus, Cronier and Charles Fowles. But that's Fowles out on the track. Let's see how he does. A little bit of understeer there in that turn number 2. So, You need, Greg, so there's a little bit of time to be gained in at turn number 2.
For sure.
You need to, you almost, I reckon you almost have to go a little bit slower, maybe make that left-hand turn a bit quicker, carry a little bit less speed. They can get that extra speed going. But the guys will be working on that. They'll be looking.
Yeah, I think you need to be slow in and fast out. Might be the right idea.
Just a little bit slower.
Put to Krauser now in the Noble 400.
But the thing is with the 2 as well, remember, as you can see there with that start, you're coming with a big top speed down the hill almost
Exactly.
now. Then turn 2 on the brakes. So if you're just slightly too late, you are going to carry a lot of momentum in. And it will hamper your run a little bit. Let's see, there's a little bit of a counter line. That is number
Put to
4.
Krauser in the Noble 400. Looks good so far as he comes along the main straightaway now into the right-hander. Oh, locks up into that right-hander. Big lock up there from Buta and off the track. Oh, into the barrier. That's going to cause some problems. A little bit too hot into turn 4. And he's put the Noble into the tyre barrier. Marshall's on their way there. I don't think he's going to be injured too much. I don't think the car's going to be too badly damaged either, because he was kind of slowing it down, but he didn't slow it down enough to avoid the tyre barrier on the exit of turn 4, which is normally the sort of entrance of turn 8, the right way round.
Now, Greg, that's the first actually big off we've seen there at turn number 4. So
It's the first big off we've had in total, actually.
Yeah.
If you think about yesterday, the ones that we had were very minor, because they were kind of just putting wheels in the dirt or just spinning around and getting to the kid a little bit and then getting back onto the track. So there hasn't been anything that's required some damage to be repaired. And there's going to be a little bit of time there, of course. Let's have a look at the replay here. See, locks up going in initially, comes off, goes again on the brakes, and unfortunately he's in there too hot. Tries to turn it, which is probably the ideal thing to do, but unfortunately when you're on grass, it's an aquaplane that happens on that front wheel as you're trying to turn it. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
So
Greg, as he hit the brakes, then he locked up. Okay, realized then there was a problem. He turned the wheel slightly. Then he tried to come off the brakes, the right thing to do, to see if he maybe could still make the corner.
Yeah.
But then he realized there's a problem. And like you say, once you go off here, the grass there, there's nothing else you can do, and just wait for the impact.
And the best thing you can have when you climb out of a race car is Hunley right there going, "Oh, you okay? Nothing wrong." So Doc and Hunley making sure that Butter's okay. I think he is. It looks like, if you look at the Armco is quite badly bent, so I don't know if the front end might have a bit of damage. We'll have to wait and see when they pull it out. But maybe the tyres did their work and didn't cause too much damage. You never know. Bit of zip tyres and duct tape could get that car sorted.
Just have a look. I mean, it doesn't look like such a big impact, but I mean, look at that Armco barrier. It is quite bent. So, sometimes we don't actually realize the speeds this car do until you see it off or a crash like that. And let's hope it's not major damage. But now the team will be going, the Orange Army will be going at their work, quickly get it out. Yeah, Hanley and Dono.
Well, down in pit lane now, we can pick up quickly with somebody standing by with our current Astron Energy Polo Cup champion and pilot, of course, of now our Super Cup class, Rory Atkinson, this time out in the Golf GTI.
Right, Rory, you've been out on circuit for a couple of runs now to get used to doing the direction change and doing the top of the hill layout. You know this track you know this track really well. Now, do you know it backwards?
No, it's very awkward, eh? It's just strange how the corners close up on you. So,
Yeah, well, I think the initial design is obviously to open. Now it's going to close up on you, but while it's closing up on you, you try to get the drive out of a corner, up a hill, keep the momentum, keep it going. With the road tyres, you're used to being on semis and slicks. Now you're on road tyres. I mean, it must be a real big change to get between the two.
yeah, it's massive. I need to actually brake a bit harder, slow the car down a bit more, because I'm expecting it to do too much at the moment. And let the track warm up and see what comes to us.
Well, the temperature's starting to come up now, and you're starting to get a bit more grip and a bit more traction. I mean, I don't want to bring up an incident that happened recently for you in practice, but in a different vehicle here at Zwartkops, I think you had a little bit of an off at some stage. Is that something that's affected the confidence, or just because it's a different car and it's a different feel, you're all good and just enjoying it?
You just got to reset and enjoy it. Eh? Put the past behind you and just have a pedal. I mean, what a lot of fun to be competing today, and thank you to Mike Rowe and VW for letting us come and have a gas.
Yeah, well, it says on front of the cars, I think, love of the hill. I think it says there, and I think you can see the love exuding from you, and you seem to be having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, absolutely. What a privilege to drive today, and we're just going to have a good fun day and going to get quite competitive towards the end. And Matt, my competition, is flying in the other GTI, so yeah, we're going to have to raise the game a bit.
So Matt's a little bit quicker than you. Is he at least helping you with a bit of data and a bit of help, or is it all about who's going to be the fastest VW in these cars today?
Since I took him in Samola, I think he's just going to smile and wave. Eh?
So no help coming there from inside the team, so it's all on their own. There's going to be a bit of competition between the two of you. But in terms of the aspect of doing this as a time trial and coming from circuit racing to time trial, is it a change of mentality, or is it just really you're just out here to have a gas?
It is quite a change of mentality. You always want to have one more lap to have a look at it and like cement it in your brain, but it's over. You got to like wait an hour and then hopefully not forget what you learnt and then apply it again, so it's really cool and yeah, just good fun, man.
Yeah, it's a different aspect. Normally we're all about repetition to get things right. There's no repetition. Yeah, you got 3 runs in practice and then you go straight into quali. But you feeling ready?
Yeah, absolutely. Just get head down, build it up slowly and try and carry it throughout the day.
All right, fantastic. Well, that was Rory Atkinson from the VW Motorsport crew here. Back to you, Greg, in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Thanks for catching up with Ross there. I'm sure he's going to have an absolute blast with him and Matty Merton. Gino Norse in that class as well. Probably going to try and spoil their day in the Ford Focus. But it should be a little bit of an epic battle, I think, between Matty and Rory today. When we looked at the car coming out of the wall there, in between the interview, it didn't look that badly damaged, to be honest. So if they can get that back into pit lane, as I mentioned, duct tape, zip ties, and a little bit of ingenuity could possibly get Butterkrauser back on circuit.
Yeah, Greg, now good to see the car doesn't look that majorly damaged. Hope they'll get it back. I'm sure the team will go to work now. Yeah, from Rory's point of view, there's going to be a bit of inter-team battle, but yeah, for the next run, let's see, we've got the single-seaters out. Greg, the good thing is later when we get to qualifying, the guys will be lining up in classes, make it a little bit easier for us as well.
Yes.
But yeah, they go out randomly. But let's see, I'm going to keep a keen eye on this time, yeah.
Volk may be looking for a little bit of a banker in practice to see if everything's working now, because the first run was the installation lap. He ended up in 3rd place overall on a 54.5, and now possibly looking to go slightly quicker than that, maybe get into the sort of low 50s or maybe low 51s if he can. But it looks like he's actually pushing it to the limit here.
You can see that car's very good to turn 2. You see how quickly he makes that left-hand turn. He gets the angle right.
It does help with all the wings and slicks available. Yeah. And of course, the special tyres that F1 Gould runs, it doesn't require tyre warmers. They are so super tacky. They've got so much grip available to them as the MSA4 machine heads up towards turn 2. Does Rob go top of the list? He does. There we go. 48.8. Oh. Man alive. Are we messing around here or what? He is 0.3 off his outright run record on his 2nd attempt here today. So Robert Volk is not playing games. He's come looking for a good fight. But I don't think anybody's going to even match him, because he did a 48.5 as the lap run record here in 2025. He's just done a 48.8 flat coming into run number 2 in practice. This is practice, by the way, ladies and gents. This is to remind you, this is practice. It's not qualifying, it's not class final, and it's not top of the hill single-seater challenge just yet.
Now, Greg, I think there's a lot to come from that car today. As Simpiwe on her run, she had a bit of a moment this time in turn 2. So she's it's a good learning curve for her. As we said, she enjoys every lap. Different car today. But yeah, she had a bit of a moment coming out of turn 2. But yeah, amazing time there from Robert Volk, Greg. And if he, on his 2nd run of the day, does a 48.8, we can just imagine.
Yeah, so we look at those first runs coming through in practice 1. Simpiwe didn't make it out for practice 1. She was one of the cars that only got into the 2nd practice session, so she's had 2 runs in that 2nd practice session and got into the 107s in 20th place. This is Anton Cranier now. AF Hydraulics works Subaru. Cranier was 5th quickest. Does he go better than that? No, he stays in the 5th place. No change up there. He goes slightly slower than his first run. This is Devon now. 2nd attempt in the Lotus Exige.
Yeah, I remember Devon earlier just did an installation run. This will be more of a push run. We'll see what he comes up with. But Devon also will be building up every session. He'll just go faster. But I'll keep an eye on that time there, Greg.
Lee Thompson, first run for him in the Lotus.
Yeah, also looking for some good times out of Lee Thompson today in that car. So I'm sure he's enjoying it behind the wheel of that car. And he's going to be very competitive there.
2 Lotuses out on circuit. Interesting to see the derivatives there, because both of them are Lotus Exige. So just a slightly different format of the Exige, as you can see. A couple of slight different modifications on the bodywork there that Lee Thompson's going to run on this one. Probably look to try and get that number 29 machine of his up at least into the top 10 if he can, to join Devon. Schofield gets off the line, heads down towards turn 1 in the Formula 4 Duratec.
Yeah, Lee running there in the B4 class. So we'll keep on that. Let's see as he goes over the line.
Waiting for it to change up there. Where does he pop into? Is that... There we go, 4th place. 56.5. 56.5 there, first run from Lee Thompson in the Lee Thompson Racing Lotus Exige.
So Lee is one of the guys that's going to be in the mix there at the top, Greg.
He's running the Honda engine in that, so 2.5 litre Honda engine in that Lotus. So yeah, definitely a man to watch out for. He's in the fight for sure for B4 and B5.
Now all the guys that's breaking the 60-second barrier, and it's very good battle there at the top, especially you'll see later when we get to the last of the qualifying or the class finals, and then to get into the top of the hill, the shootouts. There we go. Is that the Ferrari out again?
Yep, the lone Ferrari. There's only one of those out here today. That's Brandon Dean in the road class. He'll be up and fighting and looking to take on the rest of that A3 class. Eugene van der Berg in the Porsche is his rival, but he'll probably be looking to take more on the likes of the 991 Turbo of Willie de Beer. Once again, bogged down on the start there from Silvio. So it didn't quite... It gets going now, but the launch didn't work there on Pac-Man. So he's going to have to try and get that sorted out. That little sensor issue doesn't seem to be 100% just yet, but Silvio's still going to give it a run here. Try and get himself up at least another good run into the 53 or 54 second bracket. Or has he rolled out? No, he's going. No, he accelerates hard and then rolls off. You can see he's just taking it real easy.
Brandon Dean there with a 103.8, Greg. That was a good improvement.
Nice run there from the Ferrari.
Yeah, we'll have a look, see what this lap time. Like you said, his launch wasn't great there. And that's one of the things these guys will work on today. That launch is can cost you or gain you some time there, Greg.
Should still be top 10 for him, even with that little bit of issue, because it is a fast car. So he pops up as our timing monitor refreshes. Okay, 12th place, not quite top 10, 101.5. But you can see he was just on the squirt, off, on the squirt, off. But I think that brings us to the end of practice 2. So that'll wrap up practice 2 now. So we're going to be going into practice 3 in a few moments' time.
Yeah,
great to see a nice crowd out here again. Thanks so much for joining us, ladies and gents. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. We've got lots more to come your way. One more practice session. 4 qualifyings, some on-track entertainment as well. And then, of course, class finals and top of the hill later on this afternoon. So make sure you are here for the day. If you are, tell your friends about us, because that's what we're up to next. Practice 3. We are running slightly late on the day compared to what the time says there. 9:30 should be practice 3, so probably going to be about 9:50 for practice 3. So everything about 20 minutes off that practice times that we got there. But then, as I said, demonstrations and passenger rides. We're not going to have the drifters on circuit, unfortunately. It's just going to be the passenger rides on track, and then the circuit break for a clean-up quickly to ensure that we're ready to go for the hour sessions of qualifying. There are 4 of those. Then another demonstration ride, and then we get into the class finals and top of the hill shootout. Top 10, top of the hill shootout. Class finals are made up of the top 3 for each of the classes, if there are 3 cars in each of those classes. Otherwise, it's just the lone car that goes out on its own. But they must go out for those class finals to be qualified.
Yeah, and Greg, as we're going to go into practice number 3 now, a little bit of work to do there for Silvio and the team in his run there. So I think he's got 1 or 2 teething problems, but the team will work behind the scenes and get that sorted, because I think we're going to see some better times there from Silvio. But we're gearing up now for practice 3. So if you still got something to work on, this is your last chance before you go into qualifying, because qualifying is a step up from practice. It's where the time's starting to matter for your top 3 final later in your class, and also for your top 10 shootout.
And remember, with the qualifyings, you can just do one of the 4. If you get a bank timing that you think is going to be capable of placing you into the top 3 for the class final, then you don't have to do any more work. You can sit back and hang tight. You don't necessarily have to go and risk possible breakages or incidents on the cars or anything else that might happen in a time attack and hill climb event like this. So the cool thing about the qualifying sessions is that they do run, as you mentioned earlier, in classes. So the A class, I think, is lining up first, if I read that correctly. Is it A class lining up first?
They'll be lining up.
Yeah.
A, B.
So single-seaters will line up first. I beg your pardon, road cars will line up first, then the modifieds, then the single-seaters. So they will be going out in their allotted classes for the day for qualifying.
Yeah, Greg, like I said, they'll make it a bit easy for us, but they'll go out ABC. Okay, but into practice 3 we go. The guys are out there, the next batch of cars. And also now in this practice session, this is almost a qualifying practice run. The guys will get close to their fastest times. They want to get close to their ultimate time, if I can put it that way.
We can't get much closer to what Robert did. 48.8, and he's done a 48.5. So he's 3/10 off his outright run record, and only in practice 2 did he whip that out. So he's definitely got something special for us here this weekend, has Robert Volk, and I think we're going to see massive improvements coming out of that. We haven't seen Chris Tate on track just yet. His first run, he took a little bit of strain, but Tate now will be looking to improve from 20th overall in practice 2 in that Polo 6R for King Price Extreme. He's the first car on its way for this final practice session.
Yeah, so we'll have a look, see there, Chris Tate, Nick King Price car. Coming down the start will be flat out for him here into this turn. You want to keep it on the inside, then you're going to veer to the right. Choose your braking marker, don't brake too late. Hard on the brakes. Now, to get this turn right, you must keep it tight. You want to go early, but you need to wait a little bit, otherwise you run out of room. Then come over to the left-hand side now for turn 3. As you turn it in, you can start getting on the gas. Yeah, the car's working hard there. Don't run too wide, that's quite a good line. That'll put you in the correct position for turn number 4. Also, choose your braking marker, turn in, get the apex. Then,
catch it if it gets out of shape.
Yeah, but
that was a big one.
It's a common thing with a car like that, Greg, at front-wheel drive. The rear that was a little bit too loose. You want it slightly loose, but at least you know when you do feel the rear, and you just keep burying the throttle there. But it would have cost him a little bit of time.
The problem you got, though, is with a rear-wheel drive car, and particularly when it's so light at the back like that little Polo is, to get the heat into those back tyres is difficult. That's why when we watch sort of Volkswagen Challenge or Astron Energy Polo Cup, how violently the cars swing left to right to try and get heat into the rear tyres as opposed to the front tyres.
Yeah, because of the front-wheel drive. As we saw Folds there, he had a bit of a moment. Yeah, so the guys are still, believe me, I mean, you even heard when we spoke to Rory earlier. I mean, Rory is a seasoned campaigner, and it is a challenge going the other way. And unlike, let's say, normal racing where you do lap after lap after lap, you've only got one run, yeah. And, then you go back and think, okay, where can I improve? What can I do different? But to get that turn 2 is one of the tricky corners.
Well, Tate did improve. He got on 105, even that little spin. 1 second quicker than he did the last time. Charles Fowles does a 101.059, and that's going to move him up slightly as well because he did a 414 on the last pass. So both of the first 2 cars in this third and final practice session have gone quicker.
Yeah, track conditions now is really getting a lot better, Greg. The temperature of the track surface, as you can see, a little bit of twitch on the brakes there. It's Ruan van der Balt, nice to see him out here as well.
Clive Wilmot will join him in the Lotus Challenge of Top of the Hill Challenge. So there's a whole bunch of Lotus 7s that are going to be fighting for honours to be the fastest Lotus 7 on track for the weekend. Wilmot will be joined as well by Yusuf Kotze, and I think Tinus Boertes is there as well. So there's 4 of them that are out there. Wilmot a little bit out of shape coming out of turn 2, Cashel corner, but he manages to catch the rear end of that Birkin 7.
Now Wilmot and Joseph Kotze is in C4, Greg.
Yes.
And then Van der Walt I see C2. Slightly different.
Yeah, I think Van der Walt is a low cost, that's why.
Yeah.
Ruan van der Walt is in a low cost chassis, which of course is the Class L of Lotus Challenge, where the rest of the cars are Class B cars from Lotus Challenge. So that's the reason why they would be slightly different in terms of the derivative of Lotus 7s on track.
Ruan van der Walt did a 109.5 there, and at the moment it's Yusuf Kotze. Can't miss Yusuf Kotze now with his...
Also quicker. Van der Walt did a 110.6 in the previous session, so everybody so far that's been out on track has gone quicker.
Now you almost have to go quicker now with the conditions, getting better, and getting more familiar with the conditions and the run. The way it's run, going other way around. Every lap you do, you'll get used to it. Where you can try and make up a bit of time. Let's see as Yusuf Kotze finishes run here. We'll go over the line. Kotze with a 106.1 there, Greg.
Much better. 107.9 was his previous run. So improvements all the way. They continue to do that. Let's see if Tinus can do the same thing now. Tinus also will be running in C2, also because he runs a low-cost chassis as opposed to the Birkin chassis. And it's a slightly different engine that those low-costs run compared to the 24-valve, if I'm not mistaken, Toyota twin cams that run in Class B in Lotus. Speaking of Lotus, he has another low tie in the hands of Lee Thompson, his second run now in his Lotus from Lee Thompson Racing.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see now. Let's see if Lee can improve his time there, Greg. He opened with a good time earlier.
56.531 was his opening time.
Tinus Boertes crosses the line at 111.2. And here's Lee on his run.
Also quicker, did a 12.4.
Yeah, so Lee's looking very good.
The trend is looking like it's improvements all the way.
Which is good to see. That's what we want to see. We want to see improvements. We want to see... Because we're feeling it, yeah, they must be feeling it down there.
Lee is so smooth around this track, no matter which way you go. Finding apexes, getting the lines, hitting the exits, hitting the braking points. Gearing down before getting to those braking points so he can accelerate out. Goes top 53.448. His previous run, 56. Almost 2.5 second improvement. That's massive for Lee Thompson.
If I'm not wrong, that's the second quickest time of the day.
It is the second quickest time of the day, because our fastest time of the day has been a 54.709, and then we did 53.4s and 53.4. So 53.448. He is second, his third quickest time of the day by 0.03 of a second.
Yeah. So when we spoke to those guys from B5, they were saying that Lee will be in the mix, although he's in B4, but he's going to be in the mix from a time point of view. He will definitely be there. So we know Lee, Zwartkops, he's the homeboy here. And we'll keep an eye on that. But it's awesome stuff. And that's a very good time of 53.4 there from Lee. As the BMW's out on the track now.
Yeah, Izzy at the wheel. Ishmael Davids. And M3 looking to get some improvements done as well, as quickly as possible. His first run put him in the top 16, and he was on a 104.8 on his first run. Here comes Lachotsi. Oh, looks like they might have turned a few little things up here ever so slightly for Jono. What can this 75th anniversary hill climb monster built by Volkswagen Motorsport and Michael Ahlers do with that 2.5 litre 5-cylinder engine?
Yeah, so just to remind everybody out there, this is a brand new car that was built, so it's the first time ever out in competitive racing on the track. So Greg, they will be improving every session, I think.
Oh,
And,
for sure.
I mean, they'll be looking where can they tweak what, and but yes, that car looks awesome.
It looks planted as well, hey? It's on rails through turn 8. Watch here through the Z, or as you call it, the S. Heading to the top. A little bit understeer there. Little bit, but that might just be from the power going down a bit early there from Mahotsi. He should go top with this run, I think. Does he?
54.2.
Oh, that's impressive.
But it's a big improvement.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
he
is.
was on a 101 earlier.
Let's have a look and see what he did in
I
that
think.
second run. He didn't make it out for practice 2, so in first...
Last
No, he
one
did.
was
Yeah,
a-
he did. He did a 1:01.3.
Yeah.
And in the first one did a 1 minute flat 0.8. So he's under the minute bracket is where he wants to be playing, and that's exactly what he's done. 54.279 would bring him to 4th quickest so far.
Yeah, and things are heating up in that class. That's B5 class. So remember
That's impressive.
That car, they'll be looking, and there'll be things, little things that they need to do to work on. Yeah, things that they need to work on there in that BW, Greg.
For sure. Pushing hard, I can tell you that much. They really are. It's incredible to see how that car has been developed over the last couple of months. It was supposed to debut, of course, down in Knysna. Didn't make it there. Volkswagen rather hung tight, and they've been working frantically to get it ready. And it's quite apt that it comes out at the home of the Volkswagen Driving Academy. So it's probably part and parcel of a kind of a marketing strategy for the 75th anniversary that Volkswagen have got. So not a bad plan there. From Volkswagens, we go into the Italian Stallions as a whole bunch of Alphas make their way back onto the circuit for the second time today.
Yeah, so these guys, all of them, they'll also look now to improve their times. But yeah, it's just interesting there. Lee at the top there, Mahotsi now just behind him. So I call it the under 60 second bracket.
Yeah,
That's
gone in under 60 seconds, eh? That's a good movie, that. Let's see if they can put the movie into practice now. Because there's an array of cars very similar to what was picked up there by that team. And looking forward to seeing what if they can match Memphis Reigns and his team to get a whole bunch of them under 60 seconds here today.
so Greg. Yes, we're on practice 3. It's the last practice session before we head into those qualifying rounds. So the guys would want to, like we say, they're now looking for their best times. So
I think
far.
best times to get into qualifying so that you know what your car's capabilities are. Then you want to try and find the banker lap so that you don't have to do too much work during qualifying. Jared Rousseau out now in the 4-4. He'll be trying to get some improvements on his machine, and he has got a seriously hot little car underneath him there, I can tell you, Jared Rousseau. He's piloted that on a few occasions and knows exactly what its capabilities are, but it's whether or not he can put it all together now and get himself up into that modified production car class that he's been fighting in, because he would be, of course, in B10 running in that Golf 6R. Oh, bogged down coming out of turn 8 there, big time though.
Yeah,
Something
we just
didn't
heard
go
it there.
according to plan as he came out of turn 8 or turn 4 this way around.
Yeah, it's almost that it went into a limp mode there, Greg. Something just happened there. He was actually on quite a good run, and I was just going to say, good to see Jared out here. But pity for him, but whatever that problem is, let's hope he can sort it out. But that's also why you need to do these practice sessions, where they got going again.
So he's got, he's supposed to be running number 20 on his race number, but it's number 44. That's on the side of the car. So I think they've changed that number up for Jared. So that's what caught me out trying to find him.
Yeah, we'll
So-
just have a look, see. He's, his usual number's 44, but he's supposed to be 20. We'll just have a look, see. I don't know if he's put his sticker on yet.
I think Gino probably has been told just to roll around and come back again, because he doesn't look like he's on full flight here in the ST, and that probably is because of Jared Rousseau having the problem that he had just up the road from him.
Yeah, we'll have a look, see when he completes his run, what the times are there.
Gino should be a lot quicker than that, that's for sure. Here comes Eugene. Porsche GTS. In fact, that's not Eugene. It's Eugene. It's the other car.
No, number 12 is Eugene Herbert.
Yeah, I was going Eugene van der Berg.
Yeah, it's Herbert.
They're both in Porsches, but I got the two Porsche derivatives wrong there. This is the Boxster.
Yeah.
That Herbert's in.
Tricky number 2. You can see how these guys with the more standard cars, how they run wide there. They almost run out of room. Yeah, you're just trying to get that.
Herbert
that
should
car
know,
turning
though.
left.
He did a whole bunch of laps yesterday in that Master Drive Porsche, so he's had a little bit of extra lap times out there with the passenger rides that he's been piloting.
Yeah, a bit of advantage there for him.
A little extra practice in, yeah, for sure. Akil
That'll
Singh.
be 22, Akil.
In the Audi TT. As Herbert makes his way down to the line. Going to put the lap in. Stays down in 13th overall. Does he go quicker though? Eugene Herbert on his last run. Let's have a look and see what he put in there in that Porsche.
Oh, but Greg, something's not right. It shows 206. It's definitely not a 206. 2 minute 06. What did he do earlier?
I'm just trying to find him there quickly.
Oh, Akil Singh also
a
running a little bit wide
out of shape there for your Kill.
Akil running wide there through turn 4. Managed to get it around, but all 4 wheels there on the dirt.
Well, Herbert's first time in practice 2 was a 150.1, but he did a 122 in his first run, so it's definitely not right in terms of the timing there for that Porsche, I don't think. Unless he got caught out somewhere that we didn't see.
We were watching it run. Okay, we'll just keep an eye on that. But looks like who's out there? Is it André Steenkamp? Out there now, number 21, André Steenkamp in the Alfa Giulia.
106.1 in practice 2. Wants to certainly find something special here, I think, in practice 3. Get himself set so that he's ready to go for the all-important qualifying. As we mentioned, remember that the qualifying sessions...
It was a moment.
Hang on a second. Did Alphas do rallying? I don't think they did, eh?
It would be nice to see that he came to the S's.
Just caught it.
He straight lined it a little bit too much. But tricky moment for him there, Greg.
Here is the Electrica. Nice to see this car out on track. It's the Alfa Romeo Junior Veloce Electrica. And it's a full electric vehicle, this.
But it also shows you these guys are trying now. They're trying to improve their time, so they're using the track temperatures, I'll say, will be higher. But some of the guys still running out of room or grip. Nicolaisen
did a 108.7. He's coming to the line now as we're watching Giannis make his way down there in the Stelvio. Let's see what that Junior Veloce Electrica can do. Where does he go?
Nikolai 107.
Quicker. So he goes a second quicker. Finding time is what it's all about here. Time attack, top of the hill challenge. That's what we're fighting. You are fighting for class honors for sure. You are competing against your fellow competitors in each of your classes. But when it comes to hill climb and time attack style events, you're fighting the clock more than anything else.
Yeah, it's you and the clock, Greg. You like you say, you're fighting the clock every lap. You want to do better and better. You want to get a quicker time. So you're really fighting hard, and it is quite a challenge.
Giannis on his way down now to put in a lap for the B9 class in the Stelvio. Moves himself up into 13th on a 108.6. So does he improve? No, he goes actually a little bit slower. 108.3 was his previous time in the Stelvio. This is now Anthony Casey.
Casey there, a little bit hesitant on the throttle there. I don't know if doesn't look like a push run. I don't know.
Maybe not as experienced as the other drivers. Maybe just taking it easy, just learning his way. Will get quicker and quicker, as we saw yesterday with James Temple mentioning it, saying slowly, catchy monkey. You go quicker, you go quicker, you go quicker, and then you go quickest by the time you get into the class final. So that's when you need to make it work. Right now, it's just feeling things out, making sure the car's working well, everything is tuned to perfection, and you can put in the lap times later on that you need. Also, just a reminder to all the drivers briefing at 10:30 at pit stop, please. All drivers down in pit lane, and apologies to our guys that are watching on our live stream, but we are also going live at the circuit as well via the public address system. So all drivers, please make your way down to the pit stop cafe for drivers briefing at 10:30.
1:11.8 there from Anthony Casey, Greg.
Casey, that's a bit better from him as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken. His first run was a 13.8, so he's gone 2 seconds quicker, even though he didn't look as quick. But that's exactly what we were just saying. Just inch by inch, you go slowly but surely higher up the standings.
Yeah, no, he'll improve every session that he goes, and the learning curve. He was just there on the throttle. He's a little bit on and off on the throttle. Sometimes you want to get a bit more consistent there, but those are things they'll work on. And as we can see, good crowd out here today. All good stuff. So we're still in the practice 3.
I think we still got one batch of cars in practice 3 to go out. There are a few cars that haven't quite got through there. If you go to the top of the list, we'll tell you. Here they come, the Super Snakes. I thought they might need to come out. We still haven't seen the other 2 Scribanti cars. We haven't seen... Who else haven't we seen there? Devon. So a couple more road cars. Rory Atkinson and Matt Merton joining.
Greg, as you can just see,
this is all road cars, so this possibly could be qualifying 4. Qualifying 1, I should say.
No,
these are all road cars, eh?
If we look to the program, there's going after practice 3. There's going to be a break.
Gap, yeah. So this
there
might
will
still
be demonstrations. Yeah, we're still in practice 3. Yeah.
Still practice 3. Yeah. Apologies.
If you look at the top there, just through the S's now, just off the racing line, there's quite a lot of debris with those 1 or 2 cars that went a little bit off.
Robert Volk on a run.
Yeah. This is his 3rd run, yeah.
48.8 is what he did in his 2nd run. It's 0.3 of a second off his outright lap record.
Like you said, that car and the tires it's got a lot of grip. Yes, that thing's amazing, Greg.
You do know that doesn't require tyre warmers, eh? They are that tacky. They basically just clean the tires off and then they wrap them in cling wrap so they don't pick up any debris on the way through to the start line. And then he just puts the hammer down. Purpose-built hill climb car from the Gould family. They were part and parcel of McLaren at one stage in their career, and then had a bit of a fallout with the McLaren team and said, you know what, we're going to go into hill climb. We're going to take our technology that we put into the McLaren F1, build an F1 hill climb car, and sell it all around the world. And there are 2 in South Africa, as I said. And Robert Volk, 47.774. New outright lap record in practice 3, ladies and gents. We're not even into the real stuff yet. Okay. It's the 3rd practice session, and we've got a brand new lap record set by Robert Volk.
Greg, I must say, there at top at the S's there, the track conditions is not 100% ideal there. There'll be a bit of a cleaning up after this practice session, but yes, like we said, we're going to keep our Volk, and he's just going faster and faster. So, yeah, that's the first 47, like you said, all the 4s and all the 7s. 47.774.
Throw. If you're a betting man and you've got a 777, you might want to go and play some blackjack right now, because man alive, what is Robert Volk and the InvestChem Chemical Logistics team bringing to the party today? They have got something special planned for us, and if we're getting 47s out of him in practice, what are we going to get out of him in the top of the hill run later and in the class finals? Because he's just gone quicker and quicker and quicker. He picked up basically where he left off on his last run last year, and just gone quicker from there.
And just quickly, Greg, James Gerber did a 58.6. Also, I think improvement there.
Yeah, massive improvement, I think, from him. James Gerber, last one was a 101.173. So under the 60-second bracket for JM in the KTM Super Duke powered Formula M.
As we've got the Shelbys out on the track now for their run, they usually go behind each other. And in orders, actually now they usually go 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, their number. 13 is Pommershine.
Anton Pommershine's last time, 108.005.
107.3.
Quicker for him. So yeah, I think we're going to see improvements out of all these Super Snakes as well. 14, next car on track. That'll be Dion Smith. Dion probably hasn't got as much experience as the other 3 drivers of the 5. And then I would say the other one who might also be taking a bit of strain is Fernando Vogues. But Fernando Vogues, of course, also a new man to hill climb events. But part and parcel of that Shelby Super Snake family down at Lindenberg Racing. Great opportunity to get their clients to enjoy their cars and do what these cars are built to do. Have some fun and go flat out.
Yeah, Greg, but they'll be enjoying their time and also improving every session. So like you said, some of the guys with not that much experience.
Smith getting a 111.
Yeah,
2 seconds quicker already.
Yeah.
2 seconds quicker from Dion Smith. As I said, with a lot less experience than Pommersheim has got and possibly Josh O'Callaghan's got. Into car 15, that is Josh. And his last time was a 111 as well. So I'm sure O'Callaghan will be looking to improve, try and catch Pommersheim, try and stay ahead of Paul Malachi, who's now on track in the sort of burgundy red Super Snake.
Yeah, we'll just keep on their times and see if they improve. But that little bit of internal team battle.
Josh across the line, he'll be coming to put in a time now. Hopefully quicker than an 11.9.
10-2.
He goes 10-2. Yeah, there we go. That's, what's that, 1.1. 1.1 up there.
So that's a good improvement. Yeah, Josh O'Callaghan, he's been going well, Greg. Very well there.
Malachi's on a 109.1 so far, so he'll be looking to at least keep in the 109s if possible. Maybe go slightly quicker. A little bit out of shape coming out of turn 8 or turn 4 there. And final car will be Vogues. Fernando Vogues. He's in the 2024 version. He's in the youngest version of the Super Snakes here today. The rest of them are all 2016 and 2017 models. That's a 2024 model that Vogues is in. Not major changes to it. It's kind of a little bit of facelifts here and there. A couple of little modifications internally that were different to the original Super Snakes that were built. Vogues did a 117.5, so I'm sure he's going to improve dramatically. What did Smith do?
Dion Smith.
Yeah, Dion Smith.
11.2.
So he's 2 seconds up on his 113. So improvements right through the Super Snake family as well. Now let's see what Rory Atkinson and Matty Merton can do in the Golf GTIs.
Yeah, Rory said he was looking to find the grip there, and he's working those standard rotors very hard, but he'll get to grips with it eventually. But this is his last practice run, and we're going to keep on that. See there, lots of understeer.
Vogues moves up dramatically. Check that out. He goes to 17th place overall onto a 108, if I'm not mistaken. 108 compared to a 117. He's found 11 seconds, Fernando Vogues, on that run.
Now, Greg, when you listen to those rotors, the way they're screeching, you almost think they're always running out of time.
Keep looking up, going, what's wrong?
Yeah. Okay, Rory's trying to carry that. You can see he's trying to carry the corner speed, but just gets that bit of understeer. Just needs to find the balance there. Yeah, you want to carry as much momentum as you can, but try and get rid of that too much understeer. Just find that balance because of the standard rotors.
Merton behind him, pushing to the limit as well. Trying to win the internal battle for Volkswagen Motorsports racing team. One of them, of course, a pilot for the racing team, the current reigning Astron Energy Polo Cup champion, and I think sitting second or third overall in the Super Cup Championship for 2026 so far is Rory Atkinson.
Rory on a 105.9 there, Greg.
That's good. Rose's previous run, let's have a look here quickly. 107.5, so 2 seconds improvement there from Rory. Matty Merton was slightly quicker than him, and Matt did a 107 dead. Yeah, Zank makes his way into the battlefield again.
Keep on Matt's time there when he crosses the line. He's going to get to the flag any minute or any second now.
Does he go quicker than Rory?
106.6.
No, he doesn't. He improves, but not as quick as Ross.
So now it's...
we heard from Rory there's going to be a bit of an internal battle there, hey? Rory won the one in Samola.
Rory now by 7/10, so now Matt's got work to do.
Matt's got some work to do, exactly.
Okay.
Zank with some work to do now to try and stay ahead of his teammate. That Efficiency Sports and Marketing team doing a super job there. And the Black Sheep wrap on that Evo. heads up towards turn 5 and 6.
Yeah, this time
Into
he's
7.
keeping it well within the limits of the track on the black stuff.
That's good running there from Zank. As you heard yesterday from Devin Robertson when he drove his R32 and got second place overall, Devin was saying Craig Zank's cars usually make a lot of noise. So this Evo is quite tame compared to what we'd normally hear from a Zank racing machine.
104.3 there from Craig Zank.
Up into top 7, that's decent, eh? He finished, where did he finish in that second run? He was down in 28th place overall. So 108.9, what did he just do now? Zank into the 104s. He's found 4 seconds. 4 seconds on that run.
Yeah, no. Well,
I think he's sort of seen what the car's capabilities are now, and he's realized where he can put the power down, where he can brake, where he can turn in, finding all the right information that's going to work for that car now. And having only had a little bit of time behind the wheel, it'll just be better and better as he gets into the qualifying sessions. You'll probably see Craig run all 4 qualifying sessions to try and get a little bit extra track time in and ensure that he makes his class final for B4.
Yeah, also looked a lot smoother there. Lot smoother. So next batch of cars come out. Some P-Way there in the MSI4. She's just enjoying every single lap and every single run she does.
So here I think is our last batch of practice 3 cars. As I said, there were a couple of modified cars that I didn't see on track just yet, and they've just made their way out onto the circuit, including Brandon Dean's Ferrari. But there's 1, 2, 3 Audis, if I want. No, sorry, 2 Audis and the Subaru. Then the other 2 single-seaters and a couple of road cars that haven't quite made it out just yet for this third and final practice session.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on some of those B5 cars there. Aldo, is Silvio going to come out? Franco going to do another run? The Sheriff. It's been a little
Should do. He should be coming out in this batch, if I'm not mistaken. Unless he's happy. He was in the 54 threes in practice 2, and in his first one he was on the 1 minute flat.
I'm actually sure he'll come out for another run.
I'm certain he'll probably be coming out for a second run. This is Willie de Beer, our current reigning top of the hill road car and supercar class champion. 911 Turbo S.
Yeah, so Billy's got that little bit of pressure on him, being the reigning champion from last year in this category, Greg. But the car looking very good on the brakes there. Turn it into turn 2 now, keep it tight. Yeah, that's a good run. He put the power down, he got nicely out of there. Coming up to turn 3, you turn in. And almost, yeah, you almost keep it in the middle of the road there. Like I said, don't run
If
too
you've ever
far
watched Willie de Beer's career, he's basically been a sort of a time attack specialist. At one point in time, he was, I think, double champion down at Desi's Raceway at the time attack that they used to run there. He's been pretty spectacular on the few occasions that he's run on other hill climb events that he's participated in, but here particularly has been a big contender in the fight for honours at the front end of the road going classes. So Willie de Beer, of course, looking to try and retain that title here this year.
A 1 minute dead point 2.
Well, his quickest in 2025 was a 1 minute dead point 7, so he's gone quicker than that, but I think he's been even quicker than that here today. If we look at De Beer's first time, where did he finish up?
That'll be Schofield, I think, out on track now for his run. Comes down the hill. This is a little bit downhill. It's the only bit of downhill you've got here.
I'm not quite sure why he didn't get a time in that first one.
Maybe at a time on the second run.
Both runs he's not showing, but we definitely saw him out earlier on.
Yeah, we did see him out there.
Oh, there he is. Sorry, top of the list. There we go. 1 minute point 725.
Yeah, so he's improved to 1 minute point 2. So
as I said, his fastest run to win last year was a 1 minute 0.7.
So he's already faster than that.
Yeah.
But Schofield there coming now up the hill here through the S. Turning left, short little straight before you get to your last turn here from the top of the hill challenge. That's turn 7. Then you want to put the power down and go to the flag.
In that little Duratec, Ian Schofield, his favourite car. MSA4 with Simpiwe Matlatlo locking up down into turn 2 Cashel corner.
Yeah, so that bit of top speed she's reaching, from now the start to get to turn 2 is catching out Greg. That time a little bit late on the brake, she had to lock up. That'll cost you a bit of time. But Schofield there did a 57.4, which is also very respectable.
Yeah, his first run was a 59.5, so he's improved big time. And if you look at his time, he wasn't here last year. Yeah, he wasn't here last year.
Brandon Dean in the Ferrari now out on the track. He did a very good run early on. Let's have a look at this time. Simpiwe, I just want to see if she's going to improve. Quickly try and get a time there with Simpiwe. Simpiwe did a 105.8 there, Greg.
Yes. Simpiwe Matlatlo on the 105.8. 107, so 2 seconds quicker. This is Aldu.
Yeah, Aldu had a good launch there on the start. Looking good, yeah. I think he's looking for quite a fast run, yeah. You can see him hard on the brakes for turn 2. Turn it in now, don't run out of room. You want to get the power down. Straighten the car up as much as you can before you turn it into this turn 3. You can jump on the power because it's slightly uphill. Don't brake too late for this turn 4. He's already turning in fairly early.
Runs wide on Einstein coming out of the exit and keeps it smooth up the hill into 5 and 6 through the Z past the Zoc Club.
Short little straight will take you up to the last corner, which is turn 7 for the top of the hill.
And probably going to be within that top 3, I'd have to say. Aldo across the lines goes second, 53.251.
Yeah, that's good.
And that's his fastest.
It looks like a good run, Greg. Let's see this.
This is better from Silvio. Much better. Got the launch right. You can see the car is firing better already. They've sorted that car out now to perfection. Let's see what the little RS3 can do now. Can he go quicker than his brother Aldu? 53.251 is what he'd like to be. He'd like to be maybe into the sort of high 52s even.
Yeah, it's already sounding a lot better. So let's just see, let's just complete his run here at the top, but it's sounding a lot better.
Pac-Man versus Einstein versus the Sheriff in the Audi battle and Nissan R35 battle between the Scribanti boys. Silvio goes across the line and he'll pop up in 5th place. Not quite what he wanted, 57.6 though.
57.6.
And of course he's already done, his first run was a 54. So it's not quite as quick as what he'd like it to be, but he's certainly making progress. And of course he did a 54.403 here last year in the class finals.
That's a little bit of work there for Silvio, but I'm sure they're working hard there.
Improvement, I think, is the most important factor to bring in there for Silvio. They've now got the launch dialed in. Maybe got to just work on a few little things to make that car go quicker.
I think it was Charles Folds there.
Folds on track, yep.
And now it's the BM.
Ishmael Davids.
So we'll just see Folds is also looking on a good run there. Is he going to complete his lap? And the BM gets to turn 2 there. Ishmael Davids, number 43. Just you can see how that corner tightens up on you, Greg. You get in there and you want to carry momentum, but then it's a bit sharper than you used to.
Yeah.
You know, going the other way around.
Davids locks up the brakes. Ooh, is he hot? He was, but he can make the turn. Unlike the Noble, he was able to get off the brakes and just roll through. Unfortunately, scrubbed off enough speed so he didn't go sliding onto the grass. Davids would have cost himself some time though.
And Foles ended on a 101.059 there, as David's going to complete his run.
His previous one is 101.4. So Foles is quicker.
Went a bit quicker.
Yeah, but 0.3 quicker.
Yeah, Davis, that lockup would have cost him time now.
106.224 is what I've got him at.
Yeah, 106.224.
And he's done a 104.8, so he was slower.
Yeah, but that big lockup.
Yeah, that was cost him. Cost him big time there. Almost 2 seconds, in fact. So that should wrap up practice 3, if I'm not mistaken, buddy. So practice 3 sees an outright lap record set by Robert Volk. 47.774. Yeah, all the 4s and all the 7s involved in that one. If you're a gambling man, Mr. Schofield, I'd go and maybe put a little bet on some 21 blackjack there, because 3 7s make 21. There is the car that we're talking about. And it looks like we're going to try and get down there to have a quick chat to either Rob or one of the team to see if they've all gone according to plan. He's busy in the car at the moment, so we'll get to him as soon as he's done. Just you can see the WCT team working to ensure that Robert is all happy, but having already broken his outright lap record, he can't be upset with the performance of that car so far. But he ended up on the top of the list in practice 3. Aldo Scrivanti was second. Lee Thompson third. Jonathan Machotzi fourth. Ian Schofield 5. Silvio Scrivanti 6. J.M. Gerber and Willie de Beer and Anton Cronier. So if you look at that, and I don't know, Paul, if you could pull up the timesheet for now. We've got a single-seater. We've got 4 modified production cars, 3 single-seaters, and the lead road car in the top 10, incredibly. So that is just a massive array of cars. As you can see, C3, C4, C3 and C2, B4 and B5, and then A4 in the top 10. So if we had to do a top 10 overall, Willie de Beer would be in that top 10 overall shootout.
Yeah, that's amazing, Greg. He's so different cars in a mixture. That's your top 10 at this stage. So
before we go down to Carl, just hang tight on this, Carl. Drivers briefing, please, down at Pit Stop Cafe. And Master Drive drivers, please, to the pit exit. But let's get down to Carl Lawrence now, who's standing by with Robert Volk.
All right, I'm here now with Robbie Volk. Robbie, you're out in the single-seaters. You've just set the outright fastest time in one of your practice runs. But for those of the back home watching, this isn't an F1 car. Give us a little bit of information about the car and how it is out here on the top of the hill challenge.
Yeah, obviously it's a purpose-built hill climb car made in the UK. So it's a Gould made by a company called Gould who make F1 composites and different components. They started building hill climb cars. I think this is the first one, first generation they built, or the Gould GR55. Now they have the 59, which is sort of the latest edition. So this is a 2005 with a 2007 era upgrade. So yeah, we've had quite a few updates to the car since we bought it last year, making a lot of development work, and yeah, it's fantastic to drive. It's light, it's nimble, and a lot of power behind the wheels, so it's fantastic.
Yeah, well, it looks like you found a little bit already. It's only been a practice run for you. The temperatures are still busy rising, so I'm sure you're going to get quicker and quicker as the day goes on. Now, temperature we've been talking about today a lot based on the tyres, but do you find that affects the engine performance as well? Maybe cooler temperatures a bit better for the engine?
Yeah, definitely for the engine. I think for our launches, we just need to try to get in the window. So as it gets hotter, we struggle a little bit more. We just don't get it off the line as well. So I think that's something we need to work on. So I think the cooler conditions might help us this morning and maybe later this afternoon when we get to the class finals and final. But yeah, overall, I mean, obviously winter being a little bit better, you do get a bit more power. So it definitely helps. We've got a new big wing on the back, so it's definitely quite changed the characteristics, and we just need to try to work around what the balance is and how much we sort of compromise on the engine and the performance.
Yeah, so it's all about the balance really when it comes to an event like this specifically. You're going out there for one lap, one outright time. You as a driver, I mean, that must be rather stressful. But it starts pretty much at that launch, at that archway. As you come under the Dunlop archway, it's all about how quickly you get off the line. Is that something that you spend a lot of time on with a car like this in terms of launch?
Yeah, obviously we don't get to test it as much and drive it as much as we'd like. I guess overseas they've got a big series and championships where we've only got 2 or 3 events a year. So yeah, I mean it's something that I guess you build up into and you get more comfortable with. Something that I guess you struggle with at first, but yeah, it's with a car like this you feel confident out the get-go. So it's a fantastic car to drive. The more we drive it, the better and the more comfortable I feel. So yeah, just more seat time will be fantastic. And look forward this afternoon, put some new tyres and see what we can do.
Yeah, we see now that you got the strings out on the car. You're going through the setup, having a look at the wheel alignment and that. Is that changes to the way the circuit is developing, or is it just because you haven't had the test time, you're now starting to just small little fine tunes?
Yeah, we're just trying to find a bit more front end. Through the fast corners, it's really hooked up. Just the slow sort of medium speed corners, we're just struggling to get the car rotated. So yeah, put a bit more front end on it, try to get it to rotate. Obviously, so much power behind the 2 back wheels. So yeah, if you don't get it rotated, it starts to understeer quite a bit under power. So yeah. A couple of fine tuning, but I think the balance is quite good.
Yeah, rotation very important with a track like this, especially because it is going in a reverse direction, everything tightening up on you, not much exit room for you to play with. But in terms of, you as a prolific driver yourself, you've done so much racing, you've done so many top flight competitions, winning not only in South Africa but also overseas. Talk me through the layout and what do you think is the most difficult situation and the most important part of this circuit?
Of the circuit, yeah, obviously I think, turn 1's non-existent for us in these cars. The hairpin's really difficult because obviously it opens up into a really tight corner. So yeah, I think the pit corner, I think that you'll find a lot of confidence, a lot of time, especially speed around here. So I think it's a corner we can actually shift up earlier and try carry more corner speed. And then the rest of it, yeah, it becomes quite difficult at the top. I think there's time to be had there, but obviously it's really difficult. Like you say, you go around anti-clockwise, so you're going into a really tight corner, especially the last 2 of this track. So yeah, it's time to be found there. I didn't hook that up in the last session. I got the first part right and the second part not. So yeah, hopefully this change will certainly help up top there, but certainly looking forward to it.
Right, Greg, well, that was Robbie Volk aboard his Gould hill climb car. He already has set his outright fastest lap time, but apparently there's a little bit more time to find, so we look forward to seeing what happens in the quali runs. Back to you, Greg.
Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. He's already set the outright lap record, and that only came in practice 3. So he's definitely found the time that's required. And you heard there from Robert Volk himself saying how they're going to be doing some tweaks to get things right and to make that car work even better than what it is already. No one can quite catch him. I think he's basically set the bar the highest of everybody out there. There'll be a couple of modified production cars that I think will be looking to at least get in to close to the low 51s or maybe into the 52nd bracket, but even them, they are battling at this stage to sort of play around in the 53s and 54s at this point in time. We do have, of course, some passenger rides, which are now going to be brought to you by Gazoo Racing and Master Drive, and a couple of lucky passengers that will be given an opportunity to go around the circuit and see exactly what is involved from a Master Drive point of view. Speaking of Master Drive, remember that they also have a big event happening down at the Cape Town International Circuit on the 25th and 26th of September. And chatting to Gino and the team this morning, apparently almost oversubscribed. They've got 80 spots available, and I think they've got 72 cars already signed up and ready to go for their time attack event that'll happen at the Killarney International Circuit on the 25th and 26th of September. So Master Drive in the house here, along with Eugene Herbert and Gino, the two of them piloting the 2 cars on track in the actual event, but here giving an opportunity to a couple of lucky spectators and some sponsors a chance to see exactly what this hill climb circuit looks like from onboard a GR Yaris and onboard, I think, a Porsche Boxster GTS as well.
Yeah, and Greg, for those people that's lucky enough to be passenger, yeah, it's an awesome experience. Most of us experience the track normal way around, but to experience the other way around, also a good experience, even as a passenger. And in the meantime, yes, the guys now, the competitors, next up will be qualifying 1, so that's what they're
drivers
thinking
briefing
of.
First.
Yeah, no, they've got
drivers briefing first, yeah.
But yeah, I'm saying they're thinking already, and the teams behind the scenes are preparing the cars for the qualifying sessions, which is when it then starts, coming down to the wire, and then it matters most.
It matters most. It also got to bring into account that, remember, we've also got a chance for those drivers to use all 4 sessions or to use just one of the 4 to get in a banker lap. if you get a banker lap in and you think it's going to be quick enough to qualify you for the top 3 in the class final, that's all you really need to worry about. So if that's the case, that's what they'll be looking to do, and try and use as little time as possible to ensure that they can get those qualifying times in. It was a Porsche yesterday. By the looks of things today, it's another Alfa Romeo. So the Alfa Romeo team have given Master Drive a car to pilot around and give opportunities to some of the spectators and some of the lucky people that have got passenger rides for the day. And they'll enjoy what it looks like from on board around the Top of the Hill Challenge circuit. The wrong way round, or is it the right way round, depending on if you're a time attack and hill climb competitor or a normal circuit racer. Me, I like both. I already have no issues on whether you're going this way around or the other way around. It works for me both ways. So awesome to see the opportunities that are gifted to these guys, and a chance for them to have a chance to get into a car and be piloted around by some of the best instructors in the country.
Okay. Yeah, Greg, and
it's quite interesting to see that if you get out of shape in a passenger ride, that's a very unique experience to have.
Yeah, no, it happens.
I wonder who was driving that Master Drive car. We might have to have a chat with that one. Carl Lawrence, you might want to go down to pit lane and find who's the pilot behind the Alfa Romeo from Master Drive, because the passenger that was in that car now has just had one of the most awesome experiences you'll ever have as a pilot or as a passenger in a Master Drive car. And that's when the instructor gets it a little bit wrong out of turn 4.
Yeah, Greg, that can happen as well. Just getting back to qualifying then, so you'll find then when you get to the classes where there's 3 or more competitors, so let's say where there's more than 3 competitors in a class, those guys you might find, remember, because there's later the finals, the class finals is just the top 3 in class. If there's 3 or more. So those are the guys that will be going out and maybe have to put in all 4 qualifying runs to try and get to that top 3. Some of the other classes, if you know, well, when you're happy and your bank is in and you're happy with your time, you might set out a qualifying session, and if you still need some work to do or tweaking, then you'll do that. So that's always an interesting part from a qualifying point of view before we get to that final, because also in the class final, you've only got that one run.
Yeah.
Then it's make or break.
All the times get negated by the time you get into the class final. What the class final does, though, is it does put you into the top 10 shootout. So in class finals, of course, you've got A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A7, and A8 as an example. Those classes will then be classified after the class final into the top 10 out of each of those classes. So currently, what do we got? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 cars in Class A, which is our road going and supercar class, and top 10 will come out of those 14 cars. So 4 cars will be disappointed if they're not in the top running by the end of the class final shootout. Same thing applies when you go to B1, B2, 3, 4, and 5, up to B10. Those cars will then be classified for Top of the Hill's modified production cars, and the same thing applies for the single-seaters.
But you say to qualify for the top...
So it looks like we're going to be heading down into pit lane. Sorry to jump in there, Leon. Looks like we're going down into pit lane to catch up, I think, possibly with Mike Rowe, and see how he's feeling about the debut of the Volkswagen Golf R hill climb monster that they've built with Michael Ullers and Team Volkswagen Racing. Okay, so we're just trying to get that set up, and once we're there, we'll go straight to Mike Rowe. But just go back to that car. Interesting to see, 2.5 litre, 5-cylinder, can have... Oh, Michael Ullers. It's Michael Ullers we're going to. Apologies. I can't hear. You need to talk a little bit louder in my ear there, Paulie. Carbon... Oh, we're going to go and see the boss lady of Volkswagen as well. That'll be nice. Carbon fiber, 4-wheel drive, and of course Motec and AP Racing. Brendan has caught up with the boss lady in the Volkswagen pit to take us through that incredible hill climb monster.
Right, joining us, Martina Bino. You give us your full title.
I'm the Managing Director and Chairperson of the Board of Volkswagen Group Africa.
Absolutely fantastic to have you up here, and what a day, the debut of this beautiful Golf R5.
Yeah, we've been working on that program for quite some time, and very happy that we finally finalized it or managed to finalize it. Mike was sending me like a spy shot, I think on Tuesday, when it was on the road actually the first time. No, really happy that we made it for the Zwartkops hill climb, and hopefully not only make it here, but also make it up to the podium.
Well, podium position is certainly within grasp, but the guys are starting to really wind the cars up now. So. We're going to wish you all the very best with this project, and look forward to seeing what comes next for VW Motorsport.
Yeah, I also hope that's a start here. From what I see when we started posting on social media, and also fans posting on social media, there is probably an opportunity also to go overseas with this one. I heard fans are hoping to get us to Goodwood, and it's not only fans hoping us to get there, but probably that's a very good opportunity. So Goodwood, in case you're listening, here we are.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, it certainly has gone out on social media. The social media platforms are absolutely full. So we hope to see you overseas. We've got over 15,000 people watching live at the moment.
That's very cool. So all 15,000, please keep your fingers crossed for us, and hope you'll see us much more live and overseas as well. Thanks so much.
Great stuff. That's Martina Bina, the boss lady. We're going to get Mike Rowe. If Mike, if you wouldn't mind joining us here while we just change positions here quickly. We'll wait for the cameras to come back again, but. Mike, the smile on your face, the smile on your face just says it all.
Yeah, it's been a while, and but I think the end product's the wait has been worth it. I think because the end product is just superb. I think if you look at it, it's just a piece of art. Yeah, so very happy.
One thing that has really stood out is just the attention to detail and the quality of the build. That's just next level.
Yeah, Michael Ellis is just everything that he puts his hands to is just a work of art, and this car is absolutely it's fitting of our brand, excellence, and so I'm extremely happy. We've had one real hard run now, and the time was very satisfying. So. Still working. Obviously, it's very, very early days. I mean, Jonathan only had 7 laps in the car leading up to this, and not even on the circuit. It was, on the proper circuit. So the guys are downloading, looking at stuff, and so there's lots of tweaks to come. And we're not running it at full boost. We didn't run it at full boost yet. So, but yeah, I'm very, very happy. And I think the fans on our social media pages have shown. That we need to bring this to the circuits to make them happy. So I hope it is.
Brilliant, and we're probably going to get a sneak preview of it at Aldous Grabante with the Regional Extreme Festival. Sure. No, the National Extreme Festival.
National, yeah. So the plan is, if everything goes according to plan, by the end of today, is that we'll load it up and take it to Port Elizabeth for the 15th of August. So the fans can come and have a look, and hopefully they'll allow us to do a demo run at lunchtime. So. But yeah, it's I'm very happy. I'm very happy that what the team has produced. It's been a great collaboration. Also, our suppliers. I'm not going to mention any because there's so many, and the guys that have really put their heart behind this project. And this is the result. Very happy with it.
I must say, when the last run that Jonathan did, I just turned around and looked at you guys all on the stands, and just the smiles and the shakes the shakes of your head, the nods of approval it was all right there.
Yeah, absolutely, and Mike can be proud. So even what happens from here is a bonus. So I think it's proved what it's capable of doing. Yeah.
Absolutely great stuff. Mike, thanks for chatting to us. We're going to get Michael across here as well, just to find out exactly about the ins and outs of the car. So let's just see if Michael will join us here quickly. Just Mike, can we come and talk us through the car, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Right. joining us now, joining the man, the master brain behind this job, Michael Ellis. This is it's next level there.
No, it's early days for us. I mean, this is basically a test session for us. So to get into the 54s, we're happy with that. But I think the car's got a lot more potential. But we need to crawl before we can walk. So we'll chip away slowly.
As far as the specs are concerned, give us some insight into that. We know it's all-wheel drive, permanent four-wheel drive.
Yeah, it's a SADEV gearbox and differential with a 50-50 split. It does have a center diff, and then the RD 2.5 litre Daza engine with internals from Bartek in Germany, and we're looking at around 1,050 horse if we give it everything. So the turbo will be the limiting factor.
You say if we give it everything, how far or how close to the 1,050 have you got to?
We're fairly close to that. Fairly close.
So it has still got a little bit more oomph, but we'll try and find Jonathan as well. He's at driver's briefing at the moment, but we'll obviously chat. Oh, here he comes. Yes, to just speak to the man. So we'll chat to Jonathan as well and just get an insight as to what happens when he's in the car.
100%. Yeah, what he says.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Jonathan. If you wouldn't mind, if you can somebody just tell him to come across here. That's right. Just waiting for Jonathan Mkhotsi to join us. He's just come straight from the driver's briefing. So I don't know the look on your face, if it's a nervous apprehension or a smile of delight after that last run.
The nervous apprehension is because I saw you here, but the excitement is obviously because of this car.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Tell us what the experience so far behind the wheel of this thing.
Most of it is probably just hanging on for dear life. No, but on the real, the car feels absolutely incredible. The fact that the car was built from the ground up and is competing today on just about no testing time is a real testament, I think, to Mike and his team that have spent a long time building this incredible machine. So I'm just a driver, got to look after it, and I mean it's responding to everything that I'm throwing at it, and then there's still more to go. So let's see how we do.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, and the competition's starting to hot up now, going into the first of the qualifying sessions now. So the rubber really hits the road, and at least you got four wheels to drive this.
We got four wheels to propel, and it'll just hang on for dear life.
Great stuff. Right, we're going to wrap it there from the VW Motorsport pits. So we'll go back to Greg in the commentary box.
Interesting to hear that Jonathan Mkhotsi is hanging on for dear life, because he is 2 seconds quicker than his Super Cup Polo was last year. And you heard there from Mike Ollers, there's still a lot more in that car. So to get a 54.2 in, Mike Rowe was happy, Martina was happy, Michael was happy, Jono was happy. But what will they be happy with by the end of the day? Because 1,050 horsepower to play with, we should be looking at probably at least into the 52-second bracket, I would say.
Yeah, well, Greg, we heard there that, being the first time on the track, I mean, so far they're happy with the progress they've done. We heard there they can give it a little bit more boost, they're almost at the maximum power, obviously working towards it. Well, maybe we can only answer that by the end of the day. So far they're happy. I mean, I guess for a new car and putting it out on the first time, first you want to just finish your runs, and then you want to do improvement. And I'm not sure what they'll be 100% happy with. But let's just see the rest of the program now for today.
Yeah, qualifying basically starting in about 2 minutes' time. So heads up to all the drivers, 10:50, qualifying 1. Then we go into 2, 3, and 4, all the way till about 3 o'clock this afternoon, where we'll have once again some more demonstration and passenger rides, just to give us a chance to sort out the road finals, modified finals, and single-seater finals. It's in the classes that they run. And then straight out of that, we go into top 10 shootout for road and supercar, modified production cars, and single-seaters and sports cars, taking us to approximately 5:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, so all action for the people there. The good crowd that's out here. But yeah, we're building up now to qualifying 1. It's going to start shortly, Greg. And for the let's say for the top 10 guys, and for the guys that's under 60 seconds, what I call it, that section of guys.
Yeah, I think you need to go to the under 60 second is going to be the guys who'll be fighting, I think, for what will be honours in each of their road classes or supercar class finals, etc., etc. They might be just over the 60-second bracket for the road and supercar finals. But we need cars down into the pre-race area for qualifying 1 now, because it is 10:50, and JL walks into our office to say that we haven't said it before, but we've already called them 3 times. So hopefully they'll be making their way down soon. So get him out there if we can, guys. Qualifying 1, the gates are open. We need cars on track so that we can get through the hour session and hopefully get through all 4 of the qualifying sessions that we need this afternoon. Remember as well, taking into account that top 6, the top 3 shootout in the class finals is an important aspect to be looked at. And hopefully they'll be able to get those underway as soon as possible after the next break in the proceedings that we have.
Yeah, in the qualifying, the guys will be lining up now in classes. We're going to start with Class A, then B, then C. So they're lining up. They need to line up per class. And looking forward now to this qualifying session that's going to start shortly. Basically, starting now.
Road cars and supercars first, then production cars and modifieds, and then into the single-seaters and sports cars. That's how they'll be running for the next 4 sessions. So you'll get to see, once we've got all the single-seaters on track, that's basically where we'll start to wrap things up in each of the qualifying sessions. So looking forward to that first qualifying session now. If we look at how things stand, Rory Atkinson tops out Class A1. Akil Singh's all on his own in A2. Brandon Dean heads up Class A3. Willie De Beer, fastest of all of the road cars so far, he's in the Porsches. And if I can ask Gino Norse, Brandon Dean, Chris Tate, Anton Cronier and Ishmael Davids to please make your way up to the scrutineer section before you make your way out, because you have not scrutineered your cars yet. So if you wouldn't mind, you're just heading up those 4 cars to scrutineering before you make your way out to qualifying, because you have to be scrutineered before you qualify those cars. Eugene Herbert tops out in the Porsche, the A5 class, and Paul Malachi at this stage is top of the Super Snake class for Shelby, South Africa. Nikolai Nikolaisen, of course, the only electric vehicle out there today in the Alfa Romeo I'm going to try and remember the derivative of their car. Junior Veloce Electrica is the only electric car out there as well. So he's the top of Class A8. Class A's will be the first cars in our midst for qualifying 1. And we're standing by for those cars to make their way out onto the circuit. We'll also be looking to sort of get some interviews in between the qualifying sessions now as things unfold, with both Brendan and Carl down in pit lane. They're going to try and bring us up to speed with anything that might unfold over the next 2 hours or so into qualifying 1, 2, 3 and 4.
But yeah, Greg, to start off this qualifying, going out in classes, so we should see the likes of Matt Merton, Rory Atkinson and Gino Norse going out here first. And looking out, Eugene van der Berg, Brandon Dean, Willie De Beer, they're all in there. So just getting ready for qualifying. But guys, be out there, make your way into pit lane, get there. Your qualifying is starting.
Yeah, just make sure that you've gone up to get those cars scrutineered, Mr. Dean and Mr. Davids. You guys were 2 of the cars that I remember that I saw on the list. A couple of cars that haven't scrutineered must go up and scrutineer their cars before they get out onto the qualifying, so that they are classified under the rules and regulations for today, and just to make sure that everything is according to plan. Because remember, if you do modify your car in any way, you can't run it as a standard road car or supercar. So that's the important factor and what they want to check at scrutineering. Great job from our scrutineering team, because they've worked frantically over the last 4 days to get both the classic cars and these cars for today all scrutineered and ready to go. Once again, a shout out, of course, to Race Control for keeping us under control all day long, and to our marshals and medics, who of course have not really been called upon. Yesterday the marshals had to do a little bit of work for a bit of cleanup, and then today with the one incident with that noble of Butter Krausers, and the medical team came into effect for the first time at that stage as well. But I think if we can keep both Hunley and Doc off the circuit today, that would be an amazing event, and hopefully they don't need to be called into action again anytime soon.
Yeah, Greg, it'll be interesting to see if that Butter Krauser, if he's
Here's our drone lap. I think we're going to get a little drone lap here by the looks of things, eh? This is quite cool.
Yeah, let's do a drone lap. So that's your start. So this start, see, going quite a long straight now.
Okay, so we're going to try and get as much as we can out of this whole lap, but the drone down into turn 1. And showing us exactly what it's like from an aerial material point of view here. Nice to see a big crowd and lots of support all around the track. And a big welcome to all of you that are here, because we are also, of course, going out on our public address system here at Zwartkops. Lots of support in pit lane as well. Lots of activities down in pit lane too. If you are here at the circuit, make sure you come down. You can get up close and personal with the cars, meet the drivers, get some signatures, get some autographs. Go and have a test run on the Lindenberg Racing Simulator if you want to. Head up to Volkswagen Motorsport Stable. Go and see that brand new Volkswagen Golf R5 that they've built. Hill climb monster that they've built there, which we just chatted about with the management team at Volkswagen. Interesting to hear from Martina, though, that they've already got interest from international drivers for other hill climbs that happen in Europe, possibly in America, and all around the world. And if they can do on a similar vein to what they did with the Super Cup cars, where they sent, I think, 30 Super Cup cars to Germany to now basically start a Super Cup class in Germany, on a similar vein to what we've got here in South Africa as our Super Cup class. Just shows you that Volkswagen Motorsport are still alive and kicking, despite the fact that they don't run an official motorsport program anywhere else in the world other than here in South Africa.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff, Greg. And you hear there, she said they're hoping to get to Goodwood, the Goodwood Festival. That'll be a nice place. Okay, but the cars are lining up now. Qualifying one of our road car and supercar Class A. And we'll see there in the front, who's that leading
Van der Berg.
in the front?
Eugene Van der Berg in the Porsche. That's a 2019 GTS. His quickest so far has been a 103.5 in practice 3. And first car on the line is actually Willie de Beer, reigning champion in the road car class, looking to try and get under 60 seconds. He missed it by 0.206 of a second last time out.
Yeah, so Billy de Beer with his first qualifying run now. And yeah, he's trying to improve, but already he's doing very good times here, Greg. And he'll be happy so far. Let's see how this run goes. I wanted to say track conditions now is getting much better and better. There's not a big wind or gust blowing outside. And the physical track temperature will be warming up nicely.
Yeah, now it's getting to almost ideal conditions. Not quite ideal yet. Might need a little bit of extra ambient temperature to just raise slightly. And that'll give us a bit more track temperature, which is important to get the grip on these road-going tyres, on the supercars and road cars. Good line there from Willie as he comes out of turn 4, heads up towards 5 and 6. Standing by on the line will be Eugene van der Berg, the second of the Porsches. That's the GTS. His quickest has been a 103.5. So if they all want to be in that top 10 shootout, you kind of need to be, I would say, in the 106 and under bracket, if you want to make top 10 shootout for the road going and supercar shootout later on this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll keep one eye on that, and obviously we'll keep an eye on the class finals, the top 3, especially just now when we get to the A7 Shelbys. They're going to fight it out for top 3 finals, but the other guys, I just want to get into the top 10 shootout. But Willie de Beer is going to come to end while Eugene van der Berg is on his run, and then it looks like Rory Atkinson next. Rory. So Rory at the better of Matt on the last run, and we'll see how they go now in Quali 1.
Quali 1 is going to be very interesting indeed amongst these little GTIs, because, as I said, there's a bit of an in-house fight there between Roars and Matt Merton. Gino Norse will be looking to try and outgun them if he can, but unfortunately Norse in that ST Focus hasn't quite found the pace just yet to run with those 2025 Volkswagen Golf GTIs.
And Rory just dealing with that understeer. But you'll have that with the standard road tires, Greg. With the momentum you carry, you'll have that understeer. You'll have to live with it. You'll just minimize it. You still want to carry a lot of momentum through. So Rory's just maximizing it and using all the track, as you can see there. That was a very good run.
Squeaking some D-Maxes.
Yeah.
Getting those D-Max tires to squeak out properly around the circuit. So Roar's now going to open up the account for Class A1 in qualifying 1. These are the runs that kind of going to count. What they've done so far has just been set up and getting the cars all sorted, dialed in, and Rory goes into his first lap being completed and finishes up. Where does he go to?
Oh, well, there's
like
the timing monitor. There's no times registered yet.
No times picking up yet on Rory or on Willie de Beer at this point in time.
Eugene. We'll just have a look, see what's happening there, but yeah.
Maybe just give it a bit of a refresh. Maybe it needs a refresh there. And then we'll have a look and see. It is ticking over, yeah, but the times aren't registering for qualifying at this point. Here comes Eugene Herbert, Master Drive, and MUA Porsche Boxster. You're running Class A5. No, we're not getting anything out of that one. No times registering just yet, so we'll bring you the times as soon as we get them. As I said, Master Drive with a big event in the end of September down in Cape Town, also in a time attack style format. And MUA will actually be here next weekend with the Cobra Club at Cars in the Park. So if you're not doing anything next Sunday, Zwartkops International World of Motoring is the place to be, because there is a massive amount of car brands and clubs that'll be here. In fact, from our aerial shot, when you saw that drone shot, as we flew over the grass, you can actually see the white lines that have already been painted onto the grass for next weekend. So they've allocated areas of the track to certain clubs to have their cars put on display. And it's a massive undertaking. I mean, if you look at the aerial shot on the planning, every car club in the country are going to be here with some form of representation.
Yeah, Greg, the Cars in the Park, it's an annual thing. And people really enjoy it. They come and park their cars, and everybody likes to come and see all the different makes and variety, manufacturers, and like you said, the car clubs. And yeah, so we're just not registering any times at the moment. Yeah, timing will fix that up for us, but we're into qualifying 1 year. Willie de Beer, Eugene van der Berg, Rory Atkinson, Matt Merton, Eugene Herbert. As you can see, the people are really enjoying their Sunday out here at Zwartkops. Top of the Hill Challenge. It's the third running of the Top of the Hill Challenge. It's only getting better every year and expanding. And it's an awesome concept. So there's the people just sitting. Hello.
Hi guys, how you doing? I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves there. We can see you, big guy. Yeah, giving us a wave on the banking. Thank you for that. Thanks for the support. Are you having fun? It looks like you are. All 500 of you there. Are those all your kids, sir? Guys up on Volkswagen Motorsports gantry there as well. Looks like they're enjoying themselves on the top of the building.
Yeah, everybody trying to find a nice vantage point here. Greg, Zwartkops is one of the places, where it doesn't matter where you watch from or spectate from, you can see quite a lot of the track. So that's very nice. And that's why you always see the embankments quite full there. And for the guys now on the embankments there, after by Valle, the mense, the people that are there, they basically see the start of the top of the hill and then down to turn 1, and then they can see it again as the guys come through here to turn 4 and then up the hill. So you do see a lot of action. Doesn't matter where you spectate.
And if you are out there and you're watching from a vantage point that you can see the majority of the action, we appreciate that. But we would also appreciate it getting onto your smart devices and coming to watch us on the live stream so that you can see the areas that you might not be able to see from where you're sitting around the track. And that gives you a different opportunity to see some of the action. And also, you can rewind and see some of the action that you might have missed earlier on. So get onto your smart devices. Come and join us on YouTube or on Facebook. We're on the Two Wheels TV and Extreme pages on YouTube. We're on, of course, the Extreme Festival page. Yours truly's the Voice of Choice page and Volkswagen Motorsports page, I think, as well this weekend. So all on Extreme Festival. On Zwartkops, I beg your pardon. On Zwartkops Raceway's page. That's where you'll pick it up on. So go and have a look and see, and come and join us. And see what you might be missing from the interview side of things as well. Because you hear the interviews on the PA, but you might not see who we're chatting to. And then you can see exactly where we pick up those interviews that Carl and Brendan are doing down in pit lane at the same time.
Yeah, so to get the best of both worlds, come to the track and watch the cars live. And then also go into the smart devices and watch a bit of live stream. That way you'll get all the action. But yeah, so we're just waiting for the next batch of cars to come out, Greg.
Maybe I think they're holding them because there's a bit of an issue with the timing. So
just
once we've got timing sorted out, they'll send the next batch out. So they could do out in batches of up to 10 cars per session in the hour that's allocated per qualifying. It's enough to sort of get through the 40-odd cars that we've got to play with here today at Top of the Hill Challenge 2026. This is the third running of the Top of the Hill Challenge, by the way. So you can see the growth has been pretty substantial from 24 to 26, and the times have dropped dramatically from that first outing to what we're seeing here already today. And that just shows you from practice 3, Robert Volk going out and already setting an outright run record right from the word go, and not even worrying about getting into qualifying yet before he did that.
Yeah, there we could see waiting in the pit lane, that's Akil. Akil Singh in the Audi, the Alpha is there.
18 car there, of course, is Nikolai Nikolaisen in the Alfa Romeo Junior Veloce Electrica.
Those previous cars have to rerun. The times were scheduled.
All right, so just a heads up from race control, all the cars that have done their first runs. So Willy de Beer, Eugene van den Berg, Rory Atkinson, Matt Merton, and Eugene Herbert. We need you to report back to the start gate, please, and pit exit. Unfortunately, the timing had a bit of a problem, so we need you to rerun, you guys, in qualifying 1. Willy de Beer, Eugene van den Berg, Rory Atkinson, Matt Merton, Eugene Herbert, please report back to the pit exit. We're going to rerun you guys in qualifying 1, because your times unfortunately did not register on our timing monitor. So we'll have to rerun all of you once again for this first qualifying session.
Yeah, Greg, so we'll just get those guys to line up and they're going to do their rerun for quali 1. Give them one extra run, actually. But yeah, we need to get the times now. The times are very important now. Because
Check, we've even got the birds watching from us, eh? It's a bird's eye view he had there. That's what he had.
And that bird was sitting there next to a speaker, just listening to what's happening.
Yeah, listening to the soothing sounds of Leon Odendahl.
And Greg.
So nice to see big crowds out here. It's always great. And of course, we've got some partisan Zwartkops fans in the house, as always. They enjoy getting here early in the day and enjoy all the action that is provided. Most of them sit, of course, up on that back banking, which, of course, is Leon's favorite place. The Briars are firing up there, I can see. So we're getting into almost lunchtime. So it's about time those Briars should be kicking off. And we've got some merchandise boys walking around too, selling those famous Ford caps that I think the Scribanti team went and bought all the Ford caps yesterday because they realized, hold on a second, we weren't racing Audis yesterday, we were racing Ford, so we maybe need to represent the Blue Oval a little bit more.
Yeah, but Greg, what better place to be on a Sunday? Bring the family out to Zwartkops, come sit on the embankment, watch some top of the hill challenge, get a braai going, the youngsters are enjoying it, they're happy they're here. And get the braais going, that's what it's all about. Although it's winter, it's not too cold, it's a bit chilly out, but it's a fairly pleasant day, and things are hotting up.
Yeah, they certainly are. You can see that the temperature's also picking up as well. Although a couple of guys still with jerseys and hoodies on there, a couple of guys with T-shirts on, so the ambient temperature is picking up here at Zwartkops. Not quite a summer's day, but it's a normal winter's day in South Africa, which is quite nice to see. Carl is going to go down and catch up with Brandon Dean in the Ferrari, our one and only prancing horse.
All right, I'm here now with Brandon Dean. Brandon, you're out here in something a little bit different. Last time I saw you on the circuit was in a Cobra. Why the decision to bring out the Ferrari and join the top of the hill?
We did it last year. Last session we were on it and then we just had a bit of a oops. But this year we just come here to basically take it. Give Willie a bit of a run for his money.
About time we gave him a bit of a run for his buddy out there, Brandon. But I see you when you're heading out on the track, you're giving the brake quite a bit of a jolt on the way out. Is it just to get some temperature in these brakes before you hit the run, even on the warm-up?
Yeah, these carbon ceramics, I need to get heat into them and then just trying to get a bit of a heat into the tires as well. Because most of the time, by the time we get up to the start line, you know, most of the heat is dissipated out of these tires. So it's a bit of a problem. So we're trying to get as much heat in as possible with the serving and just a fast, slow, hard on the brakes, trying to get heat into the tires.
So almost using the heat from the disc to help warm the rim, warm the tire, get some temperature up there. But your road car, I've seen you drive this to and from a couple of karting events as well. So this is obviously something you use quite often, and now using it around a circuit or around a layout like this in a time attack version. It must be a bit different to drive home from here.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit different driving it on the road to driving it on the track. But I suppose this is what Ferrari is about. The design cars really for track use. You know, we bring it out and we see what it can do on the track.
Well, you've had a bit of experience with a lot of cars out on circuit. You've driven all sorts of wonderful things out there. You know, how does a supercar like this compare to a purpose-built race vehicle?
Look, I'll be honest, the car is very, very well balanced. That type of thing, it's close on 900 horsepower. So, you got to be very careful on the throttle because it can get out of control very quickly. So, yeah, to be honest, it's not far off a purposely built race car, basically for the streets. So, it's just coming out and getting used to flipping driving a road car on the track. So.
Well, you're here with a long-time friend and someone that's helped you with your motorsport journey for a long time, JDW Motorsports. And, are you doing anything in terms of setup on a road car, or was it just really tyre pressures?
Tyre pressures, and we did a bit of setup on the car. A bit different to road setup just for today. So we'll see if we can get the extra time out of it today.
Fantastic. Well, that's Brandon Dean in his 296 GT. We'll see how he goes out there in the road car class. Greg, back to you.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, nice to catch up with the Ferrari driver, the lone Ferrari out there. He's got to find about 1.9 seconds, though, Carl. So there's a little bit of work to do there in the Ferrari to catch Willy de Beer in the Porsche. But I do like the fact that he has come and brought along a nice weapon. As he said, 100% right. Last year, he was on it and potentially in with a chance of the win. He eventually ended up doing a 101.127 as his fastest time of the weekend, but that came in qualifying 6. It wasn't in the final run, whereas Willy was able to do it in the shootout, get down to a 1 minute .768. But we've already seen a 1 minute .206 coming out of Willy de Beer. So he's found half a second on his fastest run from last year, whereas Brandon is kind of sitting at about the same time. In fact, he's about, 2.8 and 6.8, 4 hundredths of a second slower than what he was last year.
Yeah, and Greg, was also interesting to hear. He was talking there about the tyre temperature and the brake temperature. Are we going down to the pits?
We are. We're going to catch up with Mark Dutoy by the looks of things. So let's go and have a quick chat to Mark and see what that GT1's doing out on track.
I'm here now with Mark. You're here in your GT1. It looks very similar to a Ford GT, but it's called a GT1. Can you give us a little bit of background on that?
Yeah, so this is a car that was built by Peter Bailey. So he's got the Bailey chassis, builds the GT40s, and then this car's got sequential gearbox, it's got the big slick tires, so this is called the GT1, the Bailey GT1. Yeah, it's a fun car to drive, I must say. It's very well balanced. I enjoy the gearbox, and it's like a real driver's car. You can feel exactly what's happening. So yeah, it's a bit scary on this kind of setup because there's hardly any space to warm your tires and your brakes up, so the first few corners are a bit hairy. So yeah, let's see how we go today.
All right, fantastic, Mark. Thank you so much for that. It looks like the timing is back up and running, so we've got some cars out on circuits. Back to you, Greg. Let's see how they go out on these runs.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Awesome stuff. Okay, we've got cars lining up. They're going to go again. So timing sorted out, everything good. And it looks like, I think it's Akhil Singh is going to be the first man out. Those guys who went earlier, they're going to have to do a rerun here in Quali 1, Greg. So we'll just slot them in as well. But all should be good now. And the guys are setting down qualifying 1. You need to get a banker in and then take it from there.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen here. As you said, we had to reshuffle everything to get our timing back up and running. And well done to Motor Timing for that. But we're now back up in full flight. And as I said, you heard those first 5 cars having to go back onto circuit and rerun their first times on circuit. Singh will now be the first car to set the pace in qualifying 1 officially in the Audi TT. As I said, originally he was going to be coming here in a GTR R35, but something must have gone wrong with that car, and he changed his mind to jump into the Audi TT. So he will be running for honours in Class B10, along with Andre Steenkamp and Jared Rousseau and Johan Nel. So Nel, of course, is in the i30N Hyundai. Rousseau's in the Golf R6. And it's the Giulia Alfa Romeo that Andre Steenkamp is in for Class B10. This is Willy de Beer in... if you look at his number plate from the rear of the car, you can't see it on the front, but the rear of the car says W Toy. So Willy's Toy is what that stands for. And then that 991 Turbo S is certainly a suitable car and definitely knows what to do around here, being the reigning champion in the road and supercar class.
Now, Greg, Akhil Singh actually he joins now. He jumps into A2. He's
Yes.
in the A2 class, yeah. A2, he's done a time, 106.7. So he's up now in the A2 class.
No, I beg your pardon. I've still got him down on B10 on my original list. That's what I was referring to. So, yeah, it is an A2 class car that he's in now.
Yeah, initially he was in B10 if he was in his Nissan. But the Audi now, the TT, that slots him into A2. Okay, so the guys are out there again. Willie de Beer, Eugene van der Berg. Willie's going to finish his run. Let's see. He had a very good time earlier on. And Willie, 1 minute, 0.5. Not as quick as
3/10 off.
But still
His
a good
quickest.
time.
Yeah, he'll be in that 1 minute bracket. I think Willie's goal here today will be to get sub 60. I think that's what he's going to aim for. He didn't get it last year. His quickest, as I said, came in the shootout, and he was able to get into a 1 minute 0.768. So he missed it by 0.768. His last run, he missed it by 0.206. And now in a 0.5, so it's half a second off. He's there or thereabouts. And if he keeps building, by the time we get into the class shootout and by the time we get into the top 10 shootout, we'll definitely get an opportunity to see him maybe go sub 60 in that Porsche.
Yeah, he's definitely going to build it up. Eugene van der Berg, 103.6, and he's in A3. So
and with that A3 time, 103.6 is the same time as he did 103.549. So it's there or thereabouts for Eugene van der Berg. No massive improvements or decreases there between the two times that he's had so far that have counted. Here is our Junior Veloci Electrica of Nikolai Nikolaisen.
Earlier on, I was just saying, Brandon Dean was explaining about the tire temperatures and the brake temperatures, how difficult it is actually just on your run up to get some tire temperature and brake temperature, which is important. So that's one thing the guys do concentrate on and work on to try and maximize their run.
Across the line goes Nikolaisen. He goes 106.7. His quickest so far has been a 107.5, so he's gone much quicker. He's found nearly a second on that run. So that's nice to see from the electric car, our only electric car out there today.
Now, Greg, that's the way you want to start your qualifying run. Start your qualifying run with your best time of the day, quali 1, your banker plus your best time, and then you can just take it from there and you can build it up in the other qualifying sessions.
There goes the drone aerial material of the Ferrari of Brandon Dean into the top of the hill. This is why it's known as top of the hill. We always refer to this section of the circuit as top of the hill as they go past Gazoo Racing and AMG Driving Experience. And then down the hill across the finish line. That's the finish line right there. Brandon Dean moves up into top three overall. 1 minute 0.591. Woohoo! Hello. 0.08 of a second behind Willie de Beer. It's game on. Ferrari versus Porsche in the supercar class.
Yeah. He's in a different class, but his competition is Willie de Beer.
Yeah, so we can say Ferrari versus Porsche, de Beer versus Dean, and Stuttgart versus Maranello.
Yeah, it's Eugene Herbert. He's on a run. Yeah, Brandon Dean, we had his time. It just disappeared now, but we had the time. And it looks like Gino Norris is out on the track now.
Yes,
Greg?
he is. He's gone to scrutineering, got that car scrutineered now. So he's now able to get out onto the circuit in the Ford Focus ST. Try and close the gap down on his two closest rivals, Matt Merton and Rory Atkinson, if he can. It was quite a big gap that he's got. We looked at a 105 and 106 from Merton and from Atkinson and Merton, but only a 25.5 from Gino. But Gino did have some problems in his first two runs in practices, so hopefully they've got that little Rose Foundation car sorted out now. And if he can, he'd like to be a little higher up and closer to those two GTIs.
Yeah, Greg, you'll have a better run, yeah. And also, you can see the guys are much happier with the grip that's available on the track. It's getting better as we go. Like I said, yeah, from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock is going to be almost perfect track surface temperature conditions.
Gino comes out of the final turn, heads down the hill. It's about 100 meters towards the finish line and crosses the line and goes and puts in a 110.5. So that's 15 seconds quicker already, he's found. Not quite as quick as the GTIs, but at least a massive improvement there from that Ford Focus.
Yeah, and there's Rory just on his rerun, but for qualifying one to just set a legit time or to get a registered time on the board, yeah. So, let's see. But now, Greg,
was he using the Devon Robertson line through there, hey?
Yeah, although these guys now with the standard road tires, can they put new tires or do they have to keep the same tires? I don't know what.
I think they got to keep the same tires they start on. The rule is that they start the day and finish the day on the same set of tires, but they can only run road tires.
Yeah.
That's why some of those road cars that you see, that you kind of think, how can this be a modified? The reason it is because it's running semi-slicks. That's the modification that might be all that's required to move it up into the modified class as opposed to the stock road and supercar class. Here we go, back on aerial material, up and above the Volkswagen GTI as it heads into turn number 4. Matty Merton pushing hard, trying to get to at least close, or he'd prefer to be ahead of Rory Atkinson if he can. They've chopped and changed that top spot already. One led out practice 1, one led out practice 2, and Rory led out practice 3. So it's kind of 2-1 to Rory at the moment. Can Matt come back and even up the score? Let's see what he does. Across the line, Matt Merton. Oof, he's just behind him. 106.5, 106.6, 1/10. In fact, it's less than a 10th. That's crazy.
Yeah, so there's Rory just finishing his lap there, a 106.5. And then Matt Merton, like you say, just behind him. So it's very close there between those two teammates. And there's a big inter-team battle there.
It's 1/10 of a second between them, exactly. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, good stuff. So we're gearing up here, everybody on quali 1. And yeah, good stuff. So Billy De Beer will be happy with that 1 minute 5, but also Brandon Dean right behind him, Greg.
Yeah.
It's
a nice little battle there, I think, between those road cars. We've still got a couple more road cars to bring onto the track. And standing by in that second batch of cars, I think we saw a whole bunch of the Super Snakes out of Shelby, South Africa. Of course, they've got massive support. Oh, in fact, the Sheriff is just slotting in there as well. Is he allowed to go out now? Because I thought we were going in running order, as in Class A cars first, and then Class B cars, and then Class C cars. But maybe they've changed things up there.
Yeah,
this is now into Class B, so maybe the Super Snakes stayed out for this time. They didn't do qualifying 1. But these are all modified cars that are making them onto the circuit right now. But I was about to say that the Shelby Mustangs would have gone out and headed into Castrol Corner, having run the Castrol lubricants in their cars and BP fuel. It'll be interesting to see what the top end of that little battle looks like at the end of qualifying 1.
But Greg, I wonder now, did the Shelbys now maybe decide not to do the quali 1?
It looks like that, because they didn't go out in that first session. And the first session, of course, was for Class A, which is the road and supercar class. This is now Class B, modified production car class.
Yeah, because qualifying, we're lining up according to classes. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And we'll see if they only decided to go out in quali 2. But nevertheless, the Sheriff out in the front.
I was going to say, the Sheriff is not holding back. He definitely wanted to make sure he was the first car on the road. Did not want to get hindered by anybody in Franco's first attempt to go and put that second Ace of Spades machine into a decent position. Right now, he currently sits, if we look at that B5 class, he's sitting... where will he be sitting? He'll be sitting in 4th place overall, because it's the top 3 that we've seen from practice here. So he would have been in 4th place on the run so far in B5.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be looking for a good run here. He's Franco Scribante.
He has had a few runs so far. So if we go to the first run that he did, Franco was able to get into the 54 threes. That's what he's done so far. That was in practice 2.
Yeah, so let's see. It's all about the launch here.
That is a magnificent launch.
Decent launch, yeah. Very good launch, actually. So I should be happy with that launch. Down that straight now. You get it. I mean, these guys already get a tremendous top speed, Greg, before they get to that turn 1. That is a turn. For these guys, it's not just flat. He
How's
was
that
quite
line?
deep there.
How's that line he used?
Yeah.
Late apex.
Yeah. A late
Exceptionally
turning.
late. Yeah.
You want to do, with these cars, remember, bigger cars, a later turn-in will give you that best line there. So it's actually a very good line that he's taking there through turn 2.
He almost ran off the track at Castrol Corner there. and then
He
sort of
used all of
squared it up to come through.
Yeah, no,
So
it
it's
was-
a good line there from him.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy with that. Remember, these guys, they look at every single turn at their data and telemetry. They have a look, see where can they do better, where can they find that 1 or 2 tenths.
This should be top of the list easily for Franco, as it stands on the timing monitor if you are watching the timing. And Franco should hit the top spot, and does so on a 53.5. 53.532. So that is, what's it, about 8/10 of a second quicker than his first run in practice 2. So Franco Scribanti now opens up the account for qualifying 1 for the modified production car class. It'll be Mark Toy behind him, and I think Johan Nel will be starting just behind that. So we'll keep an eye on their progress heading into this first attempt. Johan Nel, of course, in the Hyundai. Mark's in the Bailey Cars GT1. And Carl was chatting about the fact that it looks very similar to a GT40. Yes, it does. It's based on a GT40, but of course, remember, Ford launched a retro version of the GT40 known as the Ford GT, and that one is a retro version of it's a type car of the retro version that Bailey built as the Ford GT1.
Now, Mark the Toy, 1 minute, 0.253, and you heard from Mark, it's quite almost used the word scary car to drive this way around. They're so used to driving the other way around, but it's a different challenge. But the guys are all lining up here. There's a Hyundai going now for its run here in Quali 1.
Oh, that's Nel, but Rousseau's already on track, so Jazz is going to be leading the way there in that Golf 6 of his before he comes to the line. Jared Rousseau will look to try and stay at least in the hunt for his class for now. Rousseau was 3rd quickest in B10s behind Steenkamp in the Alpha, and Johan Nel actually tops the list at the moment in the B10 category.
But Jared,
with a 104.1.
59.2 from Jared. You'll
be much happier with that. His last one was a 107.8.
Yeah, but maybe he had a problem. He had a moment. He had a...
Whoa, there you go. Devin Robertson line coming out of that left-hander through turn 4. I say that because if you watch yesterday's classic car shootout, Devin Robertson, remember, finished 2nd overall in the Zank Racing and Big Boss Auto R32 Nissan. And with that, he had a couple of occasions where he literally went completely wide out of turn 4, used the rumble strip, and even used the return road to get a little bit extra traction on that R32 to get that 2nd place run overall yesterday.
Charles Phelps on his run here in the Subaru, and he's looking for a good run here, and he's looking good on the track here. Yes, Greg, the guys are now putting down their bankers, and then they'll decide, can they improve? Do they want to miss maybe 1 or 2 qualifying sessions? But a wheel spin there, and sounds nice, that car there off the line. I think it's Andre Steenkamp, is it? No.
I think it might be Anthony Casey, but it could be Steenkamp. Just have a look and see. Steenkamp in the Alfa Giulia. Yeah, it is Steenkamp. It is Steenkamp in the Alfa Giulia. Here he comes. 21.
Falls is going to complete his lap. Falls, I think he did a 1 minute, dead point 707. Steenkamp coming through turn 3 now. It's Andre Steenkamp, 2017 Alfa Giulia Quadrifoglio.
Quadrifoglio is a very, very quick machine, I can tell you. And running that efficiency sponsorship on the side. There's a whole bunch of cars running under that efficiency brand this weekend.
Yeah, and all the Alphas behind each other, line astern as they were before.
It should be Casey. Anthony Casey, the next of those Alphas. Behind them will be Lee Thompson, and then Giannis in another Alpha. Ishmael David's the last of the 2nd batch into qualifying 1 in his BMW M3.
Yeah, so watch you guys go through turn 2 there. With these more standard type road cars, you need to turn that steering wheel, get through that left-hander. Yes, Anthony Casey, as we said, is a newcomer, but he's getting better and better. Every run will do better, Greg. Every run he'll...
You do say road car, and I agree with you, but remember, this is a modified version of the road car. Yeah. It's not the stock road car, so that's why they won't be running in the road car class in these Alphas. They've done some modifications to them to give them a little bit more oomph on the circuit and give the Alfisti that are on the sideline Something to smile about. Janssen van Rensburg in the Stelvio.
Yeah, modified production cars, so that's why they're all in Class B.
He's
Like
under
you
the
said.
Stellantis SA group, this Stelvio, slightly different livery on that car. But Jonas, of course, knows this brand well and loves this brand. Puts a lot of work into the Alpha brand off track at the Stellantis group dealerships.
Yeah, it also sounds very nice. Going through turn 4 there, Casey ended up there in a 1:13.3, Greg.
Is he or is he not? Is Ishmael Beloy, or Ishmael Davids, I should say. Said Beloy a couple of times yesterday, so apologies on that one. But yeah, Ishmael Davids doing a super job in the M3. Going to try and get that machine of his a little higher up than what he did. How did Giannis do there? Giannis comes through.
Oh, 106.3.
Massive improvement for him. 2 seconds up.
Yeah, you can just see that run. You can hear that Giannis had a good run there. But Ishmael Davids in the BMW. It's the E46 M3. Those E46 M3s, Greg, were still some of the best BMWs I've ever driven.
Now, they are very good cars, eh? Very, very good cars. And if you look at the success rate of BMW in terms of motorsport in South Africa and the growth that they've had over the last probably 3 or 4 seasons with the M Performance Racing Series, just shows you that they've got a brand of cars that particularly have a big affiliation to South African motorsport fans.
Yeah, awesome cars at BMW. Let's see. Yeah, he goes
104.3. 9th place for him.
Top
So
9, yeah.
Is
Very
he on
good.
his last one? What did he do on his last one there? Let's have a quick squiz. Is he... just trying to pick up where he is now. Apologies on that. There we go. His last one was a 106.2. So it's a big improvement. 2 seconds almost for Ishmael Davids in the Team ID paving BMW M3.
Yeah, so good stuff. So you can see it's qualifying 1, and the guys are putting in the effort and getting that fast banker lap in, so that they, that, and then they'll take it from here. Then they'll decide, what do I need to do? How do I get later to the top 10? Or how do I get in my top 3 class final? How do I improve? So a lot of little nuances here we're looking at. That's
Lee Thompson. That's why he didn't finish his run. Where is that? That's at the start. So that's right at the start of the lap. I think he's had to jump out of the car and leave the car there.
But that was, I think he's running an Astra, an Opel Astra.
That's the Astra, yeah. He'd be in the Astra there. So he's going to walk across and climb into the Lotus so he can get back into his other B series car. The Opel Astra might be stuck at the start gates there, unfortunately for Lee Thompson.
Yeah, so pity about that. That's quali 1. We'll see if they don't know what the problem is in the car. Try and get it back to the pits.
I didn't even see it roll to the line. Okay, there it is there. Here's a shot of it. Looks like John's going to give him a lift on the scooter. That's going to help him out a little bit quicker return to the pit box. And recovery 1. Going to go and fetch the Astra and take it back to Trans Africa Racing.
Yeah, because Lee needs to jump in his other car. He's running 2 cars here on the day.
Just a reminder, that Astra comes from the old Westbank modified saloon car days, originally owned by Peter Goff. It's also been through a couple of stables in its history as well. And we saw the likes of Johan Fourie, Harry Meyer, Larry Wolford all pilot one of those Astras in their careers as part of the modified saloon cars before they became what is now Dunlop-sponsored V8 supercars. They were originally Westbank modified saloon cars and then Westbank V8 supercars. There we go. There's the Super Snakes. So they didn't quite get the memo. Just a reminder to all the drivers that are down in pit lane that during qualifying we are running according to our classes, guys. So sports cars, supercars and road cars will be the first session of the day. And then we go to modifieds class B, and then we go to single seaters class C. So just a reminder to everybody that during qualifying we will be running according to the A, B, and C categories that are allocated.
Yeah, that's how they're supposed to line up, but we've got the Shelbys on the track now. So now we've got the Shelbys and we've got a few modified production cars in this bunch.
Look, the Shelby's all going to run together, so they'll be the first 5 cars out. And then right behind them looks like it's going to be Jonathan Mahotsi to start his attack back at where he stands right now, second overall in Class B5 on a 54.279.
Yeah, so we'll just keep an eye on that, Greg. But
it's a big batch of cars that's been let out there.
Yeah, there's some fast times coming up in this session. Once we get to those B5 cars. That's Aldo, and he's looked good this whole day so far.
He really has.
He's looked good. So
tops the B5 category so far with the 53.251, although that 53.5 is relatively close from Frankel. So it's getting a lot closer there for that B5 battle. The B5 battle basically is where the modified production car class kind of main attention is focused. If you're a fan on the sidelines, it's where the big bangers are.
And the Shelbys, they usually go in their number order. Should be Pommerstein there.
So Anton Pommerstein will lead them out. He's second at the moment on a 107.374. 13 is Pommerstein. Heading into Castrol corner. As I said, with Castrol and BP and all the other subsidiary brands that are now involved. Torcraft, another big sponsor of that Lindenberg racing team. Great to see that you've got, of course, branding on the cars, but also branding at the circuit here for Castrol. So getting the mileage that that brand has had in the past, and of course synonymous with motorsport.
And next up will be Dion Smith. So Pommerstein, Greg, is in the 2016 Shelby, and then Smith and O'Callaghan, Malachi, they're in 2017s, and Fernando Fogus is in 2024 model. So, but these cars are all very similar. We'll see what Pommerstein puts the benchmark down there for the Shelbys.
He does 107.996. And he's done a 107.3, so he's not as quick as what he was earlier on, Anton Pommerstein.
Well, not far off his time there, but you'd like to go quickest in your first qualifying run. So he's got a little bit of time that he's going to look for to compare it to his previous session. Because conditions now is fairly good and fairly suitable.
Almost ideal right now, not quite there yet, we're nearly there. But certainly a lot better than the cool and very cold track temperatures we had for the first sessions today. 15 up next will be Josh O'Callaghan.
As Smith comes to the line. Smith comes to the flag, and O'Callaghan is on his run. Smith, 111.2. How does that compare?
Same as him. 111.278. What did he do? Two what?
290.
So slightly slower.
But very consistent.
Consistent though, yeah, from Smith.
Yeah, very good. They said O'Callaghan is next. Then it should be Malachi and Bogus.
Just a reminder to everybody in the Super Snake team, these are all normal day-to-day average Joe drivers. They're not professional racing drivers at all. These are Shelby customers that are participating here this weekend. Yes, some of them have had a lot of experience in these cars and have done some time attack and hill climb events, but they're not professional drivers in any form of the definition of a professional racing driver. They are there purely to have as much fun as they can in their Shelby Super Snakes.
Yeah, and that's awesome stuff, guys. That's we heard from Peter Lindbergh vision. O'Callaghan then a 109.8.
Quicker. 110.288 was his last one, so he's gone quickest. In fact, he's second quickest behind Pommerstein.
Yeah,
Pommerstein hangs on to the top. Malachi, I think, might be the man to catch, though. He's been quickest so far out of all the Shelbys. He got down to a 106.8 as his last run. So I think Paul Malachi might be the man that we'll keep an eye out in terms of the top of the Shelby side of this little battle. A little bit understeer coming out of that final turn. That's going to cost him a bit of time.
Now that last turn, number 7, is very important for your run.
But he does go quickest. 107.778 to the 107.996 and the 109.803. Top 3 in the Shelbys.
But quite close there between Malachi and Pommerstein, Greg. So that's a nice battle. But Malachi at this stage, he made a slight mistake, left a little bit of time there. out there.
Here we
let's
go.
see.
Let's get a couple more of these big bangers out there. Straight out of the Super Snakes, we go into the hill climb monster that comes from Volkswagen Motorsport. Michael Ollers is absolute beast he's built here for Volkswagen Motorsport. And we've already seen some massive times out of this car so far. And this, of course, is only its 4th run in anger that Jonathan Mahotsi is having this way around. You heard from Ollers in the interview, they only did 7 laps the other way around on the normal circuit to get the car dialed in. But now they're starting to tweak things and look at those modifications that have been done to this car and find where they can get that extra bit of squirt that's required to get to the win in B5 later on this afternoon. Can they catch Franco Scribanti on this run?
Yeah, let's see, Greg, and the car sounds awesome as it goes through the last corner now. He's going to put the power down, 4-wheel drive power to the flag, and let's see what time he comes up with.
Across the line, and Mahotsi goes second quickest, 53.994. So he's 0.4 off Franco Scribanti at the top. Is that quicker than what he went earlier on? Let's just have a look and see. He did a 54.279. So yes, he's already found 9/10 of a second there. Almost a second he found in that run.
53.9. What did he do earlier? 54?
54.2.
Yeah, so 3/10 he found.
Yeah.
3/10, but he's going forward. That's the main thing. He's progressing. And he's not far off Franco Scribanti there, so they should be happy with that run. But I'm sure you'll see Mahotsi out for all 4 qualifying runs here.
Yeah, they'll use everything they can to try and get as much data in that car as possible. If they want to take it for other events around the country and around the world, they're going to need that data to get the tweaks done and find out where they can find those little bit of extra squirts required. It's formation flying for Zank Racing at the moment because you've got Devin Robertson in the Lotus as Craig Zank is coming down the hill to complete his run and moves himself up into 12th place overall on a 105.135. Devin Robertson heads into turn 5 and 6 through the Zwartkops Z and now heads down the hill.
Yeah, let's see. Looks like a good run here from Devin as well, Greg. We'll see as he takes the flag there.
Moves himself into 3rd overall, 55.576 from Devin Robertson. Hello, he's joining the party there for B4. Remember, he's fighting against his teammate Craig Zank and then Lee Thompson when he gets out in the Lotus Exige, a similar car to what Devin just piloted around the top of the hill challenge course. Here comes Aldo.
Yeah, a little bit of a lock-up there on the brake, so that's going to cost him a little bit, Greg. He just had a slight lock-up, so he braked as late as he can. But Aldo Scribanti, he's looked good so far today. But let's just see, I hope that doesn't cost him too much.
Fastest modified so far throughout the day has been Aldo Scribanti. He's going to try and catch his cousin Franco now, who's got a 53.5, just outgunning him on that last pass. Does Aldo go to the top, or does he stick in that mid-pack? Here he comes across the line, and the timing says Scribanti 3rd. Oh, 54 dead from Aldo Scribanti. So not quite as quick as what he got earlier on in practice 3.
Just that little bit of a lock-up there into turn 4.
That's all it was.
One little mistake, it can cost you anything from 2 to 5/10.
And that's just enough to throw you down into 3rd and not on top of the list.
As you can see now, that top 3 now very close. 53.5, 53.9 and 54.0. So nothing in it, but that's your banker. That's your banker you're putting down here in quali 1. But yeah. But remember, Greg, this is
4.62 of a second between Franco and Mahotsi. And then if we take... what's that, 050, eh? 050. 1.4 there, or 0.4 of a second. 400ths of a second.
Yeah,
back there
400,
between the other two. That's how close it is. Wow, it's very, very tight between our B4 and B5 cars.
Greg, but the interesting thing with the B5 class, remember we've got Franco, Aldo, and Silvio Scribanti and Jonathan Mahotsi. So between the 4 of them, they're going to vie for a top 3 in class.
Yes.
So one of them is going to lose out.
One's going to be losing out.
Out of the top 3 final.
They all might make it into the top 10 shootout. That's the difference.
Yeah. So just quickly from that point of view, so your top 3, your top 10 final, the overall top 10 final, does not get determined then by your time in the top 3 final.
No, top 3 finals for the class only.
Yeah.
So top 10 comes out of the running of the day. So basically the top 10 will come out of that running of the day, according to my understanding. So
out of the
that's how it is.
qualifying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we
There they
see
go.
that number
Let's
5
get that
car
machine
just-
back into Trans-Africa Racing stable and hopefully get Lee Thompson to pilot the Opel Astra a bit later on in qualifying 2, 3 or 4. We're going into single-seaters. Class C's are lined up and waiting to go.
But that battle's really going to be on in the B5, because out of 4 of them, only 3 of them are going to make it to the top 3 class final.
Got Lee Thompson's Lotus in the background too, because remember he'll have to jump into the single-seater class because of him having to pilot the 2 cars on the day. There's not enough time for him to get across and get into the B category of qualifying with both cars. He would have been able to do it had there not been a problem with his Astra. But now he's going to, I think, just join onto the back of the field of the single-seaters because there's only a small amount of them, 14 of them in total in the Class Cs.
Yeah, Greg, and once he gets out there, we're going to be keep a keen eye on his time as well. But Robert Volk now, is he going to go faster? Is he going to improve every session? There's a big possibility of that. Let's see now. Just
It'll be amazing to see what he can do now. I mean, he's already gone faster than anybody else has ever done here at this track on a 47.774 in practice 3. This is qualifying 1. And yes, Lee Thompson is going to join the back of the pack. And looks like Anton Kranier is going to join him as well. 2 cars that might have just missed out there on their chances to be out for qualifying number 1.
Now, Greg, remember earlier Buta Krause had that problem. He was the
In
guy
the
that
Noble.
went to the tire.
Yes.
Was it?
Buta Krause, yes, in the
Yeah,
Noble
in
400.
Yes, he had that. So we haven't seen him out yet. So they obviously still working on that car. But
That's
we'll
the cool
just-
thing about this format, is that they've got time to fix the
Yeah.
car. So if they can't get it ready for qualifying 1, they just have to get it ready for one of the qualifying sessions.
So we'll just keep an eye on that to see if he's going to come out. We're not sure what the extent of the damage was there.
Let's see how he goes as they come down towards the start chute. Looking at Ian Schofield's Ford Duratec, and his teammate is about to start the account for single-seaters. Yes, he's done an amazing run in practice, but qualifying's where it counts.
Yeah, he needs to get that good banker in now. Let's have a listen.
That's not a bad effort there from him. As he gets off the line, good luck with that drone to try and stay with that car.
Yeah. Now
That's
the
like
top-
watching the Gone in 60 Seconds movie where that helicopter tries to catch Nicolas Cage down the drain pipe.
Oh, you
that
can
is
just
so
see
smooth
he's
from
got
Volk.
confidence as well in the grip there, Greg. I mean, he turns
Yeah.
in early. He can turn in so early because he's got the grip there. And that's amazing. And that's where all the time comes from.
He's that quick. He's even catching us out on our attempt to follow him around the track. He's absolutely flying at the moment, is Robert Volk. 47.774 is what we got out of him earlier on. Will he go even quicker than that? Let's have a look and see. Looking pretty tasty right now, and potentially could be even quicker.
Yeah, I remember he said that top section was a section he didn't 100% get correct, but waiting for that time.
It's going to be good. Robert Volk should go to the top, I'm sure. Let's just see what he gets in terms of that time. 47.878. So 1/10 slower.
774. Yeah. But a
10th
tenth,
slower.
10th off.
Yeah. That's terrible. He's got to do some work now. Man,
no,
alive.
you'll be
Where-
looking at it.
It's
It
just
just
amazing
shows
to
you
see that car, but go that well.
how good that previous run was. But remember, he's going to have a look because, I mean, Greg, there when we get to the top of the hill there by the Z or the S,
Yes.
that's where it was a bit slippery. It wasn't ideal there. And the track is a lot better there. I mean, just visibly you can see it. So, so Robert Volk, he maybe make one small mistake somewhere. But nevertheless, still a 47.8 is a very fast and consistent time.
Kotze
That's a good
going
banker
well.
lap for his first qualifying.
Kotze went really well there. We're going to try and improve on the 106.1. How close do you want it for that C4 class, eh? 106.1 plays 106.8 between Kotze and Wilmot.
Yeah, so those will be the little class battles. They'll make it to the final when there's only 2 cars in a class, but they want to get one over each other, and it's really looking good, yeah. So definitely, Greg, you can visibly see the grip. Grip is improving. Track is better. Track is, I think, at a very good place now. from a track temperature point of view.
Ruan van der Walt might be having a tough time there. I think van der Walt and his fellow stablemate from the low-cost side of Lotus Challenge, they'll be fighting for second because Schofield is dramatically ahead of them. It's almost 16 seconds ahead that Schofield's got over the two Lotuses that are in C2 with him. So Ian Schofield literally got to just circulate at this stage, and he's got the class win potentially, but I'm sure he'll try and push to try and get into that top 10, at least have a chance of being involved in that top 10 shootout as he has been in the past. And yesterday, of course, winning his top 10 shootout for the Classic Conqueror title for 2026. Back-to-back titles for him for 2026 and 2025. So maintaining and retaining the number 1 plate into next year's Top of the Hill Challenge number 4.
But yeah, like you said, Greg, Ruan van der Walt and Tinus Burtis, they will battle it out then for the podium places there in that class, that C2 class. So good to see.
Ruan's done a 109.5 and Tinus has done a 111.2. And if we go a little bit further down that pack, we'll see if there's been some improvements. Ruan van der Walt, what does he get there?
109.1.
109.1 is quicker by 4/10.
Tinus 110.5.
And that's quickest by 7/10. So big improvements for both those little low tie. This is Clive Wilmot now. He'll be trying to close down the gap that Yusuf Kotza's already put down. And Kotza in the 108.6s, I think, or 106. Maybe a 106.3 there. Kotza. 106.4, I think it is.
Yusuf Kotza 105.6.
105.6, beg your pardon. Couldn't remember what he was doing because I'm looking at his current time. There is Wilmot, crosses the line. He'll move up slightly, but I'm sure not quite into contention for Yusuf. He's down in 24th place overall as Clive Wilmot with a 107.
Yeah, 107.4
and
there.
It's slower than what he was. This should be a little bit quicker here from Scope's point of view. Using similar lines to what he used in the March 77B yesterday. To get that incredible 56.141 lap.
Yeah, and just listen, you can just hear that KTM there in the background, Greg. That sounds awesome, that car.
Roaring. Big time down that back straight away. Up into turn 2, Castro corner he goes.
Schofield just completed his lap on a 57.9.
That's a good run from him. That's 6th place overall.
Yeah, very good. As I said, everybody in the sub 60s or the less than 60 seconds, they're all in it there.
What we might see here, though, is Willie de Beer being bumped out of the top 10 or going into 10th place if JM gets a good lap.
Yeah, which he had it earlier. His previous lap was good. So Billy de Beer will be on the bubble there.
Still keeping a road car in the top 10 overall, though. That's what I'm kind of intimating there.
Yeah.
Is that even if JM goes quicker, and did he? Because he's right across the line. I think he has. Yeah, 58.058 or 85. Billy now in 10th place. So he keeps the road car in the top 10 overall.
Some pre-wear on the track. Just enjoying her time as well. That time much better through 2 and 3, coming up to 4. Caught her out yesterday a little bit, but today much better. There's a little bit more grip in that car.
She's doing 105.8 at the moment. Here's Devin Robertson in the Lotus.
Lee, is it?
Oh, that's Lee Thompson. Big one. Lee Thompson. Yeah, my apologies. Lee Thompson. In that
let's
Lee
see
Thompson
Lee.
Racing.
Well, but now Lee probably get into that top 10 and he will bump Billy de Beer
That means
out of
Billy
the
will
top
get
10.
dropped out if he gets a good time in here, for sure, yeah.
But
so
we'll keep
see
an eye on that, yeah.
the road car drop out of the top 10 for the first time now this morning.
Car sounds good, looks good. Lee's just fast in this car, Greg. Awesome lines here. Even the other way around. Lee knows the way around this track.
He likes this car as well. He really enjoys driving it. Suits his driving ability. Clive on a 105.510. Is that quicker than what she's done? Yes, it is. She's gone 3/10 quicker. Some people were finding about 3/10 there on that last lap. There goes Lee. Across the line. That'll probably bump Willie out of the top 10 and put Lee Thompson into about 3rd or 4th place, I'd say. If I've got it right. Make that 2nd place, Greg. 52.360 from Lee Thompson. That is an incredible run from Lee Thompson.
Yeah.
That is a proper good run. And has both B4 and B5 having a little look up and saying, hang on a second, what's going on there? I've got a B4 car leading all three B5 hill climb monsters.
Yeah, Greg will definitely make those B5 cars look up. But we've got Anton Cronier now on the track to complete his run in the Subaru. But an awesome time there by Lee, 52.3. So he's right up there.
This could potentially drop Mark Totoy out of the top 10 as well. If Cronier gets a good time, he does. 57.7. How's that? The top 10 are all sub 60 second runs.
And that's what we want to see.
For.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we want to see. The battle of the sub 60s, and they're all top 10 now.
Unbelievable run there from Cronier to jump up into 7th place, 57.7. Anton's previous time. If we run through it quickly, just pick up where he was. He's on the previous page. He did a 1 minute flat 0.9, so he's found 3 seconds there on that last run. So that brings qualifying 1 to a close.
Yeah, with Volk leading out, Lee Thompson, Franco Scribante, Mogotsi, Aldous Scribante, Devin Robertson, Anton Cronier, Ian Schofield, James Gerber, Jared Rousseau, your top 10, and they're all under 60 seconds. So that's a benchmark. They've all laid down a marker, Greg. And now we'll see who's going to do what in qualifying 2.
Amazing run there from those top 10 to get sub 60 seconds already in. We see Robert Volk is kind of playing around at the same place as he has been all day long. Might see something more from him a bit later on now. He's now got those bankers in. All of those cars, in fact, have got their bankers in, which is pretty awesome to see. And great opportunity to sort of have a look and see exactly how things are going to change up now with qualifying 2. This is where the games start to be played, where the guys think, do I really need to go out? Do I need to put in another time? I think possibly if you're in B5, you may be looking to go, hang on a second, where did Lee Thompson find that pace? Because he should be a little bit slower than us if he's a B4 car, but he's now gone and outgunned us and shown us the way around. So both the Scribante boys in Scuderia Scribante, Franco Scribante at Franco Scribante Racing, and I think Jonathan Mogotsi will all be scratching those helmets going, hang on a second, where did these guys find the opportunity to find that kind of pace? Lee Thompson has been working frantically on that Lotus Exige to show that he's got what it takes to build a hill climb monster, and that hill climb monster is now in full effect and having an opportunity to be ahead of the B5 usual contenders.
Yeah, and those B5 usual contenders, the guys will be thinking of the top 10 shootout later and the podium positions. So awesome stuff here from our first qualifying session. Just to recap, it was Robert Volk from Lee Thompson, Franco Scribante, Mogotsi, Aldous Scribante, Devin Robertson, Anton Cronier, Ian Schofield, James Gerber, Jared Rousseau, your top 10. It's all heating up. It's qualifying, and qualifying 2, I'm looking forward to that. Track temperatures will be getting better as we speak. Everybody's enjoying here at the top of the hill, the Zwartkops, the place to be, everybody. We're building up qualifying 1, 2, 3, and 4. Later, our finals. It's all happening here.
Carl Lawrence, if you are around, I'm going to ask you to meet a good friend of mine here from Arc Rides at the bottom of the stairs, just to show you these incredible model cars that he has hand-built and hand-painted of some of the top-of-the-hill challenge cars and some of the old Westbank modified cars. You've got the Westbank modified MX-6 of Ben Morgenhout, Willie Hepburn, Sabat Opel Record. There's 2 versions of the Sheriff. There's a version of Reggie Roots' cars, in fact 2 versions of Reggie Roots' cars that set the race paces here at the Neisner Hill Climb and of course top of the hill challenge. So do yourself a favor, Carl, if you're around, come and meet my good friend from Arc Rides at the bottom end of the stairs and let him show you these incredible models that he's built and hand painted here today. So certainly something you want to be checking out. And if you are a model car collector, he literally builds them from scratch. And you might want to come check it out and see some of these incredible versions of the hill climb and modified saloon cars that he's got here today. So Carl, if you're around, I'm going to ask you to meet the boy from Arc Rides down at the bottom of the stairs, and he can show you and take you through the wears and tears he's got.
Very good crowd out here today at the top of the hill. You can see the people enjoying themselves. The youngsters are running around. People are relaxing. But they're going down to pit lane. Carl Lawrence has got Lee Thompson.
Lead
Thompson, unfortunately out in the modified, you got you to the start grid and on the launch and you had to pull over and stop. What happened there with that?
I don't know, so ran off a bit and I just switched it off and like the old car wanted to fire it up again. It was 3 for hour dead battery.
Guys, you already got back to bed, you didn't want to get out of the car.
No, yeah. So unfortunately, I'm sure they'll get it right, but you want to run that car again.
Yeah, luckily you had a bit of a look back on the scooter to get back into the Lotus. Now you've gone out in the Lotus and you've set times quicker than cars above you in terms of class, but you've put a lot of work and effort into this car to get to that point.
Yeah, so after 2 years back, I needed a bit of work on that. And we sorted that out. So we were supposed to do a few other events with the car, but some of the work stuff got involved. But so far, so good, and I think there's a little bit more in there with a little bit more laps.
Yeah, well, you talk about the work stuff. That's obviously the LTR, the Lee Thompson Racing development. You've come back into motorsport in a big way now. You took a little bit of a sabbatical, took a bit of a break, but you've come back in a big way and really showing on the top of the timesheets lately. But in terms of jumping in and out of one car to go do the lap one after the other or go do the run one after the other, some would say it's an advantage, it's extra seat time, but it must be difficult to get used to the different cars.
I think at this point in time in my life, maybe it's an advantage. So to me, all the cars feel the same. So when I drive them, so there wasn't a lot of advantage because so the last run so I didn't want to get away. So anyway, we'll see how the next one goes.
Well, I'm sure you can find a little bit more time. I know you never stop tinkering, you never stop looking for that limit. That's probably why your team does so well in other forms of motorsport. But Lee, we wish you the rest of the best, and hopefully we can see you move further up the timesheet.
That's my job. Thank you.
All right, guys, that was Lee Thompson. But Greg, back to you in the box.
Yeah, Carl, if you can hear me, just head to the bottom of the control tower at the stairs. There's a guy that's got something pretty spectacular he wants to show you, and you maybe want to have a look at that because they really are pretty awesome little models. We are going into qualifying 2 now, and all road car and supercar cars, please make your way to the start area and to the pre-race area because we are going to be going in class order now. Class A first, Class B second, and Class C is third.
Yeah, Greg, action thick and fast. It's just carrying on, yeah. So qualifying 2, starting with the Class A cars, and Rory Atkinson ahead of Matt Merton there, and they're going to get into their second run. Should be interesting. Those two teammates, they're hunting each other here. So good stuff. But going down to the pits, Brendan Kelly is with someone.
Chatting to Yanni Gerber, it's getting quicker and quicker, but I just love the way that you when you get onto the track, how the tail just stands out.
Yeah, it moves around. We're not running tyre warmers now. It's still our practice tyres, so it's still very cold when we go out.
Your tyres, I've been watching on WhatsApp, slightly different diameter to what you've been running on the car previously.
Yeah, we're running. We haven't put them on yet, but we're gonna run hill climb tyres a bit later. Just got to time in with the old tyres, so I'm sure there's a few seconds still in there.
And then the launch control, the launch control set up and working.
Yeah, first time trying it. It's just the rev limiter, not really a launch control, but it helps a lot. It's more constant. It's going like a rocket.
So predictions, it's very close between you and Ian Schofield. So a nice little battle going on between the lines there.
Yes, definitely. It's fun to have some good competition on the track. I'm sure Ian will turn it up like he did yesterday for the last few runs. Hopefully we can keep up.
Great stuff. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yanni. But back to you in the studio, Greg.
Oh, thanks a lot there, Brendan. Yeah, no, interesting to hear there from Yanni Gerber. So he's got a bit of time. He's going to put on some better tyres later. I'll keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, it's Rory Atkinson and now Matt Merton in the Golf GTIs for the second run. Well, qualifying 2. So it's a qualifying 2 run. Maybe everybody gets 1 run per qualifying session. Rory just went over the line in a 1:06.2. So awesome stuff, and we'll see what Matt is going to do. Now for me now, this time of the day, I think the track is getting to very good condition. Track temperatures heating up, everything good. Conditions are good, and the guys will be really going. These two are hammer and tongs, these two teammates, Rory Atkinson and Matt Merton. Standard road tires screeching as they go to the corner. Next up, Buddy De Beer. Billy de Beer, can he get to that sub 60? That's his aim. He was on a 1 minute point 5 was his earlier run. And Billy de Beer also looking good there in that A4 class. In the road car and supercar class. Matt Merton over the line, 106.5. So 3 tenths now. Yeah, it's rounded. They're very close, those two teammates there, Atkinson and Merton. But Atkinson at this stage, he's got 1 up in qualifying 2 as well over Merton. Billy de Beer on the track now. You can see him really trying up the hill here. They're getting out of turn 4. Next up will be Eugene van der Berg on his run. Good stuff to see these guys now all putting it down, and the tension is building every session now. The guys are gunning. They want to be top in their class, get to that top 3 final. That's what it's all about, yeah. And if there's not more than 3 cars in the class, you want to be ahead of the guy behind you. You want to be the top of the pops, as we call it. So looking good here is Eugene van der Berg in the 2019 Porsche GTS. He goes through turn 3 there, use a lot of the track. Then you come down, also you get a good top speed. You hold on the brake shaft for turn 4, make sure you get to the apex, use all the road. Yes, that's good stuff. Use that curbing on the outside, but don't use more than that. As I think our next runner now will be, it's Akhil Singh. He's on the track. Action thick and fast. You're waiting for Vali to complete his run and get a time in there, but Akhil Singh also looking good, getting grips with that TT on his run. That's Eugene van der Berg now over the line there. Haven't seen a time yet from Billy de Beer there. Akhil Singh, running quite deep, as a lot of these cars, especially the road cars, do there in turn number 2. They're trying to carry the speed, so they run wide and deep into that turn 2. Good line there through 3. Going up now to turn 4 on the brakes, and then trying to get to the apex. Then put the power down. You need to get up the hill using all of the track there. So good stuff. Next up is going to be the Ford Focus, the ST. Just having a look here. The timing screen, because now 1 or 2 of the guys, once again, don't see a time registered there. We've got Rory and Matt Merton, and then Billy de Beer, Eugene van der Berg. Don't see a time registered yet. We'll just double check with the timekeepers there. I don't know if there's a small problem. Again, they're great.
Billy's time has definitely not come up, that's for sure. In the time period that you get to run down and quickly have a comfort break. There's not a lot of time to play with here, that's for sure, but it is a time attack, top of the hill challenge, so you got to run in between. Gino Norse is out there now in the ST. You go slightly quicker in that Master Drive and Rose Foundation car.
Yeah, Gino Norse is trying to get closer to Rory and Merton. Rory and Matt went through, their times are registered, but now we've had Vili, Eugene gone through, and no time, and a kill. No times registered.
So Rose getting a 106.2 there by the looks of things, eh?
Yeah, 106.2.
That's quicker than what he did. And then Maddie got a 106.5. So he's also quicker. Both of them went quicker than their first one. Carl's down there with Vic Maharaj from Motorsport South Africa. Let's go and catch up now with the big boss man.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. I'm here with the CEO of Motorsport South Africa, Vic. Vic, you're here to view out the Top of the Hill event and this event, a different form of motorsport, but a new form of motorsport starting to grow in Southern Africa and starting to get some traction.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've looked at it very intensely, and I think that there's an opportunity in South African motorsport for this type of racing. And it's such a great event. There's brilliant cars here. The Volkswagen car has really taken a lot of interest around everyone and around worldwide. There's a lot of ability in South Africa from driving, from technicians, from engineers. It's a good showcase. Zwartkops is putting on a great show. We're really, really enjoying it, and it's such a cool event. And we would really like to see more entries, more people. But over the time, I think that this is the type of racing that South Africa wants.
Yeah, it is a different concept in terms of motorsport. It is like you only have 2 or 3 major events throughout the year, so to get involved, it does bring a price point down. You've got road cars out here as well, so access points for everybody involved in motorsport. But in terms of South Africa and in terms of what we're doing engineering side, I mean, we've got SATCs, or not SATCs, the Super Polos heading over to Germany, coaches going over there, drivers going over there. So South Africa, we're really starting to grow again and get back to being a motorsport powerhouse, and I think as MSA, you're seeing that as well, Vic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really what we missed is we're talking about the SA Rally Raid that we had the W2RC event. A lot of people don't realize that more than 50% of the cars and buckies that race there are built in South Africa. So really it's a showcase of South African ability, the engineering skill, the actual technicians, the actual design skill. We're really, really proud of our guys, and we really hope that we have a great event, a good, safe event, and let the best car, man, engineer win.
Oh, fantastic. That's what I love to hear. Car, man, and engineer. That's what Heel Climb and Time Attack is more about, and we're seeing a lot of that come through. But Vic, in terms of growth of it as MSA, are you trying to look at maybe a possible series or more events going through in terms of Time Attack format?
Yeah, there's a lot of interest around it. We've been talking to a lot of the stakeholders. Hopefully, at some point in time, we can put together some sort of a championship. I think the teams would really want it. I think the drivers want to be maybe crowned maybe South African Time Attack or Hill Climb champion. Yeah. But that's down the future. It is a roadmap that we have. It's a strategy that we are looking at. We just need to make sure that we get buy-in from all the stakeholders.
Oh, fantastic, Vic. Thank you so much for chatting to us. That was Vic, the CEO of Motorsport South Africa. Greg, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Thanks for catching up there with Vic Maharaj, and great to see that not only we heard it yesterday from Peter de Tooy, we heard it from all the drivers, but now we heard from Motorsport South Africa's point of view that there certainly is interest in running what we've been talking about for a long, long time as a national championship series in time attacks and hill climbs, and we've got enough of them on the tracks around the country that we potentially put something together. So from hopefully Vic's ears to God's ears, or Vic's mouth to God's ears, we can make that all happen and hopefully get something working where those crowds that are out on the side of the circuit can see a national championship crowned. Brendan, I'm so glad you found my friend down there from Arc Rides. Have a look at that. We talk about technology in motorsport. That's pretty unique technology you've got in your hand right now.
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. I tell you what, this is just next level, and I'm an avid car collector myself. I mean, Andrew Kinniston, Andrew Kinniston, just having a look here, man. These are absolutely brilliant. If you get the history, all the history of the detail on the back, we've got Reggie Rutz's BB Motorsport car with all the details on there. Absolutely fantastic. How do we go about anybody want to get hold of one of these?
So at the moment it's been word of mouth, but I'll set up a Facebook presence, so I'll be Arc Rides on Facebook, and then people can find me there, message me directly, or better I'm well known in the pits, and if you know anybody who knows me, then just you get my number through them, and that's easy enough to get done.
Brilliant stuff, folks. That's Arc Rides. Just have a look out for them on Facebook. They'll have a Facebook presence soon. And these are absolutely next level. Andrew will be walking around the pits. He has got a couple with him. So anybody want to grab one, just get hold of Andrew, and absolute collector's items. Back to you, Greg.
Yeah, not only is he involved in Lotus Challenge and the TLR, but he's now starting to create some really spectacular little model cars of some of the most famous race cars in South Africa. You see Willie Hepburn's Opel Record there. You can see a magnificent version of Ben Morgenhout's MX-6, and of course all of the hill climb cars from Richard Rutz's point of view, as well as from the magnificent Sheriff. Both versions of the Sheriff he's got there in his bags, and you can have a look at that. And as I said, Arc Rides on Facebook is where you want to check that out. So we talk about development of the sport. It's not only development of the sport, it's what happens around the sport as well, and how much more development goes into the likes of the off-track entertainment that's provided, and aftermarket stuff that's being provided by a lot of people, including model car makers as well.
Yeah, Greg, that's very good to see, and especially for the Top of the Hill Challenge. And I know there's these car collectors, the guys will be interested in that. As we see, Brandon Dean just went for a run there, a 1 minute 4:96, and awesome stuff. We're in qualifying 2 now, and the guys are getting racier and faster. And awesome to see. I'm going to mention Willie de Beer. Willie de Beer, he's run 59.5, so he's joined that sub-60 club. Great stuff there from Willie de Beer. So it's all happening on quality, heating up. Everything's heating up. We're building up, we're heating up. And good stuff. Gino North's got a little bit of work to do to catch up to Matt Merton and Rory Atkinson. But everybody's here. And it's happening. Big crowds. Everybody's here. It's a Top of the Hill Challenge. It's getting bigger every year. and it's an awesome event. It's an awesome concept, and we heard everybody talking about it. Motorsport South Africa, everybody's just growing. So, Gusti, things are just, Greg, I was just going to say when we got our times back here, Willie de Beer.
Well, I can tell you the times are now legally binding because MSA's legal team has just walked into the office here to make sure that we are going according to the rule books. So it's all good. Not only is MSA's CEO here, but the legal representation has just joined us too, and Mr. Jacques van der Merwe, also known as the, I can't say the first word, but he's known as the something procureur here in Pretoria. So welcome there. And of course his wife is here as well. Tani Ria, fantastic to have you here. Thank you so much for coming to be part and parcel and eventually cracking the nod to come and join us here at Zwartkops.
Yeah, good to see. Like I said, everybody, anyone and everybody who's anyone is here. As the Shelbys are lining up for their run, Greg, but just wanted to say, look at Willie de Beer. Did get into that sub-60 club now. 59.5.
That's where he needs to be, but he's got to be there. If he wants to be in the top 10 overall, he's got to be in the sub-60 bracket. And he's got to try and keep it there now. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can. One thing that it has done, though, it's just now said to Brandon Dean, hello, can you do the same? Can we drop that Ferrari by about half a second and into the sub-60 second bracket as well? That's what we got to try and be planning now down at the Ferrari team for Brandon Dean.
Yeah, Brandon Dean, he's got 9-10s. He needs to find somewhere. But Willie will be very happy. He's building up. Remember, he's going to use his experience from last year. But I mean, even Brandon, he learned a lot from his running last year. As we got out on the track again, he's number 13. And that is Pomashine in the Shelby. They're coming out for their qualifying run number 2. Qualifying 2, well, you only get 1 run per qualifying. But yeah, things are already heating up here, and we're not even halfway through the qualifying, Greg. But I'm saying track temperatures are looking good at this stage. Things are, the conditions,
everything's
racing
looking
conditions,
good right now. You've got ambient temperatures which are just perfect. You've got no breeze. The slightly cooler ambient temperatures means the engines work well, but with the slightly hotter track temperatures gives you a bit more traction on those tires, and that's why we're seeing the times dropping. They're just going to keep dropping throughout the afternoon up until about 3 o'clock, I'd say. They'll continue to drop. They may be affected slightly after 3 o'clock, as we saw yesterday, although unless your name was Devin Robertson, because that was the only car that sort of went quicker in the cooler conditions for Zank Racing. But other than that, it was kind of a small drop-off on the times by the time we got to the end of the day's racing. And of course, remember, we ran slightly later in the day than we did yesterday, up until about the 5:30 in the afternoon this afternoon. So that's where things may change around. So if we're getting the lap times in now, that's good. Hopefully they can stay that way all the way through to the top 10 shootout and, of course, our class finals as well.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out later, Greg. When the track temperatures late in the afternoon, when it drops a little bit, it does affect the tire temperatures. You lose out a little bit there, but the cooler conditions, the cooler air conditions, the horsepower guys, they enjoy that. The engines, they want cool air, and so you benefit a little bit there.
Pomasham has benefited big time. He's gone 1 second quicker, so he moves himself up into the lead of the Shelbys for now. But he's got Josh O'Callaghan and Paul Malachi still closing him down, and Malachi and actually Fernando Voges was quickest in that last run. So the least experienced driver, in my opinion, and I say that very loosely because I'm not quite sure what his experience is in a race car, but in terms of what I've seen of him in a Shelby Super Snake, he's certainly the least experienced of the 5 drivers that are driving today for the Shelby team. And he goes quickest on the last session by almost 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else in that category amongst the Shelby Super Snakes. So interesting to see how that turned around. Pomasham still hangs on for now. O'Callaghan, not quite the run he wanted. He must have made a mistake somewhere because he has gone down to a 1:10.3 compared to his 1:07.9 he had in the first qualifying. So it didn't quite go according to plan there for Josh in this second qualifying. We now got Malachi up into the top there.
Yeah, with Dion Smith putting down a 1:11.6, Greg. But yeah, that's interesting, as you said, with Voges now putting the benchmark down. Big turnaround for him. He's obviously getting a bit more confident as he gets used to this top of the hill, the format, and
a 1:08.3 from Malachi. So it's all turned around. Pomasham is now found something special. Let's see what Vogers can do as he heads down into turn number 4. Runs slightly wide there, and actually got the back end stepped out there. It's a pity we were on. Oh yeah, I was going to say we were on the drone, so the drone missed it. Had to come back for it because I saw him step out, and I thought, oh, he's going to go all the way around, and the drone went right over him, and then we caught him on the return. So catching our drone pilot out there even with that slightly little mistake heading out of turn 4.
Yeah, because remember also these cars, they do have systems in a normal standard form. They've got systems assisting you, traction control and so forth.
And it'll just turn that power off completely when you get it wrong.
But you can switch it off. No, you can switch it off, but that's when you switch it off, you can't afford to make a mistake.
Can't make a mistake like that. And Vogers is he's gonna feel that.
Yeah.
He's gonna feel that big time. Here's Rousseau.
Because Greg, no, these standard road type cars, to get a fast lap time on the racetrack, you actually need to switch the systems off because they'll bog you down. You know?
Yeah.
So you need to switch it off, but then you have to be ultra smooth with that.
And not clip curbs, if possible, Mr. Rousseau. Jazz is going hot into turn 4 there.
Remember Jared Rousseau, very good earlier. So we'll take this back to the top. He was also under that 60-second mark.
Jazz got down to 59.2. I think he was top 10 overall, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So he was the man who bumped Willie out.
Well, there we go, 59.6 from Jared.
So not quite as quick, 59.2 from his last run in qualifying 1.
But he's still under that 60 seconds, and that's what is important. Wants to keep it there. We now got an Alpha on the track again.
This will be Steenkamp, I think. In the Julia. I do know a man that loves Alphas. He was just in our office about 2 seconds ago. Jacques van der Merwe and his wife Ria. They are he is a big Alpha fan. And he's actually just come back from a trip to Spa-Francorchamps to watch the Formula 1 Grand Prix. So he would have loved seeing what happened there, being a big Ferrari fan as well. I know he's an Italian brand fan, I would say, more than anything else. But Ferrari is certainly his big love as well as the Alphas. So to have 5 of them on track today, he'll be in his element. Seeing these little Alphisti machines flying around you and flying the flag high there for the Alphisti, the Alpha fans around the world.
Charles Folds now on his run, Greg. He came to turn to even... Oh, look at him.
All-wheel drive sideways out of turn 4. That's impressive.
No, but he clipped the curb on the inside a bit, and that's what helped with that. It wouldn't have helped this time there.
Okay, you're a driving instructor. You always tell me, front-wheel drive, you get out of shape, what do? You gear down and you bury the throttle. If the back end steps out, what do? You lift off. All-wheel drive and the back end steps out. What do?
Yeah. Now remember, front-wheel drive, your back end steps out, you jump on that gas.
Exactly, that's what I said. You climb on the accelerator.
Now the all-wheel drive, when the back end steps out, now you're also gonna floor it.
You're gonna floor it. Get every of those wheels to work.
Everything.
Exactly.
But remember, you got out of shape there because you clipped the curb on the inside.
But he did catch it nicely. This is Nell in the Hyundai. This little i30N is a really good little car. I'd love to see Hyundai join the party and be part of Super Cup. I mean, we had Toyota dabble in it a little bit with their GR Starlets, but can you imagine if we put a couple of i30s into that Super Cup category? Bodies on top of the current Super Cup shells, but Hyundai bodies onto those cars. It'd be great to have them in there. It'll sort of take what they're doing at World Rally Championship level and bring it to Super Cup level, and have a battle between Hyundai and Toyota in the fight for Super Cup supremacy here in South Africa.
And VW.
Yeah, well, you got Volkswagen. That's the guarantee. But I'm saying we had the dabble in by Toyota with the 2 Starlets. But if we got a couple of Hyundais thrown in there, I think Toyota might come back. And then you got 3 manufacturers in Super Cup, which is what we need, actually.
Yeah, so Vogers obviously didn't register a good time there, but at least Greg, he's got his banker from qualifying 1. And that's why qualifying is important. You know, go back to qualifying 1. That's Casey now. That's already, well, he's going to complete his run shortly with a new guy.
Janssen van Rensburg, it's Johannes. Johannes is in the Stelvio.
Casey's going to come to complete his run. And he's also been improving through the whole day. So I'll have a look as he crosses the line or take the flag there. Johannes had a very good run earlier on. Yeah, that's Casey on a 110.8. That's good, I think, from Casey. Casey is just improving all the time. We know Johannes had a very good time there in Quali 1. We'll see what he comes up with. But yeah, things are really heating up here. People at the top of the Youth Challenge. It's all happening. We're busy with qualifying 2. There's 4 qualifying sessions later. It'll be your class final, the top 3 in every class. And then, of course, the top 10 shootout right at the end. But good stuff here. Takes the flag. There is Jonas. I'm just going to have a look, see what time he did there. Jonas did a 1:05.6. So Jonas is really upping his game there. What happened? Yeah.
And he's getting into grips with that little Stelvio, I think. It's a little bit of a different vehicle to pilot around here. Not usually probably having the same kind of handling capabilities as what the Giulia would have. Being a slightly heavier vehicle and maybe a bit more top heavy on that car, being the SUV version of Alfa Romeo's brand. There you can see a whole bunch of stalwart supporters of Zwartkops. Pretoria Noord Toyota, of course. Castrol have now joined the party. Engine Extreme also as part of the branding around the track. And there's Extreme Festival branding there. Don't forget, we've got Extreme Festival happening next month down at the Aldo Scribanti circuit. They'll be heading there for regional on the first weekend, which is not the first and second, it's the 7th, 8th and 9th of August. And then, as you heard from Mark Rowe, the National Championship goes there the following weekend. And hopefully we'll get to see the Hill Climb Monster also getting into full flight for the first time for the PE Massive at Aldo Scribanti, and seeing that hill climb car go around the Aldo Scribanti circuit for the first time and show them what has been built at Michael Alles' stable for Volkswagen Motorsport in the hill climb aspect of their championships. This car is based in PE as well, and certainly a massive fan of motorsport. Having the name Aldo Scribanti means you don't have a choice, because his grandfather, of course, is the naming person that is behind Aldo Scribanti's circuit down in PE. So a lot of history in the Scribanti family when it comes to South African motorsport, and they continue to do that here today and throughout their championship campaigns in all forms of motorsport that they participate in. Aldo Scribanti, of course, currently sitting after qualifying 4 in the B5 class in 3rd place, having been outgunned by Franco and by Jonathan Machotsi. So he'll have to be playing around with options for us as well. Aldo out on track now, flying high and pushing it to the limit big time here to try and get himself to the top end of that B5 category. His previous run was a 54.050, but we have seen a 53.251 out of him as well, so he'd like to get back into the 53-second bracket if he can. It should take him to the top of the list right now, as Willie de Beer hangs on for now, having gone sub 60 in the Porsche. That's a road-going 991 Turbo S, by the way, that currently leads the standings and is about to get outgunned with a 53.107 from Aldo Scribanti. What a run there from Aldo. Fastest run of the day there from Aldo Scribanti, 53.107. Puts him right into contention for potentially leading Class B5 at the end of this qualifying 2 session. So he has dropped the gauntlet down there big time and shown Franco and Jonathan Machotsi and his brother Silvio what they need to do to try and catch and be at the top end of B5. 53.107, 59.534, 59.661. That's how it stands at the moment for the top 3 in qualifying 2 for the modified production car class.
Yeah, Greg, so awesome run there by Aldo. Like you said, 53.1. He's put the hammer down and looking good now. Willie de Beer at the moment second, but yeah, so the guys here on quali 2 building it up and going faster. But that was necessary from Aldo. He had to do that. He had to come back there because we know Lee went quick. So the guys, they're looking at those faster guys. They need to find some time.
Yeah, they won't be too worried about Lee, because remember, Lee will be running in Class B4. So for the class finals, it doesn't really matter that Lee's gone quicker than them. But for the top 10, it matters big time, because Lee will definitely be in contention and looking to outgun those big B5 monsters, if he can, in that little Lotus.
Yeah, because later, Greg, when they get to that top 10 shootout, and the guys, I mean, we know Robert Volk's going to be very quick, but it's going to be basically a fight maybe for the podium.
Yeah, but remember, they're not worried about fighting with Volk. They know they can't catch Volk. Volk was in a class of his own, actually, that no one can really get anywhere near him. What Robert Volk is doing is fighting time. He is looking to get the ultimate run in and put in another even faster lap than the 47.774 he's put in to break his own lap record. And that was already done early this morning in practice 3 if you've just joined us here on our live stream or here at the track as well. So Robert Volk is basically a class of his own, looking to try and outgun the clock. He's not worried about fighting against anybody else. What we're seeing in the B class is a fight of note amongst the B2s, the B4s, B5s, and maybe a couple of the B2s involved in that little battle as well.
Yeah, basically it's a fight for the modified production cars, the Class B. Yeah, they're not worried because Robert Volk's a single-seater. That's a different shootout, actually, yeah. But
if we were running an overall top 10, different story, yes.
No, sure.
Yeah, but unfortunately we don't do that.
Yeah.
And maybe it's something they need to look at. I don't know. Maybe the crowds need to put some comments onto the Facebook social media posts and say, do we need a top 10 overall? Do we throw in a top 10 overall and see who can be the fastest out of those top 10s? Just to put a little bit of extra pressure on, because...
But you almost don't have a chance against Robert Volk there, Greg. So I think it's quite good the way it is at the moment. I mean, you can have that top the shootout.
Yeah, you say that, but I turn it around and I say to you, this is time attack. It's one lap. So it's the same as Super Pole. You get one lap to do it. If Robert Volk makes a mistake on that one lap and Franco doesn't, he could be the overall winner for the day.
No, sure.
If we had an overall class, I'm saying. We don't have one, but it's something we may need to look at.
We've seen that type of pressure before. We've seen it when it comes to these class finals and the top of the hill shootout. But here's the sheriff. Let's see now, because Aldo put the gauntlet down there. What is Franco going to do here over the line?
Second, 53.364. Is that quicker than what he did earlier on? Yes, it is. He did a 53.532. So he goes quicker, but it's not quick enough to go to the top step.
But it's very close, Greg. It's 2 tenths. He's looking for 2 tenths, 2.5 tenths maybe. So yeah, those are small things. They're very close. I mean, you know, they'll be watching each other there.
Where is Silvio? That's what we need to ask ourselves. What is happening with Pac-Man? Because he's not been out yet, and he has to get a qualifying run in at some stage. It has to come either now or in qualifying 3 and 4. And I'm sure Michael Stephen and the team are working frantically to get that RS3 ready to go for qualifying 3 or 4, so that he can get the banker in and put himself into contention for a class final and the top 10 shootout.
Mark du Toit 59.4 there, very good there. Mark du Toit is in B7, so good time there from him, Greg. 59.4. That's Mark du Toit there.
As we saw as well from Mark du Toit's point of view, we spoke about it yesterday. We saw Jonathan with that Lola T70 Spider that we saw him piloting only a couple of weekends ago at the Historic and Inland Championship. And Mark du Toit, we saw him playing around with it, that GT1, in the final rounds of the Extreme Supercars in 2025. Then he came and brought it along and jumped it into the 2026 championship and had a fun and games in the pre-206 class, which was at Passion for Speed. Now we're seeing him put it into hill climb trim and run it in the hill climb as well. So there's certainly planning that goes into what they want to do with the cars that they build and buy, or buy and build, depending on how they do that at Trans-Africa Racing.
No, definitely, Greg, and it's awesome. Yeah, they have a plan. And whatever they do, they've got a specific, when they do have a car, they know what they want to do with the car. And we saw they are developing 1 or 2 new cars. But we've got the single-seaters out on the track now. And what can Robert Volk do now? I think, like we said, the temperatures, ambient temperature, track temperature is very good at this stage. So the conditions, I think, is quite good now for one of your best times of the day, yeah. And we're still in qualifying 2. Yeah, still busy with qualifying 2.
Now into the single seaters, Class C.
Yeah, so good stuff. It's just heating up, yeah. as the day goes on and as we get closer to the finals, the pressure is going to start telling some people. Those guys are fighting inter-class battles. Want to win your class out. I mean, like we said, Class B, B5, to get to the top 3 final, someone's going to lose out. You don't want to be the one who loses out.
So it sounds like there's a seal that's gone in Aldo's Pac-Man Audi, and they are working to get that sorted out and hopefully get him out in time for qualifying 3. So that was information coming through my ear there from our producer. Thanks, Paulie. Maybe what we need to do is send Carl and Brendan down there to get a little update and see if we can get that update directly from either Silvio or from Michael Steven and on what the progress is on that car and whether or not it's going to be ready to go for at least qualifying 3 or at the very most and lastminute.com in qualifying 4. Speaking of lastminute.coms, is this a quicker time once again here from Volk? He certainly looked smooth enough to go and do a much faster run than what we've seen from him so far. And on this time out, it's Volk across the line. And what does he do?
48-0.
48-0 keeps him just out.
Yeah.
So Greg, he's playing around there. He's waiting.
I saw him. I don't know if maybe they've done some small tweaks or something, but he actually, when he got to turn 2, he had a little bit of understeer. And turn 4, he ran a little bit wider. So it wasn't a perfect, let's say, smooth run. It's still very good. 48. I mean, if you look at these 3 times.
Yeah, 47.74, 47.878, and now 48 dead.
Yeah.
So it's playing around about the same time. It's now time for Lotus Challenge because all 4 of them should be on track any second now.
Yeah, good stuff. But Robert Volk, like I said, turn 2 wasn't perfect there. You'll know where you can make up the time. And believe me, yeah, he's still got 2 qualifyings, but when we get to that class final and the shootout, that's usually where that car, where he gives it everything. So like I said, maybe they did a few tweaks, you know. They're trying something different to see if there's time to be had.
Well, I'm also just getting some information thrown at me as we are going through the proceedings here of qualifying 2. On the sidelines, of course, we can't go racing without the Orange Army. And we always give a shout out, of course, to our magnificent men in orange and ladies in orange who do such a brilliant job of keeping us safe and keeping everything running smoothly along with race control. But if you'd like to join that Orange Army, Lawrence has just sent me a heads up. Saturday the 15th of August here at Zwartkops, they've got a training day. So go and have a look on the KMA or on the Zwartkops Marshals Facebook pages and you'll get all the details there to become a marshal here at Zwartkops. So if there's anybody out there that wants to join the Orange Army and be part and parcel of it, that's where you want to join in. Come and join us on the 15th of August here at Zwartkops for the induction and fire training course that'll be held for the marshals here at Zwartkops.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff, Greg. Remember, they do a very good job. So if you want to join them, feel free. Good stuff. Yanni Gerber on his run, and early in the interview we heard he haven't got his best tires on the car yet. He's still got time because he's going to put the challenge tires on later. So I'll keep an eye on that one, but he's definitely got a bit of time in hand. As he takes the line now, I'll see what is done. Some P-Ways on her run.
JM should move up into that top 10, I'm sure. And does so into 4th.
58-0. Don't know how that compares with his previous time there, Greg. What did he do earlier?
So JM Gerber on his last run did a 58.085.
Yeah, 0.97.
So it's about the same time. Yeah, about the same time there. Yeah. JM doesn't have to worry too much. He's not going to catch Robert. What James doing, he's also fighting the clock. He won't fight Rob because Rob is, 10 seconds ahead of him. So he's not going to be able to even run with Robert Volk in terms of the time. But being in C3, the same class as him, he's going to fight himself and try and do better and better in that Van Diemen KTM-powered Formula M every single time he goes onto the circuit for a qualifying run this afternoon and then into the class final and top 10 shootout.
Yeah, he and Schofields actually a bit closer to each other from a time point of view. So they've got that little battle going, although they're in different classes. But James said he does have a maybe he can go a second or two faster when he puts on the special rubber. But we've got the Lotus out on the track now. So James just slotted in between the Lotuses there. There goes Scolton now on his run as well. So still in qualifying 2 here, Greg.
Scove, yeah, he's miles ahead of the Lotus low costs that he's playing with. So I think it's 3 single-seaters that are currently sort of having a little battle amongst themselves. But when I say amongst themselves, with themselves. It's not a case of that they can worry about the cars that they're fighting with, because they can't. They're either way ahead or not close enough to be in contention for wins in each of their categories. But they would like to go quicker and quicker every single time they get out onto track. So Scove is certainly in the same boat there, having been miles ahead, and it's a long margin. It's almost 14 seconds ahead of the low-cost Lotus 7 that he's fighting with in the C2 category. But saying that, Scove goes 56.755, which is a second quicker than what he did the last run. So he's just ticking them off as well, same as what he did yesterday. And if he has got something special, let me tell you something. If we look at the run he did in that March 77B yesterday, he was playing around in sort of the 57, 58s, 57, 58s all day long, and bang, on the last run, 56.141. So has that little Ford Duratec got something special up its sleeve by the time we get to the final run here today for Schofield?
Yeah, he held something back until he got his very last run, which was amazing. And but like I said, James Gerber, although they're not in the same class, Schofield and Gerber, they're measuring each up against each other as well, just for the fun of that. But yeah, Schofield looking very good. There's a Lotus over the line. Let's just have a look at that time there. That was
Lotus going through there was Clive Wilmot.
Yeah, Wilmot.
And he'll finish up down in 26th place overall. What did he do?
107.5.
He did a 107.4 last one, so he's slightly slower. So he's also in there and thereabouts. But he's having a bit of a fight there with Kotze, because remember, Josef Kotze and Clive Wilmot is kind of a Class B Lotus Challenge Championship class in C4, whereas Ruan van der Walt and Tinus Boertes in the low-cost 7s are just having their own little fight for second and third, because they're not going to catch Schofield. That brings us to the end of qualifying 2. So that wraps up qualifying 2 for us. And have we brought ourselves back onto time? We have. Great job there from the race control, because we are supposed to start qualifying 4 at approximately 1 o'clock. So Robert Volk heads up the standings. Aldo Scribanti, top of B5 ahead of Franco Scribanti. And then no other B5 cars went out in that session. C2 was Schofield. C3 was JM Gerber. And that's changed up as well, because JM Gerber I've got as C3 with Robert Volk. So, yeah, he is. Yeah, that's right. Okay. B3 was Anton Cronier. Mark de Toy. Nice run there from him. Billy de Beer brings a road car back into contention for a top 10 overall, ahead of Jared Rousseau and Charlie Fowles. But we've still got Lee Thompson to run. I think this might be the last car in qualifying 2.
Yeah, Greg, that's definitely still part of qualifying 2. Lee. And but I mean, a happy man there will be Willie de Beer. At this stage, well, he's 8th. After Lee's run, he might be 9th, but he's back in the top 10 there. And he joined the sub-60 class. Yeah, we didn't have Silvio Scribanti in this run. We know the team, they're working there. So there's Lee now. But let's see. Lee, and I mean, Aldo and Franco, although they're in different classes, but they will keep an eye on Lee's time, because Lee is putting a benchmark down. So Lee Thompson there, very good stuff. Let's see what he's going to do this time.
So this is the run that I think got a lot of ears pricked down in B5 territory. Because remember, on the last pass, Lee Thompson went quicker than all 4 of the B5 cars and got down to a 52.3 in this little low tie. So if he gets another good run in here, there may be some frantic concerns down in the B5 category pits, being Volkswagen Motorsport, Franco Scribanti Racing, and Scuderia Scribanti for both Aldo and Silvio. Although, as we heard from Carl, he sent me a message, but also in my ear from Paul, they have got Pac-Man sorted out by the looks of it, and he could potentially be out in qualifying 4, or qualifying 3, or definitely by qualifying 4. So he'll get in that banked run that he needs to possibly make the class final and then look at potential of getting into the top 10 shootout for Silvio. Oi! Lee Thompson.
Oh, little bit of
that is a
mistake
Honda-powered car. You don't want to crash into a Mercedes-Benz building, buddy.
Yeah, Lee just obviously lost a bit of time. They're just slightly too late on the brakes.
Lost a bit of time, he says, but he goes quicker. Can you imagine how quicker he would have gone had he not locked up into turn 7?
Well, he left time on the table there.
52.996 is almost, what's that? 0.6 of a second quicker than what he did on the last run with a massive lockup into turn 7. That's huge, bro. Okay, so also in Aldo Scribanti's put through my ear there, thanks Paul, is an ABS system issue that they've had, that they're changing one of the sensors there on the ABS system on Aldo's car. One of the reasons why he locked up into turn 4. But 52.360 is a magnificent run. But Lee Thompson, wow.
So Greg, he did lose a bit of time. He did a 52.3 in the previous qualifying.
I looked at the wrong time. Sorry, my apologies. I was looking at
52.3,
Franco's
now did
time.
a 52.9.
You see, I was looking at the top of B5 because that's where he should be. But a 52.360, yeah, apologies on that one.
So
Got
did lose a bit
excited.
of time just with that. He braked a bit late there. But he's still in the 52s. And I don't know how much time
Consistent
he lost
52s out of Lee Thompson. There's definitely some concerns down in the B5 pits. Trust me on this one right now. They are going to be looking at that time going, hang on a second, how does a B4 Lotus Exige outgun our heel climb monsters that have been built purposely for this category of racing? Franco Scribanti scratching the helmet. I'm sure that Aldo, as you heard, is working on an ABS little issue that caused the lockup into turn 4. We know that Silvio is working to get that sensor sorted out to get him out for qualifying 3. And what has Jonathan Machotsi got to do to get into the 52s? All right, so possibilities of Silvio making his way to potentially having a run. Is he going to get a run? JL is coming in here to tell us yes or no. Silvio is out on track for qualifying 2. So he's going to get a chance to run in for qualifying 2. Good. Because we still had some time left. Yeah, that's what I thought. So there is still time for Silvio to get a run in here for qualifying 2, and that's exactly why they've sent him out in that Semza and Scuderia Scribanti Audi RS3.
Greg, just quickly then on that one, but we haven't seen Machotsi out. Did they not come out for qualifying 2 for a run?
No, doesn't look like he did. They might be maybe tweaking things for qualifying 3.
Yeah, so those are all things to keep in consideration. But it's good to see Silvio out here. Team's obviously working very hard. And
I've just seen a post on the group actually saying that any competitor that still wants to do a run in Q2 must please line up, because remember, Q3 only starts at 1 o'clock. So they do still have some time. So we may even see Machotsi out for a chance.
Yeah, if you haven't done a run, remember? Only allowed 1 run per session, but if you haven't done a run,
yes,
you can still come out. So, well, but I think Machotsi, obviously they're working on something there. But let's see how Silvio's going to do here. Not the best of launches there, Greg.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be concentrating on the launch right now. He's going to be concentrating on whether or not everything hooks up on this car, because there certainly seemed to be some kind of an issue that wasn't giving him the firing ability around the track. The launch they can sort out afterwards. Once they've got the car dialed in, they will then concentrate their efforts on getting the launch right. And even if he compromises the launch slightly but can still get in a hot run, that's a lot of what they'll do at other time attack events and other hill climb events. They try and compromise that launch just so they can get going. And when they get going, that's when they put the hammer down and try and get the times in, which is exactly what we're seeing now from Silvio. As he heads to the Zwartkops Z.
He needs a benchmark time. He needs to put a bank.
He has to put in something in the 53s or 54s. I would say 52 to 53s is what he needs actually to bring him back into contention. Here we go, to the line. Does he get into that little bracket that we need him to be in? Silvio Scribanti on that run, slots up and goes into 6 overall, 57.1. It's not quite where he wants to be. So maybe a little bit more work here between the end of qualifying 2 into qualifying 3 and 4. So it's there, but it's not quite where he wants to be.
Yeah, but they'll be working on it, Greg. Definitely they'll be working on it. So we'll keep an eye on that one, because it is for that B5 for the class top 3. but the team will be working very hard. That should now, well, okay, we've got a bit of time, but we in the ending stages here of qualifying 2.
Qualifying 2 now, I think, is wrapped up there. You can see the top of the hill qualifying 2 results. Look at that top 10 now. It's gone to, is it to top 11? It's top 11 that are now sub 60. So we got one additional car that's joined the sub 60 bracket. Robert Volk still quickest on a 48.086. Lee Thompson top of B4. Aldo Scribanti top of B5. Ian Schofield top of C2. Then it's B3s for Anton Cranier. B7 for Mark Tutoy. A4, incredibly, a road car, still in the top 10 overall with Willie de Beer at the wheel in that 991 Turbo S Porsche of his. And he's bumped Jared Rousseau just out of the top 10 into a 59.661. And that car, of course, in the modified class for B10. A3s, looking at the A3s, that's Brandon Dean now, who is second to, no, he's actually first to A3. Has he changed classes, A3? He must have. No, he hasn't. He's, of course, fighting with Eugene van den Berg. So A3 is headed up by the Ferrari of Brandon Dean. So just trying to remember where all these cars form into their various categories. So those are your top contenders. In that top 15, we have basically all the classes covered in that top 15. And the leaders of each of those classes in that top 15 overall. Heading out of qualifying 2 and now into qualifying 3. Class A competitors, you can start making your way down to the start area and pre-race area for qualifying 3. That kicks off at approximately 10 minutes time, so if you do have a chance, that's where you want to be headed, as we are looking forward to all the action that's out there and some fun and games. Thank you very much. Right, so we are standing by now for qualifying number 3, and I'm hoping that Carl and Brendan have found some entertainment down there for us in pit lane, and see if there's any big stories that might be unfolding down in that pit lane area, and can bring that to us in the very near future. We have got qualifying 3, qualifying 4 still to go. Class finals for Class A, Class B, Class C. All of the derivatives have to be sorted out in those class finals. And then, of course, we go into top of the hill for the road cars, modifieds, and single-seaters. So we are here for the third running of Top of the Hill Challenge. And it's a magnificent day so far. We've seen lap records already broken. And we've seen some really awesome machinery debuting here at the Top of the Hill Challenge 2026. It's going to be amazing stuff to see exactly how things turn out in the next 2 sessions and into the class finals. Those class finals are certainly heating up, that is for sure, with the times that we're seeing out of each of those categories. It really is turning into something pretty unique and special here. Standing by, of course, for our Class A competitors to make their way to the gates. That's what we've been asked to from the COC. Class A competitors can start making their way there, but Brendan is down there with Aldo, and let's see what the plans are to sort that ABS issue out that he had in the Audi.
Chatting to Aldo Scribanti, a good run that time, but it came with a couple of problems though.
Unfortunately, the last 2 qualifiers we've been battling with ABS, so every time I clamp hard, the wheels lock up. It's very uncomfortable because I don't know what to expect now. Is the car going to behave correctly, or is the car going to lock up? So unfortunately, into the shoebox it was bad. I mean, I saw the kitty litter approaching at quite a speed, so managed to avert that and get the time in at least. So yeah, we're just working on trying to find this problem. I just want to have a clean run. I know there's more in the car. There's a lot more in myself. I just need to find it. Get into that aero window, and yeah, the car's it's a different car from Samola. It's definitely got an aero window, and it's foreign to me. So I'm trying to find that comfort zone there in the aero window and just push harder.
One thing that has looked absolutely sublime is the launch control working incredibly well.
No, I can't fault the launches. They've been absolutely brilliant, every single one. I don't think we've fluffed a launch. right down to turn 1, and then I certainly believe that this event's won on turn 1. The guy that's going to hold it the longest and the hardest in turn 1 is going to come up with a trophy.
Oh, great stuff. We'll wish you all the best for the rest of it. We'll try and get hold of Silvio quickly if he doesn't want to join us here quickly. Let's just chat to Silvio. Oh, he's about to tuck into some pizza. Yeah, so we'll see. Going to have a chat to us while you have some of your pizza there. The problem with the O-ring, is that sorted?
Yeah, the engine's running smoothly. I just can't launch off the bloody line. So Mike's hard at work. He's going to make it more aggressive now. It's just bogs for some reason. It's very weird because it's the same settings as Samola. And yet in practice the launches were good. So I don't know what's changed from yesterday to today. Anyway, that's racing. So we'll get to the bottom of it and hopefully get a clean lap in, Brendan. I need it badly. I'm running out of time.
Yeah, we are going straight into Q3 now. So one more run before we going into the class finals and then the top 10 shootout.
Looks quite competitive in B5, I must say. So anyway, what it's meant to be is meant to be, but we're definitely going to go down with a fight.
I just get a message in my ear from Dave Peterson that we've actually got two qualifying sessions left. I was under the impression that they'd qualified. I thought they'd cancelled quali 4. So, okay, Greg, let's go up there. Back, Silvio, thank you very much. Greg, back up to you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Bren, what they did was the practice sessions went down to 3 and qualifying stayed at 4 so they could get the additional times and more time available in each of the qualifying sessions. So that's kind of where it got a little bit confusing this morning. So yeah, there are still 2 more qualifying sessions to happen here today, qualifying 3 and 4. And Silvio has got 2 more chances to try and get those laps in and get himself into the class final. That's what he'll be looking to do, I'm sure. Oh, sorry. Just swallowing a bit of air there. You can see how frantically Michael is working. There's a shot of him in the car trying to see exactly what's gone wrong and hopefully get that computer system to hook up and make sure that the launch control works better and then it all falls into place so that he can get the car to fire all around the track. That's the idea. You can't ask for a better man to be seated in that race seat right now, plugged into Pac-Man and trying to find the ghosts in the system and maybe get those ghosts eaten up by the Pac-Man himself. If that's the case, this car certainly will be in contention for a top 3 and possibly even for the top 10 shootout as well. Great to see the crowd still sticking around, and I even still see some cars out of the window still driving in at this stage of the day. So you guys have arrived just on time if you have got to Zwartkops. If you were away earlier on, you've missed quite a bit of the action so far because there's been some pretty spectacular times laid down already by the cars and drivers in those cars in each of the respective categories that we have here today. We've got, of course, the road and supercar class, which is Class A, made up of all road cars, including an electric vehicle from Alfa Romeo and the Efficiency Motorsport team. We then have an array of production cars, modified ones those are, in Class B, running from the brand new 2026 Volkswagen Golf Hill Climb Monster. And it's magnificent to see that machine. There is basically what we're looking to do over the next couple of hours, starting in about 2 minutes' time with qualifying 3. So once again, a call out to Class A competitors to make their way down to the pre-race area, if you're not there already. And to our live stream team, just a reminder to all the people watching around that we are also going live via the PA system. So some of the announcements do go out to the drivers, etc., when it's required from our race control area. And then the modified production cars, of course, are kind of headed up by B5, which is the most competitive class, which is one of the categories we spoke to both Aldo and Silvio about. They are in that B5 competition with Jonathan Machotsi in that Volkswagen Golf. And then Franco, of course, their cousin in the Nissan GTR R35 Sheriff. The other big battle, of course, is whether Lee Thompson can bring his little B4 Lotus Exige and outgun those big B5 hill climb monsters that are in the modified class. Class C basically has been headed up, as you all know if you're sitting here around the track or been watching from the start, by Robert Volk, who has been dominant literally from the word go. Practice 3, he outgunned last year's lap record, and that was by quite a significant margin as well, and he stayed in and around that time for the last 3 runs as well. So into qualifying 1 and 2, he's already put some decent times down, and they'll be looking to do more of the same as he's into this qualifying third qualifying session of the day. So some pretty spectacular race action, as I said, so far that has unfolded here as the third running of Top of the Hill Challenge continues here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. I'm just standing by for our cars to make their way to the gates and get ready to go now for qualifying 3. And then we'll be into the thick of it once again to see who can find those little bit of extra tweaks and turns and adjustments that give you that little edge. You can see also in the background the flags just above the control tower, or just in front of the control tower, completely dead still, not a breath of air in the vicinity at this stage, and currently sitting just over the sort of 18 degrees Celsius mark here at Zwartkops. So almost ideal conditions to go racing in. We'd like a slightly higher ambient temperature so we can get a bit more track temperature. But with the sun baking now at the top of the day, looks like we might be able to get some times even quicker than what we've seen so far. Timing monitor has just flicked over, and it gives me qualifying 3, which means that those gates are open, and anybody from Class A that would like to roll out, we are standing by and waiting for you to join us for action here in qualifying 3. Here we go. Rolling onto the circuit as we speak for qualifying 3 are our road cars and supercars combined. Starting with the front end of that qualifying 3 session now. It will be the A-class cars out on track: A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A7 and A8. That's the A8 car right there. Magnificent version of an Alfa Romeo. And for those of you that are petrol heads, you probably won't like that vehicle that much, but I can tell you right now, if you've ever driven an electric vehicle, it's a pretty spectacular car to pilot, because you kind of get that instantaneous gratification, almost Sky Electric style. If you're an old Sky Electrics or slot car fan, you punch that button down on the trigger of a Sky Electrics and the car takes off instantaneously with the power that's provided. And of course that's the same effect that happens when you're in an electric car. You put the throttle down and it is no lag whatsoever, and that instantaneous gratification comes, which allows cars of that nature to sort of do the kind of 0 to 100s in very low seconds and very similar times to what you get in supercars. In fact, that's the real beauty of a little Alfa Romeo Junior Veloci Electrica.
Yeah, Greg, we're into qualifying 3. We've got the Class A card lining up. We'll see the likes of Matt Merton, Rory Atkinson, Gino Norge, but looks like Eugene van den Berg there. He did a bit of a burnout to try and get a bit of heat into those tires just before we start. So the guys do whatever they can just to get that extra little bit of heat into the tires. Yes, I was outside quickly for a comfort break, and conditions are good. There's not a lot of wind blowing, like you say. There's hardly a gust, so the guys, everybody will be happy with that. Track temperatures are heating up and getting there. So in this qualifying 3, we should see some of the best times that the guys have laid down for the day. But let's see. It is Eugene van den Berg there in the Porsche. And let's see what he comes up with. He's the first car out here. Qualifying 3. It's Class A. He's in A3. as you come down now to turn number 4. On the brakes, turn it in. Just, do you want to, gets it a little bit sideways out there. I'll get the rear end stepping out. But you can see the guys are trying. Next up is that Ford Focus. Gino North. He's got a bit of time to make up. He wants to catch the 2 boys in front of him. He's at least guaranteed up a top 3 final. But yeah, also he's been improving with every run. It's all good. Also, I was quickly out there, Greg, and there's a lot of people here at Zwartkops at the top of the Hill Challenge. So it's good, on a Sunday. And everybody's enjoying their time. You can see young and old. There's always lots to do here at Zwartkops. The Gino North through turn 2. Quite good there. The guys are getting the hang of turn 2 now as well. There is a bit of a trick to it. And we saw this morning with the cold conditions. It's tricky because the cars, they do, as you turn in, you want to lose the rear when it's so cold. But once you've got a bit of heat in the tires, it's much better, and the guys can choose their lines. As you go through turn 4 now, then it's up the hill. Next up will be Eugene Herbert. I just want to see what time he sets down from his earlier times. But Eugene van der Berg there at a 103.2. Then it's Gino North and Eugene Herbert. And not sure if Matt Merton and Rory Atkinson, if they're going to come out here and qualifying 3. They are there. We'll see them. So they'll probably use all of the qualifying sessions. Remember, you will see some of the guys. Well, so far we haven't had a lot of the guys opting out unless they had a problem on the car. But the guys are basically using all the qualifying sessions. Herbert, they're going quite wide, using all of the track coming out of 3. But most of the cars are using all their qualifying sessions to get the fine-tuning done.
I think it's important that they do that, especially in these classes where they not really in contention for the overall times and sort of mind-blowing times, but there is pride in the brand, pride in your sponsor, and pride in the manufacturer that you might be representing, that you'll be fighting for here more than anything else. And that's why you sort of see how hard the boys from Alfa Romeo, from Volkswagen are pushing. The Master Drive and MUA team are pushing to try and be at the front end. The guys in the stock road cars, I mean, Brennan Dean not running any branding on his car at all. Van den Berg running no branding on the Porsche either. Those guys are all out there just to have an absolute blast and be part and parcel of this really unique and prestigious event. So it's part and parcel of what they do. And when you've got the likes of Volkswagen celebrating 75-year anniversary in South Africa, you definitely want representation, especially at a track where you teach your clients and customers how to drive these cars. So you definitely have to have representation out on circuit. So it's working really well. I'm surprised, as I said, that we don't have any Gazoo Racing stable cars here. I would have expected that. I would have expected to see a couple of the AMG experience cars on the circuit as well. But maybe that's part and parcel of the growing of this event. Because remember, the other big hill climb events that have happened around the world and around the country have taken 2, 3, 5, 10, 15 years to get to the level that they're at, where they become that prestigious event. Zwartkops is only onto their 3rd event, and already we're pulling in manufacturer support, we're putting in big sponsor support, we're seeing massive purpose-built hill climb cars coming to debut their cars at this event, showing that it's just as prestigious, if not more, than what we're seeing from other events around the country.
No, definitely, Greg. And now you'll see, like it does take a couple of years for a new event to grow, but already in our 3rd running on the Top of the Hill Challenge, this event has grown and has become more popular, but it's only going to grow and get better. As you can see, Rory Atkinson at the moment, the guys are trying hard. Just going to say Nikolai Nicolaisen, he had a good run there earlier, but out of turn 3, he used all of the track. You don't want to use more of the track in turn 3. You want to keep it on the black stuff. Rory's using a little bit more than the track there. So
6851. Is that what I get from Nicolaisen?
Yeah, 106.851.
That's his fastest, even though he went off.
Yeah. No, didn't go off. He just used all of the track.
All the track and more.
On the limit there. Yeah. Like I said, in turn 3.
So it worked.
That's one place you don't want to put a wheel on the dirt. But Rory, let's see also.
He used a little bit more than expected as well, as he takes the checkered flag, comes across and goes 2nd quickest for now, 105.287. Rory's quickest time so far has been a 106.285. So he's found a second. He's found a second there.
He was muscling that standard type road car. He was sort of muscling. You could see he was, it almost looked a bit rough, if I can put it that way. But that was the way to go faster.
That's our first batch of cars that are back into pit lane now. 2nd batch waiting to go for Class A. There should be a couple of Super Snakes, maybe a few Porsches and a Ferrari that still need to make their way out. So if you're in Class A, you should be waiting at pre-race for now.
And Greg, that time around, Matt Merton only 106.2, so he's got a second. He's a second down. Earlier there was only 3/10 in it. Now he's losing out a 6. So Rory is putting the hammer down, and he's now saying, "Okay, Matt's going to go knock on Rory's door and say, what's it?
Hello.
Yeah.
Remember me?
Yeah.
Days of Thunder style.
Any help?
Yeah. What are you doing that I'm not doing?" But then, of course, when we spoke to Rory early on, he was saying there was no love lost or data that was going to be shared between the two drivers. They were going to keep each other at bay and try and win the battle all by themselves without sharing that information. It's not normally what they do in Volkswagen Motorsport, of course. They normally share all the information amongst their drivers so they can get the best out of their cars and potentially give them opportunities. And they're looking good for a 1-2 there in their class win in A1, that's for sure.
Yeah, just a little bit of an inter-team battle there. But okay, this time around we do have the Shelbys in their order, in their class. We've got Billy De Beer there. And I see the Shelbys there in the background. Yeah, they're all lining up. So good stuff, and that's supposed to be in their classes. Can Billy De Beer, can he do a sub 60 again? Because he's got now Brandon Dean, I think, scratching it a bit.
Yes, he is. Yeah, Brandon Dean is right there in the Ferrari. But, of course, Brandon Dean is in the A3 class. Billy's in the A4 class. But it was a 1 minute flat .496 as opposed to the 59.534. So it's about 0.8 of a second that Brandon Dean's got to find. But Brandon's got to get into the sub 60 bracket.
Yeah, but
that's what he's
Brandon
going to try
Dean,
and do.
he wants to take it to Billy. But, yeah, he's got a bit of time he has to find there. But let's see how this run goes. So all good here. Qualifying 3, so it's slowly but surely building up. I mean, as we get in here into the afternoon, Greg, qualifying 3, qualifying 4, in your class finals. And the closer we get to the class finals, the pressure is going to taking its toll a bit. As I see Billy's just getting ready. Yeah, just make sure everything's perfect there for the launch.
No,
Eventually
he
got
smacked that
away.
launch to perfection off the line there for Billy.
Yeah, this car's has been looking good the whole day so far. Awesome stuff there. You can see the guys that got that line sorted. It's all about your braking marker here for turn 2. You want to brake as late as you can, but you can't brake too late. See, that was quite good through turn 2. Got the vehicle rotated nicely and turning in. Now we're coming up to turn 3. That's your line. Good stuff. Up to 4, you can see when he does put on the brakes, all the weight shifts to the front.
He's using the rumble strip, I think, as the braking marker there by the looks of it. The one that's on the right-hand side of the track if you go the right way around. So we're on his left-hand side as he comes up towards it, and as he gets there, that's where he's braking. So possibly using that as his brake marker for turn 4, as we see Pommersheim onto the circuit in the first of the Super Snakes. You were mentioning the fact that the later you can brake into turn 2 is probably going to be a big defining factor to a good run. 100%, and I agree with you. Aldo, which you missed while you went for your comfort break, was saying that it's going to probably come down to whoever's got the biggest ones to hold it flat through turn 1. Because he says that he thinks is going to be the biggest defining moment by the end of this race session today.
Yeah, well, for those guys, Greg, yeah, I'm saying now for turn 2, you want to brake as late as you can, but not too late. You have to get it perfectly. But for those guys, because there's only a few tenths in between them,
Yeah.
so that may be just saying, okay, I'm going to hold it flat, yeah, I have
Yes.
to. That could be that 1 or 2 tenths they're looking for.
Yeah.
So,
And that's where they can find it. Is their ability to not climb off the loud pedal and just keep it buried and hope it sticks through turn 1. It's not always easy to do because, I mean, you know, they have got those wings and the downforce is there and they're running the big tackies on the cars. But it's a case of can they hold it flat through there when it's slightly cooler conditions? The track will be a little bit cooler later on as well. We can see right now the potential is they could probably do it with ease in the current situation because we've got, as I said, almost ideal conditions to race on and race in terms of track temperature and ambient temperature and no wind. So it won't affect the wind and the downforce of those cars. But it's a case of whether they can or can't. I mean, you get into this car as an example, and if you go down through here, let's have a listen here. This is going through. Oh, okay, we didn't come off that one. Doesn't matter. But if you listen to a car through turn 1, and there's no roll off at all, you know that the guy is on the limit. and potentially in these street cars, because it'll be a little bit difficult because the road tires might not have the traction that the big slicks or semi-slicks would have. But it's still a case of having to have that mentality to say, yeah, I believe in the car, it will hold, and can I hold it through there?
Yeah, depending on your car that you're in, Greg, but let's say with this type of car, for example, you'll get there, it's a standard road type car, you might not be foot flat, but you'll be, let's say, 3/4 throttle, but keeping it very consistent until you feel that confidence to go. Because as you go through that corner, it's a long corner. You will want to get to the pedal flat down just before you get to your braking marker. See some instance there. Maybe you off 3/4. Now you've got the confidence. Put the pedal right down before you get to your braking marker. But yeah, it all depends on which car. You remember the weight, the power. But yeah, the guys will have to, as you can see there, that's number 16. It's Malachi. Went a little bit wide again, a little bit of understeer. You can hear it there. He's obviously trying to make up some time. But the guys will have to just keep in mind later when the track temperature does drop a bit. It just depends how quickly it does drop. We'll keep our eye on that. We know, from 3 o'clock then onwards can make a difference from the track temperature point of view. But we've got all the Shelbys going. Let's see if Fernando Voges, remember he had that big moment now earlier on in the previous qualifying session out of 4. Let's see if he can keep it together, because earlier on in qualifying 1, he had that good time that he set down.
Yes, he did. And Malachi was, of course, the man who set the pace initially. Pommersheim came to the party in qualifying 1 and then stepped it up even more in qualifying 2. So he's got what it takes now to hang on to the top spot unless Malachi can find it. And he can't. Pommersheim hangs on. 107.4, 107.5 for Eugene Herbert in the Porsche, but Malachi's on a 108.1. So it looks like Anton Pommersheim is now starting to shine, and there's a little bit of a pun intended there, Pommershining on the Shelby parade right now.
Okay, that time around much better for Voges. He got through turn 4 unscathed. But yeah, what was that time he did earlier, Greg, when he put the banker down, or when he was fastest? Because remember, that's going to count.
It
was qualifying 1. Just have a look, see if he can get that for us. Thanks. But Voges comes to the line. We're going to have a look, see. So Voges 108.4. So no, like you said, Pommersheim's the man now. Pommersheim now on a 107.4. Malachi and Voges only in a 108.
Now 106.5 was Voges' time in qualifying 1. So they're bringing the times down rapidly. So he's nowhere near where he was on the 108.4. So it was a lucky lap in there, I think, for Fernando. He found just something special on the 1 lap there for the Super Snakes. But as I said, it's now time to Pommersheim, because Anton is shining amongst all of those Super Snakes and seems to be the man to beat here at this stage. Yeah. It's not done yet, though.
But Greg, the good thing for Voges is, remember that 106 that he did there qualifying 1, that puts him into the top 3 final at this stage.
Exactly. At this stage, he hangs on.
Puts him in good stead.
For sure.
When they get to the final, then it's sort of reset.
That's why I think you're seeing Malachi and Pommersheim push so hard. They want to ensure that they are in that top 3 for the class shootouts.
Yeah, it's probably going to be between Pommersheim, Malachi and Voges, I think, for the top 3 later. But next bunch of cars out, and that's the man, Brandon Dean. We can see him there in the Ferrari. He needs to find something if he wants to get closer to Valley de Beer. So yeah, it's getting quite interesting now, Greg, as the guys come out. We'll see Brandon, what he can do. Then the Ferrari should be a little bit easier to get a little bit of heat into those tires and brakes now. And then, because that's what he probably needs to help him.
Dean, and then it's Jared Rousseau, the Alphas. Looks like the Hyundai out there as well of Johan Nel in this 3rd batch of cars, or 2nd batch of cars. It's the 3rd batch of cars, 3rd batch of cars. 3rd batch of cars now. First of the modified cars that are coming out. That's what we're seeing right now in the 3rd batch. So the prancing horse will lead them out. Brandon Dean. So I'm just getting a little bit of extra heat in the rubber, a little bit of heat into the brakes. I think more importantly there for Brandon Dean. I chatted to him earlier on with Carl, and he was saying that it's very important to try and get as much heat into those carbon Brembos as he can. This is one car that could potentially hold flat through turn 1, because it'll have all the electronics on. If he does keep he does use the launch control on that car. So if the electronics are on that car, he should be able to hold it flat through here.
Yeah, it just depends on what they do with the electronics, you know. Sometimes, some of the cars you can...
no, he couldn't hold it flat. He had to tap it slightly.
He had a bit of a moment, so he just had to stabilize the car there. Yeah. But Greg, the thing about Brandon, he hasn't got a problem in his class because he's actually up in his classes against Eugene van den Berg. But...
Yeah, he's a long way ahead of Van den Berg as well.
Yeah, but he's trying to take it to Willie de Beer. That's his...
Yeah, he wants to fight for Willie de Beer for overall in the road class and supercar class. That's what the fight's on for. He's not worried about the class final. He's got the class final. I think he'll probably beat Eugene van den Berg, probably by the 2-second advantage he's got so far over him. And he'll maintain that, I think, when he goes across the line now to move into the top spot in that Ferrari. But, as you said, he's going to come fighting for Willie. And if he goes top spot now ahead of Willie, that'll be the gauntlet being laid down properly by the Ferrari man. Because Willie was in the 59s again, under sub 60. Do we get Brandon Dean sub 60? Just misses out again. But not quite as quick as what he was. In fact, he's a long way off compared to what he was.
Yeah,
he 102 compared to his 1 minute flat point 496.
Yeah.
2 seconds slower. That's because of that tap through turn 1. Exactly what Aldo was saying.
Yeah, so that's amazing, Greg. He went like 1.5 seconds slower. But look at it. He's got his banker down. He'll know what to do. And that's why you'll use your qualifying sessions. So Willie de Beer still got the gauntlet down there. Now we're going to some of the other classes. There's Jared Rousseau again. Just keep an eye on that. His number 21 goes over the line just to finish his time. That's Andre Steenkamp. Steenkamp there did a 104.0. Not a bad time there from Steenkamp in B10. As we see Jared Rousseau. Yeah, he's keeping that number 44. Although, we had him with a different number. Like
Originally he was in number 20, but he's in 44. He's been changed up. Yeah. So from 20 to 44 now. Jared Rousseau pushing hard in that Golf.
And he's also in a sub 60 class. So
He is. He's in the 11th place at the moment in the previous qualifying session. Just outside of the top 10 in 11th. So we got 11 cars finishing the sub 60 bracket in qualifying 2. Now in qualifying 3, we've got 2 cars already there. One is Rousseau, 59.5, 4.1, and a 59.5.62 from Willie de Beer.
Yeah,
so that's going to flip them up, I think, in 10th and 11th place overall. We'll see.
Yeah, that's where they're fighting for that top 10 there. It's going to be quite close later. Just depending what happens with all the other B-class cars down the line. But yes, that Hyundai.
Johan Nel.
Yes, Nel coming down.
Hyundai.
Giannis is going to go over the line. Giannis with a 105.1. That could be his fastest of the day, Greg. Just have a look there, Giannis. 105.143.
I'll have a look and see for you. I'm going to Class B's for Giannis, 105.680. Yeah, definitely. Definitely his fastest.
But Johan Nel now out on the track to see what he can do with the Hyundai through turn 4. Using all, that's a good exit there. Use all of the track there. Next up will be Mark the Toy.
No, Johan Nell's actually fighting against Jared Rousseau, so he's going to find it quite difficult to catch Rousseau because he's almost 4 seconds up the road from him. So it'll be a case of Johan maybe taking on Steenkamp in the Alpha. And Steenkamp at this stage has got the advantage.
Yeah, Johan
no, he hasn't. Johan Nell's got the advantage.
103.490.
103.4 and a 104.0.
Yeah, so there's a class battle. I mean, Johan Nel and Steenkamp.
For second, second in that class.
So that's an inter-class battle. Just watching those battles. Mark Toy goes through 4. The car looks good on the track, Greg.
It's a really good-looking car. It's a magnificent vehicle that Peter Bailey created there, and certainly in the hands of Mark du Toit and Transavia Racing. That GT1 is a spectacular car. Also in the sub-60 bracket, 59.498 was his previous run. And he now goes top with a 58.118 out of Mark du Toit. Hello. Mark du Toit is starting to put the laps in here big time. And getting closer and closer to probably what his target time was I would expect to see him maybe looking for a high 57 if he can get it.
I know that was a good time there by Mark the Toy. Just having a look, B7. Well, he was fighting with Lee Thompson in the Opal, but yeah, we're waiting. The team obviously working on the Opal that Lee Thompson's piloting as well. But in the meantime, Lee's putting his efforts there into the Lotus, the Exige, and he's been top of the pops in that car. So it's all warming up here, Greg. People are still enjoying out there at Volkswagen Corner.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of people up there on the gallery, and I'm sure they're enjoying all the efforts that are being put in here. And there's a lot of teamwork that is coming into play now. You see the teams running across. They'll be heading to sort of the start area to try and clean tyres before cars get onto the circuit. The more potential hill climb monsters and B4 and B5 cars are in this group, led out by the looks of things by Jonathan Mahotsi. He'd like to be the first B5 car onto the track ahead of Chris Tate. Chris Tate, of course, is the current Volkswagen Rookie Cup champion and piloting the Astron Energy Polo Cup Volkswagen Motorsport team car in this year's championship. So has a lot of experience around this track as well in the front wheel drive. That King Price Extreme car of his is normally what he pilots in the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. He's done a couple of other events in that car as well, but a man who can potentially be the future of front wheel drive for Volkswagen Motorsport if he continues the way he's been going so far. Possibly take over from this man, Jonathan Mahotsi, as the top end, but he's got a couple of contenders that might be looking to dethrone Jonathan Mahotsi from this particular drive, because they'd all love a chance to get into this beast, that's for sure.
Now remember, we didn't see him out in qualifying 2, but here he is qualifying 3, and let's see what time he can come up with here, Greg.
Yeah, so with him missing qualifying 2, he saw Aldo Scrimanti get a 53.107, he saw Franco get a 53.3, and he saw Silvio get a decent timing, not the time he wants though, of 57.133. As he heads down towards Castrol, he's lagged through Castrol corner, but that's a fantastic line actually that he got through there. How did he find that one? A really smooth line out of turn 2 Castrol corner.
Yeah, it went quite deep, but it still worked out for him because turn 2 was very good, as you said, Greg. Still looked very good there. I don't think he lost anything there. Might have even made up some time. And now it's all about that
he's
push
looking
up the
so
hill.
good, yeah. This is certainly one of the smoothest runs we've seen under Mahotsi, that is for sure. Up through the Z, past the Zoc Club. Got to keep it all smooth through here. Oh no, he slowed down. Something's gone wrong there. Something's gone wrong there. He slowed down as he came out of the Z. So that run will be negated, but it doesn't matter. He has already got a banker in the bag already. So that's what you have 4 qualifying sessions for. Mahotsi sitting currently on a 53.994 on his run for qualifying.
Yeah, still ended up there with a 58.6, but as he came up the hill, something went there.
Didn't go
up the hill,
to
so
plan.
he just sort of free-wheeled it to the flag. But so there'll be some frantic work going on now. Remember, let's just remind everybody, first time out for that car, so there could be some teething problems. As the sheriff is out on the track.
These run times are starting to come down here big time. The sheriff on track at the moment, looking to try and get to the top of B5 if he can. He just missed out by a couple of hundredths of a second there over his cousin Aldo. So Aldo, Silvio and Franco all fighting hard here for honours, not only in B5 but in the family feud as well, I have to say. It's quite cool to see when they get together. There's no love lost on track, but there's certainly a massive amount of camaraderie and love, and of course family friendship that is in amongst the 3 boys. A little bit out of shape there, hey? Wasn't quite as smooth as what he was.
He's working hard on the steering there, but that's the way we know he's trying. You can see he's trying hard, working hard on the steering, and he goes down to the flag.
Should go top, 53.4. Not quick enough. That's slower than what he was in qualifying 2. Here comes Anton Cronier now. And the Scooby.
Just what did Franco do there in qualifying 2, Greg?
53.364.
Yeah, so just It's just a tenth away.
It's a tenth away.
He's
But, yeah,
looking for that 1 or 2
But those tenths are what we're playing with
Yeah.
now. Remember that.
Yeah, they're
It's all
looking
about
for
the
it.
tenths. It's no longer the seconds anymore. It's the tenths, half a second. Even the hundreds and thousands are going to come into play now.
Yeah, Grenier out on the track, also looking good in that car. Subaru also looking very good there. See some of the guys now, they're hugging that inside curb. Don't think you should completely get onto the curb. You want to be close as you can. But when you get onto the curb there, turn 4 on the inside, does put you, off balance a little bit, Greg.
Okay, the launch is working perfectly. I was hoping we were going to hold it through there for his run through turn 1, but we didn't. We went to Grenier, but it's cool. And he comes up to turn 2 now. Good braking, no lockup. So hopefully they've sorted that ABS out. Let's see what it's like as he heads towards turn 4. That's where he had the issue in the last run, which he was concerned about. And they might have just done a tweak there to the ABS system, changed the sensor. Does he lock up? No, perfect. That's the way to brake into turn 4.
He also used a lot of road there in turn 3, Greg. Almost a little bit more you want to, but he used all of the road. He got away with it there. And it's looking good, this run.
This is looking really good for Aldo. Possibly top of the list here and maybe top of B5. I'm not quite sure if he'll be overall quickest because we've still got Robert Volk to come into play, but here we go, possibly for the top of B5 as he crosses the line. Does he get to there? He doesn't. He goes second quickest, just behind Frankel. 0.4 off.
That's funny that, from here the run looked quite good, but it wasn't as quick as he wanted. Not bad, but
And you said Franco looked good. I thought he looked out of shape, to be honest. So we had differentiating views of Brian there, because you thought Aldo looked quicker than he did. I thought Franco looked slower than he did, but it turned out that they were the other way around.
Yeah, it's to find the balance now of how can we put it, muscling the car and being smooth. You still need to muscle it. You need to find somewhere sometime, but you still want to be smooth. So from our point of view, we can just what it looks like for us. I can see sometimes how they work hard on the steering wheel, but there's the BMW again.
Ishmael Davids, currently second in Class B4. Man all the way from Cape Town. Fantastic to have him here.
A 1:02.6 there, Greg. That's a respectable time.
And that's his quickest. 1:03.4 was his last.
Oh, so very good, actually.
So he's found a little bit extra there, but not enough to catch Lee. He's enough to get away, though, from Craig Zank. Has Craig been out yet? I don't think he has. I'm not sure. I can't pick him up on the timing monitor there.
Yeah, Craig. We haven't seen Craig. Devin.
Yeah, they'll go out together, so they're probably on the next batch.
Yeah.
Craig and Devin will go together. It's quite interesting because if we could see it from the high-end aerial shot and see both cars on track, you'd see Devin sort of going into 4 and Craig finishing his lap.
Yeah,
so it'd be quite awesome to see the two of them in full flight. There you go. Confirmation of that. But there is a car in between them now, so it won't be able to be done. But looks like Lee's going to get out in time to be with Class B this time, as opposed to the back of the Class Cs. So Lee Thompson rolls out into Class B's. I think that'll be the final batch of Class B's. Yeah, it will be. Last batch of Class B competitors now for the modified production car class. Charlie Fouds, Lee Thompson, Devin Robertson, Craig Zank. I'm not quite sure who's up just ahead there of Zank. But I think there was one other car that went out there with him as well.
Now, Greg, one other thing is, why you want to go out with your other class competitors at the same time, because you want track conditions to be the same.
Yes.
Because remember, we know track conditions, it can change.
A little bit of a breeze there now, hey? You see at the top there?
A little bit. It's still not...
A little bit of a breeze there.
We'll keep an eye on that.
A little bit of a breeze starting to pick up at the top of the hill there. It's kind of an assisting breeze because you're going to be heading along the straight into the braking point for normally turn 5, but turn 7 on this track. Will this run?
I'll tell you what, those B5 guys like Silvio, Franco, and they wouldn't mind. A little bit of a, how can I say,
headwind into turn 1.
Headwind into turn 1. That could give you the confidence to
keep it flat.
Because, with all their aerodynamics,
Yeah.
And then those little things. I know they'll keep eye. Well, you can see the flags are, there's a little bit more. It's still a breeze, Greg. It's not
a heavy wind. It's not something that we have to be too concerned about right now. But certainly it has picked up compared to earlier on where the flags were dead straight.
Yeah, and yesterday afternoon when it got to the finals and that, we didn't have any wind really blowing. So, but conditions are quite nice. I mean, it's quite nice outside. Not sure exactly what the track temperature is, but it shouldn't be too bad. But like we said, these guys, in your different classes, you want to be almost out there same time as your competitor. There's that's Craig.
That's Zank, yeah. Awesome to see this too, because we haven't really mentioned it, but I know that for the Japanese brand manufacturer supercar fans will be interested to see whether it's going to be a Mitsubishi Evo 9 or a Works Subaru Impreza that gets the overall in that little category. It'll be pretty awesome to see, because remember, Charlie Fowles is in B3, I think he is, with Anton Cronier. So the two Subarus are together, and then Zank is in B4 in the Mitsubishi Evo. But there's always been a big rivalry there between Mitsubishi and Subaru in terms of the overall supremacy. A little bit of a misfire by the sounds of things there, hey?
Greg, I just saw a bit of smoke on the right rear there of number 20.
Fowles, Charlie Fowles.
I don't know if it was a bit of tire rub, but there was definitely a little bit of smoke as he went through turn 1. Could have been just a little bit of tire rub.
I'm just looking at the temperatures there quickly so we can get an idea. Currently we're sitting with a real feel of about 22 degrees Celsius, so it's cool. It's probably a little bit too cool maybe, but I think that's because the breeze has picked up. It was 24 earlier on. Here comes Devin Robertson.
Devin through
second overall yesterday in Classic Car Conqueror Saturday in the R32 out of Zank Racing. Now into the Zank Racing and Big Boss Auto Lotus. And he's using the Devin Robertson line through there.
We know
one wheel on the dirt.
Devin through there uses the track and a little bit more, but doesn't seem to slow him down. Just Charlie Fowles did a 59.4. Wasn't bad.
LTR in the house now. Lee Thompson Racing closing down on the back end of Devin Robertson in that Big Boss Auto Zank Racing machine. Two Lotuses going at it. We have got 9 cars sub 60, and still a couple more that can get into that sub 60 bracket, including Devin, who's just gone top. 53.299 for Devin Robertson. That's his second fastest. Wow.
But let's have a look. See, Lee, we know he outbraked himself a little bit last time in turn 7. Sure, he'll get it right this time. And then he's going to bring out that lap time. So let's see, it's all looking good.
That's better.
That was good, yeah. Not too late on the brakes there. That was very good. And to the flag.
52.659. Fastest. That's his fastest. He did a 52.996. So 52.
But
659.
Just look, I think he did a 52.3 in quali 1.
See what he did in quali 1?
Yeah.
Quali 1 he did a 52.3.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 52.3 stands. Yeah, he's just staying in that 52 bracket all the time. Incredible.
Yeah. No, it's still a very good time.
The big concern here is if you B5, but what are these guys doing? Because you've got Devin and Lee that have found something special. And they're both B4 competitors, outgunning the big hill climb monsters of B5.
Yeah, but if you look at it now, so Devin, he's got a 6/10 he needs to make up to get up to Lee. And we know Lee can do a 52.3. So it just shows you actually that the run of Lee's in quali 1 was very good. But this is more competitive because they went out at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to see. As we've got now, the single seaters coming out. And I think it's time for Robert Volk to pull one out here again.
I don't know if he's going out because he didn't line up in the queue there. He would have been first. I don't think Robert's going to go out for this qualifying 3. I think they're happy with the setup. They're going to keep it for the class final and they're going to keep it for the top 10 shootout. I think he's done for these qualifying sessions.
Yeah, or maybe just giving this one, and we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they may change this. Yeah, we'll have a look-see. But yeah, it's just nice to see that car out on the track, Rick. And
going to leave it for Lotus Challenge and Formula Ford, Formula MSA 4, and Formula M to go at it. That's all we got left in our Class C qualifying 3. Possibly the last batch of qualifying 3 here, although we are supposed to run until 2:05. So there's still 25 minutes or so to play in qualifying 4. But if you've had one run, that's the only run you can have. So if you haven't had a run yet, you've still got about 25 minutes to go if you still want to get into the batches available at the end of this session of single-seaters. Kotze starts us off, though, in the Pink Panther. Yusuf, a seasoned campaigner when it comes to that car. He really has got a great turn of pace for Top Products and the Wasp Racing team that he pilots there. Had a fantastic day yesterday in his Porsche. Finished up on the podium in the Porsche as well.
Yeah, and these guys, I really enjoy their inner Lotuses, Greg. Those cars are awesome cars to drive. And yeah, that's Yusuf. You say in his usual colors, the magenta. And,
I did speak to him last night at prize giving, by the way, and I said, as I called him up, I said, yeah, that white Porsche will probably be magenta pink by the time he gets to the next round, and he had a big smile on his face going, So, yeah.
Thinking about it.
Hopefully we get that right.
Yeah, we'll see what time he's going to put down here.
Yusuf at this stage has pushed into the 105s. So
1049. 1049.
All right, that's good. So that's quickest for him, I think. 104. What did he do in qualifying 1? He did a 105 in qualifying 1.
I think that's a very good time there. 1049 from Yusuf. He's in C4.
Yeah, certainly his best. It's his best one of the day so far for Kotze. Pack Solutions car there, the number 36 machine of Ruan van der Walt in the low cost. Just for edification of the people on how these Lotus 7s work. In the Lotus Challenge, they used to have a Class A, which was an unlimited car that you could put any engine in, and you could modify the suspension slightly as well on the car. And it turned into a bit of a nightmare class because they became so strong and they were actually too powerful, and it detracted from the racing. So a lot of those cars went on to endurance racing and other championships like the Silver Cup class and Clubman's. But if you do race Lotus Challenge, you've got a Class B class which runs a 24-valve twin-cam Toyota engine, and then the low cost, which of course speaks for itself. It's a low cost as in a play on the words of locust, but low cost chassis with a slightly different engine that they run, and that's the two classes that would run in Lotus Challenge. So you've got two low cost chassis out there and two Birkin chassis out there that would run in Class L and Class B of what is Lotus Challenge in the historic and inland championship.
Yes, Greg, and Clive Walmart went over the line there with 106.8. So yeah, he's going to battle to catch Yusuf Kotze, but they're enjoying their time. But out on the track now is Coldfield, and remember he's got a little, him and Gerber, although they're different classes, but they've got a little bit of a battle to see who's the quickest between the two of them.
Yeah, we are being watched frantically, by the way, in terms of Lee Thompson and his times. Just got a message saying his fastest was a 52.3 in qualifying 1. Yeah, I did refer to that. I just had to get through the paperwork. We've got quite a bit of paperwork to get through here to find those times.
You know, I did mention that 52.3. I'm aware of that 52.3, and
yeah, you did say that, and I went to look for it, and then I was you corrected me in terms of that. So the 52.360 is Lee's fastest time. So he is getting there, but he's not quite there in terms of that fastest time on this run. But hopefully he can go quicker. But the most important factor that I'm bringing in there with Lee and with Devon is that they are both B4 cars, and both of them are Lotuses, Exesias. Oof. There are another 2 Lotuses in the country, both of them in the Western Cape, and of course Davy Joubert's one particularly. Oh, JM out of shape. Gets the KTM off track. It's
luckily, not a. I think he kept it out of the
it's not an adventure engine anymore, so he's off track there. It might not work so lacquer in the dirt. If it had been the KTM adventure bike engine that he used to run.
Greg, the thing is, I still think he's still running on his older tires. He was mentioning that earlier in his interview.
Yeah.
He was using. I think he's only going to put those new tires on when he gets to the class final. But as you can see there,
you
so
do
maybe
know that
those.
As I say that, and as you say that, he's running old tires. Robert Volk said the same thing in his interview, said he's on old tyres. They haven't even put the new tyres on yet, and he's doing those times. Man alive, that's insane. So, yeah, we have got a yellow flag situation right now, which means that the cars at the start gate will be halted. And JM will have to bring that car back because I think it has stalled. And start delay board is up for Simpiwe Matlatlo in that MSA4 machine.
Now, just before that, Ian Schofield did a 57.2. Because I was watching these two. They were battling it out.
Schofield wasn't hindered by this crash, though. He finished. He was ahead of him, so he wouldn't have to redo his run. No one's going to have to redo their run because of the crash here into turn 2.
Yeah.
Because what happens with Yanni when going in there and getting it wrong and ending up on the kiddie litter, he hasn't got to turn 4. They're using turn 4 as the point to start the next car. So recovery, is that recovery 2 or recovery 1? Recovery 1 heading down towards turn 2 to go and fetch JM out of the kiddie litter or out of the grass because he didn't even get into the kiddie litter. He missed it completely. But it's a pity to lose that car. Fortunately, though, JM, don't worry. You do have one more qualifying, boy. It has gone according to plan so far, hasn't it? I know you can hear me there, probably, down at turn 2. Well, I hope you can.
Yeah, no, earlier he was happy with the car and everything, Greg, and he just said in the interview that, it's all about the tyres. So I'm sure there's no other damage here, hopefully. But, it just shows you that turn 2 is still a tricky corner. But maybe for him, just the older tyres now just maybe caught him out. He's looking for maybe a little bit of time that wasn't there. You have to really nail turn 2. Because, turn 2, it's one of the corners where you can make or break your time.
Yeah.
You know,
as you've said, and as Aldous Grabanti said, turn 1, being able to go through there flat and late braking into turn 2 could potentially score you big points at the front end. And the amount of time that you're going to need to win out your battle in each of your respective classes in the 3 categories of racing today. So once again, a shout out there to the marshals, of course, that are doing all the hard work for us. It's amazing to see how well they work together. And remember that both Kyle Army and Zwartkops Marshals are now almost combined into one big team. They do a magnificent effort at all the tracks that we play at. So turn 2 Marshall, of course, is also a special man down there and needs a big mention. So, keep up the good work there, Mr. Turn 2 Marshall, because Mom's sending us your regards. Because Tanya's a good-looking boy down at turn 2 there, doing an amazing job along with the recovery vehicle to get that car back in the pit lane as quickly as possible. But once again, a mention to that Orange Army. If you want to join up with the Marshals, they have got a training day here on Saturday, the 15th of August. And if you want to get a little bit more information on that, I'll put the poster up onto my page, and I'm sure it's up on Zwartkops' page as well. Otherwise, just get onto either Kyle Army or Zwartkops Marshall's page and check out the training day. You can come and be part and parcel of that and then see how to sign up to become a permanent member of our Orange Army, who go on occasions to recover orange KTMs as well.
Now, Greg, if I quickly have a look at the top 10, 11, we've got the top 11 at the moment in the sub-60s. But we know that only the top 10 can make it. And we didn't even have Silvus Krabante out. So this stage, Willie de Beer actually 11th. So, that's also one thing we keep our eye on, is that top 10 overall as well. In the sub-60s. But we've got 11 cars there in the sub-60. Yes, the Marshals will be doing a good job and doing quick recovery there. And then I'm sure we'll see Gerber out in qualifying 4. Don't think he'll put on his new tyres then. He's going to keep those tyres for the class final. And that's when the guys want to bring it all. But yesterday we saw it. Schofield kept it right to the top 10 shootout. Not even the class final, the top 10 shootout. That's where he gave it everything. But down in the pit,
we're going to catch up there with Joshua Callahan, and looks like we're going to have a quick chat to see how things have gone so far with the boys down at Shelby. Carl, over to you.
Yeah, I'm here with Anton Parmesan and Greg. We're in the road car class. You're in the Shelby. You were having a chat off air. You were telling me your mom takes his car out once a week to pick a pay to make sure the battery's charged.
Well, road cars are road cars. Road cars need to be driven. It might have 750 horsepower. It might be a manual, but you need to drive cars. We're out here to have fun with them. They might be fast, even for the road, but All people need to do is drive their damn cars.
I love it. That's the best way to put it out there. Well, you're out here today driving your car. You're driving it up the hill, top of the hill for you. And how's it being out there on the track today? We spoke about the conditions being a little bit iffy for you, but it's heated up now. It's starting to get way forward. Are you starting to feel that in the car?
Well, I was worried this morning with the weather, but actually it was really good conditions this morning, and this heat and this really heavy car in this last session actually struggled a bit. I mean, it's a 1.8 ton car with a lot of power all to the rear, but all we can do is push it and make sure it stays on track.
Yeah, it's your second. I think you did the Smola as well this year, now here at the top of the hill. In terms of the comparison between the two, how do you feel as a driver between the two layouts? Maybe the things being a little bit closer to your one side, being a little bit wider out here. Do you feel like you can push a bit hard out here?
I definitely do think I can push a lot hard out here. You've got the space, you've got all the runoffs here. I mean, Samola, it's a very tight track. The surface there as well is very slippery. Here we've got pretty much endless grip, even on a road car. So it really allows you to push it and take pretty much any car you want to its limits.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we're wishing you the best. You've got Q4 coming up in the road class, and hopefully we see you on the top of the timesheet.
100%, and you will.
Fantastic. Well, that was Anton Palmersheim, and we wish him the best for his Q4 run. Greg, I'm sure you've been watching it a lot, and back to you, bud.
We have, and I must apologize there. I thought you were with Joshy, and you actually weren't. You were with Anton. And yes, Carl, he is actually Palmer shining at the front end of that class, because he is at the top of the class right now and leading things by arguably comfortable margin on Malucci and on Josh O'Callaghan. So apologies there, Anton. Got that one a little bit wrong, but needless to say, there are only about 7,000 riders and drivers that Leon and I have to try and keep in our memory banks. And usually there's a car slapped around them or a helmet on them. And that's where you can pick them up a little bit easier than when you're speaking to them face to face. Although, I do know Anton quite well, so my apologies on that one. But needless to say, they're working frantically down there, Clayton and the team, to get that KTM onto the back of Big Max and ready to go, hopefully, before we can send the MSA4 car of Simpiwe Mashlatlo on its way for the final part of qualifying 3. What it is doing is it's cutting time down for the 14:05 start. And if anybody else has to still get out there could be some trouble. Brendan is down there with a man who's causing big trouble, as he always does, Devin Robertson.
Devin Robertson, just a wry smile there. The runs are looking pretty good at this stage.
When we got here this morning, to be very honest with you, I put the motor in on Thursday night. I had the cops outside my shop, couldn't run the thing. I loaded it on the trailer and we brought it here. I ran it in the first 2 runs this morning. And Quali 1 was the first time I actually gave it a bit of go. And now we gave it a little bit of boost just to see what it wants. And it surprised me even. So I'm very happy with how far we've gotten. If it can just stay at this pace, I'm over the moon. Like I said to you yesterday, if I bring it here and it actually runs and finishes the weekend, I'm very, very happy. Up to now, I'm ecstatic, so I can't complain.
Oh, brilliant workmanship. It's obviously testament to your workmanship then.
Well, like you say, when that's all you do is race cars and that kind of thing, sometimes they beat you down before they actually bring you up. And this thing's been one of those trial and error cars, 2 years of battling. And today it actually seems like it's going in the right direction. So thank you very much to Craig for his trust in us, from Zank Racing and Efficiency Motorsport for putting the time, the effort, and the belief in the person actually. So it makes it worthwhile at the end of the day.
Absolutely brilliant, and great to have Craig competing as well and letting you use this.
Like you say, it's nice to have Craig by my side at the track. That's why when he goes out, I go out behind him. It's nice. We share a lot in common. And somebody that actually has motorsport enthusiasm like he does, far and few that you come by nowadays.
We'll look forward to the last qualifying run and then straight into the class finals.
100%. So I think we're going to skip quali 4, keep it for when it counts, and hopefully it stays together.
Yeah, wise words from a very, very knowledgeable man. Back to you, Greg.
Good number on that car as well, by the way, Brendan, just to let you know. But that's just a personal joke between him and I, because when I ran as part of Big Boss's team for a little while, the number 27, of course, was being my number, and it's great to see that Dev's running that number today. Hopefully it brings him all the luck, and he can stay in the hunt at the front with Lee Thompson in the B4 category. and currently outgunning all of the B5 class hill climb monsters. So it certainly is boding well there for Lee and for Devon Robertson.
Yeah, Greg, we heard Devon say there he's going to give quali 4 a miss, so he's happy with the car. But I wonder if he's just got something a little bit more. He said
he had yesterday. If you remember, that R32 had that little extra bit of pace in the final run. So maybe he's holding on to that ace up the sleeve, win the class, or try and win the class over the rest of that big pack of B4s. But it'll be real interesting to see how that goes. I can tell you it's not going to be an easy one, that is for sure. But Devon Robertson will be fighting hard, and he will not give up the fight until that checkered flag drops later on today.
Yeah, and as we see some people on the track, but Greg, also just noticeable was that they had to bring out Big Max to load Gerber's car. So I don't know if there was maybe a slight suspension, maybe suspension problem. They couldn't just tow it back. But I'm sure it's nothing major.
You know the concern I have with single-seaters, especially in the wintertime here at Zwartkops, and I'm not taking anything away from the circuit, but if you walk on any of the grass patches in between the track in wintertime, because it's such a hard pack ground, if you do go off in a single-seater that's got maybe lack of a little bit extra bodywork, etc., that might save that suspension, you could be finding yourself in a bit of trouble, and it may do some damage. And I think that's possibly exactly what you said. In JM's case, what's happened is he's gone off there. If he hit the kitty litter, it might have been a bit smoother and easier to fix on the car. But if he went onto the hard packed grass like he did, maybe that little bump and jolt heading off the circuit broke something on the back or the front of the car.
Yeah, some P-Way did a run there in a 105.3.
And that wrapped up qualifying 3 by the looks of it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was only some P-Way that was waiting to go. So she was the only one that was hindered by it, but she got to run in. And that wraps up qualifying 3. So we were spot on in terms of getting that interview with Dev. Although there is still 10 minutes according to my watch before we get into qualifying 4. But just a heads up to anybody that is getting ready for qualifying 4 here at the circuit. As I said, we are going out on the PA as well as on our live stream. Class A competitors looking for qualifying 4. You guys need to start making your way down to that pre-race area if possible, please. And if there's any cars that still need to do qualifying 3, please line up ahead of those cars. That was from the COC. So if we can get those cars down to pre-race as soon as possible, if you are looking to get your final run in qualifying 3, if you have not had one yet. Currently, Lee Thompson, top of the list in qualifying 3, ahead of Devon Robertson, Franco Scribanti, Aldo Scribanti, and Ian Schofield, as JM gets brought back down into his pit box at the bottom end of the main pit building here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
Yeah, Greg, they'll offload that car, get it in the pit box. The team will do a quick clean-up job and just see what needs to be repaired. But I'm sure he will be out. It might not be necessary for quali 4, but after you had it off, I guess you want to go for a run before your class final.
Yeah, but I think JM doesn't have to worry about the class final because he's made the class final. He'll be in the class final with Robert Volk. So if they can just get that car fixed, take qualifying 4 out of the equation. Let's just get the car fixed, make sure everything's right, do the class final, use that class final as your final run to make sure that everything that you fixed is now working, and then in the top 10 shootout, give it everything you've got. That's
yeah, but
my
sometimes, remember, it won't be a bad idea for him to go out quali 4 if the car's ready, just to see if everything's working. Because remember the class final and top 10 shootout, there's a different pressure there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So there's no pressure on him for the class final.
Yeah.
So he can use the class final run to do the shakedown and use qualifying 4 to fix whatever the problem is. So that there's no pressure on the team to get that car fixed in time for qualifying 4. They don't necessarily have to go and rush the repair work if there is anything that is broken on that car.
No, I'm not saying there's no pressure. I understand your point. My point is, you will... The class final, there's a little bit of pressure because you want to get that good time. So if you can,
but he can't beat Robert Volk. Is what I'm saying.
Understand that, but I'm saying for quali 4, if you can just go out, then your car's okay.
Yeah, I got you.
It's two sides of the story.
Yeah. Catch 22 there. I'd have to say for him.
But already we heard from Devon Robertson. He's not going to go out for the quali 4. You might find 1 or 2 competitors opting not to go for quali 4, but then again, you'll have other guys I want to go out for quali 4.
Now, confidence guys and people that have got their bank times in will be sitting back and saying, right, I'm happy. Let's leave quali 4 out and get ready for the class finals. If there's anybody that could be in contention there, well, that might be a different story. Then you might need to go and do that qualifying 4. I'd say most of those lower class A cars would probably go out for another run in quali 4 because they want to get the best value for money if they can. We're down there with JM at the moment. Let's go and find out exactly what went wrong. Bren, you've got some details there from JM Gabba.
Jaco, little trip into the kitty litter, and the new tyres are not looking so good.
No, the tyres are fine. The pressures were a bit low, so it just came off the rim. But they were very good up until then.
But a big moment though.
Yeah, it was luckily the slowest end of the corner, not turn 1. If it went there, it would have been into the wall. So turn 2, coming out, put the power down, just fold it over.
One more qualifying session, pump up the tyres and ready for it?
We'll do. Thanks.
Great stuff. Back to you up in the studio, Leon and Greg.
Thanks, Brent. Well, that's a big help to us because we were contemplating breakages and something that might have gone wrong, or maybe there's an engine issue. But if the tyre rolls off just because it's old, well, it's now time to put some new rubber on. I know he runs Hoosiers, so hopefully he's got a brand new set of Hoosiers he can chuck on there. Oh, they weren't inflated correctly. Okay, so I didn't hear that. So they were the new tyres, but they just weren't inflated to the correct pressure. So if they've got to put the right pressure in, we'll have Yanni back on track and he will do qualifying 4. So we can just take that whole discussion out of this one. Just edit that out for us.
No, okay, so he's gone for the new tyres. And so he wants to get a good run with the new tyres to know where he's at. But okay, good stuff there. There was Yanni Gerber down in the pits. And okay, Greg, so as we're gearing up now for Quali 4.
Oh, I've got some really horrible news to tell everybody. It's just come through from Greg Canny down at InvestChem Racing. Robert Volk is out. Rear wheel bearing has broken. And they don't have a spare. That is a massive loss to the Top of the Hill Challenge right now. Greg, thanks for that. But man alive, that is horrible news to be giving everybody right now. So that's probably why we didn't see him roll out there for this qualifying 3. Because, as you said, Rob would have wanted to just go quicker and make his way through. And they've broken a rear wheel bearing, and Robert Volk is out. It doesn't mean that the lap record is going to be negated, because he will still hold that lap record. It won't be the 47.774, though, because that came in practice 3, which means the new lap record would be the one he set in Quali 1. Am I right? Yeah, what did he do in Quali 1? I just want to double check that quickly. Carl's down there, having a quick chat to the boys at Alfa Romeo. Let's see what's happening down there with the Alfisti.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. I'm here with JJ van Rensburg. JJ, you and I spent a little bit of time together on the sim. You're quite handy in the sim. I think you've given me a hiding more than once. But how are you enjoying the Alfa Romeo, and how are you enjoying the Top of the Hill?
Look, it's an amazing event. It's close to home, and so far it's been going well. The car's a beauty, and the Alfisti came to support us, and I think it's fun in a big car that's quite heavy, and you can put down times with supercars, which is quite great. So having a lot of fun.
It's a unique thing to take a family carrier, basically an SUV, and go and put it up against supercars and enjoy it around here. But on the road tires, it must be quite tricky with the amount of body roll in that.
Look, it looks like a lot of body roll, but it actually keeps quite flat. We actually had to take out the baby seats at the back. So I've got 2 toddlers. Well, not toddlers, but they're 5 and 6. So I had to take out the booster seats. And that's the reality. You drive it here, you compete and be competitive and go home. And I think that's what makes this car so amazing.
We always say you're not a true petrolhead unless you've owned an Alfa. And I think Alfa are carrying on with that tradition. You could buy an SUV people carrier, drop the kids off at school, come to the track, take out the booster seat and go have some fun.
Exactly, and just next to us we've got the full EV Junior, which actually is running very good times alongside formidable competitors. So the Junior is doing an amazing job as well. So yeah, we from Stellantis and Alfa, we couldn't be more happy.
Well, you are top of your class at the moment, so that's a decent start.
Top and last, I suppose.
We don't have to tell people how many in your class. We just say you're top of class.
I'm a very honest person. But in any case, yeah, look, it's for me, any hill climb it's not so much your competitor, it's you and the hill. Every run must count. It's not like competitively you get faster and faster. Every time you go out, sort of a reset, because you need to remember. So, yeah, we're doing well, and I'm quite happy with where we're standing at the moment.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, that was JJ van Rensburg in the Alfa SUV, and we're wishing you all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, guys.
Back to you, Greg.
Yeah, fantastic there, Giannis, and thanks so much for the support from the Alpha brand. Just a heads up, though, to the Ford brand supporters. If you went to Eagle Ford stand this morning, their lucky draw is going to take place in about 5 minutes' time. So if you are in the running for that lucky draw, I would suggest you head across to the Eagle Ford stand and get ready for the lucky draw. That was just sent to me from Zelda. So if you are here at the track and got involved with that lucky draw, head across to the Eagle Ford stand. They're going to do the lucky draw in a few moments' time. So while we were chatting there to Giannis, we were looking at the times. The 4.7774 will stand as an unofficial record from Robert Volk, but the official record will be the 47.878 he did in qualifying. So that would be the run that's going to count in terms of him breaking the record. So despite him not being able to complete the race day, and as I said, thanks to Greg, unfortunately giving me the bad news and the sad news that Rob is out, it's on a similar vein to what I saw earlier on this year, where Rob and Andre Besaidnout were fighting so hard in the two Goulds, and unfortunately it was a case of Andre Besaidnout's car that broke, and they couldn't go head-to-head. And then, of course, Besaidnout's car wasn't ready in time for this year, and they still haven't had a chance to go head-to-head. So maybe when we come back here in 2027, we get both those F1 Goulds in full race trim, ready to go for a head-to-head battle in the F1 class for Cs and single-seaters.
Greg, that just means, Kek, it's not great news to you, and sorry about that, but he has to come back next year to try and break that lap record. We'll see him back next year. Now, what it does mean now, Greg...
Let's go and catch up and find out exactly what went down there with Brendan as he catches up with Stuart at WCT.
Well, you might be waiting a while.
Chatting to Stuart Thompson. Stuart, some heartbreaking news with the wheel bearing failure. What has happened? Stuart Thompson. It is Stuart Thompson.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had a right rear wheel bearing failure, which is very disappointing. The car was going so well. Rob was really dialed in. I think we've made some big progress with the car. There's a big new rear wing that you'll see on it, which has really transformed the car. So we had high hopes. I mean, he was down to a 47.7 in the practice runs, and I think, we would have gone a bit faster than that. So very disappointing.
Yeah, it is obviously a crowd favourite here, but it now opens the door for somebody else.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess that's, to coin the old cliche, that's racing.
Yep. But it has now got the lap record as well from the qualifying session, qualifying one, I think it was, where he had betted the previous time. So will that still stand?
I'm actually not sure how the rules work. I mean, it is an official time, so I would imagine it probably does stand as a lap record.
Great stuff. We'll see if we can chat to Robert. Let's go through here quickly. Sorry to interrupt, gents. Rob, disappointing to say the least.
Yeah, unfortunately these things happen. Obviously we had a great shakedown during the week, and the car was obviously running flawlessly until we had the issue. So obviously a lot of load into turn one for quite a bit of time. So obviously a fix we need to sort out in the future. But a lot of promise from the car, and it was running well until obviously we had an issue. Yeah,
it certainly looked like it was going and going like the clappers.
Yeah, nice step from last year. We found obviously almost a second in the car. I think if we had put a new rubber, obviously the track temperatures came down a little bit. I think there was obviously still quite a bit in that. So I think we could have posted a really good time towards the end of the day. But we'll have to save it for next year.
Great stuff. And then Ian, from your side, from the elation yesterday and straight back in it today and going well.
Yeah, going great. I mean, today was Rob's day, and I'm really disappointed for him because we've put a lot of effort and time into this car, and it was going so well. But I would say these things happen, and we'll make sure it doesn't happen again. But from my side, going good. But I can't get this new car to go as quick as the old one. But we'll keep working at it.
Brilliant stuff. We wish you guys all of the very best. Greg, it's back to you, and Leon up in the commentary box.
Yeah, Brent, I think just have a chat there to Ian Schofield, because 56.141 is what he got out of the March 77B yesterday, and he's down to the 56.755s in the Magal at this stage. And then J.M. Khadba is into the 58.0s. So there's a new challenge and championship title on the cards now between J.M. Khadba and Ian Schofield. And could Schofield possibly do the unthinkable and win back-to-back titles in the classic cars and then go back-to-back in the single-seater top of the hill as well on consecutive days? That hasn't been done, I don't think, ever at any hill climb in South Africa.
Yeah, Greg, that's what I just wanted to mention as we see the start delayed here for Willie de Beer. But it's now up to JM Gerben Schofield. So JM would love to do a run on those new tires, just make sure they're inflated. And see, he's got a little bit of time to get up to Ian Schofield, but he could take it to Schofield. So yeah, there's going to be a new battle now for that top of the hill in the single seaters for the champion there. So yeah, we're going to keep a keen eye on that one.
It's road class back out again for qualifying 4. The last time any of these road class cars are going to have a chance of qualifying for their respective classes in the road and supercar category. And then also the last time that we may even see some of these cars out on track, because if they don't qualify for that top 3 in the class finals, their day will be done.
Yeah, Greg, most of the road car and supercar class here, guys, will make it to their class final. But that battle is basically there with the Shelbys, where there's 5 entries.
Yes.
And only 3 of them is going to go through. So the pressure is going to be on there on Dion Smith and O'Callaghan. Because Pomershine, we saw Voges and Malachi was quick. So only 3 of them going to make it to the class final. So that battle's going to be on here in qualifying 4. But Willie de Beer on his way. Can he do another? He's done quite a few now, sub 60, so he's there. And he's saying to who's our man in the Ferrari?
Brandon Dean.
Yeah, to Brandon Dean, come and get me.
Come catch me, baby. Stuttgart lead the power at the moment. Maranello with some work to do. Prancing horse, trying to catch this German powerhouse out front. Italy versus Germany. It's all to fight for here in the road car class. And that road car class, of course, in supercar class, this is the champion. Probably one of the reasons why he took the number 11, because he couldn't take the number 1 plate. That, of course, would have been in the hands of Robert Volk. But needless to say, number 11 was available, so you go 1 better. You're still top of your class, so go with the closest one to number 1. That's number 11, double 1. And will it be double 1 for him with back-to-back titles?
Yeah, and Greg, Willie de Beer looks smooth the whole day. That car's just been on rails and smooth, really consistent runs all through. Okay, 1 minute, 0.4. So not quite a sub 60. Don't know if that's, can't really put that down to track conditions. I don't know, because track conditions should be fairly good.
No, but it's a 60-second lap, so he's in the 60s.
60.4.
59, 60s is where he wants to be. He doesn't need to worry. That's possibly just a final check of the car to make sure that everything's right for what we've got in the road class final coming up in a few moments' time.
Yeah, and Eugene van den Berg is on his run. And looks like, is it... There's some footage here from our drone. It's also good to see the footage here from the drone. Gives you quite a nice angle here. But yeah, it's Singh in the TT. Akil Singh in the Audi TT on his run here. Let's see what he can do. Eugene van den Berg ended there on a 103.4. We know Willie de Beer did a 1 minute 0.4. And there's Akil Singh. He's enjoying his time. Yeah, he had to change to a different car. Was entered in a Nissan GTR. Couldn't bring that car out. But in the Audi, looking good. Yeah. Some good footage here from drone. Up the hill. Coming to the S or the Z, as we like to call it. Then you turn left here. That's turn 6. Short little straight. Can't brake too late for 7. To make sure you get to the apex and try and get your run. It uses a little bit of curb. And then he's going to put it foot flat to the flag, that last little section to the flag. Akil there on a 105.6, and Rory Atkinson with his last run here in qualifying 4, and we'll see what Matt Merton's got. Rory Atkinson through turn 3 there on his way to turn 4, braking nice and early, turning in. Oh, used a little bit more of the track there, Rory. But like I said, Rory's been bustling that car. That's not going to cost him a lot of time in this car. He's just using everything he can. And some more. Okay. He's braking in the last corner. Always that little bit of understeer he fights. But he's managing it. So Atkinson there, a 106.4. And then we'll see what Matt Merton's up next. Rory Atkinson 106.4. He was a bit quicker earlier on in his earlier qualifying rounds. So I wonder now if the track surface, if the track temperature's gone up a little bit. So some of the guys are not going faster. They're losing a little bit of time comparing to their qualifying 3. So we'll just have a look, see. Could be maybe track temperature. That's the only thing we can think about. Us. Still the wind, there's not a lot of wind outside. I'm just going to have a look here, see what Matt Merton does. So this time, Matt Merton, 106.1. So it did actually cost Rory time when he went off the track then out of turn 4. Cost him that 3:10. So Matt Merton on a 106.1. He's sort of consistent with his time, so Rory lost out of it. But Rory would know now. He used a little bit too much of the track. As we see Gino North. He's trying to creep closer to those 2 guys in front of him in his class A1 in the Ford Focus. But let's see if he can get a better time. So...
Yeah. We're going to be in for an epic battle here. I'm just having a quick chat to the COC while you were holding commentary there. Just going through a couple of variables that have been there. The one big variable that he brought to our attention, and I kind of said to you earlier on about it, and I thought it might be slightly wrong. Craig Zank is actually a B3 competitor. He's not a B4 competitor. So he would move down and be fighting now with Charlie Falls and Anton Krenier in the 2 Subarus. That's why I said there should be a battle there amongst the Japanese competitors. Mitsubishi and Subaru have always been at each other's throats for the supremacy as whether the WRX or the Evo are the better cars. So Zank has now been corrected into B3, and his times will all be corrected into that B3 class. So it leaves Devin Robertson all on his own, basically, because there's no way that Ishmael Davids, despite that M3 from ID Paving Racing is such a good car, can catch, almost 10 seconds or 11 seconds that Devin Robertson's got on him. So Dev's basically on his own now in B4, and will try and run with Lee Thompson to win out the B4 battle over Ishmael Davids, which is an easy one. So it's literally the 2 Lotuses that are now going to fight for B4, and Craig Zank will move into the B3 battle.
Yeah, but I mean, Dev is not quite he's on his own in his team. B4 and Lee Thompson is in. So Dev and Lee Thompson is.
That's what I'm saying. The 2 Lotuses will fight for B4, and Craig will now move into the battle with the 2 Subarus in B3. Because there was a slight discrepancy there, and JL's just brought it to our attention that he has actually been classified as a B3 car, and they've corrected all his times into the B3 times.
Yeah.
So he will make class final for B3 to fight with the 2 Subarus. So it'll be Mitsubishi versus 2 Subarus for B3 honours.
Greg, and just quickly, while we're talking about B3, B4, we haven't seen Buto Krause out yet, so maybe that damage...
I have to assume that Noble is broken too much.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's parked next to the studio downstairs in our production studio, so getting confirmation that he is out. That's a big pity to lose him, because he was going well. He was going really well,
That damage was obviously more than we thought, so sometimes you can't just go... It didn't look like such a big impact, but obviously it was. But okay.
Herbert with a 107.9, also going to be just cruising around there, very similar times to what he's had. Remember, he's basically got A5 wrapped up in that MUA and Master Drive Porsche. And as I said, if you have got nothing better to do next weekend here at Zwartkops, is Cars in the Park on Sunday. And MUA will be here again with the Cobra Club. So Cobra Club and Shelby, of course, got a big relationship. Probably going to be a couple of Super Snakes at that Cobra Club event as well. And all the car clubs will be here for Cars in the Park. A big event here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
Yeah, Greg, yes, the Shelby's coming out now. Last chance for these guys to get into that top 3 final. So there's 5 of them. 3 of them will make it, 2 will lose out. And Dion Smith, and who was the other one there? They've got the pressure now to try and make it to the top 5. O'Callaghan. Smith and O'Callaghan need to try and get, because those so far their times haven't been good enough for the top 3. It was Pomershine and Malachi and Vogus that's got the top 3 so far for the class final. But can Smith or O'Callaghan maybe pull something out of the bag? So, without trying too hard, you need to try and can you get to that top 3 class final? But good stuff said. It's nice to have a little bit of a battle like that within the classes, because a lot of the other classes, there's only 1 or 2 or 3 entrants. They're automatically in the class final. But when you've got 4 or more, and then you have to battle to get to the class final, and that's nice to see. But yeah, it's about the Shelbys and everybody else. So if you still need to do something in qualifying, you still need to improve. As we got Brandon Dean now, it's going to be one of the first cars out. But qualifying 4 is your last chance, people, before we get to that top 3 class final. So Brandon Dean, can he make a plan here? Can he get closer now to Willie de Beer? Well, Greg, I'm just saying, if I look at the times there, not a lot of the guys are going faster now than they're qualifying 3 times. Is it maybe track temperature? There we can see there's a bit of a breeze blowing. It's blowing across.
The breeze has picked up.
The way we look at it now, from the starting point of view, yeah, it's not
down,
really
it's
down
to the
not
left.
Not really
actually.
downwind. It's
down
across.
down to the right of the circuit.
See, you
it's
actually
not a headwind at all. It's a horrible wind.
Up the hill, that section up the hill, they've got a headwind, which is not ideal. That's not where you really want it. But let's see what Brandon Dean is going to do here. I'm going to compare the time then to Willie de Beer. Because Willie de Beer, I just want to see it. It seems like the guys are going slightly slower. Maybe they don't want to risk it too much on quali 4 because they know they've qualified, you know. But, or is it maybe a little bit of track temperature that's getting in a little bit too hot, Greg? Not too hot, but hotter than before. Hotter than the ideal condition, you know. Could be around about there. We always talk about that, but it does play a big role. Brandon Dean looking good so far.
That car's looked great all day, but does anybody disagree with me when you say there's hardly a Ferrari that does not look good? I mean, if you're not a Ferrari fan, yes, of course I agree with you. But if you are a supercar fan, or if you are a Ferrari fan, you will be suitably hard-pressed to find a prettier looking Ferrari than that 296 or GTB that Brandon Dean has got. There were a couple, of course, on display over the last couple of weekends.
1012. So see, I think he's quick. Didn't he do a 1 minute 0.5, I think, earlier? Was he's quicker, so yeah. Definitely a little bit slower.
So he did a 102 dead, actually, on his last run. So
But
Brandon
previously, if you look at, I think quali 1 or 2 was maybe quali 1. If you go back to quali 1 when it was a bit colder.
Brandon Dean, quali 1 minute dead 0.5.
Yeah. So at least my memory's not gone. There's a lot of
not
things.
bad, eh? A couple of things that are still sticking around there, but your memory's pretty good. And then in quali 2, what did he do in quali 2? Let's find it quickly for you. Quali 2 did a 1 minute 496. So he's still not quite in that 59 second bracket.
Pommershine over the line there. Sorry, Greg, but Pommershine 1065. I'm just keeping my eye on this battle here because the Shelbys, they're all fighting for that top 3. Pommershine 1065. I think he's going to be okay. Well, of late, the last 2 qualifying sessions, he's set the pace. So, yeah. But I wonder where Bo just got that one-hit wonder lap earlier from. But
maybe he cut the corner somewhere. No, I don't think he did. No, I think he just found something special on that run. And maybe the other guys just had some problems. You know, these are, as you heard from Anton Pommershine, he said that 1.3 tons of Shelby they're playing with.
1.8 or something, yeah.
It's a big car.
Yeah, it's a heavy car.
It's a big car, that's why they call it a super snake. It's not a small one. But they are very impressive. And the sound out of that big V8 is pretty awesome out of those dual exhausts.
Yeah, Dion Smith 1094. So Greg, I think he's not gonna make it into the top 3 there for the Shelbys, but he would have enjoyed his time. Remember, later you've got the class final. If we look at the road car supercar now, yeah, for the top 10 shootout, how many cars have we got all together?
Top 10. There's 10 cars.
Oh yeah, you said 4 cars are not going to make it.
4 won't make it. There's 14. Yeah, 14 in total in the road car class.
Out of all the entries.
Yeah, 14 road and supercars, which means 4 of them won't make that top 10.
I was just having a look, see how many is not going to be in the top 10 shootout for that class, the road car supercar shootout. Okay, and Malachi now. Malachi's trying. Let's see, can Paul Malachi, because he's still got a shot. Can he do anything about... oh, listen, O'Callaghan. Just look, O'Callaghan 1084. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. No. We'll have to look at... we know Pommershine and Malachi. Malachi, earlier on, he went faster than a 1084, is it? Yeah, sure.
So Malachi's done a 1081. And he's also done...
Well, Josh, not bad. He came close, but that 108.4 is just not going to make it.
108.3. And in quali 1... No, in quali 1 he did a 108.3.
Well, there's Malaji anyway, 107 dead.
Yes.
So Malaji getting closer to
he wants to be in that top 10 shootout. That's what he wants. Malachi, Pommersheim, and I think O'Callaghan would like to be in the top 10.
Yeah.
Right now, O'Callaghan is just out of it, but it all depends on the rest of their qualifying times, because remember that it's based on all 4 of the qualifying times, and your best one of that qualifying will put you into the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, also saying Malaji is creeping a little bit closer to Pommersheim. Pommersheim, he set the bar. And so Malachi, not a bad run there. Well, that run he was 5/10 off. Half a second, but it's getting better. As we see, let's just see what Voges is going to do, but Andre Steenkamp is on his run.
Steenkamp's been pretty rapid as well, I got to tell you.
Voges, there we go, Greg.
Hey!
105.9. So
Where
Voges,
did Fernando Voges find that 105.9?
No, that just shows, hey, you maybe heard me there. It wasn't a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, it wasn't a one-hit wonder. He's going to prove you wrong.
They're going to show you, yeah. But that's the pace he had. So
that's impressive.
Yeah.
As I said, I don't know the background on Fernando Voges at all. I do know a little bit about Pommersheim, O'Callaghan, and of course Paul Malachi. They've been involved in a couple of the hill climbs that I've commentated on in the past, and even some time attack events as well. But Fernando Voges came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And has
he had that pace
certainly
earlier.
secured himself a chance of a top 10 overall for one of the Shelbys.
When he gets it right, he gets it right. Because then,
Yeah.
now, he's 6/10 quicker than Pommersheim. But that means it's going to be quite a good battle there in that class final, Greg. It makes it interesting.
And look
there.
at this. We've got our first cars now out of Class B on track in Anthony Casey and Johannes Janssen van Rensburg. But if you look at the Class A cars, there's 15 Class A cars. I thought there were 14, apologies, there's 15. So there'll be 5 cars that don't make it. Nicolaisen has got the electric car into the top 10. And if we went on our current standings and that was going to be the top 10 shootout, he would make it into the top 10 shootout with that electric Junior Veloce Electrica.
Yeah, so we'll just see how that one plays out.
I'm sure we're going to get Motor Timing in here in a few moments' time, bringing us those class finals, so we can see exactly how it all pans out, because we do have a small break in proceedings before we get into the class finals, which is why we need that time, so we can work out what the differences are and who's made it into what would be A1, A3, A4, 5 and 7 and A8 finals. That's classes-wise. And then we'd also get to see from there who'd make it into the top 10.
Yeah, but good stuff. Alpha on the track.
Giannis pushing hard, as I heard. You heard from him as well. He's pretty happy with the Alphas that have been involved here today. The Alphisti have been happy with the performance of these cars. And the Stellantis group and Efficiency group have been pretty spectacularly represented here by that Italian brand.
Yeah, I think the guys can be very happy with their runs, Greg. Enjoying it, having a good time, performing well. And Johannes, 106.2. I think he went a little bit faster earlier on. I think he managed to 105 something earlier.
105.1.
Yeah.
And previous to that, 105.6. So yeah, 105.1 was his quickest in Q3.
So I think maybe we've just got the wind.
What did he
As
do?
like you say, the wind has picked up a little bit. Could play a role there, because that wind, like I said, the guys are hitting the wind now. The uphill, the headwind on the uphill, that could hamper your time a little bit, Greg.
Yeah,
and then
100%.
we've just gone past the ideal track conditions, track temperature. The ideal. It's difficult to find the ideal. There's always something into play. It's not a major gusting wind, but there is a bit of wind blowing.
Little breeze, light breeze. Might affect us a bit later if it does pick up slightly, but let me have a quick squiz at that weather app and see if there's any changes. Class B, guys, you guys can start making your way to the gates. Just getting a call out there from our COC.
Now Johan Nell, I can see him there on the run out to the line. He's really trying to get heat into those tires, throwing that car left and right. The guys, like we say, from leaving the pit lane to the start line, they've got this little bit of an uphill, and they try all they can to get some. Yeah, you need to throw the car left and right. You must try and get some heat into those tires.
If I go on what I've got in terms of that weather app that I use here for Zwartkops, It's about a 9 km/h wind from the northwest that's coming in through here. And we're sitting at 23 degrees Celsius at the moment. So it's not a bad position to be in at this point of the day. Hopefully it stays relatively warm ambiently as the sun starts to set, because the sun starts to drop out of the sky pretty rapidly from about 3:30 in the afternoon. You'll sort of see it descending and heading into the far side of the Laudium side of the circuit, the sort of more western and side of the track.
Now, Greg, by the time we get to those top 10 shootouts later for the classes, not the class finals, the top 10 shootout, then conditions is going to cool down rapidly,
One thing with a change in program that we didn't really discuss earlier on, and I've only just realized it now, is having only 3 practice sessions this morning and then extending the qualifying sessions to the hours. It's brought everything forward, and we should be ending approximately 40 minutes earlier than expected from our original program. Because if you look at the original program below there, we're supposed to finish at 5ish. Awesome stuff there from him. So we're in for a big battle, of course, and amazing fights here. Okay, I've got some more news, sad news as well, as we're watching Jared Rousseau head down there. Thanks, Paul. Pac-Man is out. Silvio Scribanti's car, unfortunately, won't be racing again. Experienced overheating on the 5th cylinder, which resulted in a damaged valve and a limited turnaround time. There's not enough time to correct that engine and put the new engine in. Not the outcome that they were looking for. So Pac-Man will be back and sadly lost to the B5 battle. But I'm sure that Silvio, as I said, being a seasoned campaigner, he knows the good, bad and ugly of motorsport. He's seen it in the past. He's had some magnificent victories in his day. He's also had some tough times in motorsport, but it is a sad loss. That's 2 of our top runners that unfortunately have had to retire due to some breakages that were not able to be repaired, despite having the time that we do give them during the day. There's just never going to be enough time to put in a brand new engine into that RS3. As much as we have belief in Michael Stephen and his team at Scuderia Scribanti, I don't think there's going to be enough time for them to get that one right. So a big sad loss there, unfortunately. And we wish them all the very best and thank them for the entertainment they provided so far. But needless to say, they still have another car involved, and that will be Einstein in the hands of Silvio's brother, Aldo.
Now, Greg, that's not great news, and sorry for the team, and thanks for the effort the guys put in. Just, Greg, a quick one. If we look at our new program, with the qualifying has been extended, the class finals and the shootout later is actually later than the original program.
Oh, yeah, so I got it the wrong way around, sorry.
It's
I'm looking at your program that you gave me today, and it's because it's changed
the
up.
original program.
Yes, but we haven't adjusted the times.
That.
Yeah, we haven't adjusted the times
Yeah, you'll
there.
see. We'll just
So it will run later into the afternoon. Apologies on that one. I got that the wrong way around.
Like 17:25 is the single seaters. It's going to be fairly. We know, yeah, from 5 o'clock it gets. That's when it starts getting. But we'll see when
we'll get there when we get there. Here comes the sheriff. Good launch from Franco. We got a 59 out of Mark Tatoy. We got a 59 out of Jared Rousseau so far. We got a close to 59 from Willie de Beer and Brandon Dean. But now the sheriff in full flight down towards turn 2 at Castral Corner. Swings out and gets it perfectly through there. Great drive along into turn 2. Out of 3 now he comes onto the main straightaway. Coming past our commentary booth. You'll hear him in the background. Oh, it's great to hear that thing pop and squeal as it comes past us. Then he turns into 4 up the hill. Good line. Hey, oh, that's a super line there. Probably one of the smoothest runs we've seen from him through that little corner. Now can he get it right through the Z? He can indeed. This is more like the Franco Scribanti I know. The previous run he didn't look as smooth and steady as this. So there's a good chance this might go to the top. We've seen Anton Cronier go to 57.5. What happens here as Franco crosses the line? He goes 52.7. What?
That's his best of the day.
That is an incredible time from Franco Scribanti.
Yeah, as we see Ishmael Davis on the track. But yeah, Franco's now getting it together here, Greg. So, yeah. But also what it means is now in that B5 class, if they still all make it there, well, it's going to be 3 of them. They will be in the class final. Because we lost Silvio, not
We lost Silvio.
We lost Silvio now, yeah. So
Just to let you know, that is also. Just want to double check myself though before I say that. 52.7. No, it's not a lap record. 52.2 is Record Rutz's lap record. So that is not the lap record, but it is exceptionally close to the lap record there. And it's the first 52 run we've had today. That's what it is in B5s.
Yeah, so Franco's getting it together. Well, listen, Franco, their build-up's been good. They're getting it together when it matters, yeah. Qualifying 4. And like you said there, he looked good. And so he got the balance right between mastering the car and smoothness. And the time definitely showed us.
And it's quicker than Lee Thompson's 52.9. So it's the fastest run of the day in the modified production class.
Lee did a 52.6 and a 52.3.
Yes. And what's Franco done? 52.7.
Yeah.
You see now. You've been listening
Before
to Tanya.
you get- before
you've
you-
been
no,
listening to Tanya. Oh, you have.
Before you get shot.
You've been listening to Tanya.
No, I
Double
know
check that.
Lee did a-
52.3. Yes, he has. Lee did a 52.3.
Greg, one thing I've got.
You see that? You got a good memory,
I've
eh?
got a memory. Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad you're keeping that all together. Keeping you on
Yeah.
your toes there, but I've got to keep you on your toes somehow, eh?
The memory, the reason I've got that side. The rest I can't vouch for. But
No, but you see what will happen now is when we get into the class finals, of course, we'll get those times gifted to us. Unfortunately, we'll have them all in front, and we can see exactly what's happened. But that is the third 52-second run we've had today. But the first one in B5.
Yeah.
That's the first one in B5.
Lee, just quick. Lee done a 52.3, a 52.6, and a 52.9.
Yeah. Okay, so there's 4 runs. But you see, the 52s I'm talking about is in B5.
But
Lee is in B4.
No, sure.
Yeah.
But bottom line is, it looks like you need to get to those 52s now. If you want to
win this modified shootout, yeah, you got to be in the 52s. As Record Rutz was our reigning champion, who's not here, unfortunately, due to some parts not arriving on time from BB Motorsport and Japan. But Reggie did a 52.200. So they're pretty close there. They're right up there
I
with the
wonder if
potential
Lee's
of
going to
breaking
go
it.
out in this session, Greg. And will Lee be able to better that 52.3? That'll be a hard one, but we'll see. But later, when we get to the class finals, I think that's when we're going to see some good times.
No, we've got a couple of modified cars in front of the single-seaters in this last batch. It's possibly due to them getting out into the race gate or the entrance to the race circuit.
Yeah, the batches that they've been
Tate
laid out.
is one, Aldo is another.
Yeah, but things are definitely heating up here. It's getting interesting. Unfortunately, we're losing 1 or 2 competitors, but that's part of racing, like the guys say. It's part of a huge challenge. It's part of racing. It happens. And it's not what you want to see, but it's going to happen. You don't wish it upon anybody. But let's see, because Aldo will be in this run. I wonder, because Franco just set the bar there now in the B5s. And I actually hope we do see... Greg, the other thing is, remember we saw Mogotsi had a problem in that previous run.
Yeah.
We haven't had any news or anything.
No
but
news there on
I'm sure they're working hard on it.
yet.
So I'm sure whatever that was, they are working on it. But I wonder if we're all going to see him out here in quali 4. Because it will be good to see him. Or
at least him getting back on track.
But
He's got to
also-
try and get into that class final at least on debut.
he will be in the class final now.
Yeah, but if the car works, that is.
Yeah. From a time point of view. But yeah.
If the car's not broken enough that he can make it out for the class final, maybe he's going to do that. And then do they turn everything up? Put the boost up, put the horsepower up, and do everything you can to give it as much as what it's got, and let Mogotsi loose on the track for the final run and see if he can outgun everybody for the win in the top 10 shootout for modified production cars.
Yeah, I guess if that car was running, to give it max. They probably won't do it if he's out for quali 4. They won't go max yet, but for the class final, probably then you can turn everything up and just go for it.
Here we go, trying to stay with Einstein down the main straightaway into turn 1. And as I said, it's Aldo that said it to be the guy who can hold it the longest on the flat loud pedal through turn 1 and then get the braking right through turn 2 to potentially have the advantage to take the win in that modified production car class.
He does have a very good line into that turn 2, Greg. I like the line he takes. He turns in, not too early, but a little bit early. He's late on the brakes, turns in early. He's quite confident there. And then, these machines are still big cars to get around that corner. It tightens up on you.
Anti-roll on the front, anti-roll on the back, diffuser on the back now. Lamborghini floor that's been put onto that car as well to give it the little bit of extra pace it requires to go in a straight line, and goes across the line. And where does he end up? He goes through top 52.595. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting real close.
The B5s, they're coming. They realized they had to, but they're coming. So that's his best time of the day, Greg, 52.5.
Yes.
Yeah. So just as we thought, Franco put the gauntlet down. But yeah, still not at least 52.3, but for now...
It's his best time ever as well. Because in 2024 he did a 52.8, and in 2025 he did a 53.8. So it's his best time ever on this format of racing at Zwartkops. Top of the Hill Challenge, running in the opposite direction. 2,000 meters that they play on, 2 kilometers exactly. And Franco's just put his fastest lap ever in there. And Aldo's done the same thing.
Yes, we've got some of the Lotuses out on the track. Yusuf Kotso will be out there. Yusuf, 104.7. Yeah, Yusuf been consistently quick there, Greg. Just earlier also Christopher Tate, 104.5. Not bad there.
Christopher Tate's just outside of the top 10 at this stage. But of course there are a couple of cars that didn't run this time. So for qualifying 4, if he can stay in that sort of top 10-ish position, that's not a bad effort there from a little Volkswagen Challenge Polo. He is the Volkswagen Rookie Challenge, and of course current Volkswagen Motorsport factory pilot for the Astron Energy Polo Cup. McLaughlin out on her last run here before she has to go to battle into her class final. She certainly made her class final without any issues at all. She's the only one in C1 and only one of the MSA4 category cars that came to play here this weekend. So it would have been interesting to see if they could have got a bit more, because there are a couple of cars that are based here in Johannesburg that could have come to play, taking into account that we are, about still 20 odd days away from the next national championships down in PE. So there would have been enough time, and it would have probably been some great seat time to learn some data on these cars had they brought a couple more MSA4s to play. And
Greg, I just want to say, Simpiwe, although it's the challenge and it's the other way around, but it's good experience for her. Every single lap she does is
but that's what I'm saying. The other sort of 10 to 15-ish drivers should be here, getting seat time, learning the cars, learning how to drive them, learning what to do to set them up. Those are what are valuable lessons they can do. Schofield going real easy here. Reason why, he's probably just checking everything's right, making sure that the car's working, making sure the brakes are working, tyres are scrubbed in for the class final and for the shootout. I'm going to start preempting what I said a bit earlier on to Brendan Kelly down in pit lane, and also to what I've said to you upstairs here, and potentially what could be up for grabs here. Yesterday, we saw this man go back-to-back in titles in the Classic Conqueror title. He's now in the running for a win back-to-back days at Top of the Hill Challenge. And I don't think, and I've been going through all the sort of memory that I have, and my memory is probably not as good as yours, because you seem to catch me out on that on a few occasions today. But I don't think there's ever been a hill climb champion crowned on the Classic Day and on the Top of the Hill Day, or King of the Hill Day, depending on which one you run at, on the same weekend, ever.
Yeah, Greg, I'm not aware of that, but let's quickly look. I just want to look at Yanni Gerber's run here. James Gerber, let's see, it looks like the tires are inflated. I want to have a look at this run, because Yanni is basically the only man that could possibly take it to Schofield. So Yanni really needs to pull something out of the bag. He's got a bit of time he has to make up, but I just want to see what he's going to go and do over the line here.
Remember, I'm talking single-seaters there as well, hey? I'm not talking different classes, because I think I could be wrong, but I stand to be corrected if I am. Franco might have won Classic Car Conqueror on the Friday and then won the modified class on the Sunday. But It's never been in the same class. And, of course, in the single-seaters is what I'm talking about here because he won yesterday in his March 77B.
Well, Gerber 58.3. Not quite good. It's not a bad time, and I almost think it's his best time of the day. But, yeah, that's not really going to challenge, I think, Schofield, but we'll have to see. But, yeah, Greg's saying that there will be that little bit of pressure on Schofield then later to hook up the perfect lap.
He's just got to be quicker than JM. That's all he's got to be to get the victory in the top 10 shootout. Just to be quicker than JM, and already he's 2 seconds quicker than him so far. So if he just gets a normal run in, doesn't put pressure on himself, which he doesn't normally do. And remember, he never put pressure on himself the whole of yesterday, and then banged in the fastest lap of the day as the very last run of the day. Yeah, so he knows what to do when it comes to BMT, bud.
Yesterday was awesome. I mean, that we almost didn't expect it to happen, but it did happen. As we see some of the Lotuses on the track, is that just see because Kotz has gone through already.
That's Ruan van der Walt.
Yeah.
That's the RJ Pack Solutions and Adlam automotive car. That's the one that's prepped by Mackie Adlam in Rand Francisco Fontaine. That's where that car comes from. Or it gets prepped there anyway. I'm not quite sure if it's based there, but I would assume it would be. Checking flag out there for him. And I think that wraps up this batch of cars, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the third. And
Ruan van der Walt
might not be the final pack. I think there might be one more batch to come.
A 109.0.
And he did a 108.7, so he's not quite on pace. He's a little slower. But would have classified him into the class final because remember he's running with Tinus Buerters and Schofield for C2.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Greg, but like you said, a lot of these guys now, this qualifying 4, they're not going to go 10 or 11 10s or 10 10s. They actually go 8, 9 10s, make sure everything's okay with the car for that class final. Because they
don't know if we can see if there's any more cars to go out in this, because otherwise there's a possibility that we may be wrapping up a little earlier than expected our qualifying 4 session. It's supposed to end at, what would have been, 14, so 15:05. So we still got 20 minutes of the session left.
Yeah, we know the likes of Deben said, and I wonder
if cars are not going to go out.
Lee also opted out of this one.
There are cars that won't go out, for sure. No, you are right there. There are cars that are going to stick around and not go out. But there is still 20 minutes left, and we may still get a chance to see a few of those cars on track before they wrap up qualifying 4 and then go into a small break in the proceedings. Remember, we do need a bit of time just to sort out the class finals, which will give us a chance to get, again, our master drive cars on track with their passenger rides and just talk you through anything else that might be sort of newsworthy at that point in time, because there's quite a bit of newsworthy items we need to be looking out for as we head into the class finals and into the final part of the day, the top 10 shootouts in each of the categories.
Yeah, Greg, also we haven't had any new news about Lee's the Opel Astra. Remember, he broke down earlier.
I don't think that's going to come back out again. I think
probably not, yeah. But that means Lee can this...
Scooby-Doo?
Yes.
Charlie Fouls?
That means Lee can concentrate just on the Lotus. It's not a bad thing.
So if Charles is out, that's possibly meaning that we're going to see... I'm trying to remember. Jesus, so many cars I'm trying to remember here. Where are we? Charlie Fouls. I've got these the wrong way around. Probably because I've got the wrong way around, that's why. Hold on a second.
Charlie Fouls B3 in the Subaru. So we're saying that Craig Zank is moved up to B3.
Yes. I've got a page missing here, though. That's why I'm looking for it. Sorry.
But there goes Fouls. Doesn't look like a push run, yeah, Greg?
No, it also might just be an installation run, maybe bedding some brakes, scrubbing some tyres. That kind of thing could be being set up here. I can't remember where I put this last qualifying sheet. I've got so much paperwork in front of me, it's ridiculous. I feel like Roger McCleary right now. Paper shuffle McGee going on here. There it is. Put it right at the back. That was the problem. Sorry about that. It's Charles Fouls and Anton Cronier that I was thinking about. We'll be joined, of course, by Craig Zank in the class final for B3. So as you said, I mean, some of these cars will just go out just to calm the mind. There we go.
Lee's
B4.
out. Lee's out again.
He's going to go for one more.
Let's have a look, see. Yeah, Lee says Lee's still got one or two things you want to perfect, maybe on the run. Maybe see where can he gain maybe a little bit of time. But yeah, the battle now of the 52s is on, Greg. The 52 seconds.
That's the reason why I think Lee's going out. He's got a 52.3 under his belt right now, but the run record here is a 52.2 from Rekords. So he'd have to find something about another, 2/10.
Yeah, and sometimes 2/10 doesn't sound like a lot, but people, when they're fast as this, believe me, and close as this, 2/10 is a lot.
It's a big margin at this stage. Beginning of the day, 2/10 is nothing because they're looking for seconds. Now they're looking for half a tenth, a thousandth, a hundredth, or even a couple of tenths of a second. That's what they're playing for right now. Lee Thompson looking good though, heading up to that top of the hill section, past Gazoo Racing, past the AMG Experience in the Honda-powered Lotus from Lee Thompson Racing. And does he go back to the top and head up the final qualifying session? Yes, he does. 52.1.
Oh.
New lap record. There it is. New lap record from Lee Thompson. 52.180. 182, sorry.
Yes, Greg, and that run actually seemed effortless. It looked effortless. It seemed effortless, but it just shows you, like we usually say, smooth is fast. 52.182. You can put that in a bag.
That is insane. That's a new record. So we're breaking records here. We could potentially be making history, as I said. So we got new lap records, not lap records, run records, and potential history in the making here, heading into the closing part of today's Top of the Hill Challenge 2026. It's the third running only of this Top of the Hill Challenge, by the way, and we're already into this kind of excitement when we get into the crucial part of the race weekend.
And Greg, just as the B5s were thinking they now joining the 52 club, they did, but now they need to scratch again.
Come get me.
Yeah.
Come and get me, boys.
So, yeah.
Aldo is going to be going, hang on a second.
That top of the hill modified production car, top 10 shootout. It's going to be awesome, eh? The pressure is going to be on there.
There's some proper big fights about to unfold there.
We're looking forward to that one.
But remember, with that, all those times negated. It's what happens on that run that counts.
No, sure.
But they will all try and outgun each other with times. That is for sure.
Your time on the run. It's about your time. It's where you end on that run.
It's where you end on that run.
Yeah,
that's where the fight's
previous times won't matter, but I mean the pressure will be there.
Times are going to.
Remember, the guys will know what they are capable of, what the competitor is capable of. As we have a look-see.
Right, so that I think is qualifying 4, potentially almost done. If we got any more cars that are going to look to do a run in qualifying 4, you have about 9 minutes left to get to the start gates. Otherwise, that's how it'll end up. Lee Thompson, 52.182, leader of B4. Aldo Scribanti, 52.595, leader of B5. Anton Cranier, 57.536, leader of B3. J.M. Gerber, C3's leader, 58.388. There is a big turnaround. Then you've got, of course, the B10 cars being headed out by Jared Rousseau. B7 is Mark Dutoy. A4 puts Willy de Beer in a road-going supercar in the top 10 overall. And Brandon Dean joins him in the second of the road-going supercars in the Ferrari for the top 10. That is a massive turnaround at this point of the day. So we are in for some epic finishes to, first of all, the class finals in a few moments' time. And then we go into the shootouts for road and supercars, modified production cars, single-seaters, and sports cars to wrap up the third running of Top of the Hill Challenge here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
Yeah, Greg, there's still a few minutes left of this qualifying 4, but now I'm just wondering, the likes of Mogotsi, that VW, I'm sure they are working hard. I'd like to get some news of that car, but we'll see, because it's going to be now determining the top 3 for the class finals. But I wonder what's happening there with that Mokhotsi car, the VW.
Now, it'll be interesting to see exactly what goes down there. Hopefully, Michael Ollers and the team have got it all sorted out. They have had such a good day and a great debut to that car's potential future, what it has in terms of capabilities on a hill climb event like this. And, of course, we heard from Martina, the big boss lady from Volkswagen Motorsport, saying that she's even keen and possibly looking to get an invitation to Goodwood Festival to run that car at some point. That would be amazing to see that South African-built Volkswagen Motorsport hill climb monster send it up the hill at Goodwood. We have had a couple of cars that represented South Africa there in the past. The Zack Speed Ford Escort of Piazza Musso was invited, but it's quite a prestigious invite to receive. And I know that with Martina's connections there, maybe that could be the case. And of course, if you are going to be down at Aldo Scribanti in about 3 weeks' time, you may get to see that car do a little demonstration lap at lunchtime at the Extreme Festival National Championships at the Aldo Scribanti circuit in Quebec.
And Greg, we actually had a very crude crowd out here today, and people enjoying themselves, very relaxed on a Sunday afternoon. Just have a look at the people. You can see them all relaxed, having a braai.
But waiting now with bated breath for what's going to unfold in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, as soon as the tension will be building up, and as soon as we get now into those class finals, that's when the nerves start kicking in. And but thank you for everybody that's at the circuit that came out, everybody that is following us on the social media platforms. It's awesome to bring you the action here of the Top of the Hill Challenge over these 2 days. So far it's been awesome stuff. And don't go anywhere because it's it's about to get big.
It's on a knife's edge, isn't it? It really is. It's on the knife's edge here for the final couple of events to happen. Remember, it's top 3 in each class that go through to the class finals, so we'll be getting that shortly, I'm sure, from our timing guys next door. And then we can run through who those cars are. Remember, if you are participating, and by the way, we are out on the PA at the same time as live stream, so just a heads up from the COC. Remember that when you line up for your class finals, guys, you need to line up in reverse order. So 3rd, 2nd, 1st in each of the classes. And we'll start with A1, then A3, then A4, A5, A7, and A8. So if we go according to what we've got so far, it would be probably the Ford and the two GTIs for Class A1. It'll be the Ferrari and the Porsche for Class A3, the lone Porsche of Villy for 4, the lone Porsche of Eugene Herbert for A5. Whichever the top 3 Mustangs would line up in reverse order for A7. And then, of course, Nikolai Nikolaisen will be out there in the only electric car here this weekend for A8. So that's how they would line up. As soon as we get that, of course, we'll get confirmation as to how you're going to line up. But it looks like, oh, hang on, we've still got time. And there is still time because he's got out just in time here to get back on track and get ready to go now for a little ditch effort then, hopefully. Whatever's been fixed on that Volkswagen Motorsport Golf R Hill Climb Monster is now ready to go.
Yeah, and Greg, that's also the good thing about this format. Remember that qualifying time that's allocated, although the cars have done their qualifying, but then you still got that whole 60 minutes.
Yes.
And I think there's only 5 minutes or so left of this session.
So
and but I'm glad to see
in time.
It's good to see Mokhotsi out here. So let's see. So that bodes very well.
He got out just in time. If I go on what I've got on my watch, I'm at 3 minutes to 3 o'clock, and it's 3:05 that the session would end. So with 8 minutes to spare, Mokhotsi has made it out, and they seem to have a hopeful. It's going to be an installation, that's for sure. It's not going to be a fast run, but Mokhotsi won't be too far off the normal pace he would get. He just wants to make sure that everything that wasn't working is now working.
Yeah, didn't go for maximum launch, but the rest, yes, they want to make sure everything else is working. Yeah, Greg, basically, I think the session ends at 3:05.
Yes.
So, good stuff. We've got about 6 minutes or so. But I'm just glad to see this car out there. It's good to see this car. We want him there.
Didn't want to lose this car in the B5 battle, that's for sure. Now that we've lost Silvio, you wanted to make sure that we still had 3 cars in that class final. And he will potentially still be in the top 10 final as well. So good to see the work being done there by Volkswagen Motorsport, Michael Ollers and the team, ensuring that Mokhotzi's car is back. And it does look like it's all okay.
And remember, Greg, being the first time for this car, it'll be very good for this car. Accomplishment already if you just finish the day.
Yeah.
If you can get
No,
through
no,
all
for
the,
sure.
I mean,
For
through
sure.
the qualifying sessions,
Ticked
to the
off
final.
and sorted out.
Yeah.
That's what you want, man.
You know,
unbelievable.
And then they'll start putting the pressure on the class, the guys. He's
What
there
was
and
his time
thereabouts.
there? What was his time there?
57.7.
Yeah, that'll work. Right, while we're waiting to go, we're going to head down into pit lane to Trans Africa Racing and catch up with the boss man of Zwartkops and the man who's behind Top of the Hill Challenge for the third time, Mr. Peter du Toit.
Peter du Toit, a happy man to see. I mean, we saw a nice crowd yesterday, but even better today.
Yeah, there's a lot of response today. I think a lot of the people are really focused on these special cars that have been built and developed for the for this event. They are very fast, and you'll notice they look different. Some of them, they got wings on their bonnets. That's just to keep the force down, or the front end of the car down. And they've had a lot of runs, and they make the right noise. They slide, so they're all really spectacular to see. And I think the public really appreciate that. There is also today the very special Volkswagen Polo that's been specially developed for this event. Been waiting for some time of it. It's very fast. So the proof is in the pudding. So we'll see what happens a little bit later in the next hour and a half or so. But they're going into the finals now. So these are the fastest of the day, fastest of the weekend, really. They're much faster than the cars that we had here yesterday, because those were more on the classic historic focus. Today it's the out-and-out races. It's the top of the hill champion. So this is a championship event.
And what was particularly great is that we had a new lap record yesterday, and Devin Robertson now a new lap record today as well. So the guys are just getting faster and faster.
Well, I just started doing 47 seconds, for 2,000 meters with all the twists and the turns. Straight line speed is very important, but it's acceleration in and out of that corner. And that is why those wings are on those cars. Keep them down. And not like a Formula One car, they can have a special sort of board underneath and a special tray underneath, that creates the aerodynamics and the downforce. That's got to come from the top, not the bottom. So, no, it's exciting, and we just hope that some new cars will be developed and we can grow the series going into the future.
Yeah, there is talk. I've heard whispers of maybe setting up a national series for time attack and hill climb events. So that should be very exciting in the near future.
Yeah, that would be, because there are some people that are very good. It's in Europe too and America. They just build special cars for the event, and that's what they focus on and their participation. When you really get serious and you get an ex-Formula One driver to come and assist you. And that's what's all the rallies. Some of those rally off-road drivers, they're very fast and they're very brave to put those cars and drive those cars at those speeds up those hills where there is not very little by way of protection. Yeah, you protect it because it's a full racetrack, but some of these other events, you got to keep it on the black stuff. If you go off, it has serious consequences.
Absolutely. We're going to wrap it there, but on behalf of everybody that is here, the vision, the man with the vision behind this whole event, a big thank you.
There's a whole team behind us. It's just not me. We argue a lot. I get my way most of the time, not all the time. And I must say, they seem to make better suggestions than me at times, so I got to admit it. Yeah, thank you.
All the best. Well, thank you to you and the team, and we wish you all the very best, and certainly look forward to seeing this event growing in the future. Let's go back up to the commentary box to Greg and Leon.
Thanks for that, Brent. Yep. Unfortunately, what we're doing now is we kind of be looking to run out of light. We're going to have to get these class finals on track rapidly, and then get them back into the pit boxes to get ready for the top 10 shootouts. Looking at how things have gone, and speaking on Peter du Toit's behalf and Brendan's behalf, so far this weekend, 3 brand new run records have been broken. Yesterday, in the Classic Car Conqueror, 56.141 from Ian Schofield in his March 77B. And if we look at the current times that were on the board there, that would have put him in about 6th or 7th place overall in amongst the modern hill climb champion cars in a car that comes from the 60s. So that's pretty impressive stuff from Schofield. Single-seaters, Robert Volk broke his own record unofficially in practice 3, did a 47.774, but of course the official lap record came in qualifying, and that was in 47.878. And then in the modified class, only a couple of minutes ago, Lee Thompson went and outgunned Richard Rutz's current record of a 52.2 and went 52.182 in the Lotus. So 3 run records broken already, and we've still got the class finals and the top 10 shootout, where things turn around ever so slightly in terms of that adrenaline pumping through the body, and turning that adrenaline into fast lap times usually is the case with these drivers and their capabilities behind the wheels of their cars.
Yeah, Greg, that's awesome.
And then also, just to give you a heads up, ladies and gents, if you are watching us on Facebook right now, we are going to ask you just to give us a bit of patience, as we always do at this stage, because we only get an 8-hour gap on Facebook to do a full live broadcast. So we are going to stop the live stream feed on Facebook. YouTube will continue, but we're going to stop the live stream feed on Facebook for about 5 minutes, reload, and come back with part 2, which will have, of course, the class finals and the top of the hill shootouts for part 2. So from our Facebook fans, we'll see you in about a few minutes' time. Everybody else, stick around for the action here at the track and on YouTube. Yeah, we're just getting clarification from our motor timing guys here. So just watching the Master Drive cars on circuit doing some passenger runs, and we'll be back with commentary in about 2 seconds. So we're just getting clarification there for our top 10 shootout, and just making sure that we've got it right. It's the same as yesterday. The top class finals in Class A, Class B, and Category A, Category B, and Category C will determine the class top 10 shootouts as well. So Class A's, I've got the top class finals. Class B class finals and Class C class finals, which I'm going to run through now while we're watching our Master Drive cars go through. And then, of course, once those class finals have been sorted out, it'll work out to who the top 10 are going to be in each of those categories for the top 10 shootouts. So, if we look at Class A, Class A1, Rory Atkinson's quickest time came in qualifying 3 with a 1:05.2. He heads the list, which means he'll be the third car out in Class A1. Matt Merton will be just ahead of him. He did a 1:06.9 in qualifying 4, and in the same qualifying, a 1:08.9 out of Gino Norse. So the first car on track for the class shootouts will be Gino Norse, then Matt Merton, then Rory Atkinson. We'll then have Akil Singh in his Audi TT. He will then be followed by Eugene van den Berg, who did a 1:02.5 in qualifying 2, and Brandon Dean in qualifying 2 will be in the Ferrari behind him for the A3 final. A4's all about Willie de Beer. He's on his own. He's the only one of the category contenders that got into the 59-second bracket, and he'll be there in Class A4 on his own, along with Eugene Herbert just behind him for Class A5. And then we'll see Paul Malachi be the top end or the third place car in the fight for the Shelby South Africa cars in the Super Snakes. Pommersheim second. And with that last run in qualifying 4, Fernando Voges getting through and being the top contender there. So he'll be the second last car out. The last car out for Class A's class finals, or Category A's class finals, will be Nikolai Nikolaisen, and he'll be in the Alfa Romeo Junior Veloci Electrica. Then we go into Class B. Class B will start things out with B10. Andre Steenkamp will be the first car lined up. Johan Nel will be the second car behind him. And Jared Rousseau will be the third car in the line. But let's go and catch up now with Carl as we stand by with him and Chris Tate down in pit lane.
I'm here now with King Price-backed athlete Christopher Tate. Chris, you've done this event before last year in your Rookie Cup Polo. You went on to go win that championship. You're back again. This time you brought out your Class A VW Challenge car, but you've made a few modifications to it. Talk me through what you guys have done for this event on top of the hill.
Yeah, so it's what we're planning to do for events across the country. So we're supposed to do Samoa this year, but we missed entries unfortunately. But so what we've done, put on a front splitter and a Super Cup rear wing, and we've upped the boost by 0.6, so you're running 1.2 bar boost.
Well, it's a bit of a different thing to do as well. Like the circuit racing is in its own self a discipline on its own. Then you've obviously got the time attack, which is a completely different concept as a driver. It's a completely different way to drive. Have you enjoyed that kind of aspect that you're racing the clock now? You're not racing other individuals?
Yeah, I'll find any excuse to get into a race car and drive, but I enjoy the time attack and hill climbs. It's a lot more strenuous on the mind because you get one lap or one run and that's it. The next time you can improve is only an hour's time, so you get a little bit of time to think about it, but you forget things.
Yeah, well, you talk about that a little bit of time to think about it. Don't you find that maybe it's a little bit too long? You got an hour to go over things and maybe get a little bit too detailed with the layout?
No, it's definitely too long. In usual driving conditions, doing laps, you go, oh, I can brake later here, let me try it next lap. Now you can brake later, but you can only try it later.
And obviously when that happens, the track conditions have changed, temperatures change, different cars have been out. But in terms of the event and being here and seeing all these wonderful cars out here, I mean, it must be a great day out. Not even just driving, just being here today.
Oh, it's lovely. Whenever we're not driving, we always come to any events here at Zwartkops or wherever we are. Some of these cars are so cool. The VW Golf 8 GTI, insane car. Amazing to see that car finally running. We watched it be built from the ground up. The Scribantes, the Pac-Man, running Frankenstein now. Also the Chef, I think it is, or the General, I can't remember. But they're incredible cars, really world-class stuff.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see a amount of South African engineering going in. I mean, there's a lot of people behind this car as well that I'm sure you'd like to talk about and give thanks to.
Yes, of course. King Price, most importantly, love their support, great people to work with. Craig Gammy, he prepares my car, has been with them for 4 years now and just keeps on improving. Then all the other sponsors, Dunlop, SportX, without them on board, we wouldn't be able to do this.
Yeah, fantastic. Without sponsorship, motorsport doesn't exist, so we need them and we need to give them thanks to all of them all the time. But that was Christopher Tate from from King Price. Back to you, Greg, in the box.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, let's now go into, of course, as we were chatting about Class B's category. Steenkamp, Nel and Rousseau will be the first three cars out. Then it'll be Casey and Tate, the man we've just spoken to there for B2. Then we'll have Craig Zank, Charles Fouds and Anton Cronier fighting for the Japanese class there. Subaru versus Mitsubishi. B4, Ishmael Davids, Devin Robertson, Lee Thompson. Then we'll have B5, Machotsi, Scribanti and Aldo Scribanti. Franco and Aldo at the top end of the B category class. Then it'll be B7 with Lee Thompson not coming out in that car. I think the B7 car there will be only with Mark Tatoy because I think Lee Thompson's not going to be able to get the Astra out. And final car on the circuit will be Jonas Janssen van Rensburg in B9. So that's how the B class finals will be lined up. Moving on to the single-seaters. First car out will be Simpiwe Matlatlo for C1. Then we'll have Ruan van der Walt in his Lotus, Tinus Buertes in his Lotus, and Ian Schofield in the Ford Duratec. J.M. Khaber will be on his own in C3 with the retirement of Robert Volk. And last two cars on track will be Clive Wilmot and Josef Kotza to wrap up the class finals for class category C. So that's what we're standing by for in a few moments' time once we've got track clearance and our passenger rides done and dusted. And then from there, they will decide the top 10. And the top 10 cars basically on the board will take us into the top 10 shootout. So if we look at how things go there, what's that? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 cars. So we got possibly one car dropping out of the Class A contention. 17 cars in Class B, so 7 cars won't make it to the top 10. And in the C's, everybody be in top 10.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting, Greg. So those Class B, out of the class finals, will determine a top 10 shootout. So there's interesting stuff to come from that. And just what I quickly picked up there is Schofield and Gerber will go out behind each other, although they're different classes, but there's still that little bit of a battle there.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm still keeping my eye on that.
If we look at that, I mean, you've literally got Schofield going out, and right behind him will be Gerber.
Which is good.
Because that's the battle for what could potentially be the top 10 king of the top of the hill champion.
You'd like to go out with your competitor, your closest competitor at the same time with the same conditions and that. Yeah, we heard the guys there, like when he spoke to Christopher Tate now, yes, they do a run and they've got an hour to think about it. You don't want to overthink it. But yeah, the guys, you heard them say, he's thinking, where can he break? But the guys, I hope everybody just takes in consideration the changing conditions, because that's a big thing, yeah. We've seen it every year, Greg. We've seen it last year, definitely. So you must just think of, especially now that we're going to get into a late afternoon. I mean, this class finals will start, I think, 3:45. But by the time we get to the top 10 shootout, it's going to be late afternoon. So you need to take into consideration that track temperature will drop. But in the meantime, also, I still see a lot of people out here at the track. So don't go away, people, because we're reaching the climax with the class finals and later top 10 shootout. That's what it's all about. And it's just building up. And already some nerves will be kicking in now. And the teams are thinking about everything. Some people will be more relaxed, but others will be quite nervous. But it's good stuff here, Greg. And so far, I mean, the Top of the Hill Challenge has just been very successful, and it's only growing. And I can see it only get better with years to come. Let's go down to the pit lane.
Craig Zank, you guys always come and make a statement here. Nice, noisy cars, but a great performance so far from both you and from Devon.
Yeah, we're very happy. We came out yesterday. We had a very good result. A bit surprising, but put a bit of time into it. Today, it's been a great result so far for what we brought. The guys are going exceptionally fast. Track is ramping up. Guys are putting in the time. So, yeah, our cars are always noisy. They're always slightly more hooligan than most. But I think we're kind of known for that. So, yeah, we try not to disappoint in that avenue. So, event like this, it's beautiful. It suits us. We like extreme challenges. Devon's riding the wheels of our little Lotus. It's called the Baby Lotus. So the big one's still in working. It will come out later in the year. But for what we got in her, very, very happy. The competition's really tough. The guys are breaking records and carrying on. But we've got a bit left, So I think class finals will turn up. And then for top of the hill, see what she can do. This one, she's still got full interior, so I'm punching a bit out of my weight class. Still got electric windows, has still got full dash, it's got a roof lining, all glass. But we love riding her. She's a bit of a handful. Makes a hell of a lot of noise. We rev it hard. And we have a lot of fun with it. Slide her around a bit.
This the concept of time attack, speed runs, time attacks, and hill climbs. Do you see a big future for it in the country?
Definitely, it's our preferred series of choice. We spend a lot of money on these cars to build them, and it's always been a bit of a challenge for us because how do you justify the cost of the cars for 1 or 2 events a year? So now the events are starting to come. It kind of makes more sense, and that's why our group, the efficiency group, has decided that we're going to throw our weight behind it and definitely get involved and start building the cars again. This car, for example, has been in storage for 13 years. It's the first time I've driven it in 13 years. But now it makes sense for us to come out and start turning the cars up. It's a crowd pleaser. It's always been, there's always action. It's always a close, nobody really knows what's going to happen until the last run. So it's not always the fastest guy wins. It's the one who keeps it together on the last run. Willing to take a chance, don't overcook it, because you don't get another run at it. So that, I think, the high risk, high reward. The crowd loves it. We love it because it's always a bit of a guessing game. But I think as a spectator sport, I don't think you get better. So the fact that it's grown in South Africa means South African motorsport is becoming healthy. And we love it. I mean, we really do. This is our game.
Oh, great stuff. There is a date in Killarney. I know towards the end of the year, there's a run in down at Killarney, and then there's a date in early December at Zwartkops Raceway in Port Elizabeth as well, where they'll do a reverse time attack as well. So that's in the planning stages.
Yeah, we're doing both. We working really hard to finish up the big cars and get them out there. And the fact that there's so many challenges now, and the guys are opening up the tracks to it. I think next year is going to be an amazing year for motorsport. I think they're going from strength to strength. The guys are finding time. You know, the first time we came here and we ran it the wrong way, 54 was, you know, absolutely amazing and unthought of and unheard of. You know, we were expecting a 56 to win, 54 win. Now we're down in 50-1 and we haven't even got to the class finals. The guys are putting on new rubber. They're starting to turn it up. So all of a sudden, cars are faster. Guys are doing more work. The aero work has become better. Technology is becoming better. And it's becoming healthy. You know, when a sport grows and keeps on improving at the rate that we're improving, even, you know, Samoa the same. And Zwartkops has done an absolutely phenomenal job. It runs like clockwork. The crowd is constantly entertained. There's something going all the time. I don't think there's been 5 minutes that we haven't had a car on the circuit doing something. So when you have tracks that put in the effort like this and do what they do, and you start to get sponsorship and you start to get groups involved, motorsport's becoming really healthy, and we need it. You know, it's our passion. We love doing it. I've been doing it for 30 years. So, but it's nice to see that we turn the corner. And it's becoming really good. It's becoming exciting again. It's what keeps us up at night, thinking about how to change that rear wing to get just that extra 10 kilograms of downforce. And if you look down the pit lane here, there's some really trick cars. So events like this, I'm pretty sure the spectators are going to come more and more. It's a format that suits itself to it, and therefore spectators will come. Nothing more boring than watching people circulate around and round and round and round. And, you know, the one guy's 5 seconds ahead and it's around and around. What you did in the last lap doesn't count. Yep. So it's all or nothing, risk or reward.
Great stuff. We're going to have to wrap it there, but all the best for the next runs and going through into the finals. Craig, we're going to go back up to you and to Leon in the commentary box, and we just wish Craig and Devon all the very best.
Let's see if we got those parts from Japan, Mr. Zank. 13 years it's been sitting in the storage. Whips out the Evo 9 and goes straight into a big fight with two big, very powerful Subarus. So what we saw in previous time attacks, one that comes to mind, of course, was that Evo 10 that Jade Goodsight had, that had over 1,000 horsepower. And his dad, of course, had that magnificent Nissan R34, I think it was. That was also a big contender in time attacks down at Desi's Raceway and around the country. So there's definitely some warrant in what we said. Every single person we've spoken to today, and including MSA's CEO, MSA's legal advisor, Motorsport South Africa representatives all around the track, and competitors are saying it's definitely time to start looking at a time attack style championship, which could incorporate hill climbs and time attack events at all the circuits around the country.
Yeah, Greg, and the more challenges, challenge and time attack events there are around the country, the more people will be motivated to build cars and
keep cars running, like you just
time
said.
attacks. And earlier we were busy with those records that you were saying. Hope those records is motivation for the people to come back next year to build cars, faster cars, better cars, and that should be motivation for people to see. And every year you should be trying to go faster than the previous year. So we should try and break the records every year. And that's what these challenges and time attacks is all about. But from a Zwartkops point of view, I think it's awesome. This one's going to get better. And we hope around the country that more people just come to the party with this type of events.
The more events like this, the better. I think it's what we would. The crowd are definitely enjoying. As you can see, they've stuck around. They're not leaving yet because it's not done yet. We are moments away from opening up those pit gates for the class finals to get them out there. And as I said, Gino Norse, Matt Merton, Rory Atkinson, first three cars at the gate, please. Akil Singh behind that, Eugene Vandenberg and Brandon Dean, Willie de Beer behind him, Eugene Herbert, Paul Malachi, Anton Pommersheim, Fernando Voges, and Nikolai Nikolaisen. You guys need to be on standby. They're probably going to put those 6 classes into 2 batches, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll stand to be corrected on that. We'll see what happens. They might run them with the first 5 classes and then the Super Snakes and Nikolaisen on his own. We'll stand by to see exactly what that breakup is going to be. Or do they run all of those cars in one little run down towards the closing stages here for Top of the Hills class finals?
Yeah, Greg, so still a lot of action to come. The class finals and then the top of the hill shootout. But let's go down to the pits. Let's see.
Jared Rousseau standing by with Carl Lawrence.
All right, I'm here now with Jared Rousseau. Jared, normally a name I say during a Super Cup event, but Super Polo event. But you're here today to try your luck at the top of the hill. How's it going for you so far?
It's going good. It's going good. We were here last year. The car broke. I think we managed to do a 1 minute dead. This year we're on a 59 dead and hoping to go 58.5, or at least somewhere in the 58. So let's see where we go.
Yeah, but at least if you go 1.2 seconds, then 12 months of work makes sense, right? It's like 0.1 a month, right?
Absolutely. Oh, it makes for good racing and I think tonight we'll sleep well if we can just get it to the 58.5s.
Otherwise, if you don't, you're going to be back at the drawing board for another 12 months. All right, cool. No, that makes sense. But in terms of, I've talked to this about all the drivers that I spoke to, because obviously coming from circuits, and for me, this concept seems a bit alien to go and just chase the stopwatch. That's all you're going out for. Is that something you've also had to wrap your head around?
I've done quite a bit of time attack in the past with Velaka Racing, which is a regional time attack series in South Africa, and I was exceptionally successful before I started circuit racing. I think your attention to hitting that correct apexes at every single corner is absolutely essential. Your concentration is, compared to circuit racing where there's room for error, here there's no room for error. If you're looking for that perfect lap, you need to make sure that you've hit your brake marker, your apex, you've hit all your markers 100% and making sure that you're getting to those markers and ensuring that you're getting to the time.
Well, I see you pointing to one of the Hyundais behind you. Yeah, that's from the Velaka Racing Series that did the time attacks with you. But you did that on karting circuits predominantly, then to the different layouts. But now you've got the bigger layout, the bigger track. What on this layout is the most daunting part of this layout?
This particular track is definitely turn 1. Gee whiz. If you can commit through turn 1 flat foot, it is something exceptionally daunting, because the track actually has negative camber, so it runs off as you come around to turn 1, and it feels like you kind of going towards the wall. The car's completely understeering, and then all of a sudden you're at the braking point. It's mega. It's absolutely mega. And I'm doing it probably at 185, 187 kilometers an hour. I don't want to know what it feels like doing it anything more than 200 km an hour in those big monster hill climb cars, because it's already scary here.
And never mind that, you've got a roll cage. We've also got single seaters doing it around it even more. But yeah, Jared, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. We wish you all the best for the rest of the day. Greg, back up to you into the box.
Thanks for that, Carl. Yes, heads up to everybody. We are starting at 15:30 in about 4 minutes' time. So if I can ask Gino Norse, Matt Merton and Rory Atkinson to start rolling to the line. Akil Singh, Eugene van den Berg, Brandon Dean, Willie Beer, Eugene Herbert, Paul Malachi, Anton Pommersheim, Fernando Voges and Nikolai Nikolaisen. Please start making your way to the pre-race gate. We are about to kick things off for the class finals at 15:30 here at Zwartkops.
Yeah, those 8 class finals up next, guys. Make your way to the pre-race paddock, and the crowd is anticipating. Everybody's anticipating. We are up here getting excited, and it's time for the class finals. And it's now time to put it all in there, Greg. You want to win your class first. Later you'll think of the top 10 shootout, but now you want to put it all down there to win your class.
That is exactly what the mindset is in the car right now. If you've got the helmet on, you're thinking, all right, this run counts for the class. I'm not worried about top 10 just yet. I need to get the class final done. Then I can start concentrating my efforts on that last-ditch effort and the final run of the day. It's incredible. It's not like... So, people always say to me, it must be like a Super Pole in the World Superbikes or Super Pole like we do with Astron Energy Polo Cup. And I said, no, it's not like that, because you don't have an outlap. you've only got to the line, go,
Yeah.
and checkered flag. That's it.
Yeah, you've got one
If you
run.
mess it up in that 2,000 meters, then you mess it up. There's no coming back from it, unfortunately.
Yeah, the added pressure here, Greg, is remember earlier you had 3 practices. Let's just go down to...
Oh, looks like we're going to be heading down to Brendan, to Mike Rowe, to catch up some news on the Volkswagen Golf R.
Mike, not the greatest news that we want to hear, but we'll hear it from the horse's mouth. What's happened?
Well, we're not 100% sure what is wrong, but there's something that we're not comfortable with in the engine, and we would rather take it away and sort it out than run it in the class finals and the finals and then have a bigger failure. So this weekend was always going to be a challenge for us because we've done so little running. So we're very happy with its performance on debut. I think it's shown that it's got all the potential. So yeah, bittersweet, but yeah, I think it's proven that it can do the job, and but we'll go away and have a look, see what's wrong, and come back again.
Yeah, it certainly, I mean, the time that it was on track, it certainly did make a very, very nice statement.
Yeah, for sure. No, and Jonathan's in awe. He just wants to obviously drive it more, but yeah, I think it's done the job for the fans. I mean, it's certainly attracted a lot of attention today, and that's what matters. So we'll come back next time and make sure it's tested and we can see what it can really do.
We hope to see the car in Port Elizabeth on the 15th of August at the National Extreme Festival. They come and do a couple of demo runs there for us.
Yeah, let's see this week how things pan out. But like I say, we want to make sure that it's right now, and I think it probably is something very small, but let's just make sure.
Great stuff. There you have it from Mike Rowe, head of VW Motorsport. Unfortunately, the Golf, that magnificent Golf, have been withdrawn from the event. Back to you, Greg, up in the studio.
Yeah, that's our studio just there. You can see just on the top right there of that shot. No, there we are. What are we? Just below that little red awning, alongside the air conditioning unit. That's where we are. Anyway, we are standing by for the class finals, about to make the round to the circuit. Once again, a call out to anybody that might be interested in that Eagle Ford raffle and lucky draw. I got a final call there from our team at Zwartkops just to say 4:15 is the final draw for that raffle. So if you want to be involved and win any of the prizes that were up for grabs, I'm not quite sure how it worked because we didn't get information other than the time that the raffle is going to happen. Make your way down there and get ready to go. So
Yeah,
we
Greg,
are ready to go. Are you ready to go, Leon? I think we are.
I'm ready. I've been ready.
It's going to be an interesting little turnaround here. Fortunately, there's another retirement, as we just heard there from Mike Rowe. The Volkswagen Golf, unfortunately, having to pull out with a little bit of issues. They don't want to break the car anymore. Silvio Scribanti is also retired, so he's not going to be out. So there's literally just the 2 cars in B5, Aldo and Franco. That'll be fighting for B5. So I think we're just getting a revised list there. Yeah, Silvio's out as well, so unfortunately that's going to be no issues there. So if Silvio had his car been okay, could have been the Joker car, but that's not going to happen, so we can actually just get rid of that. Didn't help us at all. But yeah, our motor timing guys have been working frantically as well. They've done an amazing job with this weekend, and we do appreciate all the effort that gets put in from their side. On this kind of event, the timing is crucial. So to have a good company like Motor Timing behind the scenes helps us out a huge amount. Here we go, rolling into the road car and supercar final. And how many of these cars are they going to let to go in the first batch, or do they let them all go at the same time? It looks like they're going all the way up to Eugene van den Berg. And are they going to hold the Ferrari back? Because he should be going through, because he is part of A3. I think they're holding the Ferrari back to go with Willie. So we've got Gino Norse, Matt Merton, Rory Atkinson. That'll be your first 3 cars. Behind them will be Akil Singh. He's guaranteed a win as long as he finishes this run in Class A2. And then Eugene van den Berg will get second in Class A3 in his Porsche.
Now, Greg, so the early battle we're going to have a look at here will obviously between Matt Merton and Rory Atkinson. Those 2 teammates, they've been battling it out the whole day. So that's going to be, let's say, the early battle to have a look at. And then we'll get the race. But people, class finals, all or nothing now. Pressure's on. That's what it is. There's the pressure here is because this is your one and only run for your class final. There's no practice sessions, no qualifying sections. You've done that to get here, and now you've got this one run to do it all. The first car out, like Greg said, will be Gino Norse. No, Greg, they're letting more cars out. Looks like
they're going to let them all out.
Yeah, which is, I think it's a good thing.
I'll get them all out there. They're all on road tyres, so there's not going to be much difference in terms of the abilities to hold the temperature in those tyres because they're all on road tyres.
Yeah, from that tyre point of view, that shouldn't be a problem for these guys. So get them and let's get the runs going. And remember, this is now also the time we're 25 to 4. So everything starts to cool down. Well, from temperature point of view, from action and adrenaline point of view, no, things are heating up. But from a temperature point of view, track temperature, ambient temperature, it is going to cool down. Let's see. There's our man.
Well, also got to fail to mention later on with that run that Billy De Beer put in to get into the 59.534 as Gino Norse kicks off our class final. That's also a new road car lap record or run record here at Top of the Hill. He outguns the previous record that was held by Vic Kampfer. So a good effort there from him. And Vic, I think, was actually in an electric car to take that win in 2025. But here we go, Gino Norse. Lone Ford out there against the two GTIs for Class A1 honours. And this is what they're fighting for.
Yeah, Greg, so quite a few records been broken today. Like I said, that should be motivation for these guys to come back next year, to build better, faster cars. And we need to break those records. Records are there to be broken. But a good run so far, yeah, by Gino Norse.
Yeah, every record so far in what is Classic Car and Top of the Hill has been beaten this weekend. So it's been a fantastic weekend in terms of a record-breaking weekend. But there's, of course, a possibility of some history in the making, which we'll get into as we get into the single-seater championship top 10 later on. Gino going to set the bar and get us through for the first run. It's Matt Merton who'll be on track right behind him, pushing hard. Norse goes to a 108.962.
982, yeah.
And that's just slower than what he was able to do in qualifying 4. He did a 108.903.
Yeah, and like we said, previous times don't really count. Now this is the time. So you put the bar down and the pressure will be on your competitor behind you. And, you're not really going to think of your previous time. You need to get this run. You need to complete this run. Like we also heard earlier there from Craig Zank. It's all about this one run now. You need to keep it together and get it together.
It's just one run for the class final.
Yeah.
So get this run in.
Yeah,
doesn't matter about the time, as long as you're faster than the man in front of you or behind you. Or lady, depending on the classes that you're in. I don't know if any of our ladies made it up into the finals.
105.9 there. Matt Merton put it down there, 105.9. So
nice.
Rory won't know that.
Atkinson's got a 105.2 under his belt so far.
Yeah, but that's a good time. I must say that's a good time.
Matt Merton could have the advantage here. Here we go. Nice to kick it off here. Going to be looking to go for the honours here, Matt Merton, with that run. That's for sure. Let's see what Ross can do.
Also, great track conditions here for these normal road tires is not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, no.
Cooling down a little bit.
Almost
don't mind
perfect.
that with the road tires.
Raw's squealing out of turn 6 into 7 now. Got about 150 metres to go to the line. Can he hang on? Lifts a little bit of curb there. Uses the curb. Forces him onto the high side of the track. Comes across the line and goes to first place. So there you have it. They stay exactly the same. 1, 2, 3. No changes there. But that's how they will wrap up Class A1.
Rory does win out that battle of the teammates. 105.5. But yeah, it was challenged there by Matt Merton, 105.9. But well done to Rory for that class. Next up, Akil Singh.
On his own in A2. So he's just got to literally just finish the run. But he'll be looking to try and at least make that top 10 final if he can. That's the other thing that you've got to take into account. That he is on his own in this class, but he's looking for a top 10. That's what he's fighting for here in Akil.
Greg.
And if he goes off track like that, that's not going to help him.
That was almost the end of it there for Akil. You have to bring it home to the checkered flag, even if you're the only one to get to that flag. You have to get it done. So, but a kill Singh there. Let's see what he ended on. A 105.996. Yeah. So a little bit of pressure there. A kill Singh. You just had to finish to get the class win, but they're trying to make it to the top 10 shootout there. But a big moment there for a kill Singh, Greg.
Sorry. He did have a big one. I was just chatting to JM, to JL, because there's another incident that's been changed up in terms of our results. JM, the whole day, has been running in C3 when he's actually a C2 car. So I kind of thought that might be the case, but I didn't want to rock the boat and ask that question earlier on. But JM Khaba will move up into the class with Ian Schofield, which is why they've held them back there for the C1 and 2, 3 and 4 battle that'll come out later on in the single seaters. Here we go. Brandon Dean on track right now. He wants that 59. He's been searching for it the entire day. If he can get a 59 in here, it puts the pressure onto Willie de Beer. Because remember, this run counts. It doesn't matter what time it is. As long as he's faster than Willie, that's what he's been aiming for the entire day. He's tried all day, but he hasn't quite got it right.
Or just close to a 59. But Greg, a kill Singh had quite a big moment here at turn 6. Luckily, he managed to finish that run. That could have ended up in tears. But Brandon Dean, for his run, we'll see.
Probably go top. He does. 102. Ooh, I don't know if that's enough. That's not enough. Not with Willie de Beer and the way that he runs this Porsche. This is going to be a 59-second run from Willie to win out the class. And, of course, he wins. Brandon Dean wins his class. But the battle is still going to rage there into the top 10 between these two for the top 10 shootout for road cars and supercars.
Yeah. But also, Greg, the other thing is, remember these guys, when they go on their runs, they don't know what time the competitor did, you know?
No,
so
no idea.
They don't know if they can take it easy or just finish the run. They're still pushing their limit, and they're trying to get their best time on the track, and that could force you into a mistake. But Willie de Beer has been looking good the whole day, and let's see.
There you go, 59.6.
Oh, 59.
Another 59.6 there. Is that quicker than what he was? No, 59.3. He's been his fastest. That's the record run he put in earlier on today. But that will win his class because he's the only one in Class A4. So he wins A4. Brandon Dean wins A3. Rory Atkinson wins A1. Akil Singh wins A2. As we now go into A5 with Eugene, who will also take the win in the MUA Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, but actually a very good run there by Willie de Beer. Back in the 59s. You know, and that's accomplishment on its own. That's one thing you want to say, walking away here today from the challenge. I broke the 60-second barrier.
Yeah, 100. That would be the ideal goal to have. If anybody can get under 60 seconds around this track, then you know you've got a car that can work brilliantly. Herbert goes 107, brings him up into 7th place, drops Gino Norse down 1 place. So possibilities that Gino might be dropping out of the top 10 for the top 10 shootout as Malachi comes onto track as the first of the Super Snakes in that burgundy red big Super Snake of his.
Yeah, and there's a bit of pressure for these guys. Remember this, anyone can still take this class win between the three of them. Malachi can also do it with a good lap here and just put the pressure on the teammates.
Well, the interesting factor here with Malachi, Pomasham and Voges is going to be two 2017 cars against the 2024 car. And the 2024 car has the advantage right now. So can Fernando maybe outgun them? And I think the possibilities that Peter will get a little call on Monday saying, can we have the upgrade, please?
Yeah, you almost want to think a 2024 car should do it. But like we've seen today, they've chopped and changed. Between Voges and Pomasham, they've exchanged the fastest times in different qualifying sessions. But here we go. Pomasham.
I think the other goal here with the Super Snakes would be to get all three in the top 10. That'd be awesome if they can do that. Was there something on the track there?
Malachi 107.4.
I thought I saw some rubble on the track there as he came through. I might have missed it though. It might have just been my eye that caught something a little bit off camera.
Or sometimes you see the shadow of the what do you call
the drone. It might have been the shadow of the drone. Yeah, it could have been.
I also
saw something on the track there. But anyway, he's got through unscathed. Pomasham looking to shine.
Malachi in a 107.4, Greg. So that's what he's chasing. Not bad there, Malachi.
Pomasham's done a 106.5.
He did a 106 dead.
And he does a 106 dead. That's his quickest time so far. So that could potentially put him into the top of this A7 class.
Bogus has done a 105 before.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying.
So
he has done one, but will he do it now?
Yeah. With the pressure time. This was one of his boogie corners, but yeah, he's got that one right. That's good.
up to the Z.
It's really, I think it's going to be close here between these two, Greg.
Yeah, I think Pommersheim and Voges are going to be fighting hard here, that's for sure, for the top honours in the Shelby Super Snake camp. He's late on the brake step. Doesn't carry a lot of corner speed through that final turn. That could have cost him a little bit. Pommersheim was a lot quicker through there. Does he go second? Pommersheim takes it in the class final.
Just by a tenth.
Yo, that's close.
Maybe that last corner, maybe he just
slowed up there. You see him just cruise through.
He just wanted to finish his run without a mistake there, but that cost him that 10th. So it's Pommersheim taking out that last win.
Right, now it's up to Nicolaisen to see if he can get into the top 10 shootout in the Oni electric vehicle. Remember, the electric vehicle won last year in the hands of Vic Kampfer in the Volvo. So will it be another electric vehicle to get into the top 10? Look at how Nicolaisen is pushing this little Alpha to its limit. Alpha Junior Veloci Electrica pushing it to the line. Can he get into the top 10? Will he go ahead of Eugene Herbert? He does. He bumps Herbert out and he bumps Malachi down to 10th. He's in 9th. Single digits for the electric car. That's impressive.
Good stuff there, 106.9. You'll be happy with that.
No changes at all other than in the Super Snake category. That saw Pommersheim bump up ahead of Voges for the class final, but everybody else stayed the same. So in terms of the top class there we go. Willie de Beer takes class A4, all on his own sim. Brandon Dean wins out over Eugene van den Berg for class A3 in second and third overall. Rory Atkinson takes class A1 ahead of Matt Merton, and then Gino Northstown in 12th will be third in A1. A2 goes to Akil Singh. A7 to Anton Pommersheim, beating out Fernando Voges and Paul Malachi. Class A8, incredibly, getting that electric vehicle into the top 10 overall, into 9th place, Nikolai Nicolaisen. And a magnificent effort there from Eugene Herbert, just outside the top 10, but wins out Class A5. That is your top of the hill class finals done and dusted. And if you look at it, the top 10 there will be your top 10. So Eugene, stand by. You'll be on the Joker bubble in case any of those cars have had any issues, but I don't think they have. So the top 10 there will be Malachi starting ahead of Nicolaisen, Voges, Pommersheim, Singh, Merton, Atkinson, Van den Berg, Dean and De Beer for the final run. That's going to be good. Porsche versus Ferrari.
Yeah, Brandon Dean will have one more chance later in that top 10 shootout to try and take it to Willie de Beer. But Willie de Beer is a defending champion there in that class. So, but good stuff there, Greg. Next up is going to be our B-class competitors. And I hope they've lined up in the pre-race paddock. But
if they are, Steenkamp should be first. There he is. Behind him should be Nell. Then Jared Rousseau should be lining up behind Johan Nell. Then we should have Anthony Casey and Chris Tate. Behind them should be Craig Zank, Charlie Fowles, and Anton Cronier. Then it'll be Ishmael Davids, Devin Robertson, and Lee Thompson. Franco Scribanti, Aldo Scribanti, Mark Tatoy, Janus Jansa van Rensburg. That's how they'll be lining up for the Class B class finals.
And everybody, this is one of the class finals we've looked forward to the whole day. Don't go away here. Don't look away. Don't go to the bathroom now. Have a look-see here. It's all happening, and the crowd is still out there enjoying everybody. The stands are still packed. Everybody's still on the embankments. And just looking forward to this one. We're just building up pressure, tense, crescendo. Everything's building up here to a awesome top of the hill challenge we've had already. But it's very impressive, Greg. It's very impressive what these guys and gals are doing with the machines here and the vehicles that they brought here to the challenge.
Unbelievable, actually. Records all round so far. Are we going to see records broken again? That's what we need to take into account. It's thank you for that. I wasn't quite sure, Paul, so thanks for that. Somebody on Facebook correcting me there. Alan Poulter drove the electric Volvo, and of course it was a Porsche that was driven by Vic Kampfer to win the class overall last year in terms of that lap record. So apologies on that one. It wasn't Vic Kampfer that was in the electric car, it was Alan Poulter. But he had a spectacular run in that car, so thanks for that. To try and remember all of this information doesn't always come to you, especially 12 months later. But needless to say, we try and bring you the correct facts without spoiling the story too much.
Yeah, no, awesome stuff. Okay, the Class B final not far away now, and there will be pressure here on some of the guys. Unfortunately, we lost one or two cars. But yeah, just quickly getting back to the Mokhotsi car that won't be part of the finals here. But I mean, well done to them, Greg. It was a good effort to get that car here. I mean, first time out, you can't expect too much more from them, and they'll be happy, and they'll just be back better next time.
They will indeed. They certainly will. More of the same next year, please. And in fact, a couple more manufacturers involved in that road and supercar class might be quite cool, considering the fact that, as I said, we have Toyota here at Zwartkops, and we've got Mercedes-Benz here at Zwartkops with AMG's experience. So let's get a couple of those cars involved in the top of the hill for 2027 and the fourth outing of this incredible challenge. So standing by. Steenkamp is there, Nel is there, Rousseau is there. They're going to roll out as we speak. Behind them will be Casey and Tate. So watch out for Casey to roll just behind Jared Rousseau. Then Tate. Then we should have Craig Zank. He's there. Behind him, Charles Fowles and Anton Cranier in the black Works Subaru.
Yeah, all happening
and
for
I
them.
think that might be where they stop them. And we do two batches of this Class B final. Or are they going to roll them all out at the same time like we did? No, I think they're going to keep them in two batches.
Yeah, they're probably going to go up to there, like you said, is it Cranier?
Yeah. Anton Cranier will be the last car.
Yeah, with the excitement building, yeah. And that B5 and B4.
Yeah, that's the one we're going to be watch out for. That's the second half of this this proceeding. But still some battles to be unfolded here, because remember, Jared Rousseau he wants a 58. He said to us that he's got a 58 in that car, so he's got his own challenge he's laid down for himself. And Johan Nel would like to try and keep out Steenkamp and win the battle between Hyundai and Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, Greg. Good stuff here. Steenkamp, Nel, so Casey, Tate, Craig Zank. That's the order. So now it's your time to go put in some of your best laps. A little bit of a build up there to his.
He did wheel spin slightly to get a little bit of heat in the rubber. That's not a bad plan actually, because remember your timing only starts when you roll past that timing beam. So a little bit of wheel spin on the start there, just to get a bit of extra heat in that front rubber, might work out quite nicely for him. He goes late into turn 2, Castrol corner, runs high, wide, cuts the apex nicely. Good line so far, and looking forward to seeing how this little Alfa Romeo gets up into the front end and potentially outguns the Hyundai and the Golf at the front end.
Yeah, so by now those guys have worked out what will be their best line there through turn 2. Like you said, yeah, he did that wheel spin there just to get a bit more heat into the tires before he did his launch. But next up will be Johan Nel there in the Hyundai. Also looks like a very good getaway there from the Hyundai 130N.
It's the i30N.
i30N.
i30N, yep. Here we go. Steenkamp going to start the proceedings in the B class finals. Sets a 103.982.
That's a good time.
That's his fastest time.
Very good time there. So what can Nel do now? Beat 10.
Nel's quickest has been a 103.293. So he'd have to get something similar to that to outgun him, or just do. What you need to do here is you need to just do the same run. You've got to be as consistent as you have been. Don't try anything funny right now. If you want to try something funny, wait till the top 10 shootout. That's where you want to get the funny things done.
Yeah, basically,
but these cars might not get into that top 10.
You have to match your best time of the day.
Yeah.
You don't have to necessarily go faster. Things are, like we say, temperature is just cooling down a little bit. And we heard Jared say earlier, Greg, going through turn 1 is the scariest there. Because you get there and the car wants to veer to the outside.
Okay, Nel goes top of B10 for now. It's up to Rousseau to outgun him. To keep status quo.
Oh, well, a good lap there by Johan Nel as well. I mean, that 103.3, that's what he had to do to beat out Steenkamp.
Not quite as quick as he got in the qualifying 4, but enough to beat Steenkamp. That's what you got to do here. You got to just have enough to beat the car in front of you or behind you, depending on where you line up in this top 3. KC will be looking to outgun and hopefully beat the King Price Polo of Chris Tate. He's on his way through turn 1 as we speak. As we'll look to see what Rousseau does. He goes quickest. 58, he got it! 58.455 there for Jared Rousseau. So he's got his goal in the bag. There we go. Well done, Jared Rousseau.
He will be sleeping tonight.
Yeah.
But good
He's
stuff.
going to be a
well
happy
done.
man.
Yeah, so that was his goal. Good. So you set yourself a goal and you go and get it, Greg. That's what it's all about. So, yes, you win the class, but that's the time he was looking for.
Win the class and win your own battle against your mind and against the clock.
And sub 60 is where you want to be.
Sure we are. We're way under the sub 60 now. That's nicely done. Here we go. Tate closing down on Casey. He mentioned the fact that he's done some modifications to that stock standard Volkswagen Challenge Class A car, putting in a little wing at the back there from a Super Cup Polo, and putting on a splitter and a front diffuser as well to get a bit of extra downforce. And then, as he said, he turned the boost up to, what did he say, 1.2, hey? They're running at. So slightly higher boost than what he'd run in Class A.
Casey there, sorry, on a 112.3. Don't think that's his best of the day.
He's on a 10.
Yeah.
10.8 is his best. Ooh, but Chris Tate ran wide as well. Pressure's on there for Tate. Remember, he wouldn't have seen the time that Casey's put down. He's going to just try and go as quick as he can. Same as what Craig Zank is going to do now for the first time head-to-head with the two Subarus.
Yeah.
Tate with a little bit of... he had a backfire there of note coming out of the second last corner. Comes across the line. Should go top. He does. Comfortably over to Casey. In fact, you're way comfortable. Almost 8 seconds quicker. Chris Tate wins out B2.
Yeah, very good lap time there by Chris Tate. Craig Zank now coming through turn 3. He'll give it his all here. And we heard earlier in the interview that this is his type of racing. He'll climb some challenges. He'll challenge us. So that's what he wants to do. And that's where he wants to go racing.
Chris Tate also set his fastest lap of the weekend so far with that run. A 104.050. So trying to secure himself a chance of maybe getting that little ATE Volkswagen Challenge King Price car into the top 10 shootout. That'll be interesting to see if we get a front-wheel drive Class A Challenge car into the top 10. Not quite sure that's going to happen, but you never know. There's a problem here for Charles Fowles. He's very slow. So it looks like Zank's going to certainly move up one position at least and outgun one of the two Subarus.
Greg, and I'm just having a look there in the background as well at the flags. There's a bit of a breeze, but it's not a heavy wind. Don't think so pity there for Fowles. Don't know what went wrong there.
Something's not gone right here for him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And this could cost him a chance of top 10.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great time. Yeah, he has to bring it to the flag to at least get a podium position in your class.
He has to get to the flag to be classified.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
In your class, yeah.
Here comes Anton. Oh, not a good launch there from Anton Grenier.
Bogged down a little bit there, but then once it got going, he got going. Remember, he won't know that Charles Fowles were going to say.
No, he won't.
So he wants to put in his best time. I don't know how close they were earlier. Can't remember that one. But
the difference there is 57.5 and a 58.8. That's the times that they ran. So Fowles, with that problem, has possibly cost him. He's in a 123.2. There's no one even close to 123.2. So he's out of that top 10 with that bad run there from Charles Fowles. But Grenier still in with a chance. He'll get the victory here, potentially, if he has a clean run and doesn't make any mistakes from here on out until the checkered flag comes out. B3, B1 and B4, please make your way to the exit. Here comes Anton Grenier. Will he go top? Good possibility. He goes second. Oh! Jared Rousseau has outgunned the Subarus and the Evos in his Golf. 59.1 there from Anton Grenier. Is that his quickest?
Yeah.
No, it's not. He did a 57.5. 59.1.
Greg, I think it was just a call for B31, B31 and B34 to make it the pit lane.
Yeah, so that's the B9 class and the B7 class. So it's Mark de Toy and Janssen van Rensburg, please, because the second batch is about to roll out. So that's the first batch sorted. And if we look at the qualifying there, in terms of the classes. No changes in the first category. Jared Rousseau taking the win ahead of Johan Nel and Andre Steenkamp. And also getting that 58.4 that he wanted. So he said he had a 58 in him, and he got it. So well done, Jazz. If we look at Class B2, Tate wins out over Casey. No change there other than a fastest lap from Chris Tate in the King Price car of a 104.050. Anton Cronier wins out over Craig Zank for Class B3. And he wins out on a 59.1, but he did do a 57.5 earlier. Biggest change up there was Charles Fowles, who, of course, finished in third on a 123.294. So something went wrong there with Charles Fowles, unfortunately, on the last run. So not what he wanted for Charles Fowles. And that's cost him a chance of a top 10 as well, because if we look at that right now, we've got 8 of the top 10 on the list, but we've still got another 11 cars. Is it? 9 cars to come. 9 cars to come.
Yeah, Greg, so now it's going to heat up here in the B-class category. With his next bunch of cars, we're going to send them out.
Ishmael Davids should be at the front. Devin Robertson behind him, and then Lee Thompson. Then we should have Franco Scribanti, Aldo Scribanti, Mark de Toy, and Janse van Rensburg.
Yeah, I don't think Lee will be out in the Opel. He'll just be there in the Lotus. But yeah, we're looking forward to this one, Greg. It's building up now. And let's see what's going to happen. But Jared Rousseau, 58.4. Anton Cornier still did a sub 60. See, just look at the flags there. See, not a lot of wind now.
No, it's died down again.
A little bit, which
no,
is
it's
good.
died down again. It's kind of gusting here and there, every now and again.
Yeah.
A little bit of breeze here and there. Depends on how you're going to need it, and if you're going to need it. Whether you're going to turn 2 with a bit of breeze, might catch you out of it, but not at 9 k's an hour like I saw on the weather app just before we started this.
No, it's not going to be a stress now, the wind at all.
Mm-mm.
Just the track conditions will slowly but surely cool down a little bit, track temperature. But
So 58.455. Jazz is going to be happy with that. Actually, I think I actually heard his wife downstairs lose it as he came across the line there and she saw the time. So well done there to Jared. Good chances of him, Cronier, Zank, and maybe Nell being in the top 10 shootout. I'm not quite sure if Steenkamp's got enough there to be there, because he only finished in third in Class B10. But you never know. If something goes wrong with these other cars, there could be a big change and a big turnaround here. That's what happens at these kind of events. Things can go right, but they can also go exceptionally wrong, as we can see from today and the retirements that we've had from some of our top contenders. Well, I can see there's Davids, there's Devin, and there is Lee Thompson.
Yeah.
That's our first 3 cars out. Franco is just behind them, so he's ready to go. Aldo is there as well.
Mark is
there. And Giannis should be just at the back in the Stelvio from Stellantis Group.
Yeah, like we saw, unfortunately, there was Charles Fowles, Greg. Fowles, anything can go wrong, and then it went wrong for him there. He still made it to the flag for his class, but it means he's not going to make the top 10.
Yeah, he'll still be classified as a third place in Class B3.
Yeah.
But not what he wanted, that's for sure. Not quite sure what we're waiting for, but I can definitely hear in the radio there's some kind of an issue up on the top of the hill somewhere. Maybe they're just doing a bit of a cleanup after that run.
I actually heard them say that they're waiting for car 3-1, but I don't think car 3-1 is...
Car 31 is Lee Thompson. He's out. We don't have to wait for Lee Thompson. Lee Thompson's car's out. Car 31 is not going to join us. So if you can hear us next door, car 31 is not in the running. It's the Astra that Lee Thompson was piloting earlier. It is retired. So car 31 will not be joining this pack of cars.
Yeah, someone should just relay that message, but look at Aldo there in the back. The guys now, the team, everybody around him. Sitting in the car now also as a driver, Greg, you want to go. You want to get going. You don't want to sit there. The worst is to wait. I remember just from our time, the worst is I can't wait. You want to get going. So start the engines. Let's get to that starting block. The more you sit and wait, the more you think of stuff that you don't want to think of.
Where did you used to put yourself if you had to be in a position like this?
What do you mean?
So if you were in a situation like this where you're sitting waiting, Would you be concentrating on this, or would you try and sort of focus on something else so that you don't think about these kind of things?
Yeah, you don't want to really think. You're having a look there. See, please, I'm waiting for a green flag, or can I go? That's all you think about. Yeah, because Greg, remember those people, I think they're in pre-race paddock or in the pit exit, they would have had that time sheet with that number 31 Lee Thompson on there. So they're probably thinking that he has to be there, but we know that 31 Lee Thompson car won't be there. So someone just needs to basically relay that message to them.
I think Tanya just did that. So that's why we got cars starting up. So they're about to roll out now for the second batch of the Class B class finals. Steenkamp, Nel, Rousseau, Casey, Tate, Zank, Folds and Cronier are done. We've now got Ishmael Davids, Devin Robertson, Lee Thompson. There they go. Behind that will be Franco Scribanti, Aldo Scribanti. Behind them, Mark Totoy. And the last car on track should be Janus Janse van Rensburg.
So now, Greg, there will be a little bit of nerves as you make your way to that start line. Naturally, you will have a bit of nerves, but you're thinking about just getting now a little bit of brake temperature, a little bit of tire temperature, and you're trying to work out if at all the track did drop a little bit of track temperature there. So just a few things to think about, but once you get to that start line, then you get focused and you just want to go forward. It's just you against the clock.
Trying to get as much heat into the rubber as they can right now. It's kind of a good effort, but it can kind of be a bit of a pointless effort as well, because you are going to sit on the line for a little while unless you're close to the front.
But Greg, it's better to get some heat
Get
than
something
nothing.
in. Yeah, no, get something in.
I don't want to go from cold to colder. Get it medium.
Yeah, so it does heat up a bit quicker.
Get some heat into the tires.
Like we saw with Steenkamp, he got a little bit of a wheel spin to get some heat into the front rubber on that Alfa Romeo.
And remember now, the good thing is, remember, because we keep an eye on that B5 and B4 contenders, but they're all out here in the same conditions. So conditions won't make a big difference here for these guys. It's just what can they put out on the track. But pressure definitely on. There's our first guy out there.
Not on this man, though. Yeah. Unless he wants to try and make the top 10 final, which I don't know if he'll be able to do on a 102.6 as his best time so far. 102.6, yeah, he could still be there. Still have a chance, actually.
Greg,
if he can get there, he can possibly make that top 10.
You still put pressure on yourself. Nothing is for granted. You put bit of pressure on yourself to do a clean run, to get a good time. So there's always that bit of pressure when you do this, just your one run.
He's come a long way, all the way from Cape Town, so he doesn't want to waste it, yeah. He'd prefer to be in that top 10 shootout if he can get it. So coming out of turn 4, up the hill he goes, Ishmael Davids. And what a run this man has had. He really has had a superb effort out there, running in that M3 BMW of his. ID paving team. Izzy 01, Western Province number plate on the back of that car. Oof, someone's had a massive... It's Devin! Devin Robertson's crashed out down at turn 2. Oh, he went all in. I'm telling you now, he went all in to try and hold on to the accelerator through turn 1 and 2. And he has put it big time wrong. Coming out of turn number 1 into turn 2. Crashed along the barrier up towards turn 2. And the Zank Racing and Efficiency Lotus is out of shape and off the circuit. Sure, that was a massive one.
Yeah, Greg, that's how we just caught the end of it there. And I mean, as
he is moving in the car though, so that's a good sign. And about to get the smoke out of the car.
But Greg, just quick, one thing I noticed there. After the tire barriers there and the car was spinning around, the wheels it was almost if that throttle was still
stuck.
Flat. Almost a stuck.
Yeah. Maybe the throttle got stuck.
Yeah. It could be a stuck throttle just by, because you would have come off the throttle.
Yeah, for sure you would have come off.
But he did like a 360.
As he landed, when he was doing the 360, the wheels were spinning big time.
And
Dev with a bit of a shake of the head there.
So,
Dev, can you hear us down there, buddy? You okay?
Yeah.
I've got a thumbs up. That's good. Okay, so...
Just from what I've seen there, it could be a stuck throttle there. But okay, they're going to have to recover this car.
Something's gone wrong there big time out of turn 1 for Devin Robertson in the first of the Lotus. So, unfortunately, that means he's out of the class final and the top 10 shootout, because you have to cross the line to be classified, and he's not going to cross the line in that car. So Devin Robertson, there's the front splitter.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see, Greg, but that also happens in motor racing.
Yeah.
And, he was one of the top contenders. He was right up there with Lee as well. And but the good thing is, Greg, the main thing is the driver's okay. Because, to go off there, that is a fairly big impact to go off there where he...
Helping the guys put all the parts of his car on the back of the recovery vehicle. Just shows you the caliber of that driver. He's going to get that thing hooked up as quickly as possible. He knows that the cars are waiting. So that's also a bit of professional courtesy, I think, from the driver to say, let's get my car out of harm's way as quickly as possible so we can continue the fight. He doesn't want to interfere with the battle that's going to rage behind him.
Yeah, not a nice sight.
Hanley is there just to make sure he's okay, along with Doctor. And they're more importantly looking at how damaged the car is. They're not even worried about how damaged it is.
The driver's okay. He's even...
He did give us a thumbs up earlier that he's okay, so... And you can see from the movement he's got, he's fine. That was a big one, though.
No, very big.
I think Dev was saying yesterday in the R32, it was just over the 200 km/h mark he was going through turn 1 at. So in that Lotus, which is a lot quicker than that R32, probably over 220-ish through turn 1, if the throttle's stuck.
You don't realize how fast you're actually going when you do go from that start line, yeah.
Exactly.
There will
This
be a
way
bit
around.
of cleaning up, and John and the team will be down just to check that tyre barrier wall. Just to
double check
it's not
everything's
something
okay.
we want to see, and it's a pity for him there, because that's it's also going to take him out of that top 10. But the main thing at the end of the day is the driver must be okay.
The driver's okay because he's already waiting for that car to be extricated from the position it's in and put into a safe position. They'll probably pull it into the inside of the circuit there, because that'll be the safest place without having taken up too much more time. And then up to the Orange Army to get us a clean circuit again to go play on.
Yeah, definitely have to just clean out, because you can see a little bit of debris and grass there.
Oof, look at that big line. That looks like it's a wheel spin out of turn 1. And did he clip? I think he's clipped the inside barrier there, because look, there's a bit of dirt that's on that inside too. So he might have clipped the inside with the inside wheel and had the outside wheel sliding, and then it just got out of shape and went left and then right.
Yeah. Okay, we won't know exactly what happened until we've spoken to Devin.
Yeah.
Because maybe only after the impact the throttle got stuck. We don't know if he maybe just because he wanted to go, let's say, full bore and flat, that he went a little bit too far inside. Maybe.
It's not oil that's been dropped, it's just the tyre that's rubbing. We don't need to worry about oil that's been dropped there, guys. It's the tyre that's rubbing, because that front left is broken. I think the control arm's probably broken on that wheel. I think they're just double checking though. But I don't think it's oil that's dropping, it's just the tyre rubbing against the bodywork there. So they're just going to make sure.
Yeah, it would have almost been a good idea just to get that car to a safe position. Unfortunately, the normal pit exit road is closed.
Yeah, they can't go in there. They've got to go all the way around into the pit entrance area. Problem you got right now is all those other cars are sitting on the start line.
Yeah, it's not great for those cars that's sitting
they're
there.
Not going to have any. They're not going to have a chance to get any heat into that rubber. And the first one that's running in behind is Lee Thompson. Lee Thompson's the first car behind him, because they, of course, were fighting for honours in Class B4.
Okay, but Lee now would know that Devin had a problem. Lee can almost play it a little bit safe in this one.
He can take it completely easy for the class
He can just go for the class win, and he will be.
He'll get the class win, because there's no one else in the class with him. Ishmael Davids is nowhere near Lee Thompson.
But he can get safely in the top 10.
Yeah.
And then later, try
that's
for
where Lee will go for the all out, I think.
For the top
call.
10.
Yeah.
That's going to be, because especially sitting there, Greg. I mean, now that everything would have cooled down, but that's also the name of the game. It's the way the challenge works.
Yeah.
You're in the queue there. It's the same for everybody and everybody behind him as well.
That's how this game is played when it comes to time attack. You've got one chance to go at it. If it all goes wrong, it can go wrong badly. If it goes right, you get the win. It's that simple. So a little bit of a clean up down at turn 2 on the exit of Castral Corner. Maybe a little bit on the inside of turn 1 as well, to just be sorted out there by the Orange Army before we go back into the start procedures for Lee Thompson, who will then kick us off for the second start of Batch 2 of our B-Class finals.
Yeah, so that's a bit of excitement really we didn't want to see, but remember, it does happen. It's our first big one, basically, of the weekend.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate. It's part of racing. Orange Army now just cleaning up the track there. Make sure everything's okay.
It's mainly just grass and dust there, so not too much in terms of oil or liquid that was put down by that Lotus, I don't think. So it's just the blowers that will get rid of the dust. Give us a clean circuit, and once we've got clearance there from our COC, we will then send the cars on their way.
But also now, Greg, just put yourself in Lee Thompson's shoes there. He gets there to turn 1. It's going to be a bit of an unknown for him, turn 1 and 2. He knows.
But as you said, he can run through smoothly, slowly, in Lee Thompson's point of view, because he's miles ahead of Ishmael Davids.
Yeah. You basically get into a little bit of an unknown there, but you need to, he doesn't need to go 10 tenths.
No, not now.
Just get through that section.
Keep it for the top 10.
Yeah.
Keep it for the top 10.
So all action here, people, and it's
it's top of the hill challenge. This is what happens. This is what can go right and what can go wrong. And 9 times out of 10 it goes right. But when it does go wrong, unfortunately, it's not going to be the same outcome for Devin Robertson as it was yesterday. He finished second overall yesterday and was the first time, I think, that we had a saloon car on the overall podium for the classic side of the top of the hill challenge.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the way this, or the setup of a challenge with your one run, there is a chance of it's going to go wrong, and when it goes wrong, it's not great. But yeah, we're anticipating, we're waiting now. Let's see, Lee Thompson, the guys will be sitting there. And earlier you were waiting to go, now you have to wait again. You just have to relax a little bit, and then you have to focus again.
No,
but there will be things.
I think the teams will be chatting to them. I'll be telling them exactly what's going on. If we look at this, check the line. See the line here from the bottom right of the screen. That's where Devon's gone off. And then look at the squirrely line on the other side. That's where he got out of shape. So my assumption is that he's put a wheel on the inside dirt. And that's what spun him around and sent him backwards into the wall at turn 2. But he did a full 360, maybe even a 720 pirouette. We saw him on the grass, definitely spinning.
Yeah, we saw that.
And that was definitely the throttle stuck.
That section there where you see that black line, is that braking? Because it can't be wheel spin.
I don't know.
I don't know. Whatever went wrong there. But like I said, only
Well, there's Dev. He's with Carl right now. He'll tell us exactly what went wrong. Big moment there for Devin Robertson.
Yeah, with Devin at the moment. I mean, the first comment you've just said, now, I'm sorry for putting everybody behind. I mean, that's a mentality we don't see from race drivers often.
No, 100%. They're like, no, I don't want to get big red. I said, the other thing, dude, it's already fucked. What you're going to do? You're not going to damage anything more. So get her off the track, try and help the guys. So yeah, I just hope that everyone is good.
So we're just getting a little bit of information as we look at the car. Apparently a throttle jammed. I mean, I saw the incident with the throttle locked. I think if there was anybody else, that could have been a much bigger incident. So good work in keeping it as calm as you could with the throttle flat out.
Well, I literally got in there and I was like, okay, well, this is where I normally roll off, and I carried on accelerating and carried on, gave it a handful, went, and I was like, well, now I'm a passenger. Man.
Yeah.
It's 230 odd k's an hour going through there. When it goes sideways, can only correct so much. So throttle jam is what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be the Kiribati warriors that say go for the kill switch, but I mean at 230 k's an hour, it's a bit difficult to think about.
Last thing on my mind was to go for the kill switch, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, but you've walked out of it okay, no major, I'm sure a couple of bruises here and there, but...
No, I'm actually good. I'm good.
Well, that's the testament to the car that you've built at BBA. You can get out of it and be okay with it. But a little bit disappointing. You were on for some serious pace, but I'm sure we'll see you back again next year and giving it another run to get to the top.
Most definitely.
All right, Dev, I'm so glad to see you okay, and thanks so much. And the thought process into it, I really, really appreciate that, and we wish you all the best for next year.
Sweet, thank you, guys.
Wow, so we were spot on. Throttle jam, 230 k's an hour through turn 1. And that's what can go wrong if the throttle does jam. If it hadn't jammed, he probably would have come into turn 2 and gone for a relatively quick lap time. But there you can see the front end damage on that car. That little Lotus, little second hand at the moment, but it'll go back to Zank Racing and Big Boss Auto and certainly be in contention by the time, according to Craig, for the Cape Town time attack, and they're going to go to PE as well. So they still got a bit of work to do this year in time attack challenges and hill climb type events.
Yeah, Greg, so exactly. I mean, I saw the end of it there and I saw the wheels spinning as Lee Thompson, the guys, they've been told now to start up, get ready. But yeah, throttle jam, you get in there. Once he realized, okay, he says, usually it comes off and the throttle he realized the thing is stuck. Then you just go in safe mode. What can I save here? Try and save as much as I can, and you just try to save the car or limit the damage, but...
Yeah, I think they were just telling him to start the engines and waiting for that truck to get out of the way before we go and start his orders. And then are they going to maybe send them for a lap just to get a heat in the rubber? That might be a good call, actually, if that's the case. But we'll wait and see if that's the case, or do they just send them on their way from a cold start? If it is a cold start, it means all of these cars are going to have to sort of just take it easy to get through the class final. And if not, bring them all around and give them a lap with a bit of heat in the rubber and get a chance to go again and reset themselves for this Class B final. B4 is going to go to Lee Thompson, possibly, if anything goes wrong with his car. But at this stage, Ishmael Davids is the only one in B4 who set a time. So the man from Cape Town in that M3 ID paving BMW looks like he's in the running for second place in B4 anyway, with the demise and big crash that we just saw now with Devin Robertson.
Greg, also depends on, we don't know what's written in the rules and regulations, I mean, I don't know if it's permissible for them
Look,
to...
the COC can oversee those rules if necessary in a situation like this, I'm sure, because this would be a safety factor. And having sat here for so long, will they have heat in the rubber? No, they won't. They're getting a green light, but is he going for a run? He's on the run. So it's straight out the gates for Lee Thompson.
Here we go. It is, and you have to
B
go.
finals.
Yeah, we'll keep a keen eye on
But he's going to go gingerly. Doesn't have to push it right now.
He's just going to have a look-see.
I think even at 80% of his run, he can still got a chance of taking this B final.
But from
here
he can go again.
Or B4.
He's now past that section. I can put the hammer down again. But it's actually good to see these guys just go for it now, Greg. It's part of the Yule Challenge. It's part of the concept.
Yep.
And, but good to see.
So here he comes out of turn 4, up the hill. Little slide there. It's probably just a little bit of cold tyres as well. Certainly, I have to agree with what Carl said. And as we watch the Sheriff take off and start his run, Franco Scrimanti will be just looking to beat his cousin for the class win and then concentrate his efforts on securing what could potentially be the second time he could win the Top of the Hill Challenge.
Yeah, these guys, if nothing else goes wrong, I mean, late in the top 10 shootout, they can go for those mega times. But for now, it's bringing it home. Try and get your class win. Also, Greg,
55.8 from
look at
Lee.
the time, 20 past 4. Okay, and yeah, Lee, 55.837. Still respectable for this time. The track temperature is definitely dropping now, Greg. So
yeah, but it's not track temperatures dropping now. This is just him taking an easy run.
Sure.
These guys are definitely just going to take it easy now. They don't know what conditions are like, so they wouldn't have chanced it. They know this is just the class final. It's an important one, yes, but it's not the top 10 shootout. That's what they'll all be concentrating on now. Maybe not Aldo, because he's
Franco 52.4, Greg. Whoa! So he didn't hold back a lot.
He didn't hold back hardly anything there. 52.4, but the modified class, of course, is Lee Thompson. And it's 52.8.182. So 52.4, that might be enough to beat Aldo. Unless Aldo finds something special here.
Aldo had a big lock-up there going to turn 4, Greg.
And
the
he
real was there. That would have cost him now.
Did he slow up the hill there slightly? I think he might have. No, here he comes into the Z. Out of 8, he was slow, for sure. Maybe that ABS system hadn't unengaged.
That lock-up there cost him a little bit.
Here he comes to the line. I think it'll be second. Yeah, it is second behind Franco. So B5 goes to Franco and puts him into the top step of the top 10 shootout.
Yeah,
so they change up Cousins 1 and 2, but in reverse order to how they qualified for this class final. Aldo getting second to Franco's 52.423, I should say.
Greg, that 52.4 there by Franco, isn't it his quickest time of the day? I know they did 52s earlier.
52.75. Yes, it is. It's as fast as it today.
So that's not bad in these conditions. I mean, for that such specific situation there.
Mark Dutoy going to get the win here in Class B7. He's the only car in B7. And will he get into the top 10? We'll wait and see as he comes through. He does. He gets into the 6th place. So he wins out easily. And comes through with a 59.590. Not his fastest though. He's done a 58.118. Giannis, last car on track now. Can he put the Alfa Stelvio into the top 10 overall? He would love to.
Yeah, it's going to be tight there because at this stage, holding that 10th position, Andre Steenkamp at a 103.9. And so it's only Giannis now. Can Giannis put one of his...
I don't know if he can. 105.1 is his quickest. Unless he's been holding back slightly here. Let's see what the Stelvio can do. Jonas Janssen van Rensburg in the Alfa Romeo Stelvio going to the line. And he comes through possibly for 12th. Yes, I was going to say 12th place. 106.416 coming through there from Jonas Janssen van Rensburg. So that's how we wrap things up in a dramatic class final there with the big crash coming from Devon Robertson in that Zank Racing and Big Boss Auto and Efficiency Group Lotus. So not what they wanted, that is for sure. Let's have a look and see the unofficial results there. Franco takes Class B5 ahead of Aldo and takes the top 2 positions with those. Lee Thompson wins out B4. B10 goes to Jared Rousseau. B3 to Anton Cronier. B7 to Mark Dutoy. And then B10 to Johan Nel. No, in fact, Jared Rousseau got B10, I beg your pardon. So B2 goes to Chris Tate, just outside. Oh, he just missed out, actually, hey? Look at that. Just missing out on the top 10 there for Chris Tate. Could have squeezed through and beaten the Alfa Romeo of Andre Steenkamp. But good effort there from Chris Tate in that little polo.
Yeah, so great. Dramatic is the word there that we had there. And now it's just a single-seaters for their class final. And then still later, the top of the hill, the shootout. And yeah, hello everybody, we can see you. And thanks for still being here with us.
They're not going anywhere because they know how exciting this is getting. This is the most exciting part of the day. Lotus Challenge makes their way out along with some Formula M's and a Duratec Ford. That's basically what we've got, as well as that MSA4 car of Simpiwe Mtlatlo. Simpiwe will be the first car on track. She'll be followed by Tinus Boertes, J.M. Gerber, Ian Schofield, and then Josef Kotze and Clive Wilmot, or Wilmot and Kotze, I should say, in reverse order as they qualified for C4. So we have got 4 Lotuses, 1 MSA4, 1 Formula M, and 1 Formula 4 Duratec.
Yeah, and is there any more drama for us here? But
yes, there is, because the fight is on here for the class finals for now. But in the top 10 shootout, we'll look for the drama to unfold and see if we can make some history here at the hill climb.
Yeah, great for these guys now. I mean, if they all go to the flag, they will be in their top 10 shootout. So I think use this run to just bring it to the flag. Make sure you get to the top 10 shootout, because there is but that little bit of a battle between Gerber and Wilmot. Schofield is on. Schofield and Gerber, they will have that battle.
And they have adjusted that class, remember. So J.M. Gerber has actually been running with Robert Volk the whole day, not realizing that he's actually a C2 car and should have been running with Schofield the whole day. So they've now adjusted that class and brought Gerber into that class, which of course then bumped I was trying to work out who that was. It was Ruan van der Walt out in the low cost of the top 3. There's Tinus.
Yeah, so Piwe was out there first. She'll be the first one to register the time.
I'll get to a win.
Then
Does she go quicker? What did she do there? Oh, she hasn't gone across the line just yet. We'll wait for her time to come up.
Yeah, she's still across the line.
104.642 is the quickest she's done so far. Let's see if she goes a bit quicker here on her class win run.
105.9?
No. So she's not going
bad,
quicker.
Not bad there.
Gets the win though.
Yeah, she'll be happy just to see that flag.
Great experience, as we spoke about all day for her.
Yeah.
Time in the saddle, and I think a lot of more of the MSA4 category competitors should have come and done this event, because the time in the saddle in those cars is vital to learn how to drive them, learn the ins and outs of the technology that's been put into them, purpose-built almost Formula 4-esque style cars, F4 cars that we've got here in South Africa, running as MSA4, our national single-seater championship.
Gerber up next. Let's see what they can do. But Greg, for all these guys and gals here in this class, there's no need for a risk. You don't have to take any risk here. You want to bring it home here to the flag and like we said, still make that top 10 shootout.
Tyre pressures for JM Gerber. Did they do the tyre pressures right? Let's see as he comes into turn 2. Yes, this time they've got them right. Tyres stay on the wheels.
Bottas ended on a 108.7 there. Let's see what time Gerber is going to put down. He will look for the... Well, no. It's between...
You know what Gerber might do here? Is he might throw in a hot lap just to put the pressure onto Schofield for the top 10 shootout. Just to say, listen, I've got what it takes to run with you in that Duratec. Here comes the Duratec onto the track for the second last time for Ian Schofield.
It's still on here for the class winner, so that's why Gerber actually wants to put in a respectable time, just to put that little bit of pressure on Schofield. Can't just...
Well, Gerber's best time's been a 58 dead.
57.4.
Oof, that's his best time.
There's a good
57.4 is a good time there. That might be enough to just put a little bit of doubt in the mind there on Ian Schofield.
We never know.
Schofield did a 56.7 though.
Yeah. But earlier on, remember, we don't know if these guys held a little bit back in their earlier
And that's exactly what we spoke about yesterday with Ian Schofield.
Make sure they know they'll get to qualifying and through qualifying in the top 3 and now put it off. So that's Gerber's best lap of the day. And that is
the
a
best
good
lap of the day coming out of Ian Schofield to beat him.
Yeah, Schofield will have to put in...
Here he comes into the final turn, 100 metres to go to the line. Wilmot's on track, he started his final run. And Schofield comes across the line, goes top 57 dead. That's enough to win it.
But
look at that time. 57 dead, coming 57.4. 0.4 of a second between those top two for the top 10 shootout. That is going to be the deciding factor there for sure.
That'll bode well later for the shootout. So I'm actually glad Gerber's upped his game. And he said, I'm not...
Gerber's got to find half a second.
Yeah. But it can happen, Greg. It can happen.
Big match temperament required in the top 10 shootout.
The top 10 shootout, definitely there will be pressure there. So it is going to happen there.
There we go. Now we've got top 10 shootouts in front of us for Class A and Class B. We'll get into those in a few moments' time. Let's get through this final 2 cars of Class C. Wilmot is the second last car and comes across the line with 107.11. And that's not his fastest, unfortunately. So it may still be in the hands here of Yusuf Kotze in that Wasp Racing Pink Panther.
Yeah, Yusuf he's had the pace all day long there in that Class C4. So he just wants to bring it home. You know, he also doesn't have to risk too much. Should get his class win. But like we said, the interesting factor here is Gerber and Schofield later for the top 10 shootout. But
Yusuf is also in for a chance of back-to-back wins here, by the way. Remember, he did nicely yesterday in the Porsche, in the IROC Porsche. So, nice run from him. Could potentially show him back-to-back wins. Where does he go? He goes third, and that wins out C4 for him. So, no change there. He does a 104.465. Fastest lap for him as well. 104.465 for Yusuf Kotze puts him into the front of C4, beating Clive Wilmot. C2 went to Ian Schofield, ahead of J.M. Gerber. And then C1, Simpiwe Matlatlo on her own, takes the win there. 4th overall in the top 6. It'll be the top 6 shootout for the single-seaters. And then C4, second place to Wilmot. C2, second place, or third place, to Tinus Bottas. Class A change up there. Do we get the same one? Let's have a look and see. No, that's the same. Same as what I've got. So you can hang on to that one for now, buddy. That's our top 10 shootout for Class A. We're just waiting for the top 10 class shootout list for Class C now. That'll come in a few moments' time, but it's what you just saw on the board, actually, on the screen. But let's run through that quickly for Class A's top 10 shootout. All of these cars need to start making their way down to pre-race paddock as I speak. Paul Malachi will start in 10th. Nikolaisen will start in 9th. Then Fernando Voges, Anton Pommersheim, Akil Singh, Matt Merton, Rory Atkinson, Eugene van den Berg, Brandon Dean, Willie de Beer. That's the order you'll be lining up for the Class A and Road and Supercar Top 10 Top of the Hill Shootout for the Top 10 Top of the Hill Challenge 2026. Once again, Malachi, Nicolaisen, Voges, Pommersheim, Akil Singh, Matt Merton, Rory Atkinson, Eugene van den Berg, Brandon Dean, Willie de Beer. On standby, Class B's Top 10. Oh, he just got in. Chris Tate, Andre Steenkamp, Ishmael Davids, Craig Zank, Mark Dutoy, Anton Cronier, Jared Rousseau, Lee Thompson, Aldo Scribanti, Franco Scribanti. That's your top 10 for Class B. Those cars need to be on standby. We'd like Class A to start making their way to the start gate at pre-race paddock, please. Malachi, Nicolaisen, Voges, Pommersheim, Singh, Merton, Atkinson, Van den Berg, Dean, and De Beer.
Billy De Beer looking for the double here. Greg. And yes, there's everybody still hanging around. Really had an enjoyable day here at the Top of the Hill Challenge. This is what we build up to. Is our top 10 shootout. And Billy De Beer now. There will still be a bit of pressure. Remember, you have to get this run done. No mistakes.
So
And
I stand to be corrected because I did say that Willie de Beer was the man to beat, and he was in his class. But remember, I did pick up on that actually Vic Kempfer won out 2025 in the Porsche. So Vic Kempfer was the car that was quickest in 2025. 2024 in Class A. What do we have there?
so De Beer is not the defending champion.
No, he's not. Vic Kempfer is, but he's not here. So it will be up to Willie de Beer to take that championship away from Vic Kempfer.
And if we look at that shot there on screen, Greg, yeah, that's the sun slowly but surely setting.
Running out of light, running out of
So-
heat, running out of ambient temperature rapidly here.
Yeah,
at Zwartkops.
this is now the time when it really starts cooling down. It's 25 to 5 on a winter's day. And yeah, so the guys also, they should and will be keen to get out there. Get your runs in. But top 10
It all
shootout.
culminates now. So whatever you've done in the cars, well done. Congratulations. Those lap records will stand for the Classic Car Conqueror. That was, of course, Ian Schofield, 56.141. Single seaters, 47.878 for Robert Volk. Modified cars so far is a 52.182. And road cars, 59.534 for Willie de Beer. But now, there still could be changes to those lap records if they break them in the top 10 shootout. And speaking of top 10 shootouts, it's top 6 shootout for the single seaters. Tinus Boertes, Clive Wilmot, Simpiwe Matlatlo, Yusuf Kotze, and then the battle of note. Because it's a 57.423 playing a 57.062. Gerber and Schofield. Second and last cars on track today for Top of the Hill Challenge 2026.
And Gerber's going to do all he can to spoil the party there for Schofield, Greg. He has to
Definitely.
try.
Definitely.
That's his goal now. That's his aim. And, yeah. Okay, I'll be honest now. I don't think the guys won't worry about lap records now. The records now, the circuit record, they're not going to worry about that.
Win.
Yeah, it's getting
At
the
all
best
costs.
time to give you the win.
Yeah, to win at all costs is what
you
you
want a
gotta do
good
now.
time. Don't worry about records, but you want a time that's going to give you the win here in the top 10 shootout.
If we look at that, a lap record win from the Ferrari could secure him the win overall and take away the Porsche chances of a 1-2-3 Porsche win in the road car class at Top of the Hill. The first 3 events have been won by Porsches. Vic Kempfer taking the first 2, and then possibilities here of Willie de Beer taking the third one of the Top of the Hill Challenge in 2026.
Yeah, Brandon Dean will have to put it all on the line. He needs to now. He needs to put everything on the line now. And if he's going to try and take it to Willie de Beer there.
There they are, ready to go. About to climb into their cars for the last time in anger. Malachi I saw drive through there. I'm waiting for Nicolaisen. Fernando Voges was there, so was Anton Pommersheim. Interesting stuff here, that is for sure.
Yeah, the guys are lining up, those Class A-class cars, lining up now in the order they need to go out. First man out will be Malachi, Nicolaisen, Voges, Pommersheim. Well, Greg, so those all three of the Shelbys made it to the top 10, so there's still that little bit of, although Pommersheim has got the class win, but now in the top 10.
Getting corrected there by Paul Down Under as well. Camphor took 2024, De Beer took 2025. But you see what I've got in front of me is the fastest laps of the weekend. It wasn't the top 10 shootout. So yes, Willie De Beer is the defending champion. I do stand to be corrected and apologize for that. But we've got so much information that's in front of us, and it's a big array of paperwork. We don't have that top 10 run from last year, and that of course was won by Willie De Beer. So Willie De Beer didn't get the fastest time last year. That was Vic Camphor, but he won the top 10 shootout. So De Beer, the defending champion.
Yeah, he's defending champion, yeah. Well, we were right about that. We did say that. And there's the crowd looking on, Greg. Late afternoon. And your top 10 shootout. That's what it's all about. They're anticipating. We're anticipating. And can't wait to see those cars now rolling out. So thank you everybody here at the track for still being with us. Been an awesome day at the Top of the Hill Challenge. And just quickly, I can just tell the people the next racing event here at Zwartkops, 22nd of August, the Zwartkop Annapolis, 500 miles. It's about 803 kilometers. So looking forward to that one as well. That's one we can just put in the bank. But yeah, what's going to happen now? Just look at everybody, the same as us. They're waiting, anticipating. Class A guys will be coming out any minute now.
They're all down there, just waiting for track clearance, I think, to roll out for the top 10 shootout for Top of the Hill Class A and the Road and Supercar final. De Beer looking for back-to-back titles. He's already broken the lap record that was set last year by Vic Camphor. So he's got double duties here to potentially wrap up a back-to-back title and have broken the lap record that was set by Vic Camphor in his Porsche in 2025.
Yeah, the wind still, there's a bit of a breeze, as you can see those flags, but it's not a major factor, Greg. The wind's not a major factor. But yeah, just thinking back now to that Devin Robinson incident, yes, it must have been scary. That's the worst thing, actually, yeah, in a car, in any race car, is to have a throttle stuck.
There they are, waiting to go.
Yeah, everybody's ready. Let's get going.
We're running out of light here. We're running out of time. We're running out of daylight time is what we have to be worried about as well. But this is all good timing for crescendo of what's happened throughout the weekend.
Yeah, there's B-class competitors. They will already be thinking of their runs. And I'm sure we're going to see there's going to be some action there. There will be action. Everybody's waiting. We're on tender hooks here. Just waiting for the guys to go. Yeah, good stuff. Nobody's gone home. It's so good to see.
Some of them watching. Check. They're watching on the live stream there by the listings. Are you watching the live stream or are you watching something else on your phone there, sir? Hope you're not watching TikTok, eh? You should be watching our live stream feed. Hopefully that's the case. You see on that back straight away with your GWMP series, Bucky, eh? The ladies are all waiting to go. Two boys are watching something else on their phones there. Here we go. Rolling out. All 10 cars about to make their way onto the circuit for our top 10 shootout for road and supercars. 59.314 is the new lap record here, set by Willie De Beer. He'll be the last car onto the track as they roll out for this top 10. He'll have to wait the longest. They're all doing about 1 minute dishes, so what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. It's about 12 minutes he's got to wait, 12 minutes waiting in that start gate, even though he's been waiting there for a couple of minutes as well. It's a long time, 12 minutes,
but remember
while you're standing by to go for your final run.
They do get set off when a car is just past the halfway
No,
mark.
I'm saying it's about 12.
But yeah, you
in total.
You've got the pressure of being the fastest before you're going out last. That is a bit of added pressure there on the competitors. We saw Singh. Remember, Singh had a bit of a big moment there up at turn 6 in his class final run. So I'm sure you
got into the top 10 though with that. Anyway,
yeah, still made it, but could have cost him his class win there. So one little mistake can cost you big time, yeah, Greg. But it's now it's time. It's your final run of the day and the top of the hill challenge. Just put it all out there.
Malachi's on track already. First car up towards turn 2. And kicking things off here for our top of the hill top 10 shootout for road and supercars. He'll try and set the bar as high as possible, because remember, it doesn't matter what times you've set in the past. This is the run that counts to get you into the top 10 positions for the day.
Yeah, and can he put just a little bit of pressure on his into teammates, if I can put it that way, the other Shelby guys, just for the bragging rights later.
Yeah, Fernando Voges and Anton Pommersham will be just looking to beat him. That's all they'll worry about.
Yeah.
They won't worry about the Electrica car here from Alfa Romeo. This Junior Veloce Electrica has had a fantastic day in the saddle. Really great driving from Nikolai Nikolaisen as well, as Malachi sets the pace. And 108.259. Not as quick as what he's been.
Yeah, it's a safe time for him. Just, but he would have enjoyed it. Yes, I must say that electric car. Yeah, as you see, every run there through turn 3.
Nikolaisen is not holding back here. He wants to beat all 3 Super Snakes. He uses the exit road as well for a bit extra traction.
He's using the track and some more. So he's still giving it his all. Good to see.
Up through the Z, past Zoc, past Gazoo Racing, past AMG Experience, down the hill in the Alfa Romeo. And goes top with a 106.849.
Yeah, and Bogus is on his way as well in his Shelby now. But yeah, Nikolai.
Is that enough to keep up the Super Snakes? It might be, hey? That might be enough to keep these 3 Super Snakes behind him.
We know Vogus and Pommersham, they capable of high 5s, low 6s.
Let's see what they do now.
So,
pressure's on for this last run. You don't get another one after this. It must be done on track as we speak. And as we say that, up to the top goes the 17 car there of Fernando Voges.
Yeah, and Pommersham will be on his way as well. But Voges is going to come. A little bit of a moment he had there in turn 7.
Crosses the line in top. 106.776.
Yes, he only beat Nikolaisen by 10th, Greg. Yeah,
hey.
So it was close.
Now Pommersham, time to shine.
Yeah, he wants the double bragging rights, yeah.
Sure.
So he wants to just go faster than Voges, yeah. Earlier, Voges had 2 magic laps early in the qualifying runs. But at the end, it was Pommersham who pipped him for the class win.
Here he comes into the Z. About 250 meters to go. Gets it nicely done out of turn 6 into 7. Late braking could potentially take him to the top. It's not a bad run through there. Might get ahead of Voges as they come across the line. And does so. 106.112. So he wins out the bragging rights for Shelby, South Africa's 5 entries today. It's Pommersham from Voges and Malachi. But it's not done yet for the top 10 shootout in total, because we still got an Audi TT in the hands of Akil Singh in full flight towards turn 4.
Yeah, and then
so he's pushing hard as he goes through the Z. That TT should have been a R35. Had to change cars at the last minute. Must have been some kind of an issue on that car. Run a bit wide coming out of turn 6 there into 7. Might have cost him a little bit of time, but if Singh comes through, maybe moves up into the top 4. Goes quickest, actually. 104.305 there for Akil Singh. His fastest lap of the weekend on the last one. And here we go. Rory Atkinson giving it absolute horns through there.
Yeah. Greg, Rory, I don't know if Matt Merton is there.
Doesn't look
Can't
like
see
it.
him on the,
I don't see him on the list.
on
I
the
think they
registry
pulled him off.
list.
Yeah, he's
on
dropped
the
off
list,
there.
yeah. I don't know if something happened there to the Merton car, but Rory's trying hard, and he's had to deal with that understeer the whole day, but he's just using the track and a little bit more. He just wants to put in a good time here. Through the Z there, that's a good line. You want to straighten it up. You can still,
a little bit of understeer there. It's going to cost him some time. As he came through turn 6 into 7, he was sliding there. Uses
the curb
inside.
on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says no more understeering. I want to get it there. And Atkinson 106.3.
Third place for now.
Yeah. Yeah, so Merton is not there. Don't know what happened because Eugene van der Berg is up next. And yeah, the track is cooling down, Greg, definitely.
It's a top 9 shootout here for road and supercars. We're into the supercars now with the Porsche joining those road cars that have already been ahead of him. Can Van der Berg do anything here? Possibly move himself up back into the top 3 where he ended after the class finals.
Yeah, I mean, in your top 10 shootout, your goal will be to get into the top 3, podium at least. That'll be a big goal for you and for Van der Berg. Let's see if he goes to the top of the pops now.
He
As
does.
Brandon Dean is on the track already.
102.735 for the Porsche GTS.
That's not a bad time. Quite a good time.
That's
there.
a good time.
What can Brandon Dean do here in the Ferrari, Greg?
He has to get a 59. That is all he wants in this final run, is a 59. He doesn't care if he beats the Porsche or not. The 59 has been his goal the whole day. And if he gets that 59, it puts the pressure onto Willie de Beer for potentially the overall win in the top of the hill, top 10 shootout.
But yeah, quite a big ask to do a 59 now, Greg. This time of the day, it is a big ask. He almost went to a wide line there through the Z. Coming up now, so he tried a little bit of a different line.
Window down as well, hey? That could be affecting the car slightly in terms of aerodynamics. Let's see if it helped out as he crosses the line. Brandon Dean goes 102.269. Oh, I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that's enough to beat Willie de Beer. We could see back-to-back titles here for Willie de Beer.
Oh, Greg, but like I say, conditions at the moment for these guys now, even de Beer now, we'll see when he finishes or takes a flag there. But a 59 is a fairly big ask now, even for these guys now, and even Willie de Beer. He's done quite a few of them today.
He'll be pushing for one.
But
he would love to wrap it up, possibly even with... Oof, he's
he had a bit of a
bit out of shape there.
Yeah, you can see him working the steering wheel very hard there. So they're not leaving anything on the table.
Runs high and wide out of the final turn, comes to the line. Willie de Beer, does he go top? He does. 1 minute flat point 585. De Beer is your 2026 top of the hill champion for road and supercars. Back-to-back titles, so the 11 number on that car, spot on, Willie de Beer. 1 for 1. Back-to-back titles for the road and supercar final here at Top of the Hill Challenge. Incredible. De Beer takes A4. A3 goes to Brandon Dean, winning out over Eugene van der Berg. A2 to Akil Singh. Pommersheim takes the Super Snakes, winning out over Fernando Voges and Paul Malachi. A1 goes to Rory Atkinson. Unfortunately, Matt Merton couldn't join him for that top 10 shootout. And a great effort there from Nicolaisen. 8th overall in an electric vehicle. Matt Merton has been given one opportunity to get back onto track. And he is now on his run. Here he goes. So he was late to the start gate. And they are going to give him a chance to go and do his run. So we are going to have a top 10 in the Class A road and supercar final.
Yeah.
The only thing Matt Merton wants to do right now, what do you think it is?
Try and beat Rory Atkinson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's just try and beat Rory Atkinson.
But Greg, you can be lucky that they let him in there. I mean, I saw him missing earlier on. So I don't know what the reason was for him being late. But yeah.
Well, he'll come straight to the line. They're not going to hold him back too much. So he's going to just try and get a bit of heat in the rubber with a bit of wheel spin off the line there. There we go. Comes and rolls up. Last ditch effort here. Will it be lastminute.com for last minute Matt Merton? That's what we're going to call him from now on, I think, eh? Last minute, Matt Merton. Here we go. He's on his run now. Goal is to beat Rory Atkinson's 106.359. That's all he wants to do. This is a bit of mind games here from Merton. He's run very hot into Cashville corner at turn 2. Carries the corner speed though. A little bit of squeal as he gets some understeer on the exit.
Now, Greg, you can definitely see the track conditions, how it's changed. And I mean, it has cooled down because just see that understeer from this morning is back. So, you know, the guys are battling to get some.
The D-Max Dunlop tyre squeal is back.
Yeah.
Oh, he runs wide out of 7 as well. Oh, this is good. Turn 8 normally, but of course turn 4 on this one. Heading up towards the Z. Here we go. Matt Merton to the line, 250 metres. Can he beat Rory Atkinson for the A1 victory? It's going to be a tight battle, that is for sure. Very, very close. Class B competitors to the start line, please, as Matt Merton comes to the finish line. Does he go quicker than Rory? He does! Last minute, Matt Merton wins out over Rory Atkinson with a 106.138. Oh, that is... I don't know if that's justice or not. Not to Rory Atkinson, it's not going to be, that's for sure. Class B competitors are being called to the line, please.
Yeah, please, those Class B guys, make your way to the starting line. Everybody in that Class C guys, please be on standby. Remember, track is cooling down, so it's for your own benefit. Yes, get to that start line or the pre-race paddock.
De Beer takes the win overall and back-to-back titles in the number 11. So that was the ideal number to have on his car to win 1 for 1 in 25 and 26. And also broke the lap record as well of Vic Kampfer. He wins over Brandon Dean, who takes Class A3 honours ahead of Eugene van den Berg. And great job there from the second Porsche for top 3 honours overall in the top 10 shootout. So magnificent effort there from our Class A boys. Class B are on standby. Well, a couple of them are. We've got Chris Tate. He's in the first in the lineup. Steenkamp is there. Mark Tatoy is there. Ishmael Davids. We need you there, please. Craig Zank. Anton Cranier. Jared Rousseau. Lee Thompson. Aldo Scribanti. Franco Scribanti. Please make your way to the start gate.
Yeah, because Greg, that sun you're seeing there in the background, it's still shining on those vehicles. That sun is going to be setting soon. So guys, make your way to the pre-race, and we're looking forward. This is going to be an awesome top 10 shootout. But yeah, a little bit of action there from the Class A guys.
A little bit. Yeah. Some
but
pretty spectacular stuff.
Rory Atkinson and Matt, it's 1-1. I mean, Rory took the Class win. And you'll still say
it is 1-1. But it's also 1-1 in terms of how things have gone so far there in the hill climb challenges. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Matt beat him in Samola. So there's 1-1 there for each of those drivers. So nicely done from the Volkswagen Motorsport team. And great to have those GTR 8s here as part of the 75th anniversary celebrations. And magnificent, of course, to see the debut of that hill climb car. Unfortunately, it won't be in this next Class B top 10 shootout. Neither will Sylvia. I actually just saw Sylvia walking past our commentary booth a couple of seconds ago, so a big pity to lose the Pac-Man. But nonetheless, he will be back and fighting hard at 2027's version. Number 4 of the Top of the Hill Challenge.
Yeah, Greg, and also pity that we lost Devon. But basically, Franco, Aldo, and Lee, there's going to be a bit of a battle here, let's say, for this top.
Well, Franco's thrown the gauntlet down with that 42.4 in the class final.
52.4, yeah.
52.4, sorry, 52.4. 55.2 and 55.8 from Aldo and from Lee. But they were taking it easy. Remember, they had the...
Yeah, they had to.
They didn't have to worry about it.
They were forced, yeah. Like, I was actually amazed at Franco in that situation. I mean, he just went just off to behind Lee.
Went it, gave it
horns. Still, some of the people slowly but surely packing up. They're not going home yet. They're just packing up slowly but sure, yeah.
Come and join us for prize giving if you want to. Remember, we got prize giving at Pit Stop Cafe after this. You can come and see all the drivers getting the accolades for all the hard work that they've done.
Well, Greg, this will be a good time just to thank everybody who came out to the circuit over both days, yeah. The spectators, I mean, that's what it's all about. That's why we actually come racing here. Thank you to the spectators. It's always awesome. And remember, we'll see you back here. Well, we do have cars in the park next Sunday. But 22nd of August is our next race meeting here with the Zwartkops Annapolis. And that's also an interesting one.
That's a big one, yeah. 500 miler with cars, under 80,000 Rand they're only allowed to spend on their race cars. So that'll be a real good one to come and experience. It's a full day's racing because it's an endurance race over 500 miles. It's about 306 kilometers, I think it is, or 303 kilometers.
It's 803 kilometers.
Yeah, that's
500 miles.
Well, we got Willie de Beer, your newly crowned and back-to-back champion, down there with Carl Lawrence in pit lane.
All right, I'm here with Willie. Willie, that was a win out on the day, and that's 2 for 2 now. 2 attempts and 2 wins.
Yeah, thank you. It was nice. A pity the last run, the pull-off, we lost half a second there. It was very slippery. I don't know what happened, but yeah, everything went well. The car went well, and yeah, it's a bloody great event. It's really exciting to actually compete in it.
Well, it looked like it out there. It looked like you enjoyed it. There was only 2 ones on the side of your car now, so it's number 11. Greg's been speculating that going forward for the next year when you come back out here, it's going to be triple one.
Yeah, well, definitely. If I still can drive, I'm sure.
I'm sure looking at the times you've been putting out there, the job you've been doing today, I'm sure you'll still be able to drive in 12 months' time. You got the double one on the side of the car. You've gotten yourself the double win. So hopefully we'll see you back here with a triple one. Maybe a change of car, or you're quite happy with what you're running at the moment?
No, I love this car. This is my baby. I've got quite a few other Porsches, but for this event, this is the one.
Well, you talk about the car. You've also had a lot of help. I see you talking to Lee Thompson as well. So a little bit of driver coaching from the man who knows this track so well, and that's obviously worked out for you as well.
Yeah, well, look, we do the track quite a few times a month, and by the other side around. So yeah, I've got some experience, and experience paid off. I still think I can dip into the 38s after 15 but today wasn't just that day. It was that little bit that we shave up some corners that we should have done better, and we just don't do it. But yeah, it was great.
Well, again, a massive congratulations. I'm sure we'll see you celebrating a prize giving. That was Willie de Beer. He's our winner out in the road car class. We'll see you again next year here at the top of the hill. Back to you, Greg.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, we got cars rolling out now for top of the hill Class B. This is the modified production car class, first batch of cars on the circuit, and there should be all the cars actually making them onto the circuit, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if they're sending them out in 2 batches, but we'll wait and see if that's the case. First car on track was Chris Tate in the King Price Polo, Andre Steenkamp in the Efficiency Group, and Stellantis Group, Alfa Romeo, Ishmael Davids in his M3 BMW, Craig Zank in that Efficiency Group, and Zank Racing Mitsubishi Evo, Mark Dutoy in the Trans-Africa Racing GT1, Anton Cronier will be out there in the AF Hydraulics Works Subaru, Jared Rousseau in his Golf, we'll be looking at D. Thompson in that D. Thompson Racing Lotus, Aldo Scribanti for Scuderia Scribanti in the Audi, and of course Franco Scribanti, who set the pace to get the top spot in the top 10 shootout in his magnificent Franco Scribanti Racing Sheriff, the R35. So here we go. We kick things off with Tate.
Yeah, Christopher Tate, first one out on the track. Almost looks like they're sending out 2 batches of 5.
Thank you. So just getting a heads up there, the reason why we've got 2 batches of cars is the second batch, of course, are allowed to run tyre warmers. So they will have their tyre warmers on and be standing by to get out there as soon as they can once those tyre warmers get taken off. So we are running 2 batches of the Class B final. First one headed up here by Chris Tate.
Yeah, good stuff, Greg. So we're looking forward to the second 5 batch of cars here, but Christopher Tate will put the banker down. Andre Steenkamp next, waiting Craig Zang, Mark Dutoy and Ishmael Davids. And then we're really building up.
Then we get into the top 5. Cronier, Rousseau, Thompson, Scribanti and Scribanti. Tate sets the bar, 1:04.3.
Oh, that's a good lap from him as well, and like we heard earlier from his interview, he enjoys any opportunity to get out on the track. So well done there to Tate there in the VW Polo 6R.
Not his fastest lap, but very close to it.
Yeah, in these conditions it's quite good.
Yeah.
Remember, we have to take into account now the track cooling down. It's not ideal from a tyre point of view now, Greg. It's not ideal, especially with these guys don't have big opportunity. I can see everybody now, coming up to the Z, taking that little bit of a wider line.
Trying to cut the line shorter through that corner, if possible. You can see that the light has dimmed dramatically because that Alfa Romeo's headlights came on automatically. Probably an automatic setting in that car. But Steenkamp goes quickest on a 103.6. And that is his fastest lap of the weekend.
Ismail Davis on the track. There's a little bit of, I don't know, almost, don't know if it's
there was a bit of smoke. I did see it too. Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's, well, smoke or maybe fuel.
I think it might be a bit of fuel or
a little bit of fuel maybe.
Something coming out of the back of the car for sure. Or was it a bit of tyre rub? Let's see. Here he goes.
All looks okay now.
He locked up there. I wonder if he went and just dropped the tyre pressure slightly, so because it'll give it a little bit of less amount of.
Nevertheless, he finished on a 103.1 for Ismail Davis, and on the track, Craig Zank. Next up will be Mark du Toit.
Zank has to fly the flag solely now for that efficiency. Zank Racing and Big Boss Auto team in the Evo. Not bad to bring a car out of retirement after 13 years and make the top 10 final in that car. He did say there's a lot more that they've got to play with in that car that they're going to be developing over the next couple of months, getting ready for that Cape Town time attack and the one potentially in December at Aldo Scribanti.
But yeah, Greg, for a car that he said the 13 years of storage looks very good and well turned out. But yeah, Craig Zank really enjoyed his time.
102.6.
102.6.
Fastest of the weekend for him as well.
Mark du Toit. Yeah, so some of the guys will be enjoying these cooling conditions. Some of the cars, depending on what you've got under the bonnet there maybe. What engine and how you can get those heat into the tires. But Mark du Toit going through turn 4 now.
He's been in the 59s almost all day long. Can he put in a final 59 in the cooler conditions here at the end of the day? Anybody can in that car. Certainly it'll come from Mark du Toit's ability in that GT1. Hasn't missed a wheel or any issues at all on that car the whole day. A 58.762 from Mark du Toit. Fastest lap of the weekend right in the closing stages. Brilliant.
Wasn't he earlier close to that time as well? I'm sure earlier.
59.5. That's his overall best time. That's what we got there. So there you go for Mark du Toit.
Okay, but well done. A good ending there for Mark du Toit. And now we're just waiting for the top 5 guys to come out. And we know they were using some tire warmers there. So once they take the tire warmers off, then they just want to make sure they get going. There we go.
There we go. Cronje, Rousseau, Thompson, Scribanti and Scribanti.
Yes.
Here we go.
This is basically what it comes down to now, Greg.
Modifieds. And there's some big modifications on some of these cars.
Yeah. Some tense moments for some of the team members, family members, everybody.
It all comes down to this. This is what it's all about. That's the best part about this whole event. This last run is the one that counts.
This is for the champion. Top of the hill, shootout, modified production car.
2026 champion. That's the one that's going to be crowned right now. Cronje, of course, had problems with that launch control on his last attempt. But he wasn't really giving it everything he wanted to because he knew that he'd sorted out his Class B3 win, so he could take it easy. Now he can't. Now he has to put it all together and make it work. It must launch, it must take off, and it must finish this lap or this run.
Yeah, because he could put the gauntlet down. And then we'll watch the guys behind him. The Jared Rousseaus, the Lee Thompsons, Scribantes.
And the thing is with Cronje, he's done that in the past. At time attacks in the past, he hasn't been the quickest up into the top 10 shootout. And then he goes and drops a big time down. And all of a sudden everybody behind him goes, oh no, what do we do? And then mistakes come into play. Launch is good.
Yeah. Good launch this time, Greg. Not a lot of wheel spin, that's what you want. And his foot flat down the hill, yeah.
Little lift through one.
Yeah, just a slight lift, but it's looking good so far. Nice and deep in as well. That'll give you a good line. Turn left and go. Yeah, that was a good exit as well.
Second to third as he goes into turn 3. Holds through third gear all the way through 3. Might be a short shift to 4 and then back down into second to climb the hill. Here we go, up towards the Z he goes. And Cronier going to look to set the bar a little higher than Mark the Toys 58.762.
He keeps that tighter line there through the Z, like most of the guys have done today.
Kind of changed up through the day how they've changed that line. But he goes across and goes top 56.694. That is his fastest lap of the weekend and brings him closer to those first 4 cars that are just ahead of him, including this man, Jared Rousseau. Jared's only been able to get into the 58s. That's what he wanted. But can he get any lower than that to outgun Mark the Toys 58 or the 56 now out of Anton Cronier?
Yeah, it's a very good run from Cronier there. Well, Jared earlier reached his goal he set himself. We don't know what goal he set himself here for this top 10 shootout. But also looking like a good run. Almost ran out of room there, but he still just managed to keep it together. Ran a little bit deep into that last corner. That's going to cost him a little bit there, Greg.
I'll probably put him into third, I think. It does, 59.4. 59.4 there for Jared Rousseau as Lee Thompson is now in full flight out of turn 3.
Yeah, this is the man to watch in this one. Because this time turn 1 was okay for him and he could just go flat through there or as fast as he could.
Thompson has been the thorn in the side for the B5 cars in this B4 Lee Thompson Racing Lotus. It's a Honda-powered Lotus. And heading into the final corner for the last time, what has Thompson got for us to set himself up and potentially put the 2 Scribanti cars in big pressure? Thompson across the line, waiting for his time to come up on the screen. Ooh, that's not.
Yeah, no, they've got a time there, but it's not right.
I don't think that's the right time for him. Yeah. 27.335 is not the right time there for Lee Thompson, I don't think.
Yeah.
It might be a 57.335.
Yeah,
and that might not be good enough for the top 3. We'll wait and see if they correct that one. Here is Aldo Scribanti. Aldo Scribanti now flying through up towards the Z. Aldo would love to take this title. He has battled so hard to get this car right, and it's worked perfectly almost all weekend long, other than a small issue with the ABS, which they sorted out throughout the day. He comes to the line to go to the top, or does he? Scribanti, 52.804. Wow, that is an incredible time out of Aldo Scribanti. Can we see one better now from Franco? Franco Scribanti flying through here, absolutely hauling, and looking to try and outgun his cousin. The Sheriff, potentially here, heading to the top of the hill for the win, or does he get it? It's going to be so close. These two have fought it out valiantly between the family members, between the 2 stables of Scuderia Scribanti and Franco Scribanti Racing. Who is going to have what it takes to beat out Aldo Scribanti? Will it be his cousin Franco as they come to the line? Franco Scribanti crosses the line, 52.496. Franco Scribanti at this stage, your winner.
Yeah, Greg, but we just have to look there. Lee Thompson, that obviously that time was not correct at 127. I don't know what happened there with the timing there of Lee, but nevertheless, okay, a great time there by Franco, 52.4. He did
not his fastest, but good enough to win the top of the hill for now.
Yeah.
Until we see a possible change up on Lee Thompson's time, but I'm not seeing one right now.
Yeah, but Lee definitely didn't do a 127. I don't know what happened there.
No, I don't know either. If he did do a 127, something must have gone wrong that we didn't pick up on. But we only saw him coming out at turn 3. So did he have an issue through 1 and 2 that we didn't see?
No, but Greg, it didn't look like that. Well, okay, we don't know for sure.
Well, what we got in front of us is what we got. This is unofficial, of course. We'll go with the unofficial results. Franco Scribanti, your 2026 top of the hill modified production car champion. That is the 2nd time he's done it. It's not back-to-back. He lost last year to Richard Ritz, who wasn't able to join us this year, but he took the first one in 2024. So he's come back 2 years later and retaken the number 1 plate for the modified production car class at Top of the Hill Challenge 2026, beating his cousin Aldo Scribanti and Anton Cronier for the top 3 there in the Top of the Hill Challenge for a magnificent event. And I can see that there's going to be more of that same here next year. They're just getting bigger and better and faster. I can't believe how things are changing up in this category.
Yeah, Greg, and the single-seaters, guys, you can line up so long. Single-seaters, line up.
Okay, there we go. So just correcting that one. Record has got back-to-back victories, and now first time out that Franco's got it. So Franco Scribanti taking the victory in 2026. So his first title here at the Top of the Hill Challenge.
Yeah, so Greg, we're still unclear what happened there to Lee Thompson. We don't know. We don't know
went
what
wrong
happened there.
there.
For me, it didn't look like well, from what we saw on the screen. But we'd like to find out there what happened to Lee. And but yeah, we still got the single-seaters to come. The Class C guys. You guys should be lining up there.
Tinus Buertes, Clive Wilmot, Simpiwe Matlatlo, Joseph Kotze, J.M. Gerber, and Ian Schofield.
Congratulations, first of all. You take the helmet off if you don't mind. Just grab the interview here. But
I'm sure we can have an interview shortly here with Franco.
joining us live down in the pit lane, just waiting for Franco to put his cap on. Franco, once again, saved the best for last, and brilliant fight with Aldo, but you've done it in the end.
Yeah, look, I mean, I was a bit surprised because we got a perfect lap to the top and I went in too hot. I had a tank slapper there. I didn't know how I saved it. Robbed a bit of time off, maybe 3/10. So I thought, it's not good enough, and looks like it was good enough.
Absolutely brilliant performance. You guys have just pegged away the whole day and just got better and better, and as I said, saved the best for last.
Yeah, look, I'm really proud of my guys. You know, I mean, the Lotuses, they looked like they had everything today, and we just never give up. And somehow, when you never give up, more often than not, it comes right.
Congratulations, fine job once again, and we look forward to. I've heard a rumor that this car might be mothballed in the near future.
Look, I mean, you know, the GTRs are very heavy, so we're winning today, we're winning at the moment. We have found a lot in the car, so the car's got some legs still, but I think for the far future, the smaller, lighter cars are the way to go.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations once again, and all the best in the next endeavour. Cheers. Right, Greg, we're going to head back up to you in the studio.
Yeah, Brendan, I like what you brought in there, because the whole weekend I've kind of been trying to get that out of him. There's a big rumour that there's some serious manoeuvring happening at Franco Scribanti Racing to find himself something pretty spectacular to replace the Sheriff. It's a tough ask to replace a car that spectacular, and of course synonymous now with hill climbs all around the world, not only here in South Africa, because it's also found its way onto a whole bunch of social media pages with its look and feel. But as you heard there from Franco, your 2026 champion, smaller and lighter might be the way to go, as opposed to big, heavy and powerful.
Yeah, Greg, they built themselves a legacy with that car, but we still got the single-seater and sports car shootout here, so the cars will be lining up for our last top of the hill shootout here, and it's been an awesome day.
Yeah, it's kind of a Lotus Challenge battle first, with Simpiwe Matlatlo thrown in the mix with the MSA4s, and then potentially some history in the making that could come out of Ian Schofield's battle with J.M. Gerber. We'll stay tuned to see how that pans out over the next couple of minutes. We've got about 15 or 20 minutes of racing here to go. And thank you so much for everybody for sticking around here at Zwartkops and here on our live stream. Record Roots also getting there. Apologies on that one, Reggie. But we did correct that little mistake. Hope you've enjoyed all the action, and thank you for supporting us from the sideline. You were sorely missed here this weekend, brother. And I know that you're going to come back fighting next year in a very strong BB Motorsport entry, I'm sure. So here we go. Clive Wilmot heads to the top now. He'll be trying to close things down on Tinus Buertes. Tinus Buertes was the first car out, and Wilmot the second car. I'm just waiting to see what Tinus Buertes' time was. Or was it Wilmot that was the first car? No, Wilmot was the first car out. I've got it slightly differently on the lineup I was given. Buertes should have been the first car and Wilmot the second, but they've sent Wilmot out first. So let's see what he does as he comes across the line.
I know, Tinus Buertes already crossed the line, Greg.
There we go.
On a 107. Oh, quite close there.
Yeah, but you see, they were that close. That's why I thought that was slightly different, because Buertes only just crossed the line ahead of Wilmot. And 107s from both of them. Wilmot winning it out by, what's that?
7/10.
7/10 of a second.
Yeah, so good stuff here towards the end of the day. Wilmot, Buertes, we've got Kotze, and then Schofield and Gerber. That final battle of the day. It's going right down to the wire at the end, Greg.
Simpiwe's backed out. She decided, no, enough's enough. I'll take that champion. So far, we've had no news on Lee's time, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. Rekhard just asking that question. But if we do get confirmation before we wrap up, we'll let you know. At this stage, the win goes to Frankel. But we'll get confirmation to see what might have gone wrong there. If he made a mistake somewhere on track or not.
Gerber with his last run, and he's pushing now, and he has to push hard. He has to push as hard as he can. He wants to go for this overall win here, Greg, and put pressure on Schofield. Or is Schofield going to do it? Come on, Gerber, let's go.
You shouting because you're an ex-Formula M driver. You're not allowed to have any bias to these guys,
No, I'm not, no bias. Just...
Come on, JM, let's see what you got, buddy. That KTM's won really well. Had one little incident where the tyres weren't quite pumped up to the correct temperature. Rolled off and got him off the side of the circuit at turn 2. He comes across the line. Is JM Gerber going to light up the candles at the top? He does. 57.801.
Oh, Schofield had a moment out of 2, Greg. So
a
Schofield,
big moment there for
there's pressure. He went a little bit wide. That would have cost him time now. So pressure's on. And what's going to happen here, Greg? This is the pressure of the top 10 shootout.
57.062 is what he got in the last run. Can he go quicker than that? That little off-track excursion might have cost him some time for sure. Let's see what happens now as they go through the Z. Schofield looking to make history here. And I say make history because if he wins this, he'll be the first man to win back-to-back titles in the Classic Conqueror and then go and win the next day Top of the Hill Challenge Single-Seater Championship as well. He comes across the line. Does he go quickest? On the top is J.M. Gerber for now. But will that change as Schofield's time gets registered? And we're standing by here with the timekeeper's not giving us the time. Has Schofield gone quickest? Or is it Gerber?
What's happening with that time? We can't see a time yet. There's no time yet for Schofield.
J.M. Gerber at this stage stays on top. Schofield is down in 5th place, has not registered the time. We're standing by to get a time there from Ian Schofield. Will there be history in the making or not? It's just bated breath that we're waiting with out here.
Let's hope there's no drama here with the timing.
Well, we had the issue with Lee, and Reggie's asking myself, saying what's going on with Lee Thompson's time. He didn't see anything wrong with that lap. And whether or not that's going to change things up, we'll have to wait and see. But right now, Schofield's time is not coming up on the system at all. So J.M. Gerber, at this point, takes the championship for Top of the Hill. But we'll have to wait to see if they can get that manual timing in there and what happened with Schofield's time.
Now, Greg, let's hope they... 57.2, Schofield.
Schofield takes it on a 57.2, and I'm getting information there as well from Tanya from Zwartkops saying that Lee's time is going to be revised. They're going to check that time, so we cannot quite confirm whether Lee's time was quicker than Franco Scamanti's or not. But ladies and gents, Ian Schofield down there, and I can see Brennan is down there as well, has just made history. He's the first man to win back-to-back titles in the Classic Conqueror and then go and win.
Let me grab that for you and I'll pass it on.
Carl's busy talking over me, but let me just give you a heads up. He's the first man to go back-to-back and then win the next day in the Top of the Hill Challenge.
Yeah, I think if I had enough, I'll sleep well tonight.
You say he's been busy for the last 2 days. Is that because you just did an historic thing and took a double, one in the Classic and one today?
Well, this wasn't written today. I was supposed to be second. Rob was supposed to be first. But at the end of the day, you've got to be in it to win it.
100%. You've got to take the win the best way you can, and I'm sure you're ecstatic with it. I am. We talked a little bit about this car on the grid off camera. It's the USF 2000, I think we spoke about. It's been sitting in your garage for 20 years.
It was a pile of bits, and we put it together as a hill climb car.
Well, I can't see anything else better for it to come out here 20 years later. It hasn't seen a circuit for a long time, and now it comes out champion on the hill.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much.
And I hope you've got a lot of cars in the stable there with you. I'm sure you're going to be bringing a couple of more soon.
There's a few interesting toys, but we'll talk about them nearer the time when they're ready, because when you're restoring, for example, we've got a couple of old Formula One cars, you just don't go and get parts off the shelf for them. So the stuff having to be manufactured and engines rebuilt and stuff like that. So, but we'll have some interesting stuff out next year.
Well, I've been lucky enough to be taken around that shop and seen what's being done there and seen what's being done in the engine room, and there really is some interesting stuff. But something you must be proud of is that you can give the cars like that a new life.
Yeah, very much so. And, I think one of the things as well is some of the cars are related to South Africa, certainly the Sasol cars in terms of the Jordan and the Arrows, and also the March and the Rolt that we're building are from other eras in South Africa. And there's so much stuff that we've lost that's gone overseas. So I'm trying to keep a little bit of our heritage here. Even though I'm not South African myself, I still feel like I am one after so many years here.
Well, my family also coming over from the UK to live in South Africa, born in South Africa now, and I'm very glad that someone like you is looking after our motorsport heritage and also looking after the future of our motorsport with your involvement in MSA4 and the other series that you're involved with.
Yeah, it's, at the end of the day, you can take a lot out of a sport, but at some stage you must put something back.
Well, I think you've taken a lot today. You've taken a lot yesterday, 2 wins and 2 days back to back. And I think I'm going to leave you to get into your celebrations and enjoy this moment.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Back up to you, Greg.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, 100% right. Ian Schofield has created history here today, Carl, in saying that he has won back-to-back titles in the Classic Car Conqueror Championship here at Top of the Hill, and then gone and done the unthinkable and won the next day on Top of the Hill as well. So that is definitely history in the making. And Record Roots just giving a shout out there to you, Leon, saying both you and him are ex-Formula M drivers, actually. So thanks, Reggie. Didn't know that, but there's some information that we can play around with. We are standing by, though, because there is a review happening next door with the modified class. So that is not done yet. As I said, we gave you unofficial results there, and potentially Franco has taken the win, but they are reviewing Lee Thompson's lap, and we will bring you that information as soon as we've got it. But if we run through, of course, how things are going, absolutely brilliant weekends racing, Leon Oudendal, from both the classic side and Top of the Hill side.
Yeah, Greg, we had excellent 2 days. Just quickly to get back there to Reggie. Yeah, Reggie never wanted to admit openly and publicly that we both started in Formula M.
Well, he's just done that now.
That's where we started. And yeah, you don't have to be shy or ashamed.
We can't wrap just yet because we're waiting to see what's happened with the... Okay, cool. Well, here we go. We have got our two boys downstairs to wrap things up. We don't have confirmation of the modified class, but we'll hand you down to Brendan and to Carl.
Carl Lawrence, it's been an absolute honor working alongside you in the pit lane. What a pleasure to have been here at an event of this caliber, and the types of cars and the types of people that you meet, and it's been absolutely brilliant. So from my side, big thank you to working alongside you, and we hope we can do it again in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I think, look, I can attest to those words you said now. It's been absolutely awesome to work with the professionalism that we've had here with the streaming crew. It's been an awesome day out. I haven't been able to attend an event like this, since its inception 3 years ago, and it's the first time I've been here. And I think as an event and as a showcase of what South Africa has in both the engineering side of things as well as on the driver side of things, I think it bodes well for the future of South African motorsport, and I think this event's going to grow from strength to strength. So, as always, thank you to everybody here, the Orange Army, the Marshals, and of course Zwartkops Raceway and their involvement in helping South African motorsport grow, and I can't wait for next year.
Oh, great stuff. That's a wrap from us down here. From me, Brendan Kelly. It's goodbye until next time.
Cameras 2 still on?